The stone hit Tianyu above the ear, and the world went white. He never saw it coming. One moment he was on his knees in the mud, arms over his head, taking the kicks. He had learned to protect the vital places and take the blows where his clothes would hide the bruises. After the sickening thud on his head, there was a crack like a breaking melon. His mind went blank and his face hit the ground. Huji. He's not getting up. A boot poked his ribs. Get up, waste. Stop faking. But Tianyu wasn't faking. He was 12 years old. An orphan. A servant boy of the Zhao clan. With a talent so weak the testing stone had not glowed at all. And now his head was cracked open, and his blood was leaking into the mud. He could hear them. All three. Zhao Hu and his two friends. Their voices climbed from bored to scared. It was the high, thin sound of children who have done something they can't undo. He couldn't answer. The cold rose through him like water filling a sinking boat. The gray went dark at the edges. Am I going to die now? He thought. Beaten to death over someone else's bad mood. No one will even remember my name. The boys ran. Their feet splashed away up the lane. It was an accident, Zhao Hu hissed at the other two. Say nothing. Tianyu was left alone in the rain to die. Then it poured into him out of the dark. A great ocean of energy and memory. A torrent of someone else's life flooding a mind far too small to hold it. Luckily no one was around, for the sight of the cracked skull knitting shut, the wound closing, and the now audible ragged breath would have made a passerby gasp. The next moment, he opened his eyes. Tianyu lay still. He did not move yet. First he had to understand. He remembered dying. It came back all at once. The last sky, dark as a drowned sun. The seven of them, the last sovereigns of the myriad heavens, standing together at the end of everything. And the dark, pouring in through a tear in the sky. The Voidkin, the Star Eaters, coming in their millions. He remembered his own power being ripped out of him and eaten, as he spent the last of it to buy the world one more breath. He remembered being the last of the seven to fall. And he remembered what the Voidkin did to a world. They did not burn cities. They did not kill armies. They did something worse. They drank the chi out of a world. They sucked it dry, down to the bare stone, until nothing could ever cultivate there again. No spirit herbs. No rivers of energy. Just dead gray rock, forever. 1,000 worlds had gone that way on the road to his. This little world sat in the same road as all the rest. Now there was mud against his cheek. Rain. The smell of pig slop. And a boy's voice, far off, swearing it was an accident. Then he started sieving through the body's memories. The boy had been an orphan, taken into the Zhao clan as a servant when he was small. He had no parents he could remember. He worked in the clan's cold kitchens. He scrubbed pots, hauled water and firewood, and slept on the floor by the dead hearth. The work was hard, and there was little food. The steward who ran the servants was a strict man, quick to use his stick. In his opinion, the boy was a waste of food. The boy had no gift for cultivation. In a clan that prized talent above all, that made him worthless. A waste. That was what they called him, for 4 years. The worst of it came from Zhao Hu, the young master. His father was Elder Zhao Gang, the strongest cultivator in the clan and the elder who handed out its punishments. That made Zhao Hu untouchable. He could do anything he liked to the waste boy and get away with it, because his father would never punish his own son. So Zhao Hu and his two friends beat him whenever they were bored, because he could not hit back and the clan would only look away. In 4 years, there had been one kindness. A kitchen girl named Su Lan, who slipped him a warm bun when the steward was not watching and never once called him waste. The boy's name was Tianyu, the same as his own. He went very still inside the borrowed flesh. 500 years ago, before the titles, before the last stand, before the world ever called him the last sovereign, he had been a boy on a poor mountain. And that boy had been named Tianyu. Now his soul had fallen across a dead universe in 500 years and landed in a dying child who already wore his name. That was no coincidence. He did not believe in them, but what it meant could wait. The boy who had owned this body was dead, killed over nothing by a loose stone and 3 bored children. And his anger flared. He sat up. The body screamed. It was thin and half-starved. Its meridians were like frayed thread. Its dantian was cracked and nearly dead. It was a body the world had already given up on. He had 300 years before the dark reached this world. A beggar's body, and everything he had learned in 5 centuries. It was far more time than he'd had the first time. And this time, he would not make the one proud mistake that had cost him everything. He opened one dirty, shaking hand and looked at it. Deep under the broken flesh, far below the dead meridians, he felt the one thing no ruined body could take from a sovereign. The memory of how to burn. Strength would come back. He knew the road to it by heart. He had walked it once already, all the way to the top of the world. But raw strength was the very thing that had failed him at the end, against the dark. This time he needed the other path, the one he had been too proud to learn. The thought sat strange and cold and certain in a child's chest. First, though, he needed to live through the morning. Footsteps came back down the lane. Slower now. Uglier. A boy's voice, trying to sound brave through the fear. He's sitting up. Huji, look. The little waste is sitting up. Finish it. Finish it before he tells. Tianyu, the boy they had just killed, and the sovereign who, by some fate, had woken wearing the boy's own name, turned his head toward the 3 children and the bloody stone. And he smiled. It was not a child's smile at all. Zhao Hu took a step back. What are you smiling at? Tianyu got to his feet. It took everything the body had. His legs shook. His sight swam. The flesh was a ruin, and standing up cost him more than crossing a battlefield once had. But he stood, and when he was standing, he looked at the three boys, the ones who had kicked a child to death over a bad mood, and he let them feel, for one moment, what he truly was. He loosed his killing intent. Not much. A thread of it. The smallest sliver he could shape. But it was the killing intent of a man who had stood at the end of the world and traded blows with things that ate stars. 500 years of war, pressed into one cold breath. And it fell on 3 12-year-old boys like a mountain dropped from the sky. The boy on the left fainted where he stood. Thud. He folded into the mud without a sound. The boy on the right wet himself. He did not even notice. He stared at Tianyu like a rabbit before a wolf, frozen, shaking, a thin whine leaking from his throat. And Zhao Hu, the young master, the one who threw the stone, dropped to his knees. A dark stain spread down his fine robes. His teeth chattered. Please, he whispered. Tears and snot ran down his face. Please, I'm sorry, please don't. The body begged Tianyu to stop. Blood ran from his nose. Even that thin thread of killing intent was tearing at meridians too weak to hold it. So he let it go. He pulled it back inside himself, and the weight lifted off the lane. The two awake boys gasped like drowning men pulled from a river. Tianyu walked to Zhao Hu. Each step was slow and careful. To the boys, it looked like the calm of a master. The truth was that he could barely stay on his feet. But they did not know that, and a sovereign had learned, long ago, that what your enemy believes is worth more than what is true. He crouched down in front of the sobbing young master. You threw a stone at a boy's head, Tianyu said. His voice was quiet. A child's voice. But the thing speaking through it was not a child. Then you ran, and left him in the rain to die. Look at me, Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu looked, because he could not do anything else. Remember this face. You killed the boy who wore it. He is gone now. What sits in his place is something you cannot understand, and could never fight. He paused. Be glad it is in a merciful mood today. He reached out one shaking finger and pressed it, lightly, to a point on the boy's shoulder. A precise point. A sovereign knew every gate in the human body, every nerve, every pressure point. He had mapped them all, lifetimes ago. He pushed one thread of wool through it. Crack. It was not loud, just a small, clean sound. Zhao Hu's right arm went dead and cold from the shoulder down. He screamed. The arm hung at his side, limp and useless. Only someone who knew the body could open that gate again. Go home, Tianyu said, and rose, slowly. Tell your father a ghost did it. Tell him whatever you like. He looked down at the weeping boy. But raise your hand to someone weaker than you again, and I will take more than the arm. Zhao Hu scrambled up and ran, cradling his dead arm, screaming for his father. His two friends stumbled after him, dragging the one who had fainted. Then the lane was quiet again. Just the rain, and the mud, and a thin boy swaying on his feet with blood on his lip. Tianyu breathed out, slow. His hands would not stop shaking. That one thread of killing intent had nearly finished what the stone had started. He looked down at the ruined body and felt no despair, only a cold, almost amused respect for how far the mighty had fallen. Tianyu. A girl's voice, from the mouth of the lane. He turned. A girl his own age stood there, a basket of washing in her arms. Her eyes were huge. Sulan. The kitchen girl. The one who slipped him warm buns when the steward wasn't looking. The only person on this whole backward world who had ever been kind to the boy whose body he now wore. Tianyu, what happened? She looked at the wet mud, the blood on his face. Her voice shook. What did you do? Tianyu opened his mouth. He had rallied dying armies with a single sentence. He looked at one small, frightened, kind girl, and found that he had no idea at all what to say to her. Nothing, he said. It was not a good answer. Some buried scrap of the dead boy's memory told him so, loudly. He did not get the chance to find a better one. The killing pressure hit the lane like a falling roof. It rolled down from the clan hall, heavy, hot, and furious. The chi of a real cultivator. A grown man well into chi condensation. It was nothing next to what Tianyu had once been. But to the dying body he wore now, it was a wall of iron coming down. The boy's body wanted to kneel. Every weak nerve in it screamed at him to bow, to grovel, to do anything to make the pressure stop. Tianyu did not kneel. He had not bowed to the things that ate stars. He would not bow to a clan thug on a backwater world. But his knees shook, and the blood ran faster from his nose. He stayed standing. A big man strode into the lane. Fine robes. A cultivator's straight back. A face gone purple with rage. Behind him came Zhao Hu, white and weeping, cradling his dead arm, one finger pointing. That's him, father. The waist. He did something to me. Look at my arm, look. Servants had gathered at the mouth of the lane, drawn by the screaming. None of them came closer. They knew better. It's the waist, an old kitchen hand whispered, gripping another's sleeve. He raised his hand to the young master. The other servant only shook her head, slow and afraid. On Kangwu, a servant did not touch a clan son. Everyone knew what happened to the ones who did. Zhao Gang, fifth layer of chi condensation, the strongest cultivator in the Zhao clan, looked at the thin servant boy standing alone in the mud. Sulan went still beside him, the blood draining from her face. Her basket of washing slipped from her arms into the mud. Trash, Zhao Gang said coldly. He raised one chi-wrapped hand, and the air around it began to burn. You dared lay a hand on my son? And the hand came down. Tianyu did not try to block it. He could not. The body he wore could not have blocked a falling leaf, never mind the palm of a fifth-layer chi condensation cultivator. To meet that blow with strength would be to die a second time in the same morning. So he did not meet it with strength. He met it with 500 years of knowing how a body breaks. In the half-breath before the palm landed, his eyes were not on the hand. They were on the man. A sovereign, even a sovereign poured into a dying child, saw things no mortal cultivator could see. He saw the chi moving through Zhao Gang. He saw the meridians it ran in. And he saw the flaw. Every cultivator had one. Zhao Gang's was old and deep, buried under 30 years of careful work. It was a small, badly healed tear in the meridian below his heart. The kind of injury a man got from forcing his cultivation too fast in his youth. Zhao Gang had spent his whole life hiding it. He had built his strength around protecting it. And now, swinging at a servant boy he did not even count as a threat, he had left it wide open. Tianyu moved. It was not fast. The body would not let it be fast. But it did not need to be fast. It needed to be exact. He swayed under the falling palm, barely, a hand's width, all the ruined body could give him, and reached up with one thin finger and touched the side of Zhao Gang's wrist as it passed. One point, one thread of will, pushed into the gate that fed the hidden flaw. Crack. The sound came from inside Zhao Gang. The big man's own chi turned at that single touch and slammed into the old tear below his heart. It ripped wide. His killing blow went wild and smashed into the mud a foot from Tianyu's head, throwing up a spray of filth. Zhao Gang screamed. He folded in the middle, both hands flying to his chest, and blood burst from his mouth in a dark gout. His chi, the chi of 30 years, scattered out of him in a wild, broken storm. He dropped to his knees in the lane, then onto his side, shaking, his eyes huge with a terror far past pain. It was the terror of a cultivator who feels his own foundation coming apart. The lane went silent. The servants stared. Sulan stared. Zhao Hu stared at his father, white as paper, his dead arm forgotten. He touched him. The old kitchen hand whispered. Her voice shook. One finger. He touched Elder Zhao Gang with one finger, and the elder, just. She could not finish it. Tianyu swayed over the writhing man and felt the cold, clear calm of a thing that had done this 10,000 times. He had not beaten a fifth-layer cultivator. He wanted that clear, even in his own head. He could not have, not in this body, not today. He had simply found the one crack in a strong man and let the strong man break himself on it. That was not strength. That was knowing. And knowing was the one thing the grave had not taken from him. Then the cost came due. The thread of wool had been small, but the body that spent it was a ruin, and the ruin could not pay even small prices. The lane tilted. The gray came rushing back into the edges of his sight. Blood ran from his nose, then his ears. His legs, which had carried him through all of this on nothing but will, gave out at last. He fell. He did not hit the mud. Thin arms caught him. They caught him badly. Both of them went down together into the filth, but they caught him. I've got you, Sulan gasped in his ear. I've got you. Get up. You have to get up. They'll kill us both. She was crying. She was also already dragging him, hauling his dead weight toward the gap between the storehouses, away from the staring crowd and the broken elder and the boy with the dead arm. A kitchen girl with no cultivation at all, pulling a body heavier than her own through the mud. Because it was the right thing, and she was the only one there to do it. The world went dark before he could tell her to leave him. He woke in the dark, in the smell of straw and old grain. A storehouse. The far one, past the pig pens, that stood empty through the wet season. Rain drummed on the roof. A single thin candle burned in a dish. And Sulan sat beside him with his head in her lap and a wet cloth in her hand, her eyes red, watching his face. You're awake, she breathed. Oh, thank the heavens. Your nose wouldn't stop. And your ears. I didn't know what to do. The words tumbled out fast and frightened. Tianyu, what is happening to you? You died. I saw you in the lane this morning. I saw you not moving. The steward said the waste boy had finally. She stopped, swallowed. And then you stood up. You broke Zhao Hu's arm with one touch. You put Elder Zhao Gang on the ground. Now half the clan is saying you're a ghost or a demon, and the other half wants you dead before sundown. And I. Her voice cracked. I don't understand. But I dragged you here because you're still you. You have to still be you. Tianyu looked up at the frightened, kind, ordinary girl who had pulled him out of death twice in one day, and he understood that this was the first hard problem of his new life. How to speak, as himself, to a frightened girl who had saved him. He was not still her Tianyu. Her Tianyu was gone. A stone had taken him in the lane, and what lay in her lap now was something 500 years old wearing a dead boy's face. To lie to her would be easy. To tell her the truth would sound like madness. So he gave her the only thing he had that was not a lie. Thank you, he said, for carrying me. Twice. His voice came out rough and quiet, too old for the boy's throat, and he saw her notice. You should not have. It puts you in danger. But you did it anyway, because you are kind, and there is very little kindness in this place. He paused. The next part was harder than facing Zhao Gang. A sovereign knew how to fight. He did not know how to do this. I am not the boy you knew. Not exactly. Something happened to me in that lane, Sulan. Something I cannot explain in a way that won't frighten you. But I will not hurt you, and I will not forget what you did. Those two things are true, whatever else I am. She stared at him for a long moment. The candle flickered. You used to mumble, she said at last, faintly, and stare at your feet. You never once looked at me straight. She searched his face. There was fear in her, but under it something steadier. You're looking at me straight now. Yes, Tianyu said. Are you going to die? Not today. Are you going to leave? He was quiet a moment. Yes, he said. I have to. You saw what I did. The clan will not let it stand. And there are reasons besides the clan, reasons I cannot tell you yet, that I cannot stay on this mountain. He met her eyes. I am sorry. You saved me, and the thanks I give you is to vanish. Sulan wiped her nose with the back of her hand and did not answer that. Instead she said, fierce and small, then eat first. You look like death. And she pressed a cold, squashed, half-broken steamed bun into his hand, the same kindness as ever, and Tianyu took it, and ate, and felt the first real warmth he had felt since the rain. While he ate, he began, very quietly, to work. There was nothing to see. A thin boy sitting in the straw, chewing a bun, his eyes half closed. But inside the ruined body, the last sovereign had begun to build. He did not reach for power. That was the mistake every desperate cultivator made, and he had buried better men than himself for making it. The body could not hold power. Push chi into these frayed meridians now, and they would burst, and he would finish what the stone had started. No, first the foundation. Always, first, the foundation. He gathered the thin, sour trickle of spirit energy in the damp air. There was so little of it on Kangwu, a starved little world, but there was some. And he did not pour it into the Dantian. He fed it in slowly, drop by careful drop, into the flesh itself, into the torn meridians, to mend them, into the cracked Dantian, to seal the cracks, into muscle and bone and blood. The slow, dull, unglamorous work that no proud young genius ever wanted to do, because it gave no quick reward and won no fights. He had been a proud young genius once. He remembered it well. He had skipped this very step 500 years and a whole life ago, because he was strong and gifted and in a hurry, and the masters who told him to slow down were old and boring and beneath him. He had risen like a comet. He had become the mightiest blade in the myriad heavens. And on the last sky, at the end of everything, all of it had fallen short, and the dark had eaten him and everyone he failed to save. A man learned things, dying. He had learned that no shortcut comes free. He had 300 years now, and a beggar's body, and this time he would build it right if it took him a decade. It did not take a decade. The body was young. His will was a sovereign's. He knew the road by heart. By the time the candle had burned down a finger's width, the torn meridians had stopped leaking. By the time it burned down another, the sour trickle of chi turned in the sealed Dantian for the first time, once, slow, whole. And the body crossed the first line of cultivation. Body forging, the first layer. The lowest rung on the longest ladder in the world. It was nothing. To the man he had been, it was less than nothing, a thing a mortal child managed in a week. But Tianyu sat in the straw of a backwater storehouse, at the very bottom of the very bottom, and felt that first slow turn of chi in a body that had been dying in the mud at dawn. He felt the hard, quiet satisfaction of a builder laying the first true stone of something very large. One rung. 300 years. And this time he would not climb in a hurry, and he would not climb proud, and he would not climb alone if he could help it. The dark had taught him the price of all three. He opened his eyes. Sulan, I need to ask you something, and the answer matters more than it sounds. He kept his voice low under the drumming rain. The old mine on the north slope, the one the clan sealed when you and I were small. Does anyone go near it now? She frowned, surprised by the question. The dead mine? No. People keep well clear of it. She shivered. It's a bad place. Everyone says so. The animals won't go near it. The grass died around the mouth of it years ago and never grew back. Old Man Fong went up there to dig spirit herbs 2 springs ago, because he was greedy and didn't believe the stories. Her voice dropped. They found him a week later, at the bottom of the slope. Cold. Gray. Like all the warmth had been sucked out of him. The healer said his chi was just gone. Drained dry. He couldn't explain how. She looked at Tianyu. Why would you ask about that horrible place? Tianyu did not answer at once. Inside, the cold, clear calm had gone colder. Drained dry. Gray. The grass died and never grew back. He had hoped he was wrong. He had felt something on the edge of his senses when he first sat up in the lane. A thin, wrong note under the world, far off to the north. A small hole where the world's chi should be and was not. He had told himself it could be many things. A dead spirit vein. A buried beast. A trick of a ruined body's senses. It was something else entirely. He knew that note. He had spent his whole first life learning to hate it. It was the note a world made when the dark had touched it. There was a seed of the voidkin on this mountain. Small. Buried. 300 years early. And it was already drinking. He kept his face still, because Sulan was frightened enough, and there was nothing she could do about a thing like that, and a sovereign did not hand his fear to people who could not carry it. Old reasons, he said. I'll tell you when I understand it myself. For now, forget I asked. He shifted and tested the body, and found it still a ruin, mended a little but weak as a newborn. He could not climb a slope, never mind face what waited at the top of one. Not in this state. He needed strength, and he needed it faster than slow cultivation could give it, which meant it was time to walk the path he had been too proud to walk before. Sulan, he said, can you get me a few things from the kitchen without being seen? She blinked. I maybe. Everyone's busy with the elder. What things? A small iron pot. The little one you scald chickens in. A handful of charcoal. And from the herb store behind the kitchen. He thought, sorting through the dead boy's memories of the clan's poor little stock. 3 stalks of bloodvine. A pinch of frost moss. And the cracked spirit stone the cook keeps to flavor the master's tea. The one everyone thinks is too weak to sell. Sulan stared at him. Those are medicine things. Alchemy things. Her eyes went wide. Tianyu, you can't make pills. The whole clan can't make pills. The clan buys them, once a year, from the city, and they cost a fortune, and even Elder Zhao Gang only ever had 3. I know. Tianyu said quietly. Get the things. Please. She went. She was gone a long, nervous quarter hour, and she came back wet and shaking with a sack held against her chest, and she had everything. Of course she did. She was clever and quick and brave, and the clan was too busy panicking over its broken elder to watch a kitchen girl. She set it all down in the straw and crouched there, hugging her knees, watching him with huge eyes. And the last sovereign, in the body of a dying servant boy, in a leaking storehouse on the poorest world he had ever stood on, made his first pill. He had no furnace. A real alchemist would have laughed at him. A cracked chicken pot, a handful of bad charcoal, herbs barely worth the name. But a furnace was only a tool, and tools were for men who did not have 500 years of knowing in their bones. The furnace did 3 things. It held heat, it held the herbs apart at the right moments, and it kept the alchemist's own chi from being wasted. He could do all 3 with his hands and his will. He had done it once before, at the very end, on a battlefield with no equipment and no time, when he had finally, far too late, begun to learn the thing he had spent his life refusing to learn. He lit the charcoal with a touch. He set the cracked pot over it. And he began. This was the part the proud young genius of 500 years ago had sneered at. Alchemy was for weak men, he had thought then. For men who could not win with their own strength, who hid in their workshops and ground up plants while real cultivators climbed and fought and conquered. He had been offered a place, once, in his youth, in the halls of the great alchemists. He had turned it down with a laugh. He would not bow and flatter and beg some fat old pillmaster for the right to read his books. He was Tianyu. He would take the heavens by the throat with his own 2 hands, and he would owe nothing to anyone. He had taken the heavens by the throat. He had become the strongest blade the myriad heavens ever forged. And at the very end, when the dark came pouring through the sky, he had learned the joke that the whole cosmos had been too proud or too blind to understand. The void can ate strength. That raw chi, the very thing he had spent his life perfecting, was food to them. The better the cultivator, the richer the meal. Strength did not stop the dark. Strength fed it. The only thing the dark could not easily swallow was chi that had been refined, folded, locked into something stable and strange and whole. A pill. The very thing he had laughed at. The weak men in their workshops had been holding the one weapon that mattered, and the proud men with their swords had let them be pushed to the edges of the world. And so when the end came there were not nearly enough of them, and the cosmos died for the lack of a thing it had spent an age looking down on. He would not make that mistake twice. The herbs went in their order, at their moments. Bloodvine for the body, frost moss to cool the burn of it, the cracked spirit stone shaved to dust for the spark of chi to bind it all. None of them were good. Together, in a chicken pot, in the hands of a starving child, they should have made a lump of bitter paste worth nothing at all. And it was not safe work, even for him. Refining was a kind of war fought inside a closed fist. The 3 herbs did not want to join. Each one fought to keep its own nature, and the heat that forced them together also fought to burn them all to ash, and the chi that bound them strained every moment to fly apart. A real alchemist had a furnace to hold that war in check. Tianyu had only his will, and while riding a body 3 layers into the lowest realm there was. Once, halfway through, when the bloodvine's fierce heat flared and tried to scorch the delicate frost moss to nothing, the whole thing nearly broke. A lesser hand would have lost it there. A lost pill in an open pot did not fizzle quietly. It burst and burned, and a man who got it badly wrong could lose his eyes or his fingers or his life. Sulan flinched back from the sudden flare of heat, but the hand on the pot did not flinch. 500 years of knowing pressed down, smooth and certain, and folded the fierce heat back where it belonged before it could run, and the war inside the pot went on toward the only ending he would allow it. But the hands knew what they were doing, even if they shook. The will folded the energy where it needed to go, and slowly, over the pot, a small light began to gather. Pale gold, turning, drawing the scattered virtue out of 3 poor herbs, and pressing it into one small, perfect point. Sulan made a tiny sound. The light lit her astonished face, and the straw, and the rain falling past the door, and for a moment the mean little storehouse looked almost like a holy place. The light folded in on itself, and there in the bottom of the cracked pot, where there should have been bitter paste, sat a single pill. Small, round, pale gold, with a faint warmth coming off it, and a clean, sweet smell that cut clean through the storehouse stink of pig and grain. That's, Sulan breathed. Tea on you, that's a spirit pill. A real one. You made a real spirit pill. In a chicken pot. A poor one, tea on you said. And he meant it. To his old eyes it was a crude, ugly little thing, a first-grade body-strengthening pill at best, the sort of pill a true alchemist would toss to a servant. But he looked at it sitting in the cracked pot, the first thing he had made on his long road back, the first stone of the path he should have walked a whole life ago, and something in the cold, clear calm of him eased. A poor one, he said again softer. But it will do. He took it. The warmth spread through him at once, gentle and sure, sinking into the torn places, and the cracked places, and the starved, exhausted flesh. It was not power. He had not made a pill for power. The body could not hold power yet. He had made a pill for repair, and it repaired, faster and cleaner than a month of rest could have. The bleeding stopped. The gray lifted from the edges of his sight. Strength, real strength, a little of it, flowed back into limbs that had been running on nothing but will since dawn. The Danteon turned, stronger now, and the first layer of body forging settled solid beneath him, and then, gently, without strain, because the body was finally ready for it, turned over into the second. He breathed out slow. It was still nothing. Second layer body forging. A child's rung. But it was twice what he'd had an hour ago, and it had cost him a chicken pot and 3 bad herbs. And there was a whole world full of better herbs out there past this miserable mountain. He looked at the cracked pot, and then at Sulan, and he made a decision. He took the dregs left in the bottom. The spent herbs still held a little virtue, too little for him to bother with, but more than enough for a mortal who had never cultivated a day in her life. With a few moments' work and a touch of will, he pressed them into a second pill. Smaller, rougher, but real. He held it out to her. Here. She stared at it. What, no? No, that's yours, you need. It is a body-strengthening pill, he said. A weak one. It will not make you a cultivator, but it will make you faster and stronger and harder to hurt for a good while. And you are about to need all 3. He met her eyes, steady. You helped the waste who broke an elder, Sulan. You hit him. The clan will not forgive that any more than they forgive me. Whatever happens next, you are in it now. So take the pill. Please. Let me give you something back. Sulan looked at the small rough pill in his dirty palm, and at his face, and her eyes filled. She took it. She swallowed it. And a moment later she gasped as the warmth hit her, as strength she had never once felt in her life flooded into a body that had only ever known hunger and cold and work, and she pressed both hands to her chest and laughed, a startled, wet, wondering laugh, the first sound of pure joy the storehouse had heard in years. That's amazing, she whispered. I feel. I could lift the whole grain store. Tea on you, that's. She stopped. The joy faded into something more serious. You really are leaving. And you really are something I don't understand. She wiped her eyes. All right. Then I'm coming with you. No, tea on you said. Yes, said Sulan. She lifted her chin. Think about it with that big, clever head of yours. If you leave me here, what happens to me? The clan knows I dragged the demon boy away. Knows I hid him. The moment they stop panicking about the elder, they come looking for the girl who helped. You said it yourself. I'm in it now. So either I run with you, or I stay and wait to be punished for saving your life. She folded her arms. And besides, you can barely walk. You can't cook. You don't know which berries kill you. You can make a magic pill in a chicken pot, fine, but you'd starve to death on the road in 3 days without someone sensible. You need me. Tion Yu looked at her for a long moment. She was right on every count, which was annoying, because he had meant to be noble and leave her safe. But there was no safe to leave her in. He had broken that this morning. And a sovereign who had spent his whole first life refusing help, refusing teachers, refusing allies, refusing every hand held out to him, climbing alone and proud, and dying alone at the end of it, looked at the stubborn, frightened, loyal girl in the straw, and heard the dark laughing at him across 500 years. Do not climb alone if you can help it. He had sworn that an hour ago, over his own first rung. Here, already, was the test of it. All right, he said. You come. But you do exactly as I say, when I say it. Without arguing, starting from the moment we leave this mountain. Sulan beamed. I'll argue a normal amount. That is not. It's the best you'll get. Now where are we going? And why do you keep looking north? And that was the other thing. Before they ran, before he turned his back on this mountain and did not return, he had to know. He had to see it with his own eyes. Because if the thing he feared was truly buried in that mine, then leaving was not just running from a clan. It was leaving a seed of the end of the world behind him, alive and feeding, and a man who did that without at least understanding it was a fool, and he had been a fool for one entire lifetime already. North, he said. The dead mine. Tonight, while the clan still has its eyes on its broken elder. There is something there I have to see. He held up a hand before she could protest. You wanted to come. This is the first thing. Stay behind me. Touch nothing. And if I tell you to run, you run and you do not look back. Swear it. Something in his voice, the flat, cold certainty of it, wiped the smile off her face. I swear, she said quietly. They went out into the rain near midnight. The body was still weak, but the pill had given it enough, and Sulan, light-footed and pill-strengthened and clever about the clan's patrols, found them a path through the dark that no watchman walked. They climbed the north slope under a sky with no stars. And the higher they went, the more Tianyu felt it. That thin, wrong note under the world, growing, until it was not thin at all. Sulan felt it too. Not clearly, and with no name for it, but a cold dread crawled over her skin. She slowed. She started to shiver. Tianyu, she whispered. Something's wrong up here. My skin. I don't want to go any higher. Everything in me says go back. Your body is wiser than the whole Zhao clan. Tianyu said softly. Listen to it. Stay here. This is far enough for you. He pointed to a boulder. Behind that. Wait for me. If I'm not back before the sky grays, go down without me and run east, and don't stop. Tianyu. Wait for me, Sulan. He went on alone. The grass gave out 40 paces from the mine mouth. Not died. It gave out, like a sound dying away, fading from green to gray to brittle white to nothing, until he walked on bare dead stone with not a living thing on it. No insects. No moss. The rain itself seemed thinner here, as if even the sky did not want to touch the place. And the wrong note had become a sound he could almost hear, a low, patient, hungry hum that came not from the air but from under it, from the place where the world's chi should have flowed and instead drained away into something that should not be. The mine mouth was sealed with a slab of stone, and the clan's old wards, cracked and dead now, useless. He did not need to open them. He could feel through them well enough. He laid one hand on the cold stone, closed his eyes, and looked with a sovereign sense into the dark below. And there it was, deep in the old mine, in the heart of the spirit vein the clan had dug out and abandoned, something small sat in the stone. It was not large. It was the size of a man's fist, perhaps, no more. A knot of utter blackness, a hole in the world, a thing that was less a creature than an absence with a will. Threads ran out from it into the rock in every direction, fine as hair, and along every thread the mountain's chi crept slowly inward and vanished. It was drinking. It had been drinking for years, slow and patient and silent, and the dead grass and the drained corpse of old man Fong and the bad place stories were all the small, early, harmless-looking signs of what it was doing. Tianyu knelt on the dead stone with his hand on the slab, and for the first time since he had woken in the lane, the cold, clear calm cracked. Not into fear, but into something worse. Recognition. Grief. He knew this thing. He had seen 10,000 of it, 10 million, at the end. A void conceit. The smallest unit of the dark. A scout spore flung out across the void ahead of the main tide, drifting between the stars for ages until it found a living world, where it sank into the deepest, richest vein it could reach and began, with the terrible patience of a thing that did not age, to eat. One seed was nothing. One seed could be drowned, burned, dug out, and a world would never know how close it had come. But one seed meant the tide knew this world was here. One seed meant a thread had been cast, and where one seed drank quietly in the dark, in time, after years, decades, a few centuries, more would come, and then the sky would open, and then there would be no more drinking quietly, only the gray and the ash and the dead stone forever. He had watched it happen. That was the thing the dead grass and the patient hum dragged up out of him, kneeling there with his hand on the cold slab. Not a story, a memory. He had stood on 100 worlds in the last days of the myriad heavens and watched this exact small black not become a sky full of them. He had seen green worlds go gray in a single season. He had carried children out of cities the dark was eating, and felt them go cold and light in his arms as the very chi was drawn out of their small bodies. And there had been nothing, nothing at all, that the strongest blade in creation could do about it, because by the time the sky opened it was already far, far too late. He had been too late his whole first life. That was the truth he had carried into the grave. Too proud to learn the one craft that mattered, too sure of his own strength, too slow to believe a quiet thing in the dark could ever be the end of everything. By the time he understood, the seeds were stars, and the stars were teeth, and all his power bought the world was a few more breaths and a beautiful, useless death. Here, now, with his hand on the slab, the dark was small again, quiet again, early again. It would never be this small again in his lifetime, or it would not have been, if a dead boy on a backwater had stayed dead. But a dead boy had not stayed dead. A sovereign had fallen across the ruin of a universe and landed 3 centuries early, with his eyes open and his pride burned out of him, on the one world where the knife had only just begun to press. That changed everything. Not tonight, not this seed, but everything. 300 years. He had felt the number when he first woke, and here was the proof of it, humming under his hand. The dark already knew about Kangwu. The clock was already running. He had not been dropped into a peaceful world with a distant, abstract doom. He had been dropped onto a world with the knife already at its throat, 3 centuries from the cut, and he alone could feel the blade. He could destroy this seed. The thought came, cold and immediate. Even in this ruined body, he knew exactly how. It would cost him, it might cost him badly, but a single early seed, undefended, was within even his crippled reach. He could dig it out and end it tonight. And then what? The tide would simply cast another thread, and he would have spent himself and shown his hand, and gained one world a few years it would lose anyway, because the seed was not the enemy. The seed was a symptom. Killing it here, weak, alone, was exactly the proud, Headstrong, lone hero move that had cost him everything the first time. Fighting the wound instead of the disease, spending strength he did not have on a battle that did not matter. No, he would leave it. He would leave it drinking in the dark, and he would carry the knowing of it down the mountain like a coal in his chest, and he would do the hard, patient, humble thing instead. Get strong, get the pill path back, find the others who could be made to believe, and build, over years, over the whole 300 years if that was what it took, the thing that could meet the tide when it came. The seed could have its few centuries of quiet feeding. He would have the same centuries to make sure that when the sky finally opened over Kangwu, the dark found something waiting that it had never found at the end of his first life. A world that was ready. He took his hand from the cold slab. He stood, and he looked at the dead gray stone and the lightless mine and the small patient horror humming beneath it, and he made the seed a promise, quiet and certain, in the rain. Not this world, he said. Not this time. I know what you are now. And this time, I have 300 years and nothing left to be proud about. He turned his back on it and started down the slope. Drink while you can. Sulan was where he had left her, behind the boulder, soaked through and white-faced and waiting. She had not run. Of course she had not run. She rose when she saw him, searching his face in the dark, and whatever she found there made her go quiet. Your face, she said softly. You look like a man who just read his own death letter. Not mine, Tian, said. But I read something up there. Something I will explain when we are far from this mountain, and I have the words for it. He took her cold hand, awkwardly, because a sovereign did not take frightened girls by the hand, and had to be told by the dead boy's memory how it was done, and drew her back down the path, away from the dead stone and the patient hum. For now, know only this. The reason I cannot stay is bigger than the clan. It is bigger than this whole mountain. And the only way I can do anything about it is to leave, and grow strong, and not waste a single one of the years I have. Do you still want to come? Knowing I am walking towards something terrible and not away from it. Sulan was quiet for a few steps. Then she said, simply, you gave me a pill and called me brave. You're the first who ever has. They called me the kitchen girl. Were you there? Or nothing at all? She tightened her grip on his hand. I'd rather walk towards something terrible with the one person who thinks I'm brave than stay safe and be nothing for the rest of my life. So yes, I'm coming. Stop asking. And the last sovereign, who had spent a whole immortal lifetime certain that other people were weights to be carried or tools to be spent, walked down a dead mountain in the rain holding the hand of a kitchen girl with no talent at all, and felt, faintly, strangely, for the first time in 500 years, a little less alone. He did not have a word for it. He filed it away with everything else he did not yet understand, a small warm thing in a cold chest, and kept walking. They did not go back to the clan. There was nothing there for either of them now but a noose. Instead, they came down off the north slope, skirted the sleeping town in the last of the dark, and slipped into the pine woods at the mountain's foot, where Sulan, sensible, practical Sulan, had 100 small kindnesses ready that a sovereign would never have thought of. A bundle she had hidden in a hollow log a season ago, just in case, full of dried meat and hard bread and a flint and a spare cloak. The names of the streams that were safe to drink. The trick of walking on pine needles so you left no track. She had been quietly preparing to run from this place her whole life, he realized. She had only ever lacked a reason and a direction. He gave her the direction as the sky began to gray. East, he said, and down, off these mountains, out of the clan's reach, toward the lowlands. He had been sorting the dead boy's memories all night for this. The boy had never traveled, but servants heard things, and merchants' talk and caravan gossip had left a rough map in the corners of his mind. There is a city, weeks from here, on the great river. Qingyan City, big enough to have a true cultivation market, big enough to have an alchemy hall, and sects that take in outside disciples, and herbs worth the name, and masters worth learning from. His jaw set. That is where I begin. A backwater clan cannot make me what I need to be, not in the time I have. But a city like Qingyan can be the first rung. I get strong there. I get the pill path back, properly, with real tools and real fire. And then I climb, city by city, sect by sect, all the way to the top of this world and past it. Sulan absorbed this. Qingyan City, she repeated. I've heard the caravan men talk about it. They say a single spirit herb there costs more than the whole clan earns in a year. They say there are cultivators who can fly. They say, she bit her lip. They say people like us don't last a day in a place like that. No clan, no money, no name. People like the children you knew? No? Tian, you agreed. But you are not that child anymore, Sulan. You took a spirit pill from a chicken pot last night, and the boy beside you is not what he looks like. He glanced at her, and there was the ghost of something dry and almost amused in it. We will surprise them. That is rather the point of us. That won a small, startled laugh out of her, even tired and frightened as she was, and they walked on into the graying woods, east and down, two ragged figures leaving the only world either body had ever known. As they walked, Tian Yu took the measure of the mountain he truly had to climb. Not the one of pine and stone under his feet, but the one inside himself. He had been a sovereign. The word meant nothing on Kangwu, but in the myriad heavens it had meant the very roof of the world. The ladder of power ran long, and he knew every rung of it by heart, because he had climbed all of them once. Body forging first, the rung he stood on now, where immortal hardened flesh and bone into something that could hold chi at all. Then chi condensation, where Zhao Gang and the road rogues crawled, gathering true power for the first time. Then foundation establishment, the rung the gray stranger 2 days off had reached, a living legend on a backwater like this. And on, and up, past golden core, past nascent soul, past soul formation, to the threshold of the immortal realms themselves. And then up again through tiers most cultivators never even heard names for, all the way to the cold high seat where a sovereign stood and looked down on creation. He had stood there, and then the dark had pulled him down off it and eaten him, and now he started again from the bottom rung of all, in a beggar's body, on a starved little world. It did not break him, because he knew something now that the proud young climber of his first life never had. The latter was not the point. He had climbed it once with raw strength, and raw strength had failed. This time he would climb it twice over, once as a cultivator, and once as an alchemist, the two paths braided into one. For there was a second ladder, the one he had sneered at and refused, and he saw it now with clear eyes. Apprentice first, then the 9 grades of the Pillmaster, 1st through 9th, each one a world harder than the last. And at the top, a rank the heavens spoke of in whispers, the Pill Sovereign, who could refine the medicine of immortals. No one in 10,000 years had ever stood at the top of both ladders at once. The proud ones climbed the first and scorned the second. The patient ones climbed the second and were too weak to matter. He would do both. He had to, because the dark ate raw strength, and only refined power, the pills, the medicine, the craft of the despised alchemists, could arm a world against it. To save Kangwu, and the worlds beyond it, he could not simply become strong again. He had to become the one thing the cosmos had never produced, and had died for the lack of, a sovereign of the sword and the furnace both. 300 years to do it, from the lowest rung of all, in a body the world had thrown away. He almost smiled. It was, by any honest measure, impossible. But he had done the impossible once already, climbing those rungs the first time with nothing but a poor mountain boy's stubbornness and rage. He had all of that still. And this time he had 500 years of knowing on top of it, and a reason far larger than his own pride. And he glanced sideways at the girl trudging beside him, humming under her breath, already practicing the slow breathing he had shown her without being told to. He had something he had never once had on the first climb. Company. You're doing the breath wrong, he said. Sulan startled. I am not. You are holding it at the top. Don't. Let it turn over, slow, like water in a bowl you tilt. He demonstrated, one quiet breath. There is no hurry. There is never any hurry on this road. That is the first thing, and the hardest, and it took me a whole life to learn it. She tried again, frowning with concentration, and got it a little less wrong, and looked absurdly pleased with herself, and Tian Yu found the small warm thing in his cold chest had not gone away. They walked on, east and down, a fallen immortal and a kitchen girl, 2 of the weakest things on a weak little world, and the strongest thing on it, too. Behind and above them, the clan was waking to a bad morning. A crippled elder, a maimed young master, a vanished demon servant, and a kitchen girl gone with him. It would not be long before the hunt came down the mountain after them. Tian Yu could feel it gathering at his back, like a storm building. He kept the pace steady and did not hurry, because a hunted man who hurries makes mistakes, and a sovereign did not make mistakes twice. But the clan's hunt was not the thing that found them first. They walked through that first day and into the next, down out of the high pines toward the lowland road. Tian Yu cultivated as he walked, a thing no mortal cultivator could do, holding the slow turn of chi steady through every step, mending and building with each breath. By the second evening the body had crossed into the 3rd layer of body forging, and the worst of its ruin was behind it. He was still weak. He was less than weak by the measure of the man he had been. But he was no longer dying, and the difference between dying and merely weak is the whole world. Sulan kept them fed and unseen. She found the safe streams. She snared a hill hare with a trap of bent saplings while Tian Yu was still working out which end of the bundle held the flint. She talked, too, filling the long silences with the small, ordinary chatter of a girl who had never once had someone who would listen, and Tian Yu, who had commanded armies and did not know how to make small talk, found that he did not have to. He only had to listen, and she was content with that. It was the kind of company he had not known in 500 years of being feared. It could not last. They smelled the bandits' fire before they saw the men. 3 of them, camped where the pine track met the lowland road, exactly where men who preyed on travelers would camp. 2 were nothing, common toughs with knives. The 3rd was the danger. A lean, scarred man with the hard, pressing aura of a cultivator. Chi condensation, 2nd layer, Tian Yu judged at a glance. 2 full realms above the body he wore. On this road, on this frontier, a 2nd layer chi condensation rogue was a king, and he rose with a slow grin as the boy and the girl came around the bend too late to slip away. Well, the scarred man said, drawing a saber. Look what walked into supper. A pretty kitchen girl and a half-dead boy. His eyes went to the bundle on Su Lan's back, then to Su Lan herself, and the grin widened into something that made Tian Yu's calm go very cold and very flat. Hand over everything you carry. Then the girl stays a while. Behave, and the boy walks away breathing. That's a better deal than you'll get from anyone else on this road. Sulan went stiff with fear beside him. Tian Yu stepped in front of her. Walk away, he said quietly. I am giving you the one warning I have time for. Walk away, and you keep your legs. The two toughs laughed. The scarred man did not. Something in the boy's voice, flat, certain, entirely without fear, touched the animal part of him that had kept him alive on this road for years, and his grin faltered for half a breath. Then he looked again at the thin, ragged, third-layer body-forging child in front of him, and his sense told him there was nothing there to fear, and he chose to believe his sense. It was the wrong choice. A sovereign's senses lied on purpose. The scarred man's told him the truth, and the truth was a trap. Brave little corpse, the bandit said, and came in fast, saber rising, 2 realms of strength behind it, certain it was over. Tian Yu had already read him. The man fought like every frontier rogue. All forward weight, no guard behind the first blow, a style built to terrify weaker prey into freezing. His chi ran rough and unbalanced, the cultivation of a man who had brawled his way up with no master and no foundation. There were a dozen flaws in him. Tian Yu only needed one. He did not meet the saber. He stepped inside it, slow by his old measure, a blur by this body's, his 3 layers of body forging spent in one perfect economical motion. And as the heavy blade swept past his ear, he drove 2 stiff fingers into the soft point under the man's arm, where a rough cultivator never thought to guard, where the chi channel feeding the whole right side ran close to the surface. Thud! The scarred man's right arm died. The saber fell from fingers that no longer answered. He had one instant to gape, and in that instant Sulan, pill-strong and furious and braver than she had any right to be, swung the iron pot from the bundle two-ended into the back of his head with a clang that dropped him face-first into his own fire. The 2 toughs stopped laughing. They looked at their groaning king in the embers, and at the half-dead boy who had not so much as breathed hard, and at the kitchen girl with the pot, and they did the only sensible thing frontier cowards ever did. They ran. Tian Yu let them go. He crouched by the scarred man, took the storage pouch from his belt. It was a real one, a cultivator's pouch, with a scatter of low spirit stones inside and a few rough pills and a spare saber, a small fortune to 2 runaways with nothing. Then he stood. You hunt the weak because the weak cannot answer, he told the dazed, whimpering bandit. You met one who could. Lie there and think about the difference. It is the only lesson this road will ever give you for free. He turned to Sulan. She was staring at the pot in her hands, then at him, her eyes huge. I hit a cultivator with a soup pot, she said faintly. You hit him very well, Tian Yu said. A laugh burst out of her, shaky and bright, and she pressed the back of her hand to her mouth. We're going to die out here, aren't we? Not today, Tian Yu said. It was the small habit that had already grown up between them, and she steadied at it. They took the spirit stones, because they needed them. They took the spare cloak and the dried rations from the bandit stores, because the road was long. And Tian Yu took the rough pills the man had carried, and turned them over in his fingers with quiet contempt. They were clumsy, impure, third-rate city pills, the kind a low rogue could afford. To anyone on this frontier, they were treasure. To his eyes, they were proof of how far this little world had to climb. He could make better in a chicken pot. He would make better, in time, than any furnace in this whole star had ever produced. And that, in the end, was the mistake, though it was not one he could have known to avoid. Because making a spirit pill, even a poor one, even in a chicken pot in a leaking storehouse, releases something into the world. A clean, refined pillora. On a rich world, it would mean nothing, lost in the noise of 10,000 alchemists. On a starved backwater like Kangwu, where the nearest alchemist who could refine so much as a healing salve was 1,000 li away, it rang out across the dark like a single struck bell in a silent hall. And on the lowland road, 2 days out and closing fast, something that had been passing high overhead in the night, something far, far stronger than any clan elder or frontier rogue, had heard that bell, and turned, and come down to find out who in this forgotten corner of the world had just made a pill. But that was still 2 days off, and the road in between gave Tian Yu the first quiet he had known since the lane. They made a small fire that second night, deep in a fold of the hills where the light would not show. Sulan cooked the snared hare with a few wild roots, the best thing either of them had eaten in years, and for a while they simply sat in the warmth and did not speak. Then Sulan, tired and frightened, began to ask her careful questions. The thing in the lane, she said, not looking at him, turning a stick in the fire. When you changed, did the old Tian Yu die? The one who shared my buns. Her voice was very small. Is he gone? Or is he still in there, somewhere, under the rest of you? Tian Yu was quiet a long moment. It was a fair question, and she deserved a true answer, and the true answer was hard. Both, he said at last. His body lives. His memories are in me. I know the kitchen, the steward, the buns, the 4 cold years. I know you were the only kindness he had, and I carry that the same as he did. He looked into the fire. But the one who thinks, the one talking to you now, no. That is someone else. Someone old. I will not lie to you, and say your friend is only sleeping. He met her eyes across the flames. I am sorry. You lost him in that lane. What you saved and dragged through the mud and fed your last bun to was a stranger wearing his face. Sulan was quiet. The fire popped. Then she said, slowly, but you carry what he felt. About me being kind. Yes. Then a piece of him isn't gone. It's in the part of you that bothered to make a frightened kitchen girl a magic pill, so she'd be safe. She wiped her eyes, fierce and quick, and lifted her chin. I'll take that. A stranger who's that kind is better company than most of the people who knew me my whole life. She poked the fire. Besides, somebody has to make sure the 500-year-old immortal eats his vegetables and doesn't walk off a cliff thinking deep thoughts. A sound came out of Tianyu that surprised them both. It took him a moment to recognize it. He had not made it in a very, very long time. It was a laugh, short, rough, real. Eat your vegetables, he agreed gravely, and she grinned. And across 500 years in a dead universe, in the firelight of a backwater world, the last sovereign found that being known by one ordinary, stubborn, kind person was worth more than all the worship of all the heavens he had ever ruled. Before he slept, he showed her one small thing. A breathing pattern, simple and slow, the first step on the road every cultivator walked. Breathe like this, he said, every night before you sleep, and one day the chi will answer. You have no spirit root worth the name. Neither, now do I. We will both climb the hard way, the honest way, a strength that cannot be stolen. He paused. It is the better way. I know that now. It took me a whole life in a dead world to learn it. Sulan breathed, slow and careful, her brow furrowed in concentration. And somewhere under the starless sky, two rootless runaways sat by a small fire and began, together, the longest climb there was. They felt it on the third dawn. Or rather, Tianyu felt it, and went very still in the middle of the road, and put out a hand to stop Sulan. The pressure came down out of the pale morning sky. It was not hot and clumsy like Zhao Gang's, not rough like the bandits, but smooth, deep, and immense, the controlled aura of a cultivator so far above anything on this frontier that the comparison was almost funny. Foundation establishment at the least, Tianyu judged, and his cold calm sharpened to an edge. Perhaps higher. On Kangwu, a foundation cultivator was a living legend, a thing spoken of in stories, a power that simply did not walk roads like this one. And it was descending, straight toward them, slow and certain, like a hawk dropping on a mouse that has not yet seen the shadow. A figure came down through the thinning mist and settled onto the road 20 paces ahead, light as a falling leaf, robes of deep gray silk barely stirring. A cultivator, neither young nor old, with calm, clever, unhurried eyes that found the ragged boy at once and did not so much as glance at the frightened girl or the bandit's pouch or anything else. The eyes stayed on Tianyu, on a half-dead, third-layer body-forging servant child in a stolen cloak. Now this, the stranger said, in the smooth, amused voice of a person who has found something far more interesting than they expected, is a very strange thing. I felt a pill made 3 nights ago, a real one, a clean one, out here, in the middle of nowhere, on a world that cannot make pills. The clever eyes moved over Tianyu, slow, weighing, missing nothing. I came a long way out of my road to learn who made it. I expected a hidden master, a runaway alchemist, something that made sense. A faint, dangerous smile. Instead, I find a starving child 2 realms from being able to light a candle. So I will ask you only once, little one, and I would think very carefully about the answer. Tianyu's mind moved fast and cold behind his still face. He measured the stranger as he had measured Zhao Gang, and the reading was not comforting. This was no flawed frontier brawler. The gray-robed cultivator's chi was deep and clean and perfectly controlled, the foundation solid all the way down, no crack to find in turn. Foundation establishment, true and whole. A power Tianyu could not touch, not in a third-layer body-forging body, not with 100 clever tricks. If this one decided to kill him, he died. If this one decided to take him, he was taken. There was no flaw to exploit and no strength to meet it with. For the first time since he had woken in the lane, Tianyu stood in front of something he simply could not beat. So he would not fight it. He would do the other thing, the thing the proud young genius of his first life had never once been willing to do. He would think. He would talk. He would find the shape of what this person wanted and use it. The stranger wanted the pill maker. That much was plain. A foundation cultivator did not turn off their road and drop out of the sky onto a backwater for a starving child. They did it for a resource. A clean pill on a world that could not make pills meant a hidden alchemist, and a hidden alchemist was worth more than gold to the right buyer. This one had come hunting treasure. The danger was real. But a person hunting treasure could be reasoned with in a way a person hunting blood could not, and treasure that talked back and bargained was worth more whole than broken. Behind him, Tianyu felt Su Lan stop breathing. He did not look at her. He kept every flicker of the calculation off his face. He simply looked up at the gray-robed cultivator with the calm, level, fearless eyes that had unsettled 3 boys and a clan elder and a frontier rogue, the eyes of a thing far older than its small body, and he let the silence stretch 1 beat longer than a frightened child should. The pressure tightened, gentle and absolute, until the air itself seemed to lean in to listen. Who? The stranger said softly, made that pill. And Tianyu, 12 years old, 3 layers into the lowest realm there was, 2 days from a grave, looked the foundation cultivator in the eye and gave the answer that would decide whether the next hour ended with a new road or a shallow one. I did, he said. I did, Tian Yu said again, into the silence, and watched the Foundation cultivator's clever eyes change. For a moment the man simply stared. Then he laughed. It was a short, disbelieving sound, the laugh of someone who has been told a joke in the wrong place. You did, he repeated. A child 2 days from a grave, 3 rungs into body forging, made a clean first-grade spirit pill, on a world that cannot refine so much as a healing salve. He shook his head slowly. Little one, I have walked these roads for 90 years. I have heard every lie a desperate mouth can make. Do you know what I think? I think you are protecting someone. A master, a teacher, hiding in those hills, who made that pill and sent a brave child out to take the blame. The smile thinned. So let me make this simple. Tell me where the real alchemist is, and I will leave you and the girl your lives. Lie to me again, and I will take you apart slowly until the truth falls out. Sulan made a small, terrified sound behind him. Tian Yu did not move, and did not look away, and his voice stayed flat and calm. There is no master in the hills, he said. There is a chicken pot, 3 poor herbs, and a cracked spirit stone the cook used to flavor tea. I made the pill with those. If you do not believe me, do not threaten me. Test me. He nodded at the storage pouch on the man's belt, the deep, well-stocked pouch of a wealthy traveler. You carry materials. You carry a furnace, or something like one. Give me herbs and a flame, and I will make you a pill while you watch, and then you will stop wasting both our time. The cultivator went still. It was not the answer of a frightened child protecting a teacher. It was the answer of someone who knew exactly what he was talking about, and the man on the road had walked enough years to hear the difference. Bold, he said at last, softly. Very bold. He studied Tian Yu for a long moment, head tilted, and something hungry and careful woke in the clever eyes. My name is Gu Yan. I am what the polite call a spirit merchant and the honest call a broker. I find rare things on poor roads, rare herbs, rare beasts, rare people, and I sell them to those above who can pay. A child who can refine pills on a dead world would be the rarest thing I have found in 90 years. He spread his hands. So yes, I will test you. And understand, little one, if you are real, this is the luckiest day of your short life, and also the day you stop belonging to yourself. Real or not, you are coming with me. The only thing the test decides is whether you come as treasure or as a corpse I cut a sample from. He crouched, set down a small folding furnace from his pouch, a real one, bronze, worth more than the whole Zhao clan, and laid out herbs beside it. Good herbs. Far better than anything Tian Yu had touched in this life. There, Gu Yan said, and his smile was a blade. Spirit gathering grass. Cloud marrow root. A first-tier beast core. The makings of a true, first-grade chi-gathering pill. The pill every young cultivator on a real world begs and saves for. The one that builds the foundation for the whole climb to come. He sat back on his heels, certain, amused. I have watched grown alchemists with 30 years of training fail that pill. Make it, child. Make it in front of me, and I will believe you are real. The smile sharpened. Fail, and I will know you lied, and the girl pays first. Tian Yu looked at the furnace, and the herbs, and the smug, dangerous man waiting for a starving child to fail. And the last sovereign, who had refined the medicine of immortals, knelt down on the road to make a beginner's pill. It was almost insulting how easy it was. A first-grade chi-gathering pill was a child's recipe to him, a thing he could have made in his sleep 500 years ago. The only true challenge was the body. 3 layers of body forging had a thin, weak store of chi, and refining drank chi, and he had to spend carefully or faint. So he worked slow. He lit the little furnace. He cleaned the herbs with a touch, stripping the dead outer matter no mortal eye could see. He fed them in by feel, in their order, at their moments, and folded the rising energy with a will that had commanded the roof of the world, and the small bronze furnace began to hum a clean, sweet note it had likely never made for its owner. Gu Yan's amused smile faded, line by line, as he watched. Because he knew alchemy. A broker had to know what he was buying. And what he was watching made no sense. The child's hands were sure where they should have fumbled. The folds went where a master would put them, not where a guesser would. There was no waste, no panic, no second-guessing. There was only the calm, economical certainty of someone who had done this 10,000 times. The herbs gave up more virtue than they should have. The energy gathered tighter than it should have. And when the light folded in and the furnace cooled, Tian Yu tipped a single pill out into his palm. It was perfect. Round, clear, faintly glowing, with the dense, clean sheen that even a master managed only on his best day with his best materials. A flawless first-grade chi-gathering pill, made by a starving child in a borrowed furnace on a dead road, fast and calm, and without a single error. Gu Yan did not speak for a long moment. When he did, his voice had lost all its amused edge. That is not possible, he said quietly. That is a flawless grade 1 pill. Do you understand what? There are men in Qingyun City, master alchemists with their own halls, who would weep to make that pill that clean. He looked from the pill to the child's calm face, and for the first time something like unease moved under his greed. What are you? I am the one who made the pill, Tian Yu said. He closed his hand around it. You wanted proof. You have it. Now we talk about what happens next, and it is not what you think. Gu Yan's unease hardened back into greed, and then into something uglier. A treasure this great did not get to set its own terms. No, he said, rising, and the foundation pressure rolled out again, heavier now, crushing. What happens next is that you come with me, and you make pills like that one until I am the richest broker in the eastern reaches. You will be fed. You will be kept. You will live a far better life than the gutter that made you. But you will do it on a leash, child, because a thing this valuable does not get left to wander. He reached down toward Tianyu, slow and certain, a foundation cultivator taking what he wanted from a creature that could not stop him. Be sensible. Don't make me damage the merchandise. Tianyu let the hand come within an inch of his shoulder. Then he said, very quietly, how long have you been dying, Guyan? The hand stopped. Everything stopped. When you broke into foundation, Tianyu went on, calm and low, not moving. You forced it. You were proud, and you were in a hurry, and you pushed the breakthrough before your core was ready. It tore. A small tear, deep, right at the heart of your core, and it never healed clean. You have hidden it for 60 years. You have spent a fortune on pills and masters, and every one of them failed to touch it, because it is not an illness a pill can wash away. It is a wound in the foundation itself. He looked up and met the broker's wide, frozen eyes. It has been growing, slowly, for 60 years, and in the last few it has begun to eat your cultivation faster than you can hold it. You are not climbing anymore, Guyan. You are sliding. Some nights the chi will not gather at all. You have started to wonder how many years you have before the core gives out completely, and a foundation broker becomes a sick old mortal with a pouch full of treasure and no power left to keep it. The road was silent. Sulan stared. Guyan's face had gone gray, and his outstretched hand had begun, very slightly, to shake. You cannot know that, the broker whispered. I have hidden it for 60 years. Told a living soul, not once. How could you possibly? Because I can see it, Tianyu said. The same eyes that made you a flawless pill in a chicken pot can see the wound killing you from the inside. And I will tell you the part that should interest a merchant. He stood, slow, a thin child rising to face a foundation cultivator, and let the broker see he was not afraid. That wound can be healed, not washed over. Healed, root and all, the core mended whole, your climb given back to you. There is perhaps one kind of medicine in all the world that can do it. And there is exactly one person on this road who knows how to make it. He let that sit. You can put me on a leash, Guyan. You can drag a captive alchemist from town to town and squeeze grade 1 pills out of him for coin. But a captive makes what he is forced to make, and a forced hand makes mistakes. And the medicine that mends a torn core is the most delicate thing a master ever attempts. Put me on a leash, and you get pills. You will never get the one pill you actually need. A slave will not save your life. Only a free man with a reason to will. He held out his open hand, not the one with the pill, the empty one, the same gesture two cultivators used to seal a true bargain. So here is my offer, and I will make it only once. Take us, both of us, the girl included, unharmed and free, to Qingyan City. Give us the road, your protection on it, and the materials I ask for. And somewhere along that road, when I judge you have kept your word, I will make you the medicine that gives you back your life. Refuse, and threaten us, and I will simply close my mouth, and you can kill a child on a road and watch the only cure you will ever find die with him. His voice was flat, certain, ancient. You came hunting treasure, broker. You found something worth more than treasure. Be wise enough to know the difference. Guyan stood frozen on the road, a foundation cultivator with all the power, staring at a body-forging child who held the only thing his power could not take. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind in the pines. Then, slowly, the broker lowered his hand. 60 years, he said quietly, almost to himself. 60 years I have carried that wound alone, and a half-dead child reads it off me in a single glance. He let out a long breath, and when he looked at Tianyu again the greed had not gone. A broker's greed never truly went, but it had been joined by something sharper and more useful. Respect. The cold respect of a merchant who has just realized the thing in front of him is worth 100 times what he first thought, and is far too dangerous to simply own. You understand that if you are lying about the cure, I will make the end of your life a very long lesson. I understand, Tianyu said. And you understand that I am the only road back to your own cultivation you will ever find. So neither of us is going to be foolish. He kept his open hand out. Qingyan City. Both of us, free and unharmed. The cure when you have earned it. Yes or no, broker? Guyan looked at the small open hand. And then, with the wary, deliberate care of a man closing the most important deal of his life, he clasped it. Yes, he said. Heaven help me. Yes. And that was how a fallen immortal and a kitchen girl got their ride off the frontier, not as captives, and not as beggars, but as the most carefully handled cargo a 90-year-old broker had ever carried, with a foundation cultivator's protection over them, and a leash of his own around his neck. Sulan did not trust him for a moment. He's going to betray us, she whispered to Tianyu that night, while Guyan slept across the fire, or pretended to. The second you cure him, he'll sell us both. I can see it in his face. He counts everything. He's counting us right now. Of course he is, Tianyu murmured back. He is a broker. Counting is what he is. He will look for an angle every hour of every day until we part ways, and the day I cure him is the most dangerous day we will spend with him. He glanced at her, and there was the faint dry edge in it that she was learning to recognize. Which is why I will not fully cure him until the very last step, with us already inside Qingyun's walls and free to vanish into a city of 1,000,000 strangers. A broker keeps a deal exactly as long as the deal still owes him something. So I will make sure it always does, right up until the moment we no longer need him. He settled back against the cart. You were right not to trust him, Sulan. Keep not trusting him, but trust that I have handled more dangerous men than one greedy broker, and go to sleep. She did, eventually. Tianyu did not. He sat awake against the cart and watched the unfamiliar stars and cultivated, slow and patient, drinking in the night air. And even the air was different now. They had come down off the dead frontier into settled country, and the world had begun to change around them. He had forgotten, in the gray starvation of Kangwa's edge, that a world could be rich. Guyan's cart was drawn by a spirit ox, a great placid beast with qi humming in its blood, that pulled them down the lowland roads faster than any mortal animal could run, league after league, while the frontier fell away behind them. And the further they came from the dead edge of the world, the more spirit energy thickened in the air, until Tian, you could feel it gathering on his skin like warmth from a fire. On Kangwa's frontier, qi had been a sour trickle. Here it was a slow, steady river. To a mortal it meant nothing. To a cultivator it meant everything. It meant a man could climb here, where on the frontier he could only crawl. By the second day they passed their first true cultivation town, and Sulan's eyes went round as coins. It was not large, as these things went. Guyan said it was a market town of no importance, a place he would not have stopped at in better days. But to two children from a backwater clan, it was a wonder out of a story. There were cultivators everywhere, in robes of real silk, their qi clean and bright, walking the streets as casually as farmers. There were shops selling spirit herbs in jade boxes, and talismans that glowed, and pills in little wax-sealed cases. Pills, openly for sale, that the whole Zhao clan could not have afforded in a generation. A young woman flew overhead on a sword, light and bored, not even looking down. A vendor cooled his fruit with a palm-sized frost array. Two boys Sulan's age sparred in a side square with bursts of real qi, laughing, and a crowd tossed them spirit stones for the show. They're everywhere, Sulan breathed, pressed close to Tian Yu's side, gripping his sleeve. Cultivators, just walking around, buying turnips. On the frontier, there was one cultivator in the whole clan, and everyone bowed to him. And here they're common. She looked up at him, half wonder and half fear. Tianyu, how big is the world? Bigger than this town by as much as this town is bigger than your kitchen, Tianyu said quietly. And this is a small, poor corner of it. Qingyun City will make this place look like the frontier looked to you. He watched the bored girl on the flying sword pass overhead, and his face was unreadable. And all of it, every shop, every sword, every laughing child throwing stones at a sparring match, every soul in this rich, busy, comfortable world thinks it is safe. They have never once looked up and wondered what waits past the sky. They do not know the name of the thing that eats worlds. His voice dropped, so only she could hear. That is what I keep seeing, Sulan, when you see wonders. I see a field that does not know it is a field. The richer and happier it is, the worse it makes me feel, because all of it, is exactly what the dark is coming to harvest. Sulan was quiet a moment, holding his sleeve. That's a lonely thing to carry, she said softly. Being the only one who knows. Yes, Tianyu said. He had not expected her to understand it so quickly, and that she had touched the cold thing in his chest in a place he did not have words for. It is. He looked down at her, this ordinary girl who kept reaching the truth of things by simple kindness. Which is why I am glad, more than I can say, that I do not have to carry it entirely alone. Guyan, watching the two of them from the cart with his clever, counting eyes, said nothing. But he filed it away, the same as he filed everything. The strange child who spoke like an ancient and saw wounds hidden from every other eye, and the stubborn girl he clearly cared for. A broker never knew which small fact would one day be worth a fortune. So he kept them all. The trouble came at the river crossing 2 days later. A toll post blocked the only bridge, a crude gate of spirit iron, manned by a dozen young cultivators in matching green robes. Disciples of the Stonefort sect, Guyan murmured, a minor local power that had taken the bridge years ago and taxed everyone who crossed. It was robbery dressed as authority, and on a normal day a foundation broker would have paid a token fee and been waved through with bows, because no minor sect picked a fight with a foundation cultivator. But this was not a normal day, and the disciples were led by a young master who had a nose for weakness. His name was Liang Bo, 6th layer of qi condensation, the sect head's nephew, and he was bored and greedy and cruel in the small way of men with a little power and free reign over those beneath them. He sauntered up to the cart, looked over the rich pouch at Guyan's belt, and then, Tianyu watched it happen. His eyes narrowed, because something about the broker's qi did not sit right. It flickered. It leaked. A foundation cultivator's aura should have been a steady wall, and Guyan's, on a bad day, with his torn core eating at him, guttered like a lamp in a draft. Liangbo smelled it. He did not understand it, but he smelled it, like a dog scenting fear. Well now, he said, grinning, planting himself in the cart's path. A broker, and not a well one, by the look of you. He let his own chi press out, testing, and Guyan's aura wavered under it instead of crushing it flat, and Liang Bo's grin widened into something ugly. Sick, are we? A sick old broker, alone on the road, with a fat pouch and 2 gutter brats. He cracked his knuckles. The toll just went up. Everything in the pouch. The ox. And the girl can stay and serve the lodge a while. We don't see many fresh faces this far out. The other disciples laughed. Sulan went white and shrank against the cart. Guyan's face stayed smooth, but Tianyu, beside him, felt the broker's chi spike and stutter as he tried to draw on power that would not fully come. It was the bad truth of his affliction laid bare. On a good day, Guyan could have flattened this whole post with a thought. Right now, cornered and failing, he could not be sure of beating even one 6th-layer disciple cleanly. And worse, far worse for a broker, if he tried and faltered, the word would spread down every road in the reach. Guyan is dying. Guyan is weak. Guyan can be taken. That rumor would kill him faster than the wound ever could. So the broker hesitated. And a man who hesitates at a toll gate has already lost it. Tianyu stepped down from the cart. Get back up, boy, Guyan said sharply, under his breath. This is not. It's handled, Tianyu said quietly, and walked toward Liang Bo, a thin, ragged child, walking up to a 6th-layer cultivator 3 realms above him, calm as a man strolling to market. It was strange enough that the laughing disciples went quiet. Liang Bo blinked down at him. And what, the young master sneered, is this? A piece of free advice, Tianyu said, stopping just out of arm's reach, for a man about to make a very expensive mistake. He tilted his head, and his calm, ancient eyes moved over Liang Bo, reading him the same as he read everyone. You have a fire tribute cultivation. Strong, for your realm. But you rushed your last layer, 3 months ago, I would guess, and you did not settle it. There is heat pooling in your right meridian that you keep telling yourself is strength. It is not strength. It is a deviation, building. Push it hard in a real fight, and it will turn on you. He said it flat and certain, a diagnosis, not a threat. You are not as far from your own ruin as you think, young master. And you are about to bet your life on a fight you have badly misjudged, because you think that broker is the dangerous one in this cart. Liang Bo's grin faltered. The thing about the heat in his meridian. He had felt it, 3 months back, after his last breakthrough, and kept it to himself. Same as Guyan. Same as everyone. Everyone had a wound they hid, and the child had reached straight into his, and named it on a public bridge. How? He started. Because I am an alchemist, Tianyu said, and a far better one than your whole sect has ever met. That is what is in this cart, young master. Not a sick broker and 2 brats. An alchemist who can read the flaw in your cultivation at 10 paces, and who could, just as easily, have handed you a pill that fixed it and made you grateful for the rest of your life. He let that land, and watched the greed war with the fear in the young man's face. You have a choice. You can rob a cart and take a fat pouch and a girl, and earn the lasting hatred of the one person in 100 li who could have healed the wound that is going to cripple you. Or you can let 3 travelers cross a bridge, and remember, when the heat in your meridian gets worse, and it will, that you were once polite to an alchemist on the Stoneford Road. He turned, unhurried, presenting his back to a cultivator who could have killed him in a heartbeat, and walked toward the gate. Lift the bar. We are crossing. And Liang Bo, settle that meridian before winter, or you will not need robbing. Your own core will do the job. The bridge was very quiet. And then Liang Bo, pale and shaken and no longer grinning at all, jerked his head at the gate. The bar came up. The cart rolled through onto the bridge, the ox plodding, Guyan staring straight ahead, with an expression you had not seen on him before, and the green-robed disciples parting in silence to let 2 gutter brats and a sick broker pass like nobles. Without a blade drawn or a fist thrown, a 6th-layer young master had folded to a body-forging child on the strength of nothing but knowing, which was, Tianyu reflected as the bridge fell behind them, by far the cheapest victory there was, and the one the proud young fool of his first life had never once known how to win. Guyan did not speak until the toll post was out of sight. Then he said, slowly, you could have done that for me. At any toll, any gate. You read his wound, and you turned the whole thing without a drop of blood. He looked at the child with new, careful eyes. You are not just an alchemist, are you? An alchemist makes pills. You handle people. Like a man who has commanded them. Many of them. For a very long time. I told you I would surprise you, Tianyu said. You did not tell me you were a general, Guyan muttered, and shook his head, and drove the ox on, and did not ask the question burning behind his clever eyes, because some part of him had begun to suspect he did not want the answer. That night, with better materials than he had ever held in this life, herbs Guyan grudgingly parted with from the deep stores of his pouch. In the careful spirit of a man feeding an investment, Tianyu made himself a true chi-gathering pill, and took it, and at last crossed the line he had been climbing toward since the storehouse. The pill's clean energy poured into a body he had spent days rebuilding stone by stone, and the foundation he had laid held it, all of it, without a crack. The chi gathered in his sealed dantian, more and richer than the thin trickle the frontier had allowed, and turned, and built, and pressed, gently, without strain, because he had built the body to be ready, against the wall at the top of body forging. The wall gave. Chi condensation. The first layer. The realm where true cultivation began, where a body stopped merely hardening and began to gather real power. To the man he had been it was a joke, a thing for children. But Tianyu sat in the dark by the Spiridox cart and felt true chi turn in him for the first time since the lane, real power, however small, answering his will again after the long humiliation of the ruined flesh, and the cold, clear calm of him warmed by a single degree. The climb was real now. The bottom of the ladder was behind him. There were a great many rungs left, more than any mortal could imagine, but he was on the ladder proper at last, and climbing. Across the dead fire, Su Lan stirred, frowned in her sleep, and, without waking, drew one slow, perfect cultivator's breath, the pattern he had taught her, and deep in her ordinary, talentless body, for the very first time, a single faint thread of chi answered. It was the smallest thing. She would not even notice it for days. But Tianyu noticed. He watched the girl who had dragged him out of death sleep and breathe, and, with no spirit root and no teacher but a fallen immortal, take her own first step onto the longest road there was. And he thought that perhaps, this time, he would not climb it alone after all, and that perhaps that was the whole point of having been sent back. He gave Gu Yin the first taste of his cure 3 nights later, and it changed everything between them. He had a reason for the timing. Gu Yin had kept his word so far. He had fed them, sheltered them, turned no blade on them, and a deal honored deserved a deal honored back. But there was a colder reason too. A broker who saw nothing for his trouble grew restless, and a restless foundation cultivator was a danger. So Tianyu chose a quiet camp, well off the road, and told Gu Yin to sit, and made him a pill that no master alchemist within 1,000 li of this place could have made. It was not a grade 1 pill. It was not the medicine of children. To mend a torn core, even to begin to mend one, took a 3rd-grade pill at the least, a thing of layered, contrary energies that had to be folded together in an order so precise that one wrong breath turned the whole thing to poison. Gu Yin knew that. He had spent a fortune over 60 years searching for an alchemist who could even attempt it, and never found one. So he watched, hardly breathing, as a child 2 realms beneath him built a 3rd-grade core-mending pill in a folding furnace by a roadside fire. And he watched the calm, the certainty, the total absence of doubt, and somewhere in the middle of it the last of his disbelief quietly died. The pill came out deep red and slow-glowing, heavy with folded power. Tianyu held it out. "This will not finish it," he said. "It is the first of several. It will mend perhaps a 5th of the tear and stop the bleeding, and give you back a measure of what the wound has been eating. You will feel the difference at once. The rest comes in stages, on the road, and the last of it inside Qingyun, when our deal is done." He met the broker's eyes. "I am telling you this plainly, so there is no misunderstanding. This is real. It works. And it is not finished, and only I can finish it. Now take it, and feel for yourself that I have not been lying to you." Gu Yin took the pill in a hand that was not quite steady, and swallowed it, and closed his eyes. For a long moment, nothing. Then the broker's breath caught. His aura, that guttering, leaking, failing thing, flickered and steadied, and for the first time in 60 years began, very slightly, to mend. Tianyu watched him feel it. The cool, clean energy sank down into the deep wound at his core, found the old tear that no pill had ever reached, and began, gently, to knit it closed. The broker made a small, broken sound. When he opened his eyes they were wet, and the clever, counting greed had gone out of them entirely, replaced by something raw. 60 years, he whispered. 60 years I have felt it eating me. Every master I begged, every fortune I spent, and they all said the same thing. It cannot be healed. Learn to live with it. Prepare your affairs. And a child mends it by a campfire in a single night. He looked at Tianyu, and for once the broker had no angle, no calculation, nothing but the naked gratitude of a dying man who has just felt life come back into him. "Whatever you are, wherever you came from, I do not care anymore. You have given me back my road." He bowed his head, an actual bow, a foundation cultivator bowing to a body-forging child by a roadside. "Ask me for anything within my power on the way to Qingyun, and it is yours. Then teach me the world," Tianyu said. "I have been away from it a long time." It was truer than Gu Yin could know. "Tell me about Qingyun City, the alchemy hall, the sections, who holds the power, who preys on talent, and what happens to a young genius with no clan behind him who walks into a great city alone." So, on the long road down, the broker talked, and the fallen immortal listened and rebuilt his map of a world 300 years younger than the one he had died in. Qingyun City, Gu Yin said, was one of the great cities of the eastern reaches, a metropolis of perhaps 1,000,000 souls, mortal and cultivator both, built where 2 spirit rivers met. It was ruled in name by a mortal magistrate and in truth by the cultivation powers that mattered. There were 3 great sects with halls inside the walls, a dozen lesser ones, the merchant alliances, and, the thing that mattered most to Tianyu, the Qingyun Alchemy Hall, the largest pill-refining institution for 1,000 li, where alchemists were ranked and tested and licensed, where the rich came to buy and the talented came to rise. "And there is the danger," Gu Yin warned. "A young genius with a great gift and no power behind him is not a lucky boy in a city like Qingyun. He is prey, a flawless first-grade pill from an unknown child. Do you understand what that is worth, and what men will do to own it? Every sect, every merchant house, every powerful alchemist with a hall of his own will want you. Some will offer you a place and a teacher and a future. Some will offer you a collar and a cell and a lifetime of refining pills for their profit. And telling the two apart, in a city of 1,000,000 strangers, is the hardest thing you will do. He glanced at the child, and at the girl, and his new gratitude warred with his old, ingrained caution. I will not lie to you, even now. There was a version of these last weeks where I sold you to the highest bidder and retired on it. You talked me out of it by being worth more alive and free. But not every man you meet in Qingyun will be a broker who can be reasoned with. Some of them will simply take. I know. Tianyu said quietly. I have met men who simply take. I have been the thing they tried to take. He looked down the road, toward the distant smudge on the horizon that was beginning, hour by hour, to resolve into something vast. That is why I will not walk into Qingyun as a treasure to be claimed. I will walk in as an alchemist who chooses his own master, on his own terms. In the open, where taking me quietly is not so easy. A thin, cold edge came into it. Let them want me. Wanting is leverage. The trick, broker, the trick I spent a whole life failing to learn, is to make the powerful need you more than you need them, and then to be patient, and let them spin themselves bidding. Guyan looked at the child for a long moment, and then laughed softly, and shook his head. A general, he said again, and a merchant after my own heart. Heaven help Qingyun. And he drove the ox on toward the rising city. Faster now, his mended core humming with the first true strength he had felt in 60 years. A broker who had set out to capture a treasure and found himself, against all his instincts, becoming something closer to a partner. Qingyun City rose out of the river plain like a thing from a dream, and even Tianyu, who had ruled the roof of the world, felt the small body's breath catch at the sight of it. He had told Sulan it would make the market town look like the frontier. The walls alone were 100 feet of gray spirit stone, carved with wards that hummed against his senses for a mile out. Towers of white jade and dark timber climbed behind them, some so tall their upper floors floated free of the earth on slow-turning arrays. Flying cultivators crossed the sky above the city in their dozens, on swords and on cloud skiffs, and on the backs of great spirit cranes, as common as birds. The two spirit rivers met at its heart in a churn of bright, chi-thick water, and the whole city drank that energy and glowed with it, so that even at midday it shimmered faintly, a place so rich in the stuff of cultivation that to a frontier child it looked like a city built inside a sunbeam. Sulan said nothing at all. She simply stared, her hand white-knuckled on Tianyu's sleeve, and when she finally spoke her voice was very small. People live here? This is a place where people just live? 1,000,000 of them, Guyan said, with the proprietary pride of a man showing off his world. And every one of them, mortal and cultivator alike, thinks Qingyun is the center of creation. He guided the ox toward the great south gate, and the slow river of carts and travelers flowing through it. Stay close, say little, and whatever you do, do not gawk like a frontier rube, or you'll be marked as prey before you've gone 100 paces. Sulan immediately stopped gawking with the desperate seriousness of a girl who very much did not want to be prey, and Tianyu, despite everything, felt the corner of his mouth twitch. They passed through the south gate in the crush of the crowd, and the crowd's eye slid right past 2 ragged children and a road-worn broker, which was, Tianyu noted, exactly as he wanted it. For now, he was a nameless face among 1,000,000 nameless faces. It was the safest thing to be, and he meant to spend it while it lasted. Guyan took them to a quiet inn in a middling district, paid for rooms with the careless ease of a wealthy man, and then, in the privacy of a back room, settled himself and looked at Tianyu with an expression caught between hope and dread. We are inside the walls, the broker said. I have kept my word. Every league of it. He drew a slow breath. Finish it, please. Tianyu studied him a moment. He could, in theory, have held the last of the cure as leverage longer, kept the broker on the leash, squeezed more out of the deal. The proud, grasping creature of his first life would have. But he had sworn, climbing his first rung in a storehouse, that he would not climb the old way, and a man who broke faith with the first ally of his new life would deserve everything that came of it. Guyan had kept his word. So would he. Sit still, Tianyu said. This last one is the deepest. It will hurt. He made the final pill that night, a 4th-grade pill, harder than anything he had attempted in this life, draining his fresh chi condensation cultivation nearly to empty in the making. And when Guyan took it, the broker's whole frame locked rigid, and sweat poured off him, and a low sound tore out of his throat as the medicine reached the last and deepest root of the 60-year wound and burned it closed at last. It hurt. Tianyu had warned him it would. But when it was done, when the broker slumped gasping in his chair, his aura settled into something Tianyu had not felt from him once on the whole road. Whole. Steady. A true foundation cultivator's power, unbroken, climbing again for the first time in 6 decades. Guyan wept and did not bother to hide it. And when he could speak, he said only, it's gone. The drag. The cold. 60 years, and it's just gone. He looked at the exhausted child across the table with something that had passed all the way through gratitude into a kind of awe. You could have ruled me with that, boy. You could have owned a foundation cultivator for the rest of his life, and instead you simply finished it. Why? Because I gave my word. Tian, you said simply. And because the last time I lived, I never once kept faith with anyone, and I died alone at the end of everything, and the only ones beside me had been bought or commanded. He rose, swaying with the drain of the pill. I'm not doing it that way again. Our deal is done, broker. You are free of me, and I of you. Go and climb your road. You have a great deal of it left now. But Guyen, made whole, did not betray them and vanish, as Su Lan had feared. Instead, he caught the boy's thin wrist, gently, and pressed something into his hand, a small jade token, carved with a merchant house seal. A debt this size does not close with a handshake, the broker said roughly. That token is mine. Show it to any branch of the Gu trading house in Qingyun, and they will give you credit, shelter, materials, whatever you need, on my name. It is not enough. It will never be enough. But it is a door open in a city that eats children who have no doors. He hesitated, then added, lower. And a warning, freely given, no charge. Tomorrow the Qingyun Alchemy Hall opens its grand recruitment, the one it holds once in 5 years, to take in new disciples under its masters. Every gifted young alchemist in the reaches will be there, and every power that hunts them. It is the door you came for, boy. The straightest road into the pill world there is. His clever eyes were grave. But it is a gauntlet, and it is washed by hungry men, and the moment you show them what you truly are, you will stop being invisible. Walking carefully. Once they see that flawless hand of yours, there is no walking it back. Su Lan could not sleep that night. Tian Yu found her on the inn's narrow balcony, wrapped in the spare cloak, staring out at the glowing city. He sat down beside her. For a while neither of them spoke. The city hummed below them, bright and endless. It's too big, she said at last. Her voice was small. All of it. The city. The hall. Those geniuses on the steps with their silk and their badges. She pulled the cloak tighter. I keep thinking about the kitchen. A month ago my whole world was a kitchen. I knew where every pot went. I knew everyone's name. And now I'm here, and I don't know anything. And tomorrow you walk into a place full of people who want to own you or kill you. She looked at him. I'm scared, Tian Yu. I'm allowed to say that to you, aren't I? You are, he said. You should. Fear is sense. Only a fool feels nothing. Are you scared? He thought about it. He gave her the truth, because she had earned it. No, he said. Not of the hall. I have stood in front of worse rooms than that one. He looked out at the city. But I am afraid of other things. I am afraid of being too late again. I am afraid the 300 years will not be enough. I am afraid that I will climb and still fail, and the dark will come, and everyone will burn the same as before. His voice was quiet. So yes, I am afraid. Just not of tomorrow. Su Lan was quiet a moment. That's a bigger fear than mine, she said. It is an older one. He almost smiled. Yours is wiser. A big city tomorrow is a real thing you can see. My fear is 300 years away. A man should fear the close thing first. She drew her knees up and rested her chin on them. Tell me the plan, she said. It helps. When I know the plan, I'm less scared. So he told her. Simply, in small pieces she could hold. Tomorrow I enter the trial, he said. I pass it. Not by being the best. By being good enough. I do not want the whole city looking at me yet. I want a place, a teacher, a roof, and time. Quiet time. To climb and to learn this world. He held up one finger. Step 1. A place inside the hall. And me? You stay unseen. You watch from the gallery. You keep Guyan's token. You keep breathing your breaths. He glanced at her. You felt the chi answer last night. Did you think I missed it? Her eyes went wide. You felt that? I thought I imagined it. You did not imagine it. It was real. It was small. And it was real. And it was the first step of a very long road. He looked at her with something steady and certain. You have no spirit root, Su Lan. Neither do I now. The world will tell you that means you can never climb. The world is wrong. I am going to show you just how wrong it is. Slowly. Honestly. The hard road. The one that cannot be stolen. He paused. You dragged a dying boy through the mud because it was right. A person like that should not stay weak forever in a world full of wolves. So you will climb too. Beside me. Not behind. Su Lan stared at him. Her eyes filled, and she scrubbed at them, annoyed. You can't just say things like that, she muttered. I was doing fine being scared, and now I'm something else. Hope, Tian Yu said. It is called hope. I had forgotten it too. We can both relearn it. He stood, and offered her a hand up. Sleep. Tomorrow is a real thing, and it comes early, and you will want your wits for it. She took his hand. She did sleep, after that. And Tian Yu sat alone on the balcony the rest of the night, watching the bright doomed city, and did not sleep at all, because a sovereign needed little, and a sovereign had a great deal to think about. But the cold thing in his chest was a degree warmer than it had been, and the warmth had a name, and the name was breathing softly in the room behind him. The Qingyun Alchemy Hall took up a quarter of the city's eastern district, and on the morning of the grand recruitment, it was the loudest place Tian Yu had stood in since the last sky fell. He went at dawn, with Su Lan beside him. He had tried to leave her safe at the inn, and she had folded her arms and given him a look that ended the argument before it began. They came up the broad white steps into a sea of people, thousands of them, young hopefuls from every clan and sect and merchant house in the reaches, come to compete for a handful of disciple places under the hall's masters. For to be taken as a true alchemy disciple here was to be set on the road to wealth and rank and power, and families had spent fortunes preparing their children for this one morning. It showed. The crowd was a river of fine silk and bright talismans and well-fed, confident young faces. Clan heirs traveled in clusters of guards and servants. Sect disciples wore their colors like armor. Even the poorest entrants had the soft hands and clean robes of children who had never gone hungry. And into this river walked a thin, ragged boy in a stolen road cloak, with a kitchen girl at his side and the dirt of the frontier still under his nails, and the river parted around the two of them the same as a clean stream parts around something it does not want to touch. The looks came at once. Contempt, mostly. A clanless gutter child at the grand recruitment was either a joke or an insult, and the well-bred young geniuses of Qingyun were happy to treat him as both. Did a beggar wander in? Someone laughed. Smell that. Frontier mud. Someone should tell it the soup kitchen is on the west side. Tion, you let it roll off him. He had been the waste of a backwater clan for 4 years in a dead boy's memory, and he had ruled the heavens for an age in his own, and the sneers of soft children moved him exactly as much as wind moves a mountain. Sulan, beside him, went stiff and red-faced with anger on his behalf, and he touched her arm once, lightly. Let them, he murmured. A man who wastes his temper on barking dogs has it all spent before the wolves come. Watch, and learn the room, and say nothing. The worst of the barking came from a young man in the deep violet robes of a Qingyun alchemy house, with a registered apprentice's jade badge at his belt and the easy arrogance of a prodigy who had never once been told no. Xielin, Tion, you heard the crowd murmur, a true talent, the pride of the Xie family, expected to take one of the top places. He looked the ragged boy up and down with lazy disgust and pitched his voice to carry. They really will let anything onto these steps now, Xielin drawled, and his cluster of hangers-on laughed on cue. Tell me, gutter rat, do you even know what an alchemist is? Have you ever seen a furnace that wasn't under a soup pot? More laughter. He stepped closer, enjoying his audience. Here is some free wisdom, since you'll be gone by midday. Alchemy is not for the clanless. It takes spirit herbs you could never afford, masters who would never waste a breath on you, and a talent your kind simply is not born with. You are wasting a place a real candidate could have used. Crawl back to your gutter before the testing starts and saves everyone the embarrassment of watching you fail. The crowd watched, grinning, waiting for the gutter rat to cringe or flee. Tion, you looked at Xielin for a moment, at the violet robes, the soft hands, the registered badge, the absolute certainty of a boy who had been told he was special since birth and had never once had the world disagree. And he felt, under the cold calm, something that was almost fondness, almost grief. He knew this boy. He had been this boy, 500 years ago. Gifted, proud, certain, untouchable. He knew exactly where the road in front of Xielin led, because he had walked it to its end, and the end was a dead universe and a lonely grave. You may be right, Tion, you said quietly, and the mildness of it clearly disappointed the crowd. Perhaps I will fail by midday. We will see. He held Xielin's gaze a moment longer, and added, without heat, but here is some free wisdom in return, since you offered yours. A talent you were born with and never had to earn is the easiest thing in the world to lose. And the day you lose it, the day you meet something your gift cannot beat, you will have no idea what to do, because you were never taught how to climb. They only ever taught you that you were already at the top. He turned away. I hope, for your sake, you learn better before that day finds you. It is not a kind teacher. Something in the flat certainty of it wiped the grin off Xielin's face and left him oddly unsettled, and the watching crowd's laughter guttered into murmurs, because the gutter rat had not cringed or fled or boasted. He had simply spoken like a man who knew something the prodigy did not, and walked away. Registration, Tion, you said to Sulan, and steered them toward the long tables at the top of the steps, leaving Xielin frowning after him. The proctor at the table was a bored mid-rank hall disciple who took one look at Tion Yu's clothes and reached, without asking, for the stamp marked rejected. Recruitment is for serious candidates, he said flatly. Move along before you waste my ink. I am a serious candidate, Tion Yu said. What is the entry requirement? The proctor sighed, the put-upon sigh of a man forced to explain the obvious to a beggar. Anyone may attempt the trial, he admitted, because those were the hall's ancient rules, and he could not break them. But the first test alone fails 9 in 10, and it is not gentle, and the hall does not refund the dignity of children who try above their station. Name and clan. Tion Yu. No clan. The proctor's brush paused. He looked up, and a flicker of something crossed his bored face. Not respect, but a kind of grim curiosity. The look of a man who has just watched someone volunteer for a beating. No clan, he repeated. On grand recruitment morning. Into the Qingyun trial. He shook his head and wrote the name, and there was almost pity in it. Your funeral, boy. The first test begins at the third bell. Try not to die in the second round. It makes a mess the senior disciples hate to clean. He stamped the slip, accepted, and slid it across, and as Tion Yu's fingers closed on it, the great bronze bell in the hall's central tower began, slow and deep, to toll. The first bell, 2 more, and the gauntlet Gu Yin had warned him of would begin. The door into the pill world, watched by hungry men, in a hall full of geniuses who had spent their whole lives preparing for this morning. Tianyu looked down at the little slip with his clanless name on it, and felt the old, familiar cold settle over him. The cold that came before every fight he had ever walked into. He had crossed a dead universe and 500 years to stand on these white steps. He was not going to be turned away at the door. Whatever happens in there, he said quietly to Su Lan. Stay in the watching gallery and stay unseen. If it goes wrong, you take Gu Yan's token and you vanish into the city, and you do not look back. He squeezed her shoulder once. But it is not going to go wrong. I have been refining pills since before this city had a name. Today I simply have to remember to do it badly enough that they only think I am a genius, and not badly enough to fail. A thin, cold edge of a smile. It has been a very long time since I had to pretend to be less than I am. This should be interesting. The second bell tolled. At the third, the great doors of the inner hall swung open, and the flood of candidates poured through into a vast round chamber under a high dome, and Tianyu got his first look at the gauntlet. 100 furnaces stood in neat rings across the floor, real alchemy furnaces, bronze and squat and humming, each on its own low dais, each with a small heap of materials beside it. Above, ringing the dome, ran a gallery of carved stone seats, and in those seats sat the watchers. There were senior disciples in the hall's colors, robed figures from the great sects come to scout, merchant house agents with hungry eyes, and at the very top, behind a screen of pale jade, the still shapes of the hall's masters themselves. Hundreds of eyes, all of them looking down at the river of young hopefuls flooding the floor. Gu Yan's words came back to Tianyu, quiet and exact. Watched by hungry men. A senior disciple in deep blue stood on a raised platform at the chamber's heart, and when the candidates had filed in, his voice rang out across the dome, carried by an array so it filled every corner. Candidates, welcome to the grand recruitment of the Qingyun Alchemy Hall. His tone was flat and uninterested, the tone of a man who had culled 5 years of hopefuls before this batch and would cull 5 more after. You number nearly 2,000. By nightfall, the hall will take perhaps 30 of you as disciples. The rest will go home. He let that settle over the suddenly nervous crowd. The first test is simple, and it is merciless. Each of you will take a furnace. Each furnace has the materials for a single first-grade chi-gathering pill, the most basic pill there is. You will have the burning of 1 incense stick to refine it. At the end, your pill will be graded. The bottom 9 and 10 are dismissed at once. He paused. We are not interested, in this round, in genius. We are interested in competence. A great many of you have been told your whole lives that you are gifted. Most of you are about to learn what that is worth against a clock and a furnace. Begin when the stick is lit. Find a furnace. The crowd surged. There was shoving and jostling for the furnaces nearest the front where the masters could see best, and the bright, confident faces had gone tight and pale, because for many of them this single incense stick was the hinge their whole future turned on. Tianyu walked, unhurried, to a furnace near the back, where fewer eyes fell, and Su Lan peeled away to the watching gallery as he had told her, finding a place at the rail among the servants and lesser families. He set his hands on the cool bronze and looked at the small heap of materials beside it. Spirit-gathering grass, cloud marrow root, a first-tier beast core, the same makings Gu Yan had thrown down on the road. The same pill he had made flawless in a borrowed furnace days ago, and perfect in a chicken pot before that. And here was the true test of the morning. How much to show? The proud creature of his first life would not even have understood the question. He would have made the most perfect pill the hall had ever seen and dared anyone to say a word. And he would have walked out trailing offers and enemies in equal measure, and he would have learned nothing and kept his own counsel and climbed alone, exactly as before. But Tianyu had died of that. He knew, now, the thing the young genius never knew. Being the most dazzling object in a room full of hungry men was not strength. It was a target painted on your back. Gu Yan had warned him plainly. The moment you show them what you truly are, you will stop being invisible. A flawless pill from a clanless child would not bring him a kind teacher. It would bring him a cage, or a knife, or a bidding war among powers far stronger than a foundation broker, fought over a prize that could not defend itself. So he would not be flawless. Not yet. Not until he understood this hall, and its masters, and which of the hungry men were wolves, and which might be made into allies. Today he needed exactly one thing. To pass, cleanly enough to be taken as a disciple, and set on the legitimate road, and no more. To be a genius, yes. The hall was full of geniuses. One more would draw notice, but survivable notice. To be an impossibility, that he would save for when he had ground beneath his feet. It was, he thought as the incense stick flared a light across the chamber, and 100 furnaces roared to life. A genuinely novel experience. In a whole immortal lifetime, he had never once tried to do a thing worse than his best. He found it harder than excellence. To make a merely very good pill, he had to deliberately leave virtue in the herbs unclaimed, fold the energy a hair less tightly than it wanted to go, hold his own certainty back behind a screen of feigned effort. He had to act. He had to look, to the watchers above, like a talented child concentrating at the edge of his ability, and not like a sovereign refining a beginner's pill in his sleep. He made himself frown. He made his hands move with a young alchemist's careful tension. And under the act, With a fraction of his attention, he built a pill that was excellent and stopped well short of perfect. High grade, clean, the work of a real prodigy, the kind of pill that would place him comfortably among the top of the survivors without screaming to the whole dome that something impossible had walked in off the frontier. Around him, the cull began at once, exactly as the senior had promised. Furnaces guttered and died as nervous candidates lost their nerve. Pills cracked, or came out gray and lifeless, or did not form at all. One furnace 2 rings over flared too hot and burst with a crack and a curse, and a weeping boy was led from the floor. The clock in the furnace were teaching 2,000 gifted children, all at once, exactly what their gifts were worth, and the lesson was brutal. It was a hard thing to watch, even for him. He had seen war. This was a smaller, quieter kind of cruelty, and somehow it bit deeper. A girl 2 furnaces down was shaking. Her hands would not hold steady. Her flame guttered. She tried to fix it, panicked, and pushed too much chi. The pill cracked in the forming. She stared at the broken thing in the pot. Then she began, very quietly, to cry. The rest refined on. They could spare her nothing. The clock did not care. A boy in fine green silk worked with his jaw clenched white. He had a tutor's training in every motion. It was not enough. His pill came out gray and dull and dead. He had been told his whole life that he was gifted. The furnace disagreed. He left the floor without a word, and his face was the face of someone whose whole future had just been taken in the burning of one incense stick. It went on like that, all across the great floor. Crack. A furnace burst. Hiss. A flame died. Pills came out gray, came out cracked, came out as bitter paste, came out as nothing at all. The seniors moved through the rings, calling it. Out. 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 2,000 became 1,000. 1,000 began to thin toward a few hundred. The bright, confident faces of the morning crumpled, one after another, into shock and grief. Tianyu watched and felt the old weight of it. These were not soldiers. They were children. Most of them had done nothing wrong but be born ordinary on a world that worshipped the gifted. And the harvest was coming for all of them, the gifted and the ordinary alike, in 300 years, and every one of them blind to it. The girl crying over her cracked pill. The boy whose future died in an incense stick. The clean, cruel young masters who would pass and never once look back at those who failed. The dark did not care who passed the hall's trial. The dark ate them all the same. He filed the grief away, the same as he filed everything. There was nothing he could do for these children today. He could only become the thing that might, one day, do something for all of them. So he turned back to his own quiet furnace, and the patient work of being just good enough to pass, and no more. Tianyu let his incense stick burn down, and capped his furnace at the last moment with a young alchemist's relieved little exhale, and stepped back from a pill that was, he judged with private dry amusement, the most carefully mediocre thing he had made in 500 years. It was still going to be a problem. He knew that even as he made it. Because, excellent for a prodigy, on a world this rich was one thing. But he had no clan, no badge, no teacher, no soft hands. A flawless pill from a clanless gutter child was an impossibility that drew wolves. But a merely excellent pill from a clanless gutter child who by every visible measure should not have been able to light the furnace at all, that, he realized a beat too late, was its own kind of impossibility. He had spent so long deciding how to be less than flawless that he had not fully reckoned with the simpler problem. There was no version of a frontier beggar making a good pill that did not draw eyes. The senior disciples moved through the rings, collecting the pills, grading with quick contemptuous flicks of their senses, calling dismissals. Out. Out. Passable stay. Out. Out. They reached Tianyu's furnace, and the senior there, the same bored man who had reached for the rejected stamp at the registration table, picked up the clanless boy's pill with the sneer already on his face, the sneer of a man about to enjoy dismissing a beggar. The sneer died. The senior went still, the pill on his palm, his bored eyes suddenly wide. He turned it over. He pressed his sense into it again, harder, as if he did not believe the first reading. And then he looked up at the ragged frontier child in front of him with an expression that had gone from contempt to confusion to something close to alarm. This is... He stopped. He looked at the pill, and at the boy, and at the pill again. Who made this? I did, Tianyu said quietly. The same 2 words. The same as the road. That is not. The senior's voice cracked, and he caught himself, and lowered it, but several of the nearer candidates had already turned to look, drawn by the break in his bored rhythm. This is a high-grade first pill. Clean folds. Perfect spirit density. This is not a passing pill. Boy, this is a pill a registered apprentice would be proud to put his name to. His eyes searched Tianyu's face for the trick, the lie, the hidden master. You, a clanless child off the frontier, with dirt under your nails. You did not make this. I made it in front of you, Tianyu said. You watched me the whole time. So did the gallery. It was true, and the senior knew it, and the knowing alarmed him. The murmur spread outward from the furnace like a ripple on a pond. The gutter rat. The clanless one. His pill. Did you hear? High-grade impossible. Heads turned across the dome. Candidates who had been weeping over their own failures forgot them to stare. And up in the high gallery, behind the screen of pale jade, one of the still shapes of the hall masters leaned forward. It was exactly what Gu Yen had warned him of, arriving exactly on schedule, and Tianyu felt it land on his back like a weight. The attention of the hungry men, all of it, turned toward the one impossible thing in the room. He had tried to be merely a genius. On a clanless frontier child, he understood now. Even merely a genius was a thing that stopped the hall. And Xiaolin, watching the whole room's eyes swing toward the beggar who had mocked his certainty an hour ago, made his move. Cheat! The young master's voice rang out across the dome, sharp and clear and carrying. He shouldered forward through the crowd, his violet robes bright, his finger leveled at Tianyu, and his face was a mask of righteous outrage that did not quite hide the fear underneath it. Cheat! Everyone look at him. A clanless beggar off the frontier, and we are to believe he made a high-grade pill? It is an insult to every true candidate here. He turned to play the crowd, and the crowd, full of failed and frightened candidates looking for someone to blame, began to turn with him. He smuggled it in. He swapped a pill made by some hidden backer for the one he botched. It is the oldest trick there is, and the hall would let a fraud like this steal a place from those of us who earned our talent honestly. His voice rose, ugly and triumphant. Search him, test him again, under guard, and watch the gutter rat fail when he cannot palm someone else's work. A real candidate has nothing to fear from a second furnace. Only a cheat does. It was clever, in the small, vicious way of a cornered prodigy. The accusation could not be ignored. The hall could not let a possible fraud pass, and a second, watch test under suspicion of cheating was a humiliation designed to break a nameless boy's nerve. The crowd took it up, hungry for it. Cheat. Test him again. Search the beggar. Even the senior hesitated, caught between the impossible pill in his hand and the rising tide of the room. Sulan, at the gallery rail, had gone white, her knuckles bloodless on the wood. She did not understand alchemy. She understood crowds. She had grown up in one, the clan, the kitchen, the lane. She knew the sound a crowd made when it had picked someone to hurt. It was making that sound now. She wanted to scream at them. She did not. Tianyu had told her to stay unseen, and she would, even now, because he was always right about these things. But it was hard. So hard. Down on that floor, alone, was the only person in the world who had ever called her brave. And 2,000 strangers were chanting for him to be dragged away. The boy in violet had done it. Xiaolin. She marked his face and hated it. He had mocked Tianyu on the steps, and Tianyu had been kind to him, and this was the thanks. A lie, shouted loud, to a crowd hungry to believe it. Her hand found the jade token at her chest. Guyan's token. The door opened in a city that ate children. If it goes wrong, you take the token and you vanish. That was the order. She turned it over in her cold fingers. She would not use it. She knew that already. She would not vanish and leave him. If they dragged him out in chains, she would follow, and she would find Guyan, and she would make the whole city loud about it. She was done being the sort who watched bad things happen and said nothing. She had carried a dying boy through the mud. She could carry this. So she gripped the rail, and she stayed, and she watched, and she trusted him. Because he had told her it would not go wrong. And in the short, strange days since the lane, he had not once been wrong about anything that mattered. Show them, she thought fiercely, down at the small ragged figure at the center of the hostile dome. Whatever you really are. Show them. Tianyu stood at the center of it all, the murmur and the pointing and the ugly rising chant. A clanless child in a stolen cloak with 2,000 jealous geniuses and a hall of hungry masters all turning to stare, and he did not flinch, and he did not bristle, and the cold, clear calm of him only deepened. He had wanted to enter quietly and choose his moment. That door had closed. Xiaolin and the careless perfection of a beginner's pill had closed it for him. Very well. If he could not stay unseen, he would be the next thing, and he would do it on his own terms, in front of every wolf in the hall, where taking him quietly would no longer be possible. He raised his head, and when he spoke his voice was not loud, but it was so flat and so certain that it cut clean through the chant and stilled it. A second furnace, he said. Under guard. Watched by everyone. Yes, let's. He looked at Xiaolin, and then up, past him, at the screen of pale jade where the masters sat, and he spoke to them, because they were the only ones in the room who mattered. Give me a furnace, any furnace, materials of your choosing that I never touch until the test begins, and as many eyes on my hands as you like. And I will make you a pill that ends this question for good. A thin, cold edge came into it, the edge of a thing far older and far more dangerous than anyone in that dome had begun to guess. You wanted competence in the first round. You said you were not interested in genius. He let the silence stretch one beat. Light the second furnace, and I will show you exactly how uninterested you are. For a moment, the whole hall was silent. The audacity of it held the whole dome still. A clanless beggar, a child off the frontier, accused of cheating, mocked, chanted at, and instead of cringing, he had looked up at the masters of the Qingyun alchemy hall and all but dared them to test him. It was not how prey behaved. Everyone in the room felt it. Xielin's face had gone from triumph to fury to something paler. He had expected the gutter rat to break. The gutter rat had not broken. The gutter rat had turned the whole room around with 5 flat sentences, and now the crowd that had been chanting cheat a moment ago was murmuring something else. Curiosity. The terrible, fickle hunger of a crowd that has scented a real show. He's bluffing, Xiaolin said, too loud. He has to be. Look at him. Every eye had left Xiaolin now. They were on the small, ragged figure at the center of the floor, who stood as calm as still water with 2,000 people staring at him, and did not look like a boy bluffing at all. The bored senior with the impossible pill still in his hand looked up toward the jade screen, waiting for orders, not daring to decide this himself. The other seniors had stopped their grading. The sect scouts in the gallery had leaned forward, every one of them, their scouting suddenly sharp and serious. Sulan gripped the rail and did not breathe. And Tianyu simply waited, at the eye of it all, with the cold, clear calm of a thing that had stood at the center of far larger storms. So be it. If the whole hall was going to look at him, he would give them something worth the look, somewhere they could not make him vanish into a back room in a collar. Show them. A girl had thought at him from the gallery, fierce and afraid. He intended to. Behind the screen of pale jade, high above the silenced hall, one of the hall's masters rose slowly to his feet, and the whole dome held its breath to hear what he would say. The hall master who rose behind the jade screen did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The whole dome had already gone silent for him. Enough, he said, and the single word carried to every corner. There will be no chanting in my recruitment. The chant died at once. A panel of the jade screen slid aside, and the master came to the rail of the high gallery, and the candidates below got their first look at him. He was old, older than anyone else on the floor by far, his hair white, his back a little bent, his robes the deep gray of a hall master with 3 small jade pins at the collar. His face was lined and tired and sharp-eyed. He did not look greedy, not like the hungry scouts who lined the gallery rail. He looked, more than anything, bored. It was the deep boredom of a man who had judged 40 years of recruitments and seen every trick a child could try. But his eyes, when they found Tianyu, were not bored at all. I am Elder Mu, he said. I preside over this recruitment. And in 40 years I have heard the word cheat shouted across this floor perhaps 100 times. He looked down at Xiaolin, and there was no warmth in it. Usually by a candidate who is losing and wishes to win with his mouth instead of his hands. Xiaolin's face went red. But the accusation is made, Elder Mu went on, and the hall does not let a charge of fraud simply pass. So we will settle it the only honest way. His sharp old eyes came back to Tianyu. Boy, you asked for a second furnace. You have it. New furnace. New materials, chosen by me, that you will not touch until the test begins. Every eye in this hall on your hands. And this time, no incense stick. His voice took on a thin, dry edge. You will refine for as long as you need, and we will all watch every breath of it. And at the end there will be no question left of who made what. He paused. Fail, or falter, or show me a fraud, and you leave Qingyun in chains for wasting the hall's morning. Succeed, and the boy who called you a cheat will answer for the insult. Do you accept? I accept, Tianyu said. Then come up. The rest of you, clear a circle. Give the gallery a clean view. Elder Mu turned from the rail. Let us all see what walked in off the frontier. A space opened at the center of the floor. A fresh furnace was carried out and set on a raised dais, so the whole dome could see. Senior disciples ringed it at 10 paces, watching. The master's screens slid open one by one, until a dozen of them looked down in the open. The sect scouts leaned on the rail. 2,000 candidates and onlookers fell quiet. And in the middle of all of it, Tianyu walked up onto the dais, alone, a thin, ragged child under 1,000 eyes, and felt the old, cold calm settle over him like a familiar coat. This was the moment. He knew it. Up on the road, in the storehouse, he had hidden what he was. He had made himself small. That had been right, then. But the choice was gone now. Xiaolin had torn it away. The whole hall was watching, and a merely good pill would only deepen the suspicion, and there was no quiet road left to walk. So he would take the other road. He would stop pretending to be less than he was. Not the whole truth. Never the whole truth. Not yet. Not in a room full of wolves. But enough. Enough to end the question forever. Enough to make every power in this hall want him, and to make taking him by force look like a fool's mistake. It had been a very long time since Tianyu had been allowed to be good at the thing he was best at. Despite everything, a small, cold part of him was glad. Elder Mu chose the materials himself. He did not choose easy ones. He laid out a set meant to test a true talent. Spirit herbs of the 3rd grade, contrary and delicate, the makings of a cloud heart pill, a mid-tier medicine that registered apprentices spent years learning to attempt. It was far above anything a first-day candidate should touch. The old master set them down and stepped back, and his bored face said plainly that he expected the boy to balk. The boy did not balk. Tianyu looked at the materials, and the recipe unfolded in his mind without effort, the same as 10,000 recipes before it. A cloud heart pill. He had made finer in his sleep, in another life. He cleaned the herbs with a touch. He lit the furnace. And he began. The hall watched a child do something it could not explain. There was no fumbling, no hesitation, no moment where the boy stopped to think. His hands moved with the calm, certain economy of a master at the height of his craft, folding energies in an order that made the watching seniors murmur and then go silent, because some of them did not even recognize the order, and the ones who did had never seen it done so cleanly. The furnace sang. The herbs gave up their virtue without a scrap of waste, and the gathered light over the dais grew bright and clean and steady, brighter than anything a candidate had made on that floor all morning, brighter than the senior's own work. It was a small son of folded medicine turning over the hands of a ragged frontier boy who, by every rule the hall knew, should not have been able to light the furnace. Up at the rail, Elder Mu had stopped looking bored a long time ago. He gripped the rail with both old hands and leaned out over it, his sharp eyes fixed, his tired face slack with something he had not felt in a great many years. The sect scouts had gone rigid. The senior disciples had forgotten to breathe, and Su Lan, in the gallery, watched the whole vast hall fall under the spell of the boy she had dragged out of the mud, and pressed both hands to her mouth, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The light folded in. The furnace cooled, and Tianyu tipped a single pill out into his palm, and held it up, and the whole dome saw it at once. It was perfect. Not good. Not impressive for a beginner. Perfect. A flawless cloud heart pill, round and clear, with a faint cloud pattern turning in its depths that only the finest refining ever produced. It glowed with a clean, dense light. The sweet smell of it reached the gallery, and the seniors nearest the dais flinched, because they could smell the quality from 10 paces, and the quality was beyond them. For a long moment the hall was utterly silent. Then Elder Mu moved. The old master did not walk down the gallery stairs. He simply stepped off the high rail and dropped, robe snapping, and landed on the dais light as a falling leaf, a Foundation Realm descent that made the candidates gasp. He took the pill from Tianyu's palm without a word. He held it to the light. He pressed his old, practiced sense into it, slow and thorough, like a master reading a master's work. His hand began to shake. "This is a flawless cloud heart pill," Elder Mu said. His voice was very quiet now, and it carried in the silence. "Refined in a single pass. No waste. No flaw. Folds I have not seen in 30 years. He looked up from the pill to the ragged boy in front of him, and his sharp old eyes were wide. "I could not make this pill. Do you understand what I am saying, all of you?" He raised his voice, and turned, and let it fill the dome. "I could not make this pill. A hall master of 40 years. And it was made, in front of every eye here, by a child with dirt under his nails and no clan to his name." He turned the pill in his fingers, almost reverent. "There is no cheating here. There is no hidden master. There is only the most absurd natural talent I have witnessed in my life, standing on my dais in a stolen cloak." The hall erupted. It broke all at once, a roar of disbelief and wonder, 2,000 voices rising together. Flawless. A flawless mid-tier pill. The clanless boy. The master said he could not make it himself. The sound rolled around the dome and up into the gallery, where the sect scouts were no longer leaning on the rail but standing, every one of them, their eyes fixed on the dais with the bright hard hunger Gu Yin had warned of. And in the middle of the roar, Xie Lin stood frozen and forgotten, the color draining out of his face. Elder Mu turned to him, and the old master's voice cut the noise like a blade. "You," he said, "you called this boy a cheat. Loudly. In my recruitment. You demanded he be tested under suspicion of fraud. He held up the flawless pill. He has answered you. So now you will answer the hall." His sharp eyes were cold. Slander against a fellow candidate, made to rob him of his place, is not a small thing here. You sought to have him thrown out in chains on a lie. By our oldest rule, the punishment you tried to bring down on him now falls on you instead. Xielin's mouth opened and closed. "Elder, I only said what anyone would think." He looked around wildly for support, and found himself alone. His hangers-on had melted back into the crowd. The family name that had protected him his whole life meant nothing on this dais. "It is not natural," he burst out, desperate. "It cannot be. A gutter child cannot do this. There must be some trick, some." "The trick," said Tianyu quietly, "is that some people are born able, and some are not, and you have spent your whole life assuming you were the first kind because you were never made to prove it." He did not say it cruelly. He said it almost gently, which made it land far harder. "You told me on the steps that talent was not for the clanless. You were so certain. I told you a talent never earned is the easiest thing to lose." He met the prodigy's eyes. "You have just lost yours in front of 2,000 people. Not because I took it. Because you bet it on a lie, and the lie broke. That is what pride does, Xie Lin. It is not a kind teacher. I did warn you." Xie Lin had no answer. There was no answer. He had walked onto these steps the pride of his family, expected to take a top place, and he would walk off them a byword for the boy who slandered the frontier prodigy and was unmasked by a flawless pill. The crowd was already turning its delighted cruelty on him. The same cruelty he had tried to turn on Tianyu an hour before. Elder Mu gestured, and 2 senior disciples took Xie Lin by the arms. "Disqualified," the old master said flatly. "Removed. The Xie family may take the matter up with the hall in writing, if they wish to embarrass themselves further." And the pride of the Xie family was led from the floor, white and shaking, while 2,000 people watched and a clanless boy stood at the center of the dais and did not gloat at all, which somehow made it the most complete defeat the hall had seen in years. Then the wolves came. It happened the moment the matter of Xie Lin was settled, and it happened fast. A man in the silver robes of the Frost Peak sect stepped to the gallery rail. "The boy will come to Frost Peak," he called down, smooth and certain. "We will make him an inner disciple at once. A talent like this belongs to a true sect, not a city hall." "Frost Peak is a sword sect," another voice cut in, a woman in the green of the verdant mist. "What does a sword sect know of nurturing an alchemist?" Come to us, child. We will give you your own furnace hall before you are 20. The Gold River Trading House, boomed a fat man in rich brocade. We'll pay any teacher's fee. Name a master. We will buy his time. The boy refines for us, and we make him rich beyond. And on it went, voice over voice, offer over offer, the powers of Qingyun all reaching for the clanless prodigy at once. To a frontier child it would have sounded like a dream, sects and houses begging for him, riches and rank piled at his feet. Tianyu heard it for exactly what it was, a bidding, and the thing being bid on was him. This was the danger. Guyan had named it on the road, and here it was, exactly as warned. Some will offer you a place and a teacher and a future. Some will offer you a collar and a cell. And the worst part was that from down here, in the noise, the two looked the same. Every voice was honeyed. Every offer was generous. And a single wrong choice could end with him in a golden room, refining pills for someone else's profit for the rest of a very long life. His freedom traded away in a moment of being wanted. He needed to choose, and he needed to choose now, before the choice was taken from him. So he did the thing the proud creature of his first life would never have done. He turned to the old man on the dais, and he knelt. The hall went quiet again. A clanless prodigy, the most wanted person in the room, sinking to one knee in front of a tired old hall master, while sects and houses called his name from the gallery. It was not what anyone expected. Elder Mu, Tianyu said, and pitched it to Carrie, so the whole dome heard. You presided over this trial. You tested me with your own hand, and you spoke for me when it would have been easier to let the lie stand. The others up there want a tool. You are the only one who looked at the pill instead of the price. He bowed his head. I came to this hall to learn, not to be bought. So I ask you, openly, in front of everyone, so that the whole hall stands witness and the story cannot be twisted. Take me as your disciple. Teach me. Let me earn my place at your furnace. That is all I want. It was a small speech. It changed everything. Because a disciple who chose his master, in the open, in front of 2,000 witnesses, could not be quietly claimed by anyone else. The sects could not seize a boy who had publicly knelt to a hall master without making war on the hall itself. The merchant houses could not buy a teacher's time for a boy already sworn to one. In a single bow, Tianyu had turned a bidding war he could not win into a thing already settled. And he had done it by kneeling, by making himself small, by handing the choice to an old man who had earned it. Inside, the old proud sovereign watched himself do it with something close to wonder. He had never knelt. Not once, in a whole immortal lifetime. He had been offered teachers, and refused them, too proud to bow. He had taken the heavens by the throat with his own 2 hands, and owed nothing to anyone. And he had been so very proud of that, right up until the dark came, and he stood alone, with nothing he had built able to stand without him, and the cosmos died for his pride. A man learned things, dying. The hardest thing he had learned was the simplest. You cannot do it alone. You were never meant to. And so the mightiest blade the myriad heavens ever forged knelt in the dirt of a city hall and asked a tired old man to teach him to make pills, and felt, instead of shame, a strange clean relief. Elder Mu looked down at the kneeling boy for a long moment. The clamor from the gallery had not stopped. The sects were still calling, angrier now. The old master ignored them entirely. You are clever, he said quietly, so only Tianyu could hear it. You knew exactly what kneeling would do. You boxed every wolf in this hall out of your future with a single bow. His sharp old eyes searched the boy's face. A child does not know to do that. A child does not refine like a master, or read a man's wounds at a glance, or speak like he has commanded armies. He paused. What are you, boy? Truly, someone who made the worst mistake a man can make, Tianyu said, low, just for him, and was given a second chance to not make it again. That is the truest answer I can give you, elder. The rest, in time, when I have earned your trust. For now, will you teach me, or not? The old master studied him a moment longer. Then something in his tired, sharp old face eased, and for the first time all morning, Elder Mu smiled. 40 years I have judged this recruitment, he said, looking for one student worth the trouble. One. He reached down and drew the boy to his feet. Stand up, disciple. You will not kneel to me again. We have a great deal of work to do, and I am old, and I do not intend to waste either of our time on bowing. He raised his voice, and turned to the furious gallery, and the matter was closed in 7 words. The boy is mine. Find your own. And just like that, Tianyu had a master, a roof, and a place in the pill world. The wolves grumbled and withdrew, because every one of them balked at crossing a hall master over a single boy, however gifted. The recruitment went on around him. The other survivors were tested, the 30 places filled. But the morning's true story had already been told, and everyone in Xingyun would be telling it by nightfall. The clanless frontier boy who made a flawless pill and was taken by Elder Mu himself. It was exactly the kind of attention he had hoped to avoid. But it was the safest cage in a city full of worse ones, and a cage with an open door was not a cage at all. He had walked into Qingyun a nameless stray. He would sleep that night a disciple of the Qingyun Alchemy Hall, with a teacher, a furnace, and the first real foothold of his long climb. It was enough. For now, it was more than enough. There was only one thing he insisted on, and he insisted on it before he would take another step. The girl comes with me, he told Elder Mu, nodding to Su Lan, who had come down from the gallery and now stood at the edge of the dais, small and out of place among the silk and the cultivators. She is not a servant. She is my friend. She saved my life twice over, and she is learning to cultivate, and she stays at my side, or I find another teacher who will allow it. A senior disciple started to object, saying a clanless mortal girl had no place in the hall, but Elder Mu waved it off with the careless ease of a man too old to care about rules he found stupid. She can sweep my furnace room and learn what she likes while she does it, he said. I had an attendant once. He died. The dust has been terrible. He was already walking. Come, both of you. You have caused enough noise for one morning, and I want a cup of tea and a proper look at those hands. Su Lan shot Tianyu a look of pure, overwhelmed gratitude, and fell into step beside him, and the two frontier children followed the old master out of the great hall and into the rest of their lives. The trouble, as trouble often does, was waiting for them at home. Elder Mu's furnace courtyard sat in a quiet corner of the hall's grounds. It was an old, comfortable, slightly shabby place, with a fine furnace hall, a herb garden gone a little wild, and the lived-in clutter of a master who had stopped trying to impress anyone decades ago. Tianyu liked it at once. It was the courtyard of someone who cared about the work and nothing else. And standing in the middle of it, arms folded, face like a winter morning, was a young woman who very clearly already knew everything that had happened and did not approve of any of it. She was perhaps 18 or 19, tall and poised, in the immaculate robes of a senior hall disciple, with a registered alchemist badge at her belt that marked real, earned rank. She was beautiful in a cool, sharp, unsmiling way. And she looked at Tianyu and Su Lan, a ragged frontier boy and a kitchen girl in a borrowed cloak, with an expression of such precise, controlled displeasure that Su Lan actually took half a step back. Master, the young woman said, not taking her eyes off Tianyu. I heard. The whole hall has heard. You took a clanless child off the street, in the middle of the grand recruitment, over the protests of 3 sects and the Gold River House. Her voice was clipped and cold and very controlled. I have been your disciple for 6 years. I have earned every rank I hold. And you took a gutter boy with no name and no foundation as my junior on the strength of one lucky pill, without a word to me. By you, Elder Mu said mildly, settling into a worn chair with a sigh of old bones. This is Tianyu, your new junior brother. Tianyu, this is by you, my senior disciple, the finest young alchemist in this hall, and the proudest. You will learn a great deal from her, when she stops sulking. I do not sulk, Bai Yu said icily. You are sulking now. I am concerned. She finally turned to face her master, and there was real feeling under the cold. You are old. Your name protects this courtyard. When you took me in, half the hall said you were past your prime and wasting your last years. I spent 6 years proving them wrong. And now you hang it all on a clanless unknown who will most likely turn out to be a one-pill fluke, and every rival you have will say you have finally lost your judgment. Her jaw tightened. I am not sulking, master. I am trying to protect what is left of your reputation. Someone has to. It was, Tianyu noted, not the speech of a jealous brat. It was the speech of someone fiercely loyal to an old man the world had written off, who saw a clanless stranger as a threat to the one thing she had given 6 years to defend. He found, somewhat to his surprise, that he respected it. You are right to be careful, he said. Bai Yu's cold eyes snapped to him, surprised he had spoken, more surprised by what he had said. You do not know me. Tianyu went on, calm and even. You have seen one pill and heard one story, and one pill and one story are not proof of anything. A wise disciple would be exactly as suspicious as you are. So I will not ask you to trust me, senior sister. I will not ask you for anything. He met her cold gaze without flinching. I will simply work. And in time, the work will answer your question better than any promise I could make. If I am a fluke, you will see it soon enough, and you can tell your master you were right. And if I am not, he said, the faint dry edge again, then you will have gained a junior brother who takes the craft as seriously as you do, and your master's lineage will be stronger than it has been in years, not weaker. Either way, suspicion costs you nothing. So keep it. I would think less of you if you gave it up cheaply. For a long moment, Bai Yu simply stared at him. She had clearly come ready for arrogance, or for groveling, or for a frightened child. She had not come ready for a clanless 12-year-old to calmly agree that distrusting him was the intelligent thing to do, and to all but dare her to keep doing it. You are strange, she said at last flatly. For a gutter child. So I am told, Tianyu said. Often, Bai Yu's cold eyes narrowed a fraction, weighing him, recalculating. She did not warm to him. Not nearly. But the open contempt had shifted into something more careful. The wariness of a sharp person who has just realized the thing in front of her is not the thing she was told it was. We will see, she said, exactly the words the registration proctor had used, and turned on her heel. Master, I will prepare a second cot in the side room, since apparently we are collecting strays now. And she swept out, every line of her radiating disapproval. But it was disapproval that was, Tianyu thought, now at least paying attention. That evening, when Su Lan had been fed and settled and the courtyard had gone quiet, Elder Mu poured 2 cups of tea and looked at his strange new disciple across the small table, and the real conversation began. Drink, the old man said, and then talk to me. Not the speech you gave the hall. The truth, or as much of it as you will give an old man tonight." His sharp eyes were steady. "I have taught alchemy for 40 years. I know what a prodigy looks like. A prodigy fumbles and learns fast and is proud of learning. You did not fumble. You did not learn. You already knew. The folds in that cloud heart pill were not the folds of a gifted child. They were the folds of a master with 50 years at the furnace." He set down his cup. "And you are 12. So, what are you?" Tian Yu drank his tea and considered the old man and decided how much to give. The whole truth was impossible. "I am the soul of the mightiest immortal who ever lived. 500 years old. Reborn into a dead boy who shares my name. Sent back 3 centuries before an army of star-eating monsters comes to drink this whole world to ash." A sane man would call it madness. So not the whole truth. But this old man had spoken for him when it cost him nothing to stay silent, and had taken him in over every objection. And a teacher who gave that much was owed something real. "I lived before," Tian Yu said simply. "A long life. A long time ago. I do not remember being a baby in this body, because I was not. I woke in it, with everything I had learned in that other life still in me." He turned the cup in his hands. "I was a cultivator then, a strong one, strong enough that I grew proud, and refused every teacher, and scorned the alchemists as weak men hiding in their workshops. I climbed higher than almost anyone ever has, alone, owing nothing to anyone." His voice went quiet, and at the very end, it was not enough. "The thing that came from my world could not be beaten by strength. It could only be met by the craft I had spent my whole life looking down on. And by then it was far too late, and everyone I might have saved was gone, and I died knowing my pride had helped kill them." He looked up at the old master. "I have been given a second life, elder. I do not entirely understand how, or why, but I know what I will do with it. I will learn the thing I was too proud to learn. I will not climb alone this time, and I will not be too late again." He set down the cup. "That is the truest thing I can tell you. Believe as much of it as you like." Elder Mu was quiet for a long, long moment. The lamp guttered between them. "A man who lived before," he said at last, slowly. "Reborn with the skill of a master in a child's body." He did not laugh. He did not call it madness. He simply weighed it against the impossible pill he had held that morning, and the strange old eyes that had looked out of a 12-year-old's face, and he found, clearly, that it fit. "I have heard stranger things in 40 years. Not many, but a few." He studied Tian Yu. "And you come to me, a tired old master past his best, with a declining lineage and rivals who would dance on my grave. And you kneel and ask me to teach you. You, who already know more than I do." He shook his head slowly. "Why? You did not need a teacher's knowledge. You proved that on the dais. You could have taken a sex offer, used their resources, and left me a footnote." "Because I do not need your knowledge," Tian Yu agreed. "I need 3 other things, and you have all of them, and the sex did not." He counted them off, calm and plain. "I need to understand this world. Its alchemy, its materials, its powers, its politics, 300 years worth of changes I slept through. You can teach me that faster than I could learn it alone, and you will teach it honestly, because you care about the craft and not the profit. That is the first thing. A second finger. I need legitimacy. A clanless boy who makes flawless pills is prey. A disciple of Elder Mu of the Qingyun Alchemy Hall is a person with a place and a name and a master's shadow over him. You gave me that with 7 words this morning. That is the second thing. A third, and I need to learn, all over again, how to be a student, how to bow, how to owe, how to be part of something instead of above it. That is the lesson my pride never let me learn, and it is the one that cost me everything. And you are an old man who keeps a shabby courtyard and a loyal disciple and cares more for the work than the glory. You are exactly the right person to teach it." He inclined his head. "So I did not kneel to you for your recipes, elder. I knelt to you to practice kneeling. It is harder for me than you can imagine. I am very out of practice." For the second time that day, Elder Mu smiled, and this time it reached all the way to his tired old eyes and took 10 years off his lined face. 40 years, he said softly. "I have wanted one student worth the teaching, and the heavens send me one who has already mastered the craft, and asks me instead to teach him humility." He laughed, a dry, delighted, astonished sound. "Old fool that I am. I think that may be the only thing left in the world I am still qualified to teach." He refilled both cups. "Very well, strange boy who lived before. We have a bargain, you and I. I will teach you this world, and lend you my name, and show you how to be a disciple. And you," he said, the sharp eyes glinting, "you will help an old man remind this hall, before he dies, that Elder Mu's lineage was never finished. I have rivals who have spent 10 years writing my obituary. Let us disappoint them together." "Gladly," Tian Yu said, and meant it, and the two of them drank to it in the lamplight, the oldest master in the hall and the youngest disciple, who was older than them all. The days that followed were the quietest Tian Yu had known in 2 lifetimes, and he treasured them more than he expected. He became a student, truly a student. It was the strangest role he had ever played. Each morning Elder Mu taught him the alchemy of this age. The current grades, the named recipes, the materials of the eastern reaches, the politics of the pill world. And Tian Yu listened to all of it, as if he did not already know most of it better than the man teaching him. He did know it better, but the shape of it had changed in 300 years. New herbs, new methods, new names for old things. And a wise man learned the local map, even of country he had walked before, because the rivers move. So he asked his questions, and he bowed his head, and he let the old master teach him, and he found that the bowing got a little easier each day. Pride, it turned out, was a muscle. It weakened when you stopped feeding it. He swept the furnace room. He ground herbs. He did the dull, humble work of a junior disciple without complaint, and Elder Mu watched him do it with quiet satisfaction, because a genius who would also sweep a floor was a far rarer thing than a genius. And he cultivated, quietly, patiently, in the rich qi of the great city, his foundation solid beneath him, he climbed. Second layer of qi condensation, then toward the third, slow and clean and honest. He made pills, too, in unwatched hours, modest ones, never flawless, traded carefully through a branch of the Gu trading house on the strength of the broker's token, building a small store of spirit stones and materials of his own. A man who depended entirely on a master was still a kind of captive. Tianyu meant to owe Elder Mu gratitude, not his survival. Sulan flourished. The kitchen girl who had owned nothing now had a cot, 3 meals, a courtyard that did not despise her, and a teacher in everything but name. For Tianyu taught her each night, the breathing, then the first true gathering of qi, and her ordinary talentless body, fed and safe at last, began to wake. By the end of the first month a thread of real qi turned in her. She wept when it happened. She had spent her whole life being told she was nothing, and the world had been wrong, and the proof of it was turning in her own chest. It happened late at night, in the side room, while she practiced the breaths Tianyu had taught her. She had done them every night for a month. Most nights, nothing. That night, something. A warmth gathered in her belly, small and shy. It moved when she breathed. It turned, once, slow and whole. She froze, terrified to lose it. Then she called his name, soft, into the dark. Tianyu. Tianyu, something's happening. He came at once. He laid 2 fingers against her wrist, light, and read what was moving in her, and a rare, true smile crossed his face. Body forging, he said. The first layer. You did it. With no spirit root, no pills, no teacher but a tired immortal, and a month of breathing in the dark. He sat back. Do you understand what this means? The world looked at you and saw a kitchen girl with no talent, fit only to carry water. The world was wrong. You just proved it wrong with your own breath. Sulan stared down at her own hands as if they belonged to someone else. I'm cultivating, she whispered. Me. I'm actually. She broke off and laughed, and then, to her own embarrassment, cried a little. In the clan, the testing stone never even flickered for me. They didn't bother testing me twice. The kitchen girl. And now, she pressed a hand to the warmth in her belly. Now there's something here. It's mine. Mine to keep. She looked up at him, fierce through the tears. You did this. No, Tianyu said. I showed you a door. You walked through it, every night, for a month, when nothing was happening and you had every reason to give up. That was not me. That was you. He held her gaze. Remember this feeling, Sulan. The world will try to tell you again, 100 times, that people like us are nothing. The frontier told us. The clan told us. The fine children on the hall steps told us. His voice was quiet and certain. They are wrong every time. We are not nothing. We are only unbegun. There is a difference, and tonight you learned it in your own bones. She nodded, scrubbing at her eyes, and she did not let go of that feeling. Not that night, and not after. It steadied her in a way nothing else had. She had a thread of qi now, and a reason to climb, and a person who had bet on her when the whole world had written her off. And a kitchen girl with those 3 things, Tianyu thought. Watching her practice the next breath with fierce determination was a far more dangerous creature than the world would ever see coming. It was, he reflected, becoming a habit of his second life. Collecting the thrown away, watching them turn out to be treasure. Elder Mu had the right of it after all. Baiyu watched all of it, and slowly, against her will, stopped waiting for the fluke to show. She tested him. Of course she did. She was too proud and too careful not to. She set him problems. A difficult purification, a contrary pairing of herbs, a recipe she herself had struggled with for a year. And she watched, certain he would stumble. He did not stumble. He solved each one cleanly, and explained his reasoning when she demanded it, and his reasoning was always a little deeper than her own, and never once did he lord it over her. He answered her like a colleague, not a rival. It infuriated her, and it impressed her, and the 2 feelings warred in her cool, sharp face for weeks. You should be insufferable, she told him one evening, watching him grind herbs with a precision that still made her teeth itch. Anyone with your gift would be. You humiliated Xia Lin in front of 2,000 people. You could be the most arrogant boy in this hall. Why aren't you? I was, once, Tianyu said, not looking up from the mortar. Arrogant beyond anything you have ever seen. It cost me everything I cared about. He tapped the pestle clean. Arrogance is a tax you pay your whole life, and only get the bill for at the end. I have seen the bill, senior sister. I am not paying it twice. Baiyu had no answer to that. She frowned at him a long moment, the cool sharpness in her eyes shifting, recalculating yet again. She did not say she was sorry for her suspicion. She did not warm, exactly. But the next morning, she left a rare 3rd-grade herb on his workbench, with a curt note that read, for practice. Not that you need any. And that was, from Baiyu, very nearly an embrace. She came to the furnace room late one night, not long after, and found him still working. She did not leave. She took the bench across from him and began grinding herbs of her own, in silence, and for a while the only sound was the two pestles and the small fire. He took me in too, she said at last. She did not look up. 6 years ago, I was not clanless. I was worse. I was a disgraced daughter of a house that had thrown me out. Every house turned a disgraced girl away from an alchemy bench. It was bad for a lineage's name. Her grinding did not slow. Elder Mu took one look at me, said my folds were sloppy, but my heart was not, and gave me a bench. Everyone told him it would cost him. It did. His rivals used me against him for years. The master who takes other people's rejects, they called him. Her voice was very even, which was how Tian Yu had learned she held hard things. So when he walked in and took you, a clanless gutter child, over 3 sects in the Gold River house, I was not angry that he took astray. I was angry because I know what it costs him. And I know he does not have many years left to pay. Tian Yu set down his pestle and listened, because she had given him something true, and true things deserved attention. He collects the thrown away, he said quietly. The ones the world has decided are worthless. You, me, the girl asleep in the side room. He looked at her, and then they turn out to be the best he ever found. That is not bad judgment, senior sister. That is the best judgment in this whole hall. The masters who only take polished heirs from great houses have never once been surprised by a disciple. He has built his whole life out of being surprised. A faint, dry warmth touched his voice. I think it is why he is happy, and they are not, for all their resources and their rank. A man who believes the thrown away can be precious gets to live in a world full of treasure. A man who only values what is already polished lives in a world he has to buy. Bayu's pestle had stopped. She was looking at him now, the cool sharpness in her eyes gone strange and uncertain. You really did live before, she said slowly. Didn't you? The master said something like it, and I thought he was being fanciful. But no 12-year-old talks like that. She studied him. How old are you, Tian Yu? Truly, behind the face. Old enough to know I wasted most of it, he said. Old enough to be grateful for the chance to waste less of this one. He picked up his pestle again. Does it frighten you? An old thing wearing a child's face. No, she said, after a moment, and seemed surprised by her own answer. It should. It doesn't. She went back to her grinding, slower now, thoughtful. It just makes me want to know what you were. And what could possibly have happened to a man like that, to land him in a gutter on the frontier as a child? She glanced up. You don't have to tell me. I am only saying. The suspicion is gone, junior brother. I do not know what has replaced it yet. It was, Tian Yu thought, the most either of them had ever said. He did not press it. Some things grew best slowly, with no hand forcing them, and a man who had spent one whole life forcing everything had learned at last to let a thing take its time. So he only nodded, and they ground their herbs in the warm dark, the disgraced daughter and the fallen immortal, 2 of Elder Mu's collected strays, and something between them that had begun as ice went on quietly thawing. It could not last. Quiet never did, not in a place with as many hungry men as the Qingyun Alchemy Hall. The trouble had a name, and the name was Elder Hao. Tian Yu learned it slowly, in pieces, from Elder Mu's grumbling and Bayu's careful warnings. Elder Hao headed the hall's strongest lineage. It was a wealthy, ambitious, politically vicious faction that had spent the last 10 years steadily claiming the hall's best resources, its richest patrons, and its choicest disciples, while old lineages like Elder Mu's withered in their shadows. How was everything Mu was not? Younger, stronger, hungrier, with a hall full of well-funded disciples and a smile that never reached his eyes. He had been quietly waiting for Elder Mu to die so he could absorb the old man's courtyard and erase his lineage for good. And then Elder Mu had walked into the grand recruitment and caught the most talked-about prodigy in a decade out from under 3 sects in the Gold River house. Elder Hao did not like that at all. The needling began within weeks. Hao's disciples found small ways to make life hard for the clanless boy and his kitchen girl stray. Herb requisitions, lost. Furnace time, double-booked. Cold words in the corridors. The steady low cruelty of a powerful faction reminding a small one of its place. Tian Yu absorbed it without complaint, filing each slide away, because a man who lost his temper at barking dogs had it spent before the wolf came, and Elder Hao was very much a wolf. Then, at the turning of the season, the hall announced its grand assessment. It was the great contest, held twice a year, where the hall's disciples competed before the masters for rank, resources, and face. Every lineage put its best forward. Reputations were made and broken there. And it was, Bayu told him grimly, exactly the stage Elder Hao would choose. He will enter his best young disciples, she said. And he will make sure you are entered too, junior brother, whether you wish it or not. He wants you on that floor. He wants the whole hall watching when Elder Mu's clanless miracle is exposed as a one-pill fluke. Or worse, when he arranges for you to fail. Her jaw was tight. Beating you in front of everyone would do more to finish our lineage than 10 years of waiting for the master to die. And how does not enter a contest he has not already found a way to win? She looked at him hard. So, are you a fluke, Tian Yu? Because the whole hall is about to find out, on Elder Hao's chosen ground. And if you fall, you take the old man down with you. Tian Yu was quiet a moment, grinding herbs, thinking it through. No, he said at last. I am not a fluke, and I am not going to fall. He set down the pestle. But you are asking the wrong question, senior sister. You are asking whether I can survive Elder House trap. That is a small question. The interesting question is whether we can turn his trap into the thing that ends his 10-year campaign against our master. He looked up at her. How wants the whole hall watching when Elder Moo's clanless stray fails? Good. Let the whole hall watch. Just not the show he has planned. Why you stared at him? You want to win the assessment. As a first-month disciple. Against Hao's best, who have trained for years. I want to do more than win it, Tianyu said. Winning is small. Winning shames Hao. But a shamed wolf only grows more careful. No. I want to win it in a way that makes the whole hall understand something. The masters, the patrons, the rival lineages, all of them. That Elder Moo's lineage is not dying. That it has, in fact, just produced something they all want and cannot have. He met her eyes, calm and certain. Hao thinks he is setting a trap for a fluke. He is actually building me a stage and inviting every important person in the hall to watch me stand on it. I only have to make sure that when the lights are brightest, it is our master's name they are all saying. His voice took on a thin, dry edge. So, tell me everything. The format, the judges, Hao's best disciples, and whatever dirty trick you think he has already arranged. Because he has arranged one. You are right about that, and I would very much like to know what it is before I walk onto his floor. For the first time since he had met her, Bai looked at him not with suspicion and not with grudging respect, but with the bright, fierce, conspiratorial focus of an ally. The clanless stray had just offered her the one thing she had wanted for 6 years and never had the strength to take. A real chance to hit back at the faction grinding her master into the dust. All right, she said slowly, and sat down across from him, and for the first time her cool sharp face held something almost like a smile. All right, junior brother, let me tell you about Wen Tao. Wen Tao was Elder House pride. The strongest young alchemist of the strongest lineage, a 4th-grade apprentice at barely 20, the heavy favorite to take the assessment's top place for the 3rd time running. He was genuinely gifted, Bai admitted, not a paper tiger like Xiaolin. He was also cruel and arrogant, and entirely his master's creature. And he had broken 3 promising junior disciples in past assessments through sabotage that could never quite be proven. He was exactly the blade Hao would point at Tianyu. And Tianyu met that blade 2 days before the assessment, in the hall's central herb market, and took its measure in a single conversation. Wen Tao found him on purpose. He came with 2 hangers-on and the easy confidence of a favorite, and he looked Tianyu over with the lazy contempt of a man inspecting livestock. So you're the frontier miracle, he said. The one old Moo pulled out of the gutter to prop up his dead lineage. He smiled all teeth. I wanted to see you before the assessment. To be fair, it seemed cruel to humiliate a child on the floor without at least warning him first. He leaned close. Withdraw a little stray. Tell your senile master you're ill. Because if you step onto that floor against me, I will make sure you fail so completely that Elder Moo's name draws nothing but laughter ever after. I've ended better disciples than you for less. A clanless gutter rat won't even leave a mark. Tianyu looked at him. He did not bristle. He did not boast. He simply read the young man. The gift, real but untended. The cruelty, a weakness dressed up as strength. The absolute certainty of someone who had never once lost. The same certainty Xiaolin had worn. The same certainty he himself had worn, an age ago, right up until the dark. You are talented, Tianyu said quietly. More than the last one who threatened me. That is not flattery, it is simply true. I can see it in how you hold your chi. With 20 more years and a better teacher, you might have been something rare. He tilted his head. But your master did not teach you to be rare. He taught you to be a weapon. He pointed you at frightened children and let you break them, and called it strength, and you believed him, because winning that way is easy and you have never once had to learn anything harder. His voice stayed level, almost gentle, which made it cut all the deeper. So here is the truth you did not come here to hear, Wen Tao. You are about to meet something your gift cannot beat, on a floor where there will be no children to break, and you have no idea what to do when that happens, because you were never taught. I would feel sorry for you. But you came here to threaten a 12-year-old, so I find that I do not. He turned to go. Sharpen whatever trick your master gave you. You are going to need it, and it is still not going to be enough. He walked away, and left Wen Tao standing in the market with the unfamiliar, infuriating sensation of having lost a fight he thought he had already won. That night, Bai Yu found Hao's trick. It was not hard, once she knew to look. She came into the furnace room late, her cool face tight with anger, and laid it out. Hao oversees the material allotment this year, she said. Every contestant is given a sealed packet of materials at the start, the same recipe for all. Except they will not be the same. I had a friend in the storeroom check. Her jaw was hard. Your packet, junior brother, has been prepared separately. The herbs in it are old, cross-aged. 2 of them are subtly spoiled, in a way you would not catch until they were already in the furnace and the whole batch turned. He has given you materials designed to fail. A master could not make a clean pill from what is in your packet. The thing cannot be done. She looked at him, and under the anger there was real fear now, fear for both of them. It is perfect, and it is unprovable. When your pill fails, it will look like you failed. Hao wins. Our master is finished, and there is nothing anyone can say, because the spoilage is too subtle to prove was deliberate. She sank onto a stool. I do not see a way out of it, Tianyu. I have been turning it over all night. You cannot refuse the packet without forfeiting. You cannot prove it was tampered with. And you cannot make a good pill from bad materials. It cannot be done. Tianyu listened to all of it. And then, to her great annoyance, he smiled. A good pill cannot be made from bad materials, he agreed. That is true. It is also exactly why this is going to work so beautifully. He set down his work. Senior sister, you are thinking like an alchemist who was given good materials and asked to make a good pill. That is the contest everyone thinks they are in. But Hao has just changed my contest, without meaning to. He has not given me a test of whether I can make a clean pill. He has given me a test of whether I can take ruined, spoiled, hopeless materials, the kind a master would throw away, and pull something worthy out of them anyway. His eyes glinted. And that, as it happens, is the rarest and highest skill an alchemist can have. Any gifted child can make a fine pill from fine herbs. Only a true master can save a batch that should be thrown away. Hao thinks he has handed me a failure. He has actually handed me the one stage in the whole assessment where I can show the masters something his polished disciples could never match. He met her eyes. Do not warn the judges. Do not try to swap the packet. Do not breathe a word. Let Hao spring his trap exactly as he planned it. And then watch what a man who has refined the medicine of. He caught himself, smoothly. A man who has spent a very long time at the furnace does with a packet of poison. Bai Yu stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the fear went out of her face, and something else came into it, a fierce, delighted, almost vicious hope. You're going to take his sabotage, she said, and turn it into the thing that wins. I am going to take his sabotage, Tianyu said, and turn it into the thing that buries his 10-year campaign in front of the entire hall. Winning is small, senior sister. We are going to do something better than win. She laughed. It was an actual laugh, startled out of her, the first he had heard from her. And for just a moment the cool, sharp senior sister looked her age, a young woman who had spent 6 years cornered and had just been handed a sword. Heavens, she said. Where did the master find you? In a gutter, Tianyu said. He has excellent taste. Later, when Bai Yu had gone to her rest, Su Lan crept out to the furnace room, unable to sleep, and sat with him in the quiet. She had grown in the month at the hall. Fed, safe, a thread of chi turning in her now. But the fear in her was the old fear, the one from the lane. Tomorrow's dangerous, she said. It was not a question. A little, Tianyu admitted. Not the kind you fear. No blade will swing at me on that floor. But if I fall, the old man falls with me. And he has been kind, and I do not intend to let that happen. He looked into the cold furnace. It is strange, Su Lan. A month ago, I was dying in the mud. Tonight I am worried about a pill contest in a city hall. It seems so small. His voice dropped. And it is small. That is the part one have to keep remembering. All of this, the hall, the contest, how, the rank, it is the first inch of a road 300 years long. Somewhere out past this comfortable city, a seed of the dark is drinking in a dead mine. And one day the sky will open, and these proud people contesting their pills will have no idea what is coming. He was quiet a moment. So tomorrow matters, and tomorrow does not matter, both at once. I have to win it, because the old man's kindness deserves it, and because every rung counts. And I have to remember it is only a rung, because if I ever let a city hall become the whole of my world, I will forget what I came back to do. Su Lan leaned her head against his shoulder, tired and unafraid in the warm dark. You think too much, she said. Win the contest. Save the world after breakfast. She paused. But also, win the contest. I didn't drag you out of the mud to watch some rich man's lapdog beat you. A short, real laugh escaped him. No, he agreed. We can't have that. And the two frontier children sat together in the quiet furnace room the night before the assessment, the kitchen girl and the fallen immortal, and for a little, while the doom 300 years out was very far away, and the warmth was very close. The grand assessment was held in the hall's great contest court, and it made the recruitment hall look small. It was a vast open arena under the sky, ringed with tiered stone seats, and on the morning of the contest those seats were full. Disciples of every lineage, masters in their gray robes, patrons in rich silk, the merchant houses and the visiting sects, come to see which young alchemists were worth courting. Thousands of eyes, and at the heart of it all, a wide circle of contest furnaces, gleaming and ready. The assessment was the hall's great show, and the whole of Cultivator Qingyun turned out for it. Tianyu walked in among the contestants, 100 of the hall's best young alchemists, in their fine lineage robes, and one clanless boy in plain gray. The whispers followed him the moment he appeared. That's him. The frontier miracle. Old Moose Stray. The one who broke Xiaolin. He let them whisper. He found his assigned furnace and stood quietly beside it, and looked around the court with calm, reading eyes. The other contestants were a study. 100 of the hall's best, every one of them nervous. They hit it differently. Some paced. Some checked their furnaces a 10th time. Some stood very still and pretended to be calm, though the room saw straight through it. They were the pride of their lineages, and they had trained for years, and they all knew that the next hour could make or break a decade of work. The pressure on that floor was a physical thing. Tianyu felt nothing of the sort, and the calm made him stand out almost as much as his ragged clothes. He had stood on the last sky at the end of the world. A pill contest could not reach the place in him where fear lived. So while 100 prodigies sweated, the clanless boy simply waited, still as deep water, and the contestants near him kept glancing over, unsettled, unable to say why. The stands were the other half of it. This was not the recruitment, packed with hopefuls. This was the show, and the powerful had come to watch. He read them in a slow sweep. The merchant houses, in their bright silk, here to spot which young alchemist to court. The visiting sects, cool and proprietary, here to remember which talents had refused them. And the patrons, the rich, the ranked, the people who decided whose pills got bought and whose lineage got funded. The whole web of power that ran the pill world had turned out to watch 100 children refine. It was, he understood, exactly the stage he had told Bayou it was. How had meant to use it to bury Elder Mu's lineage in public. But a stage did not care who stood on it. It only amplified whoever did. How had built a platform and filled the seats with every important person in Xingyun, and then handed his enemy a reason to climb onto it. The fool had done half of Tianyu's work for him. He found Su Lan in the stands, in the cheap seats among the servants, small and tense, her hands knotted in her lap. She had insisted on coming. Of course she had. She caught his eye across the vast court, and gave him a fierce little nod, the same nod from the recruitment gallery. Show them. He gave her the ghost of a smile back. Then he set her aside, gently, in the part of his mind that held the people worth protecting, and turned his attention to the work. He found Elder Mu first, in the master's tier, looking small and old among the gray robes, watched by his rivals with open contempt, his lineage's whole future resting on a first-month disciple. The old man caught Tianyu's eye and gave him a single small nod. No pressure in it. Only trust. Tianyu returned it. He found Bayou next, at the disciple's rail, her cool face tight, her hands gripped white. She had not been able to talk him out of the plan, and she was terrified it would fail, and she was there anyway. And he found Elder Hao, seated in a place of honor among the masters, broad and well-fed, and smiling his smile that never reached his eyes. And beside him sat Wen Tao, calm and confident in his fine robes, glancing at Tianyu with lazy, certain contempt. Master and weapon, both watching the clanless boy take his place, both already savoring a victory they believed was arranged and certain. They had every reason to be certain. They had poisoned the well. A senior master rose to preside, and the rules rang across the court. Each contestant would receive a sealed packet of materials. All packets, the master said, held the same recipe, a third-grade verdant spirit pill, a true test of an apprentice's skill. At the lighting of the great incense, all would refine at once. At its burning out, the pills would be judged by the masters on quality alone, and ranked, and the rankings would decide the season's standing, rank, resources, and the face of every lineage on the floor. It was fair. It looked perfectly fair. That was the genius of Hao's trick. The packets were carried out by hall attendants and set before each contestant. Tianyu watched his arrive. He watched which attendant carried it. He watched the small, almost invisible mark on its corner that set it apart from the others, exactly as Bayou had warned. He did not touch it. Not yet. He simply noted it, and filed it away, and kept his face perfectly calm. Across the circle, Wen Tao caught his eye, and smiled, and let his gaze drop pointedly to Tianyu's packet, and then back up. A small, cruel, knowing smile. I know what's in yours. You don't. Enjoy. Tianyu looked back at him, and did not smile, and did not glare. He simply held the young man's gaze with the flat, ancient calm that had unsettled everyone from Zhao Hu to Xiaolin, until Wen Tao's smug smile faltered just slightly at the edges, and then looked away first. The great incense was lit. Begin, the presiding master called. 100 packets were torn open. 100 furnaces flared. The contest court filled with the roar of flame and the focused silence of 100 gifted young alchemists bending to the most important refining of their season. And Tianyu opened his packet of poison, and looked at what Hao had given him, and felt the cold clear calm settle into the place it always settled before he did the thing the whole court called impossible. It was worse than Bayou had warned. Hao had not been careless. The materials in the packet were ruined with real skill. Aged just past their prime, cross-stored so their energies had begun to sour against each other. 2 of the 5 herbs spoiled in ways too subtle for any contestant to catch in the rush of the contest. Put these into a furnace and refine them the ordinary way, and they would not make a verdant spirit pill. They would curdle. The batch would turn gray and bitter and dead, and the failure would look exactly like the failure of a boy who was never good enough in the first place. A master would throw this packet away. That was the trap. There was no clean pill to be made from it, and everyone knew it. And so when the clanless boy's pill came out ruined, the blame would land on him, and never on the herbs. But Tianyu was not going to make the pill the ordinary way. He had told Bayou the truth. The rarest skill an alchemist could have was not making a fine pill from fine materials. Any prodigy could do that. The rarest skill was salvage. It meant taking ruined, hopeless, spoiled materials, the things a master would discard, and coaxing worth out of them anyway. It took an understanding of the herbs so deep that you could feel not just what they were, but what had gone wrong in them, and walk each one backward from its spoilage toward what it had been. Few alchemists alive could do it. He had spent the last desperate years of his first life learning it, far too late, on battlefields where good materials no longer existed. He had never been more grateful for a lesson learned in despair. He did not light his furnace at once, and the small delay drew a few glances. Instead, he closed his eyes and laid his hands over the spoiled herbs and listened to them. He felt the sour cross-grain of the aging, the two quiet spoilages, the precise shape of everything how had done to ruin them. A map of damage. And against that map, he laid the other map, the one only a true master carried. What each herb had been before, and the exact path back. Then he opened his eyes and lit the furnace and began to do the impossible. He refined the herbs in the wrong order. That was the first strange thing, and the contestants near enough to see it frowned. A verdant spirit pill was never refined in that order. It made no sense, unless you were not making a verdant spirit pill at all, but first unspoiling the materials, purifying each ruined herb back toward its prime before you ever began the true refining. It was two refinings folded into one, in a single furnace, under one incense stick. It was the work of a master showing off, except there was no showing off in it, only the calm, total focus of someone doing something very hard because it was the only road through. And it was hard, even for him. A clean pill from clean herbs was a gentle thing. This was not gentle. Each spoiled herb fought him. The sour cross-grain wanted to spread, not heal. The two ruined herbs wanted to curdle the rest, like rot spreading through good fruit. He had to hold all five apart in the furnace at once. He had to mend each one while keeping it from poisoning its neighbors. One wrong fold, one moment of lost focus, and the whole batch would turn at once. And then even he could not save it. Sweat ran down his face. His thin arms shook with the strain on a body still only at the second layer of chi condensation. The work wanted a master's cultivation, and he did not have it yet, and so he paid for every fold with raw wool instead. It hurt. He did not stop. He walked the first ruined herb backward. He felt where it had soured, and he reached past the souring to what it had been, and he coaxed it there, gently, like a man talking a frightened animal out of a corner. Then the second. Then he turned to the cross-grain, and smoothed it, fold by patient fold, until the five warring things in his furnace stopped fighting each other and began, for the first time, to agree. The light over his furnace changed. It had been sickly at first, a dull, greenish, spoiled glow, the light of materials going wrong. Now, slowly, it cleared. The dullness burned off. The green deepened and brightened towards something clean and true, and the smell coming off the furnace shifted from sour to sweet, and a contestant at the next furnace caught that smell and faltered at his own work, staring. Because that smell was not possible. Everyone within 10 paces had seen the boy open his packet. A few had even seen, without understanding, that his materials looked old and wrong. A spoiled packet did not smell like that. A spoiled packet smelled like failure. This smelled like a pill better than anything the boy's neighbors were making from their good, clean herbs. At the rail, Bayu had stopped breathing entirely. She knew exactly what was in that packet. She had warned him it was hopeless. And she was watching him do the thing she had sworn was impossible. And her cool, sharp face had come apart into open, astonished hope. Around the circle, the others worked their clean materials toward clean pills. Wen Tao's furnace burned strong and confident. The court watched the favorites, and barely noticed the clanless boy in the corner. An elder Hao leaned back in his seat of honor and let his cruel smile settle, waiting for the moment the frontier miracle's furnace turned gray. It did not turn gray. The incense burned down. One by one the contestants began to finish, capping their furnaces, tipping out their pills. The judging masters drifted along the circle, and as they came, a strange thing began to happen at the back of the court, at one humble furnace, where the light had not guttered and died as it was supposed to, but had instead grown, slowly and impossibly, clean and bright and steady, brighter than it had any right to be, the light of a refining that was somehow, against everything the materials allowed, succeeding. A master paused at Tianyu's furnace. He frowned. He looked closer. His frown deepened into something else. He turned, and he caught the sleeve of the master beside him, and pointed. And one by one, along the master's tier, gray-robed heads began to turn toward the back of the court, toward the clanless boy and the furnace that was doing something they could not explain, while Elder Howe's smile slowly began to fade, and the great incense guttered toward its end, and the whole court leaned forward to see what the frontier miracle was about to pull out of a packet of poison. The incense burned to ash, and one by one the 100 furnaces went still, and the assessment came down to a single question the whole court had never expected to ask. What had the clanless boy made? Tianyu capped his furnace last of all. He let the light fold in. He let it cool. And then, in the silence of a court where 1,000 people had stopped watching the favorites and turned to stare at the back corner, he tipped his pill out into his palm and held it up. It was not clean. It was perfect. A flawless verdant spirit pill, deep green, clear as river jade, with a faint spiral turning in its heart that only the finest refining ever produced. The smell of it reached the master's tier, and gray-robed heads came up all along the row, because that smell did not belong to a third-grade pill. It belonged to a pill that should not have existed at all, made from materials that should have curdled in the furnace. For a moment, the court held still. Then half the master's tier came down at once. They dropped from the gallery in a flurry of gray robes, landing around Tianyu's furnace, and they did not bother to hide their hunger to see. The presiding master took the pill first. He held it up. He pressed his sense into it. His hand began to shake, exactly as Elder Moose had on the recruitment dais. "This is flawless," he said, and his voice carried in the silence. "A flawless verdant spirit pill. From a first-month disciple." He turned the pill in the light, disbelieving. "I have judged this assessment for 15 years. I have never given a perfect score. I am about to give one to a clanless child." The court erupted. And then, almost at once, the eruption changed. Because Tianyu had not capped his furnace and gone quiet. He had reached down, calm and unhurried, and picked up the empty husks of the materials he had been given, the spent stalks, the drained roots, the remains of his packet, and he held them out, in his other hand, beside the flawless pill, for the masters to see. "Before you give me any score," he said, and his quiet voice cut clean across the noise, "the masters should examine my materials. Not the pill. The materials I started with." He set the husks down on the furnace dais, where the gray robes could see them. "Compare them to what the other contestants were given. I think you will find a difference. And I think the difference will explain why a flawless pill from this packet is not a fluke, or a cheat, or genius." His eyes lifted, past the masters, to the seat of honor where Elder House sat. "It is something rarer than all three, and it should never have been possible at all, because the materials in my packet were ruined before they ever reached my hands." The court went very quiet. The presiding master crouched over the spent husks. He picked one up. He turned it in his fingers, and his face changed. He picked up a second, a third. He pressed his sense into each one, slow and careful, reading what they had been. And the longer he read, the harder his old face set. "These materials," he said at last, slowly, so the whole court heard it, "were spoiled." He held one husk up. "This stock was harvested past its prime, then cross-stored against a fire herb until its nature soured. This root," he lifted another, "was already rotting at the core when it was sealed in the packet. 2 of the 5 were ruined. Not damaged. Ruined." He looked up, and his voice was flat and cold. "I have judged this assessment 15 years. I know good materials from bad. These are the worst materials I have ever seen handed to a contestant. No alchemist alive could make a clean verdant spirit pill from these. They were not made to produce a pill. They were made to produce a failure." He turned the husk in his hand, and then he turned to the rest of the masters, and he said the thing that broke the court open. "And this boy made a flawless pill from them anyway." The silence shattered into uproar. Not the cruel, hungry uproar of the cheating accusation. Something else. Shock, and then a slow, spreading understanding, and then a dawning, scandalized fury. Every person in that court, master and disciple and patron alike, had just done the same arithmetic. The packets were prepared by the hall. The allotment was overseen this year by one man. And that one man's name was already being whispered, furiously, up and down the tiers. Elder Howe oversaw the materials. Elder Howe prepared the packets. Whose packet was ruined? The clanless boys. The one house faction wanted gone. It could not be proven. That had been the genius of the trick. The spoilage was subtle, the kind that could be blamed on a storeroom accident, and Howe would deny everything with a wounded face. But proof was no longer the point. The point was that 1,000 of the most important people in Qingyun were all looking, at the same moment, at the seat of honor where Elder House sat, and Elder Howe's broad, well-fed face had gone the gray of old ash. Tianyu did not accuse him. That was the blade in it. "I do not know how my packet came to hold ruined materials," Tianyu said, calm and even, into the uproar. He spread his hands, the picture of reason. "Perhaps it was an accident, a storeroom mistake. I would not dream of accusing anyone." He let the words hang, and every soul in the court heard the thing he was so carefully not saying, and it was 1,000 times louder than an accusation. "But I am a guest in this hall, and a junior disciple, and it is not my place to complain about my materials. So I did not complain. I simply did the only thing an alchemist can do with ruined herbs." His voice stayed mild. "I refined them anyway. I walked each spoiled herb back to what it had been, and then I made the pill the assessment asked for. That is all. If the materials had been sound, I would have made a fine pill, like everyone else, and you would have called me talented and forgotten me by next season." A thin, cold edge crept in at last. "It was the ruin in the packet that let me show you something better than talent. So whoever spoiled my materials, by accident, of course, I find I owe them my thanks. They built me a far better stage than fair materials ever could have." It left Elder Howe with nothing to strike at. The boy had not accused him. The boy had thanked him, in front of 1,000 witnesses, for handing him the greatest showcase of his young career. To deny the sabotage now was to argue against a thing that had never been spoken aloud. To rage was to confess. Howe could only sit in his seat of honor, gray-faced and silent, while the whole court understood exactly what had happened, and exactly who had done it, and exactly how completely it had turned to ash in his hands. And then a voice spoke from the very top of the court, from the highest seat of all, and the whole uproar died at once. "In 60 years, the voice said, I have seen perhaps 3 alchemists who could salvage ruined materials. All 3 were grandmasters. Even they could not have done it under an incense stick, in front of 1,000 people, at the age of 12. The speaker rose, and the court bowed as one, because this was a man even the masters bowed to. Grandmaster Liu, the head of the entire Qingyun Alchemy Hall. He was very old, older even than Elder Mu, his beard white to his waist, his robes the deep gold that only the hall head wore. He did not come down in a flurry like the others. He descended slowly, with the weight of someone who had nothing left to prove to anyone, and the masters parted for him. And he came to a stop in front of Tian Yu and looked down at the ragged boy with eyes that had seen everything. Boy, Grandmaster Lu said. Do you know what you have done? I made a pill, Tian Yu said. You did not make a pill. The old man's voice was dry. Any of these children can make a pill from good herbs. You took materials that a grandmaster would have thrown in the rubbish, and you unmade the ruin in them, and then you made a flawless pill, and you did it faster than most of these children made their easy ones. He held out a hand, and the presiding master placed the green pill in it, and Lu studied it for a long moment. This is salvage, the highest and rarest skill in our craft. It cannot be taught to someone without the deepest feeling for the herbs there is. A feeling for not just what a thing is, but what it has been and what it could be again. I have met it 3 times in 60 years. He looked up, and here it is, in a clanless boy of 12, on his first month in this hall. Either the heavens have made a joke at my expense, or they have sent us something we have not seen in a very long time. He turned and addressed the court, and his old voice filled it without effort. The assessment is decided. First place goes to the disciple of Elder Mu's lineage, Tian Yu. A roar began, and he raised a hand, and it stilled. Not because the score is highest, though it is. Because what he did on this floor is something no score was built to measure. I am the hall head. I will measure it myself. His eyes swept the tears, and came to rest, for just a moment, on the gray-faced figure of Elder Hao, and the look in them was cold and ancient and entirely aware. And I will say this once, so that there is no confusion in anyone's mind. This boy is now of interest to me. Personally, whatever lineage he studies under, whatever quarrels run between our halls, the hall head is watching this one grow. I would take it very badly if anything were to happen to him. An accident, say. A spoiled packet. A stumble on a stair. The mild words fell like stones. I am old, and I am patient, and I forget nothing. Let that be understood. It was understood. Every soul in the court understood it. And Elder Hao understood it best of all, for the hall head had just placed his open hand over the clanless boy, in front of everyone, and a hand like that was a wall no lineage in Qin Yun would dare climb. Hao's trap had not merely failed. It had handed his enemy the protection of the one person in the city Hao could not touch. Tian Yu bowed to the old man, low and genuine. He had hoped to make a patron on this floor. He had not dared hope for this one. The hall head's favor was worth more than any sect's offer, any merchant's gold. It was the one thing in Qin Yun that put him truly out of reach of the wolves, and it had come not because he begged for it, but because he had stood on Hao's own stage and done something the old man had waited 60 years to see again. Thank you, Grandmaster, Tian Yu said. I will try to be worth the watching. You had better be, said Grandmaster Lu, and the dry old mouth twitched, almost into a smile. I have wasted 60 years being disappointed by prodigies. Do not be another one. He pressed the green pill back into Tian Yu's hand. Keep it. A man should keep the first pill that changed his life. I still have mine, and I am 211. And he turned, and went back up to his high seat, slow and unhurried, leaving a clanless boy standing at the center of the court under the open protection of the most powerful alchemist in the city, and a wounded wolf in the seat of honor, watching, and not forgetting either. The rest of the assessment was a formality after that. Tian Yu was named first. The rewards were read out. A year's allotment of fine materials, a place in the hall's inner library, a registered rank that a first-month disciple had never held in the hall's history. He took them with a quiet bow. But the rewards were not the prize, and everyone knew it. The prize was the moment, in front of 1,000 people, when Elder Mu's dying lineage had stopped dying. Tian Yu found his master in the thinning crowd afterward, and the old man's face undid him a little. Elder Mu was not smiling. He was past smiling. He stood very straight, for an old man, and his eyes were wet, and he looked at Tian Yu like a man looking at something he had stopped believing he would live to see. 10 years, the old master said quietly. 10 years they have been writing my obituary. The has-been. The fool who collects strays. The lineage that will die with the old man. His voice was not quite steady. I stopped arguing with them years ago. I started to believe them, a little, in the small hours. That perhaps I had had my time, and my best work was behind me, and the kindest thing left was to fade quietly and let Hao have the courtyard. He drew a breath. And then a clanless boy off the frontier walked onto that floor, and took the worst sabotage I have ever seen, and turned it into the finest thing this hall has witnessed in a generation, under my name, under my lineage. He shook his head slowly. You did not just win an assessment, boy. You gave an old man back the thing he had given up on. You made my life's work mean something again, in front of every person who said it was finished. He gripped Tian Yu's shoulder hard. I do not have the words. I am an alchemist, not a poet. But know that I know what you did, and I will not forget it, any more than Hao will forget his. You gave me a roof when the wolves were circling, Tian Yu said, and a name when I was nameless, and you asked nothing for it. He met the old man's wet eyes. I only gave it back. That is what people who are not wolves do for each other, master. I forgot it for a whole lifetime. You are teaching me to remember. The old master laughed, rough and wet, and pulled the boy into a brief, fierce embrace that smelled of herbs and wood smoke. And for a moment the head of a dying lineage and the disciple who had saved it simply stood together in the emptying court, and neither of them said anything else, because nothing else needed saying. Baiyu was waiting when they returned to the courtyard, and the change in her was total. She had left for the assessment a senior disciple braced for disaster, certain the clanless stray would fall and take her master with him. She had watched, instead, the most complete victory their lineage had won in a decade. And she met Tianyu at the courtyard gate with her cool sharp face wide open, all the careful distance burned away. "You did it," she said. You took house sabotage and you turned it into that." She shook her head, half laughing, half something else. "Do you understand what you did to him? He has spent 10 years building his faction by making people afraid of him. And you made him sit gray-faced in the seat of honor, while the hall head put a hand over your head and all, but called him a cheat. He will never fully recover from this morning. People who feared him yesterday are laughing at him tonight." Her eyes were bright and fierce. "I have wanted to hit that man back for 6 years. I never could. You did it in one morning, with a pill, without even raising your voice." "We did it," Tianyu corrected. "You found the trap. You told me what was in the packet. If you had warned the judges, like your instinct said, I would have denied it, and we would have proven nothing. You trusted me to do it the harder way. That trust was the whole victory, senior sister. I only lit the furnace." Baiyu stared at him. And then, slowly, the cool sharp senior disciple did something Tianyu had not seen her do in a month. She smiled. A real smile, unguarded, warm. "I called you a gutter child," she said. "On your first day, I left you a herb and a rude note, and thought I was being generous." She shook her head. "Junior brother, I was wrong about you in every way it is possible to be wrong. You are the strangest, the most infuriating, and the finest thing that has ever walked into this courtyard." She paused, and the smile turned wry. "And if you ever tell me you lived a whole life before this one and still cannot beat me at Weiqi, I am going to be extremely annoyed. Master says you are hopeless at it." "I am hopeless at it," Tianyu admitted gravely. "I commanded armies. I never once learned to play games. There was always a war on." "We will fix that," Baiyu said, with the firm air of a senior sister taking a hopeless junior in hand. And there was something in it, a warmth, an ease, a claiming, that had not been there an hour before, and that neither of them quite named, and that had, very quietly, begun. Sulan nearly knocked him over. She came flying across the courtyard the moment she got back from the contest court, and threw her arms around him. And for a moment the careful, watchful girl was just a girl, fierce and overjoyed. "I knew it," she said into his shoulder. "I told you to win the contest, and you won the contest, and you made the rich man's face go gray and the old hall head come down from his throne. I watched the whole thing from the cheap seats, and I could not breathe." She pulled back, eyes shining. "A month ago we were running through the mud with bandits behind us. Today the most powerful alchemist in the city put his hand over your head in front of 1,000 people." She shook her head, dazed. "What is our life now?" "Better than the mud," Tianyu said, and let himself smile at her, because she had earned it. "And it is only the start, Sulan. Today bought us safety, and resources, and time. That is all I wanted from it." He glanced at her, and the dry edge crept in. "Though I admit the part where Hao's face went gray was more satisfying than it should have been. I am working on my humility. It is slow." She laughed, a good sound in the old courtyard. And for a little while the two of them simply stood in the late light and let the sighs of the day settle over them. Fame came whether he wanted it or not, and most of it he did not want. By the next morning, all of Qingyun knew the story. The clanless frontier boy who made a flawless pill from a packet of poison, who shamed Elder Hao on his own stage, who won the open hand of the hall head himself. It was the kind of story his city loved, and it spread like fire, and within days the quiet shabby courtyard had a steady stream of visitors it had never seen before. Patrons with offers, recruiters with honeyed words, merchant agents who wanted first claim on his pills, the curious, who only wanted to look at the miracle. Elder Mu's gate, ignored for a decade, suddenly could not be left unwatched. Tianyu turned them all away, politely, everyone. He had a master. He had a place. He needed nothing they offered, and a man who took favors took chains with them, and he had spent one whole life learning that the hard way. The wolves had been told, in front of everyone, that the hall head was watching him. They could not take him by force. So they tried to buy him, and he simply, calmly, would not be bought, and that frustrated them more than any refusal of force could have. One visitor he did not turn away. Guyen came on the third day, and he came whole. The broker swept into the courtyard with his old confidence entirely restored, his mended core humming, his step light for the first time in 60 years. And when he saw Tianyu he laughed out loud, delighted. "I leave you on a road 2 months ago," he said, "a half-dead child with a stolen cloak and a chicken pot. And I come back to find you have conquered the Qingyun Alchemy Hall, taken the hall head as a patron, and made an enemy of the most vicious lineage head in the city, all before your voice has even broken." He shook his head in open admiration. "I told myself, on that road, that I had found something rare. I undersold it. You are not rare, boy. You are a once-in-an-age disaster wearing a child's face, and I have never been so glad to be on someone's good side. You kept your word on the road," Tianyu said. "And I kept mine. That puts you on a very short list of people in this city I trust at all. He gestured the broker to a seat. Sit. You did not come only to flatter me. A broker never does. No, Guyen admitted, sitting, his clever eyes glinting. I came to make you an offer, and for once it is an honest one, because I have learned exactly what happens to people who are not honest with you. He leaned in. You are a hall disciple now. You will need materials, rare ones, more than the hall's allotment gives you, if you mean to climb as fast as I think you do. And you will need them bought quietly, through channels that do not announce to all of Qingyun what the prodigy is refining. He spread his hands. I have those channels. I have spent 90 years building them. Let me be your broker, not your owner. Your broker. You tell me what you need. I find it. You pay a fair price, and no sect or rival ever learns what you are making until you choose to show them. A man rising as fast as you are needs a quiet supply line more than he needs another teacher. I am offering to be it. Tian, considered him. It was, he judged, a genuine offer, made by a man who had learned that honesty with this particular boy paid better than any trick. And it was useful. Exactly the kind of quiet, deniable supply line a man hiding his true depths required. Agreed, he said. On one condition. The same condition as the road. You do not spend the people who walk with me, and you do not sell what you learn about me, ever, to anyone, for any price. Break that, and the cure I gave your core is not the only delicate thing I know how to undo. He said it mildly, and Guyen heard the steel under it perfectly, and did not flinch, because he had expected exactly that. I would expect nothing less, the broker said, and they clasped hands, and a fallen immortal acquired a second quiet asset in the heart of the pill world. A 90-year-old broker with channels into every market in the reaches, bound by gratitude and self-interest both. Before he left, Guyen paused at the gate, and his clever face turned serious. A warning, freely given, no charge, for old times. How will not move against you in the hall? He cannot now. But how did not build his faction by forgetting? He will wait for you to step somewhere the hall heads I does not reach, and then he will be there. The Veil. A trade road. A secret realm. Somewhere wild and deniable. He held Tian Yu's gaze. Be very careful the first time you leave these walls, boy. That is when the wolf will be waiting. I know. Tian Yu said quietly. I am counting on it. Guyen blinked, then barked a laugh, then shook his head and went, muttering something about disasters in children's faces, and left Tian Yu standing in the courtyard with one more piece in place, and a warning that only confirmed what he had already planned for. But Tian Yu did not waste the days that followed, because a man who wasted a hard-won advantage did not deserve to win another. The assessment's rewards were not trinkets. A year's allotment of fine materials. A registered rank that opened doors. And the thing he valued most, a place in the hall's inner library, where the accumulated knowledge of generations of alchemists was kept. He used all three, hard. The materials, he turned to cultivation. With proper spirit herbs at last, and proper pills he could now make for himself instead of trading for, he pushed his climb. Not recklessly. He still built the foundation first. Always, the lesson the dark had carved into him. But with real resources behind a real method, the climb came faster. By the end of the first week his chi condensation deepened toward its middle layers. By the end of the second, he could feel the peak of the realm on the horizon, and beyond it the wall of foundation establishment, the realm where Zhao Gang had been a terror and Liangbo a king. To him, now, it was only a rung on a very long stair. The mighty had fallen far. He was climbing back, rung by patient rung, and every rung was sweeter for having been earned the honest way. The library he turned to knowledge. He read his way through 300 years of changes. New schools of refining. New classifications of herbs. The politics of the pill world, the great sects and houses, the trade in spirit materials, the maps of the eastern reaches and the lands beyond them. He drank it all in, rebuilding his picture of a world that had moved on without him while he slept in a stone. Most of it he absorbed in a glance. But here and there a thing made him pause. A reference to a region gone strangely silent, a trade route abandoned for reasons left unrecorded, an old, half-forgotten warning in a margin about the hungering dark beyond the western stars that some long-dead alchemist had clearly been laughed at for writing down. He did not laugh. He marked the page, and filed it away, and felt the old cold weight settle. The world thought it was safe. The world was a field that did not know it was a field. And somewhere in its libraries, in margins, in silences on maps, the first faint shadow of the truth was already there for anyone with the eyes to read it. He had the eyes. He was, as far as he knew, the only one in this whole bright, comfortable city who did. It steadied him, oddly, to remember it. The assessment, the rank, the rivalry with Hao. All of it could swell to fill his whole attention if he let it. The same as a city hall could become a whole world. He would not let it. Every night, before he slept, he made himself remember the seed drinking in the dead mine on the frontier, and the number that came with it. 300 years. It was a long time. It was no time at all. And a man with that clock ticking in his chest did not get to be content with winning a pill contest, however sweet. You've gone quiet again, Su Lan observed one evening, watching him stare at nothing over a cooling cup of tea. The big quiet. The 300 years quiet. You know me too well, Tian Yu said. Somebody has to. She refilled his cup. Win the contest. Climb the ladder. Save the world after breakfast. One thing at a time, remember? She sat down across from him. This girl who had been a kitchen drudge a season ago, and was a cultivator now, and fixed him with a look that was equal parts fondness and stubbornness. And right now, the one thing is this. Bayou says there's an expedition. She says it's important. She's been trying to tell you for 2 days, and you keep drifting off into the big quiet before she finishes. She folded her arms. So drink your tea, and come back from 300 years away, and go let your senior sister tell you about it. I have a feeling it matters. It did matter. Bayou laid it out that night, spreading a worn map across the workbench. Every year the Hall sends an expedition into the Cloud Mist Vale, she said. A secret spirit realm, sealed behind a formation in the western hills. The Hall opens it once a year and sends disciples in to gather materials. She tapped the map. It is the only place within 1,000 li where certain rare herbs still grow. 3rd and 4th grade spirit herbs, the kind you cannot buy, the kind a serious alchemist needs and almost never gets. A single trip into the Vale, done well, can supply a disciple's refining for years. And the cost of that, Tianyu said, is that the Vale is dangerous. Very. Her face was grave. It is not a garden. It is a wild spirit realm. There are beasts in there. Chi beasts, some of them stronger than the disciples who go hunting herbs. There are mist hazards that turn cultivators around until they starve. Every year the Hall sends 100 disciples in. Every year, some do not come out. She looked at him. It is a rite of passage. The masters say it teaches what no furnace can. An alchemist who cannot also survive the wild will never gather his own materials, and will always be a beggar at someone else's table. So the strong ones go. They gather. They fight. They come back richer and harder than they went in. A pause. Or they do not come back at all. Tianyu studied the map. He understood the appeal at once. The rare materials were exactly what he needed, for his own climb, and for the higher-grade pills he could not make from the Hall's common stock. And there was the other thing, the thing the masters meant by the rite of passage. Until now, the whole city had seen him as a furnace talent. A boy who made pills. They did not know he could fight, because he had never had reason to show them. The Veil was a chance to demonstrate the other half of what he was, the half the city never suspected. The dual path. The thing that made him, in the end, far more dangerous than any pure alchemist. I am going, he said. Bayou had clearly expected that, and clearly dreaded it. I know you are, she said. Which is why I have spent 2 days trying to tell you the part that matters. She leaned in, her voice dropping. Tianyu, think. Where's the one place the Hall head's hand cannot reach you? Where's the one place that accidents happen every single year, and the questions afterwards stay few, because the Veil is dangerous and disciples die there all the time? Her jaw was tight. How cannot touch you in the Hall? The Grandmaster made that very clear, in front of everyone. So he will not touch you in the Hall. He will wait. He will smile, and bide his time, and then he will make very sure that you are entered into the Cloud Mist Vale expedition. And somewhere in that mist, far from the Hall head's eye, a clanless boy will have a tragic accident with a beast, or a hazard, or a fall, and everyone will shake their heads and say what a shame, such a talent. The Veil takes the best of them. She held his gaze. Wen Tao will be on that expedition. So will Hao's best. They have killed promising disciples in the Veil before, and never once been caught, because the Veil does the killing for them. You will be walking into the one place built for exactly the revenge Hao wants. And I cannot talk you out of going, because you need the materials, and because you are you. Tianyu was quiet a moment, looking at the worn map and the misty green realm drawn on it. No, he agreed. You cannot talk me out of it. I need what grows in there, and I will not let a wounded wolf keep me from what I need by threatening me with a forest. He looked up, and the cold calm was settled and certain. But you are right that it is a trap, and you are right that Hao will spring it. So we will do what we did at the assessment. We will let him build his trap, in the place he thinks is safe for him, and then we will turn it into the thing that finishes what this morning started. A thin edge. Hao learned nothing today. He thinks the Veil is his ground because the Hall head's eye does not reach it. He has forgotten that the Hall head's eye is not the only dangerous thing that will be walking in that mist. He met her eyes. Come with me, senior sister. You know the Veil, and I do not, and I would rather have you at my side than guess. Bring whoever else you trust. Let us go gather some herbs. And let us see what Wen Tao does when the accident he plans for the furnace boy meets something the furnace boy has been hiding. Bayou looked at him for a long moment. There was a question in her face she had been circling for weeks, and now, finally, she asked a piece of it. What the furnace boy has been hiding, she repeated slowly. Tianyu, you make pills like a grandmaster. You read men's hidden wounds at a glance. You speak like you have commanded armies. And now you talk about walking into a realm full of beasts and house killers as if it is a small thing. She studied him. An alchemist your age should be terrified of the Cloud Mist Vale. You are not terrified. You are planning. Like a man who has been in far worse places than a forest. Her cool eyes narrowed. Just how much of yourself have you been hiding, junior brother? Enough, Tianyu said quietly. That Wen Tao is going to have a very surprising day. He did not say more, and she did not press, and the silence answered for him. The next days were spent in preparation, and Tianyu prepared like a general, not like a frightened boy. He made pills, not for show now, but for use. Healing pills, sealed in wax, tucked where he could reach them fast. A few cruder things, too, that were not quite pills and not quite poison, the kind of alchemical tools a man learned to make when his life depended on more than his fists. He studied Bayu's maps of the Vale until he knew its shape better than disciples who had gone in a dozen times. He learned the beasts that lived there, and the hazards, and the places a clever killer would choose to arrange an accident. He was not walking in a house trap blind. He was walking in having already mapped every corner the trap could hide in. And he made one decision that started the only real fight he and Su Lan had ever had. She was not coming. You are at the first layer of body forging, he told her, gently, when she protested. The weakest thing in the Vale could kill you, and I cannot gather herbs and fight house people and keep you alive all at once. If you come, you become the thing they aim at. Exactly like the whisper that. He stopped. That was the wrong life. Exactly like a hostage. They will use you to control me, and they will be right too, because I would let them. He met her eyes. You are not weak, Su Lan. You are unbegun. There is a difference, and you taught it to me as much as I taught it to you. But unbegun is not ready for the cloud mist Vale, and I will not bury you in a forest to spare your feelings. Stay, climb, get strong enough that next time, I am glad to have you at my back instead of afraid for it. Su Lan was furious and hurt, and under it she knew he was right, which made it worse. I hate that you're right, she said, blinking hard. I dragged you out of the mud. I hit a cultivator with a soup pot, and now I have to stay home like a child while you walk into a death forest. She scrubbed at her eyes. Fine, fine, but you come back, Tianyu. You do not get to give me a reason to live in this world, and then die in a fog and leave me alone in it. That is not a thing I will forgive. I will come back, he said. I always do lately. And he meant it, and she believed it, and the fight ended like all their fights, not with one of them winning, but with both of them a little more bound to the other than before. So the team was 3. Tianyu, Bayu, who knew the Vale and would not be talked out of guarding her infuriating junior. And, to Tianyu's mild surprise, a third, for Bayu brought a friend, a quiet, broad-shouldered senior disciple named Shinku, a body cultivator, an herb hunter, who owed her a debt and asked no questions. He is slow to talk and quick to fight, Bayu said, and he has been into the Vale 9 times and come out 9 times, which is more than almost anyone can say. We will want him. Tianyu took the measure of the big, quiet man and approved. A general did not turn down a steady blade. The night before they left, Tianyu sat alone in the courtyard, as he often did, and let the weight settle. It was so easy, he thought, to let this become everything. The hall, the rivalry, the Vale. How? Bayu's slow thaw and Su Lan's fierce worry, and the small warm courtyard that had become, almost without his noticing, a home. A man could pour his whole heart into a life this size and call it enough. Part of him wanted to. Part of him, the part that had died alone at the end of the world, was so hungry for exactly this, for people, a place, a purpose he could hold in his 2 hands, that it frightened him. But he made himself remember. Every night, he made himself remember. Far to the east, on a dead frontier, a seed of the dark drank quietly in an old mine, and the grass would not grow around it, and one day the sky would open. 300 years. The hall was a wrong. Bayu and Su Lan and Elder Mu were precious, and they were also, every one of them, livestock on a farm that did not know it was a farm, exactly like the laughing children throwing stones at a sparring match, exactly like the whole bright doomed city. He was not climbing for the hall. He was climbing for all of them, and for every soul on every world the tide had not yet reached. And a forest full of house killers was simply the next small thing standing between him and the strength he needed to be in time. He looked up at the unfamiliar stars, and found the cold, clear calm, and held it. Tomorrow, the Vale, he murmured to the dark. One rung, then the next, then the next. He thought of the seed drinking in the mine, 300 years and a whole world away. I am coming, slower than I would like, but I am coming, and this time I will not be too late. They left at dawn, 3 among a long line of disciples winding west out of the city toward the hills. The cloud mist Vale was half a day's travel from Qingyun, in a fold of the western mountains where the air went strange and thick. Tianyu felt the realm before he saw it. A pressure on his senses. A wrongness in the qi, not the dead wrongness of the Voidkin seed, but the wild, untamed wrongness of a spirit realm that had grown apart from the ordinary world. As they came up the last rise, he saw it. A vast bowl of land, miles wide, sunk between the peaks, and filled to its brim with a roiling silver mist that moved against the wind. The cloud mist Vale. From above it looked almost beautiful. He had learned, in 2 lifetimes, that the beautiful things were usually the ones that killed you. A great formation ringed the bowl. A wall of carved spirit stone pillars, dormant now, that the hall raised and lowered once a year. The expedition gathered before it. 100 disciples, perhaps more, from every lineage in the hall, in their varied colors, with their varied guards and gear. Master stood at the formation's control array, overseeing. And the mood was not the bright, greedy mood of the assessment. It was quieter, grimmer. Everyone here knew the Vale's price. An overseeing master read the rules in a flat, practiced voice. The gate would open at midday and close at dusk on the 3rd day. Disciples would gather what they could and return before it closed. Anyone still inside when the formation sealed would be trapped until next year, which, the master said dryly, was the same as dead, because nothing survived the Veil's deep mist for a season. The Hall took no responsibility for casualties. The Veil was the Veil. It had always taken its share, and it always would. It was while the master spoke that when Tao found him. He came through the crowd with two of Hao's disciples at his shoulders, and he was smiling again, the smug, certain smile of a man whose first plan had failed, but whose second was already in motion. The gray-faced humiliation of the assessment was gone. He had had days to recover, and to be told by his master exactly where the clanless boy could still be reached. Frontier miracle, when Tao said pleasantly, "I'm glad you came. I worried you might be too clever to walk into a place like this." He let his eyes drift over the roiling mist. The Hall head has a long arm, they say, but even the Hall head's arm does not reach into the cloud mist veil. In there, it is just disciples and beasts and fog. And accidents. His smile widened. So many accidents. The Veil took 11 of us last year. Such a shame. Some of them were quite talented. He stepped closer and dropped his voice so only Tianyu and Baiyu could hear it. Enjoy the herbs, gutter rat. Gather all you like. It won't matter. You're not walking out of that mist. Neither is the disgraced girl or whatever brute she's hired to hold your hand. The Veil is going to have a very bad year for Elder Mu's lineage. He straightened, and the pleasant mask snapped back. Good hunting. Baiyu's hand had gone to her sword. Shinku, the big quiet man, had shifted his weight, slow and deliberate, to put himself a half step in front of her. Tianyu did not move at all. Thank you for the warning, Tianyu said mildly. It was more than I would have given you. He looked at Wen Tao with the flat, patient calm that had unsettled every proud young man it had ever fallen on. You should know, since you have been so honest, that I am going to gather my herbs, and I am going to walk out of that mist, and you are going to wish, very much, that your master had let this go after the assessment. He paused. He did not learn. I had hoped he would. A wolf that loses a tooth and then bites the same hand again is not brave, Wen Tao. It is stupid. And the second bite is always the one that gets it put down. He turned away, unhurried, presenting his back to three of Hao's killers without a flicker of fear. Good hunting. Mind the fog. And he left Wen Tao standing there with his smug certainty curdling, yet again, into that unfamiliar, infuriating sensation. The sensation of having threatened something that did not have the decency to be afraid. At midday, the masters worked the control array, and the great formation woke. The carved pillars lit one by one, a ring of cold light around the whole sunken bowl, and the mist wall at the gate shuddered and drew back like a curtain. A path opened into the veil. Beyond it, the silver fog rolled and breathed, and out of it came a smell of wet green growth and something older underneath, and a low sound that might have been wind and might have been something with lungs. Move in good order, the overseeing master called. Gather what you can. Be at the gate before dusk on the third day. The veil keeps what it catches. Go. The 100 disciples went in. They scattered as they entered, lineages keeping to their own, fanning out into the fog along paths only the experienced knew. Within 50 paces the mist swallowed them. Within 100, Tianyu could no longer see any group but his own, and the great gathering of 100 cultivators had become what the veil always made of it. Small knots of people, alone, in a fog that hid everything. That, he understood at once, was the realm's true danger, and the reason it was perfect for Hao's purpose. In the cloud mist veil, what happened to one traveler stayed hidden from every other. Shinku led. The big quiet man moved through the fog with the unhurried certainty of someone who had walked it 9 times and lived, reading signs in the moss and the stones that Tianyu filed away to learn. Baiyu walked at the center, sword loose in her hand, her cool eyes scanning the gray. Tianyu came last and watched everything, and within a few minutes he understood the veil better than he had any right to, because the same deep feeling for living things that let him salvage a spoiled herb let him read a realm grown wild with spirit energy. He could feel the herbs. That was the thing they never expected. Where Shinku and Baiyu searched the fog with their eyes, Tianyu searched it with the alchemist's sense, and the rare spirit herbs of the veil called to that sense like small bright lights in the gray. There, he said, the first time, and pointed into the fog at nothing the others could see. Shinku went, doubtful, and came back with a third-grade cloud iris, growing where the others would never have thought to look. Then again, and again. Within an hour Tianyu had found more rare materials than Shunku's best previous trip had gathered in 3 days, simply by walking and feeling for the lights in the mist. Baiyu stared at him as he tucked another find away. 9 times I have come here, she said. Shinku 9 times. We claw for every herb, and you walk through it picking them like a child picking flowers. She shook her head, somewhere between awe and exasperation. Is there anything about this craft you are not absurdly good at? Weiqi, Tianyu said, not looking up from the iris. You assured me I am hopeless at Weiqi. She made a sound that in a less dignified person would have been a snort, and the big quiet Shinku, against all expectation, smiled. For a while it was almost pleasant. The fog, the green smell, the small lights of the herbs, the steady quiet company. Tianyu gathered what he needed and more. Rare materials he could turn into pills that would push his own climb and Sulan's both. things he could not have bought in Qingyun for any price. The Veil was giving up its treasures to the one person in the expedition who could simply ask it where they were. The beasts came on the first evening, and they taught Tian Yu's companions the first small lesson about what they were traveling with. They were mist wolves. Lean, gray, half-seen things that hunted in the fog. Their chi tuned to the Veil until they were almost invisible until they struck. A pack of 6 broke from the gray without warning, fast and silent, going for the throat. Shunku met them like a wall. The big body cultivator was slow to talk and very fast to fight, exactly as Baiyu had promised, and he caught the first wolf out of the air and broke it against the ground. Baiyu moved like quicksilver beside him, her thin sword opening a second wolf from shoulder to flank. They were a practiced pair, and a pack of 6 mist wolves was a real threat, and they handled it. But 6 was a hard number for 2, even good ones, and 2 of the wolves slipped past the wall and went for the soft target at the back, the thin boy who, everyone knew, was a furnace talent and not a fighter. Tian Yu did not run, and he did not call for help. He flicked his wrist, and a pinch of pale powder left his fingers and met the lead wolf's face, and the beast screamed and crashed sideways, clawing at its own eyes. A refined irritant, made from veil herbs the night before, that turned a hunter's senses against it in an instant. The second wolf he let come closer. He stepped inside its lunge, calm and economical, and touched 2 fingers to a point behind its foreleg, and the leg simply stopped working, and the wolf went down in a tangle, and a thin sliver of wool finished it before it could rise. 2 beasts down. No wasted motion. No fear. The whole thing took perhaps 3 breaths. Shinku and Baiyu dispatched the last of the pack and turned, and found the furnace boy standing calm among 2 dead wolves he had killed without raising his voice or, apparently, breaking a sweat. For a moment, neither of them spoke. That was not alchemy, Shinku said slowly. It was the most words Tian Yu had heard him say at once. It was, a little, Tian Yu said, tucking the rest of the powder away. The first one. The powder is a refining. The second one was not. He did not explain the second one. A pressure point kill on a leaping chi beast was not a thing a chi condensation alchemist could do, and they all knew it, and he let the not explaining sit. I told Baiyu I had been hiding something. I would rather not show all of it until I have to. So, that, and no more for now. Can you both live with a junior brother who keeps a few secrets? Baiyu stared at him, her sword still bloody in her hand, recalculating yet again. She seemed to spend half her life recalculating him. A furnace talent who fights like that, she said. Who reads wounds and herbs and arrays. Who talks like a general and kills like one. She shook her head slowly. I am beginning to think lived before was the smallest part of the truth, junior brother. It is, Tian Yu agreed quietly. By far. But it is enough for today. He looked at the 2 dead wolves, and then at the fog, and the cold watchfulness settled back over him. Keep what you saw to yourselves. The fewer who know what I can do, the more useful it is the day I have to do it. A weapon the enemy never sees coming is worth 10 that everyone fears. Shinku grunted, which seemed to be agreement. Baiyu gave a slow nod, filing it away with everything else she had stopped being able to explain about her impossible junior brother. And they went on, deeper into the veil, a little more bound to each other than before, and a little more aware that the thin boy at the back of the group was the most dangerous thing in it. But he did not relax. Not for a moment. Because a wolf had promised him an accident in the fog, and the fog was exactly where Tian Yu could not see it coming. And a man who let good fortune lull him in enemy country was a man who had forgotten how he died the first time. They made camp that first night in the lee of a great mossy boulder, where the fog thinned and only one direction needed watching. Shinku took the first watch. Baiyu sat by the small shielded fire, and for a while the 3 of them simply rested in the strange glowing dark of the veil. It was beautiful, in its way. Tian Yu would give it that. At night the mist took a faint silver light of its own, lit from within by the realm's thick chi, so the whole veil glowed softly like a drowned moon. Spirit moths drifted through it. Somewhere far off, something vast and unbothered called once and went quiet. A dangerous place. A beautiful one. You should sleep, Baiyu told him, watching him across the fire. You have been awake since we entered. Even you must rest. I rest less than most, Tian Yu said. An old habit. There was always a watch to keep. He fed a twig to the fire. But you should sleep, senior sister. You have guarded my back all day. Let me guard yours a while. I promise the fog will not eat you while I am watching it. She studied him in the silver dark and did not sleep, and instead asked the thing she had been circling. The life before, she said quietly. The one you talk around. You said it ended badly. That something came for your world and strength could not stop it. Her cool eyes were serious. Is that real? Or is it a story you tell to explain why a child knows what you know? Tian Yu was quiet a moment. The fire ticked. It is real, he said. More real than anything in this veil. He looked into the flames, and for once he let a little of the weight show. There was a darkness, Baiyu. It came from beyond the stars, and it ate worlds. It drank the life and the chi out of them, and left them dead stone forever. I fought it. Everyone strong fought it. And we lost, because the thing it ate best was strength, and we had nothing else to offer it. His voice was low. I watched the end of everything. I held people while the dark drank the warmth out of them, and I could not stop it. And then I died, and woke here, 300 years before it comes for this world too. He looked up at her. So when I seem to care too much about small things, or too little, that is why. I am the only person in this whole bright kingdom who has seen what is coming. It is a lonely thing to carry. I do not expect you to believe it. I only ask that you remember I said it, on the day, far from now, when the sky begins to go wrong. Bai was silent for a long time. The silver fog breathed around them. I believe you, she said at last softly. Heavens help me, I do. A man can't fake that look on his face. She drew her knees up. It explains the thing I could never place. You fight like every battle is small, because you have seen a real one. You hold the master and the kitchen girl close because you lost everyone once. She looked at him, and the last of the cool distance was gone, replaced by something quieter and more bound. You are not collecting us, are you? The master collects strays. You are gathering people you refuse to lose a second time. It landed in Tian Yu like a soft blow, because it was exactly true, and he had not said it even to himself. Yes, he admitted, after a moment. I suppose I am. Then you are bad at hiding it. Bai Yu said, and there was warmth in it now, real warmth, for a man who hides everything else so well. And she settled back against the boulder, and let him keep the watch, and slept, trusting the strange old thing in the child's body with her life, which was, Tian Yu thought, watching the silver fog, a gift he had done very little in 2 lifetimes to deserve and meant to spend the rest of this one earning. The second day, they went deeper, and the veil changed. The fog grew older. That was the only way Tian Yu could name it. The herbs he found were rarer and stronger, but the realm itself felt less like a wild garden and more like a place that did not want them. The qi turned heavier. The beast calls came less often, and somehow that was worse than more. Shin Ku, 9-time veteran, grew quiet and watchful, and admitted he had only been this deep twice, and had not liked it either time. The deep veil showed them why, soon enough. The first sign was the turning. The fog here did not just blind. It lied. They walked a straight line by Shun Ku's reckoning, due north, and came back in a quarter hour to their own footprints, facing south. The mist had turned them around without any of them feeling it. Bai Yu swore softly. Shun Ku only nodded, grim, and tied a cord between the 3 of them, and began to navigate by a small spirit compass and the moss on the stones instead of by sight, because in the deep veil your own senses were the thing most likely to kill you. This is how they die, Shin Ku said quietly. The most he ever said was when it mattered. The ones the veil keeps. Not beasts. The turning. You walk in circles until your food runs out and your chi runs dry, and the fog never lets you find the gate. The strong ones, the proud ones who trust their own sense over a compass, those are the ones we never find. He checked the compass. Stay on the cord. Trust the moss, not your eyes. They found one of the lost not long after. He was old. Old bones. Anyway, a disciple's robe gone to rags, curled against a stone where he had sat down to rest, and never risen. A year dead, perhaps more. The veil had not eaten him. It had simply turned him in circles until he could walk no more, and then let him stop. Bai Yu went still at the sight. Even Shun Ku bowed his head, and Tian Yu crouched by the dead boy a moment, and felt the old familiar weight, because this was the veil's true face under its silver beauty. Not fangs, but patience. It did not hunt you. It just waited for you to lose your way, and then it kept you. He was someone's hope, Tian Yu said quietly. Someone sent him in for herbs and rank, and the fog turned him in circles, and his people never knew where he fell. He straightened. Mark the place, Shin Ku. When we leave, we carry what we can of him out. His kin should not have to wonder. Shin Ku looked at him, a clanless boy stopping in a death realm, with killers somewhere in the fog, to insist they carry out a stranger's bones, and something in the big, quiet man's face settled into a deep, final approval. Ah, he said. We carry him out. They went on, roped together, trusting the moss and the compass, deeper into the old heart of the veil where the strong herbs grew and the fog lied, and the lost sat waiting against the stones. And the further they went, the more Tian Yu's unease curdled toward dread, because the turning fog and the dead boy were the veil's honest dangers, and he had braced for those. It was the other thing that frightened him, the thing the honest dangers were hiding, because woven through the natural lying of the deep fog, Tian Yu's sharper sense had begun to feel a second pattern. Subtler. Made. A thread of work chi that did not belong to the veil at all, one that pressed, gently, on the edges of their path, closing the easy ways, leaving open only the road that led deeper and north, toward the cold wrong note. 2 things were hurting them now. The veil's natural turning, which killed by accident, and something deliberate laid over the top of it, which killed on purpose. And both of them were pushing the same direction, toward the realm's old heart, where the draining note pulsed, faint and patient and entirely wrong. He did not understand yet how the 2 fit together. He only knew that a wolf had promised him an accident, and that the deep veil was the perfect place for one, and that somewhere ahead of them in the fog, the natural horror of the realm, and the made horror of Hao's malice, and the third horror that should not exist on this world for 3 centuries were all, somehow, waiting in the same patch of gray. And under it all, faint and far and wrong, Tian Yu felt the note grow stronger. He told himself, at first, it was the strangeness of the deep veil. He wanted it to be that. But it grew, hour by hour, as the fog pressed them deeper toward the realm's old heart. He marked the pressing and told himself it was only the veil and did not believe himself. A cold note, a draining note, a small wrong silence where the world's chi should have flowed and did not. He had heard it once before, with his hand on a sealed slab over a dead mine. He did not say so. Not yet. He told himself it could not be, that the Voidkin did not reach worlds 3 centuries early in their deep places, that he was tired and the deep veil was playing tricks on a haunted mind. He told himself all of it, and believed not a word, and the cold watchfulness in him sharpened to an edge. So while one part of him gathered herbs, another part stayed cold and watchful, mapping the mist, marking the distant beast sounds, listening for the one wrong note under the realm's wild song. And a little after midday on the second day, deep in the veil, far from any other group, he heard it. The mist changed. It thickened. That was the first thing. The fog around them, which had drifted loose and gray all morning, began to draw close and dense, until they could barely see 10 paces. And then it began to move wrong. Not with the wind. Against it. It curled and pressed from 3 sides at once, slow and deliberate, and left only one direction open. Deeper into the veil, away from the gate, away from every other group in the expedition. Tianyu stopped walking. He laid his senses against the mist, and under the realm's wild chi, he felt it at once. A pattern. A made thing. There was a formation working in the fog. A mist array, subtle and skilled, woven to herd and to blind. This is not the veil, he said quietly. Someone is driving the fog. Shinku had stopped too, and the big quiet man's face had gone hard and still. 9 times I've walked this realm, he said low. The mist drifts. It blinds. It never herds. He turned slowly, reading the wrong moving fog. He's right. Someone's working an array. They're closing the paths. Pushing us. He looked at Baiyu. Pushing us deep. Toward the old part of the veil. Where the strong beast's den. Baiyu's sword was already out. Her cool face gone cold and grim. How, she said. This is it. This is the accident. They've cut us off from everyone. And they're hurting us somewhere a beast will do their killing for them. So no blade of theirs is ever found in the wound. Her jaw tightened. It's clever. A mist array is expensive and rare. He spent a fortune to be sure of you, Tianyu. He is not playing for a humiliation this time. He means you dead. I know, Tianyu said. He was calm. That was the strange thing the other two felt, even through their own fear. The clanless boy, cut off in a death realm with an enemy's array closing around him, was not afraid. He was reading. His eyes moved over the wrong-moving fog like a man studying a map, and the cold, clear calm settled over him. The calm that came before every fight he had ever walked into, in 2 lifetimes. They have made 3 mistakes, he said, almost to himself. The first is that an array works both ways. It is hurting us, which means it is anchored, which means there are people holding it, close, in the fog, where they can see us and we cannot see them. People can be reached. A second point. The second is that they think they are driving a furnace boy and 2 herb hunters toward a beast that will eat them. They have no idea what they are actually driving toward that beast. His voice was very quiet. And the third, he stopped. Because under the mist array, under the wrongness of Hao's formation, his deeper sense had caught something else. Something the array had not made. Something the herding was driving them toward, yes, but something that should not have been in the cloud mist veil at all. A cold note. A wrong note. Not the wild wrongness of a spirit realm. The dead wrongness of a thing that drank. His blood went cold in a way Hao's trap had not managed. No, not here. Not this far from the frontier. He had felt that note exactly once before, with his hand on a sealed slab over a dead mine. 3 centuries and a world away from where it should be. The note of the dark. The note of the Voidkin. And it was here, now, in the deep mist of the veil, faint, small, young, but unmistakable, and Hao's array, in its blind greed, was hurting them straight toward it. Tianyu. Baiyu had seen his face change. In a month she had never once seen him afraid, and the thing in his face now frightened her more than the array. What is it? What's wrong? It's just Hao's trap, we can. It is not just Hao's trap, Tianyu said softly. The calm was still there, but under it now was something vast, and old and grim. Hao thinks he is driving us toward a beast. He is wrong. There is something in the deep mist far worse than any beast, something that should not be in this realm or on this world for 300 years, and that fool and his array are herding all of us straight into it without the faintest idea what they have found. He looked at the 2 of them, and made a decision, and set his feet. Stay close. Both of you. Closer than you have ever stayed to anyone. Whatever comes out of that fog, the killers, the beast, or the other thing, do exactly as I say, the instant I say it. His hand settled, and for the first time since the lane, the fallen immortal stopped hiding the warrior, and Baiyu felt the chi around the clanless boy change into something that stopped her breath. Hao wanted to see what the furnace boy was hiding. He is about to find out. And so, I am afraid, are you? And deep in the wrong-moving fog ahead, where the dead cold note pulsed and the strong beasts denayed, and Hao's killers waited to watch a boy die, something turned, slowly, to face the small group being driven toward it, and the mist began, at last, to clear. The mist cleared, and the trap stood revealed, worse than even Tianyu had guessed. They had been herded into a hollow at the Vale's old heart. It was a sunken ring of dead gray stone where no herb grew and no moss clung, ringed by the silver fog held back now in a wall, pinned. And they were not alone in it. Wen Tao stood across the hollow, with 6 of Hao's disciples at his back. They had come the easy way, along the path the Mr. Ray left open, and they had clearly expected to arrive and find the furnace boy and his 2 guards already lost and weakened, easy prey for a tidy accident. Wen Tao was smiling that smug, certain smile again. He thought the trap had closed. There you are, he called across the dead stone. I did wonder if the fog would do my work for me. But you found your way deep, frontier miracle. How convenient. Few ever come this far. The fog will eat your screams. And when the herb hunters find what is left of you next year, they will say the Vale took another talented boy, and shake their heads, and forget you by spring. He drew his sword, and his 6 fanned out. My master sends his regards. He is not sorry it has come to this. Neither am I. Bayu's blade was up. Shen Ku had set himself like a wall, slow and grim. 7 against 3, and the 3 were a furnace boy, an alchemist swordswoman, and 1 body cultivator. By every count Wen Tao could see, it was over. He could not see the 8th thing in the hollow. The others were as blind to it, yet. But Tian could feel it. It was behind him, at the lowest point of the dead ring, in a fissure in the gray stone. And it was awake, and it was rising, and the dead-cold note he had been dreading for 2 days was pouring off it now in a tide. The voidkin trace. No longer faint. Hao's array had driven them straight to its den, and the noise and the chi of 8 cultivators had woken it. And the fool with the smug smile had no idea at all that he had just rung a dinner bell for the worst thing on this world. Tian had perhaps 3 breaths to decide how this went. He could let Wen Tao's people attack, and use the chaos. He could try to warn them, and be disbelieved, and waste the warning. Or he could do the thing he had told Bayu he would do. He could stop hiding what he was, and take control of the hollow before either horror, the human one or the other one, could take it from him. He chose the third. Wen Tao, he said, and his voice was not a boy's voice anymore. It was flat and cold, and it carried across the dead stone with a weight that made 2 of the 6 disciples flinch. Put up your sword and listen, because in about 10 breaths it will not matter to any of us which came here to kill the other. He had no father's axe in this life. He had only a plain blade and his 2 hands and 500 years of knowing how to use them. There is something in this hollow far worse than your master's grudge. Your array woke it. It is behind me, and it is rising, and it is going to try to drink every drop of chi in all 8 of us. So you have one chance to be useful instead of dead. Stand with us, or stand aside. But stop smiling, boy. The smiling is about to get you killed. Wen Tao laughed. Of course he laughed. A trick, he sneered. The gutter rat invents a monster too. That was when the thing in the fissure finished rising, and the cold note became a sound, and every cultivator in the hollow felt the chi begin to drain out of the very air. And when Tao stopped smiling at last, it came up out of the stone like ink poured upward. It was not a beast, though it had taken a beast to build itself. Tian, you could see the bones of some great veil creature inside it, half dissolved, a frame for the churning dark that wore it. The rest was wrong. The rest was a hole in the world shaped roughly like a thing that hunted. It was a tall, lurching mass of blackness and drained gray matter, with no eyes and no face, only a cold and patient hunger that pulled at the edges of everything. Where it moved, the silver fog guttered and died. Where it looked, and it did look, without eyes, the spirit moths fell out of the air, drained, small husks. It made almost no sound. It did not need to. The sound it made was the absence of sound, the dead silence of a place where the world's chi was being quietly eaten. The disciples broke at the sight of it. Even Hao's hand-picked killers, even Wen Tao, had seen nothing like it in their lives, because nothing like it had walked this world in living memory, and the animal part of them knew it for what it was before their minds could catch up. A wrongness. A thing that should not be. What? What is that? Wen Tao whispered. The smug certainty was gone, scoured off in an instant. What is that? It is the thing your master's array woke. Tian Yu said, low and fast, his eyes never leaving it. And it is the reason you are about to do exactly what I say. He raised his voice. Do not attack it with chi. Do not throw a single technique at it. Do you hear me? It eats chi. Strike it with your power, and you will not hurt it. You will feed it. The only thing your cultivation can do to that thing is make it stronger. It was the truth. One of Hao's disciples did not listen. He was young, and terrified, and terror makes fools of the gifted. As the dark thing lurched toward the group, the boy screamed, and did what every cultivator is trained from childhood to do. He hurled his strongest technique at it, a blazing lance of fire chi, full force, straight into the center of the churning black. The lance struck, and vanished. The dark drank it whole, without a flicker, like dry sand swallowing a cup of water. And where the fire chi went in, the thing grew, swelling larger and darker and colder, its pull on the hollow's chi suddenly stronger. The boy had time for one strangled sound. Then the thing's hunger turned fully toward him, the brightest source of chi in the hollow, and reached. It did not touch him. It did not need to. The chi simply left him. It tore out of his meridians and his dantian and his blood all at once, dragged across the dead stone in a thin gray stream into the churning dark. And in the space of 2 breaths a strong young cultivator became a gray, dry, hollow husk, and folded to the ground, and did not move again. The thing that had killed him was larger now, fuller, and still hungry. The hollow went silent with horror. That, Tianyu said into the silence, flat and cold, is what happens when you fight it with power. Now does anyone else want to throw a technique, or are you ready to listen to the gutter rat? The disciples threw nothing this time. Even when Tao, white and shaking, held his power in. The husk of their fellow disciple lay gray on the stone, and the lesson was written in it plainly enough for even a proud fool to read. Then listen, Tianyu said, already moving, his eyes never leaving the dark. It eats chi. Yours, mine, the air's, everything. So we do not give it any. No techniques. No flying. No chi shields. A chi shield is just a meal it does not have to chase. From this moment, every one of you is a mortal with a sharp stick, and you fight like one. He drew his plain blade. Use your bodies. Use steel. Strike and step back. Do not let it touch you. What it did to him, it does by touch or by reach. Stay together. Guard each other's backs. And leave the thing itself to me. To you. When Tao said, half a laugh of pure disbelief. You're a chi condensation furnace boy. What can you possibly? Watch, said Tianyu, and went to meet the dark. And the hollow learned, all at once, what the furnace boy had been hiding. He moved like nothing any of them had ever seen. Not a cultivator's flight, not a swordsman's forms. It was something older and more economical, a way of moving that wasted no motion, that read the lurching horror and was always already where it was not. The thing reached for him with a tendril of churning black, and he was not there. It swept the dead stone where he had stood, and he had already stepped inside its reach, under the grasping dark, close enough to feel the terrible pull of it dragging at the chi in his own veins. And he did not feed it. He held his chi locked tight inside him, gave it nothing, and struck with his body alone, a precise driving blow to the half-dissolved beast bones at the thing's core. The dark shuddered. It had not expected to be hit. Nothing in this realm hit it. Everything fed it. But a blow with no chi in it was just force. It was just a fist and a frame and 500 years of knowing exactly where to put them, and force was the one thing the eater of chi had no way to drink. It can be hurt. Baiyu shouted, and the disciples took heart, and the fight in the hollow became the strangest any of them would ever see. A knot of trained cultivators, the proudest young talents of a great hall, reduced to stabbing and clubbing at a horror with mortal steel and mortal muscle, terrified to use the power that had defined their whole lives, because the power was poison here. Shenku was magnificent at it. A body cultivator who had always fought half with his fists found himself the strongest person in the hollow, and he waded in with a heavy blade and broke the thing's reaching tendrils with raw strength. Baiyu darted and cut and never once drew on her chi, her cool discipline holding where others panicked. Even Hao's disciples, the men who had come to murder him, found themselves fighting back to back with Tianyu's people, because the dark did not care whose grudge was whose. It only wanted the chi in all of them. But mortal steel against a thing from beyond the stars was a losing trade, and the line began to fray. It was so hard for them. That was the thing Tianyu marked even as he fought. These were cultivators. Their whole lives, their power had been the answer to everything, every fight, every fear, every cornered moment. Push chi, and the problem went away. It was as natural to them as breathing. And now the most natural thing they knew would kill them, and they had to fight it down, beat by beat, every instinct screaming at them to do the one thing that would feed the dark. Half of fighting the horror was fighting themselves. One of Hao's disciples lost that inner fight. Cornered, terrified, he reached for his power on pure reflex. And Shunku saw it, and crossed the hollow in 2 strides, and clapped a huge hand over the man's mouth and dragged him back before the technique could form. No chi, the big man growled. It eats it. You give it a meal, it kills us all. The disciple stared, shaking, and nodded, and did not reach again. Then a tendril found Baiyu. She was good, better than good, cool and disciplined where others panicked. But she was one swordswoman with steel against a thing that lashed from every side at once, and a coil of churning black slipped her guard and wrapped her sword arm, and the cold began to pull. Tianyu felt it more than saw it. Felt her chi start to bleed toward the dark, felt her cry cut short as the drain seized her. He was across the hollow before he chose to be. He did not strike the tendril. Striking it did little. He did the other thing. He drove his shoulder into Baiyu and tore her bodily out of the coil, the two of them crashing to the dead stone, and the tendril closed on the empty air where she had been. She gasped, her arm gray and numb to the elbow where the cold had touched it. But she was alive, the drain broken before it could finish. You came back for me, she said, dazed, as he hauled her up. I will always come back for you. Tianyu said, flat and certain, the plainest thing he had said all day, and Baiyu heard it land in her chest, and filed it away to feel properly later, when something was not trying to drink her soul. Steel only. Stay at my shoulder. We hold. They held. Barely. The hollow became a thing of grunts and steel and dragging feet, of cultivators fighting like mortals and hating it, of a line that bent and frayed and did not quite break. And through it all the dark fed slow on the loose chi of the very air, growing, patient, certain that flesh and steel could only delay it. And at the center of it, Tianyu fought the thing itself and began, slowly, to lose. Not for lack of skill. His skill was a sovereign's, and it showed in every step. He lost because his body was not a sovereign's. It was a chi condensation body, a young one, and the void thing's pull dragged at his locked chi every moment he stayed close. And refusing to spend that chi meant fighting with only flesh that tired and bled and could not match the relentless cold strength of the dark. He hit it. He hurt it. But hurting it was not killing it, and every exchange cost his weak body more than it cost the thing that did not tire. A fresh tendril caught his side and tore a line of cold fire through him, and he understood, with the clear calm of a man who had been here before, that fists and steel alone would not be enough. He had known that going in. He had learned it at the end of his first life, far too late. The answer was the other thing. The thing he had spent 2 months in this life learning to be. The thing in the pouch at his belt. It was time to show them the rest of it. He broke away from the dark, rolled clear of a sweeping tendril, and came up with a pill in his hand. It was one of his own. It was a dense, refined thing, made in the courtyard, the spent virtue of good herbs locked into a single hard, stable point. To a cultivator, it was medicine. To the void thing, it was about to be something else entirely. Because this was the truth the whole cosmos had died for the lack of. The truth he had learned too late the first time. And he was about to prove it here, in a dead hollow, in front of 7 witnesses who had no idea what they were watching. The voidkin ate chi. Raw, loose, living energy. That, it drank without limit, and it grew. But chi that had been refined, folded, cooked, locked into the stable, finished form of a pill, was not loose energy anymore. It was sealed. It was spirit made solid. And a thing built to drink the loose could not swallow the sealed. To the dark, a refined pill was not a meal. It was a stone in the throat. A poison it had no mouth to take. Tianyu drove the pill into the thing's core with his bare hand. He did not throw it. Thrown, it might miss, or be brushed aside. He stepped back inside the terrible pull, took the cold tearing of it across his arm, and pushed the pill deep into the churning black at the thing's heart, where the half-dissolved beast bones held. And then he spent one precise thread of will, the only chi he gave the whole fight, to crack the pill open from the inside. The refined essence burst loose inside the dark, and the dark could not eat it. The thing convulsed. For the first time since it rose from the stone, the eater of chi met something it could not drink, lodged at its very center, burning. It burned not with fire, but with the simple wrongness, to it, of stable spirit it had no way to absorb. Where every technique had fed it, this choked it. The churning black seized and roiled. The cold pull faltered. A sound came out of it at last, a thin grinding shriek of a thing that had never in its existence been hurt, and it lurched back from the boy, the beast bone frame inside it cracking, the dark guttering around the burning seed of refined essence buried in its heart. The whole hollow stared. It's what did he? One of Hao's disciples stammered. A pill. Bai breathed, and there was awe in it, and the first dawning of something enormous. He fed it a pill. The thing eats power, and he fed it the one kind of power it can't swallow. She looked at the convulsing dark, and at the thin bleeding boy who had done it, and Tianyu saw her understand, in that instant, a thing that the masters of the whole world did not know. Refined essence. That's the answer. That's why it can't be fought with cultivation. It has to be fought with alchemy. Yes, Tianyu said, breathing hard, blood running down his arm, his weak body screaming. Now you know what I know. Remember it, Bai Yu. Past this hollow, past this veil, remember it. The day the sky goes wrong, that is the only thing that will matter. He set his feet, and pulled a second pill from the pouch, because one had wounded the thing and it would take more than a wound to end it. It is hurt. It is not dead. And a hurt thing is a desperate thing. Hold the line. This is not over. It was not over. A wounded eater of chi was worse than a calm one, because pain made it greedy, and greed made it fast. The dark threw itself at the hollow all at once. It abandoned its slow, patient hunger and lashed out in every direction, tendrils of churning black snapping across the dead stone toward the brightest chi it could find. And the brightest chi was the cultivators it had pinned. 2 of Hao's disciples were too slow. A tendril caught one across the chest, and the chi tore out of him in a gray stream, and he dropped. The other threw up a chi shield out of pure trained instinct, the exact wrong thing, and the shield was a feast, and the dark drank it and him together in a heartbeat. No chi. Tianyu roared. Drop the shields. Run on your feet. Fight with your hands. Do not feed it. They listen now. Terror is a fast teacher, and the husks on the stone taught faster than any words. The survivors scattered low and physical, Shunku roaring as he dragged a frozen disciple out of a tendril's path, Bai Yu cutting a reaching arm of dark with steel and steel alone. They held. Barely. And while the thing spent its desperate fury on the others, Tianyu went for its heart. He did not have the body for this. He knew it with every step. The drain tore at him. His wounds bled. A chi condensation frame had no business this close to a thing that ate foundation cultivators whole, and the only reason he was alive was that he refused, with 500 years of discipline, to give it the one thing it could use, his power. He fought it with a beggar's body and a sovereign's will and a fistful of pills, and barely held. Almost. He reached the core. The half-dissolved beast bones, the knot of true dark at the center, The hole in the world that was the actual creature wearing all the rest as a coat. And he did the thing he had learned to do with ruined materials, because a Voidkin seed was, in the end, just the most ruined material there was. It was a piece of the world unmade, turned wrong, hollowed out. He had spent 2 months relearning how to walk ruin backward. He could not save this, but he could unmake the unmaking. He drove his second pill into the core, and a third, packing the refined essence into the heart of the dark faster than it could choke them out, and then he laid his bleeding hand flat against the cold knot and poured his will through it. Not chi, never chi, but the shaping will of an alchemist, the same will that walked a spoiled herb back toward what it had been. He could not make the dark into anything good, but he could destabilize it, force the stable essence to bloom inside it all at once, turn its own hollow center into a thing that could not hold together. The void thing understood, too late, that it was the one being unmade. It shrieked, that grinding absence of sound that was worse than any roar, and convulsed, and tried to flee back into the fissure it had risen from. Tianyu did not let it. He held the core with one bleeding hand and burning will, and forced the refined essence to bloom, and the hole in the world filled with the one thing it could not swallow until there was no room left for the dark at all. The knot came apart. It did not explode. It collapsed. It folded inward on the burning seed of essence at its heart, the churning black guttering out like a snuffed lamp, the borrowed beast bones crumbling to gray dust, the cold pull on the hollow's chi vanishing all at once. The silver fog, held back so long, rushed in to fill the dead air. And where a horror out of the end of the world had stood, there was only a scatter of gray dust, a cracked fissure, and a thin, bleeding boy on his knees in the center of it, swaying, spent down to the dregs, but alive. For a long moment, the hollow held still and silent. The only sound was the fog, and Tianyu's ragged breathing. He had killed it. In a chi condensation body, with 3 pills and his bare hands and no chi at all, he had killed a thing that should have eaten the entire expedition. And he had done it by being the one creature on this world who knew that the dark could only be fought with the craft the whole world looked down on. It had cost him. His arm was laid open. He had spent his body to its limit and a little past it. But he was alive, and so were his companions. And so, he made himself look, made himself count even now, were 3 of House 6, huddled and shaking at the hollow's edge, the men who had come to murder him, saved by the boy they had been sent to kill. Tianyu took a healing pill from his pouch. He swallowed it, and let the warmth knit the worst of the tear in his arm, and then he made himself stand. Baiyu was at his side at once, gripping his good arm. "You're hurt," she said. "Badly. Sit down. You just..." She stopped, because there were no words for what he had just done. In a moment, Tianyu said. He gently freed his arm. "There are wounded first." And he went to them. Not to his own. To House. The 3 surviving disciples flinched as he approached, because the last thing they understood about the world was that the boy they had come to kill was walking toward them with a healing pill in his hand. One of them was burned where a tendril had grazed him. Tianyu crouched and pressed the pill into the man's shaking hands and said, "Take it. The drain wounds will fester if you do not treat them. There is enough for the 3 of you if you share it." He rose. "You came here to kill me. I know that. I have not forgotten it." He looked at them, calm and cold and not unkind. "But the dark does not care whose grudge is whose, and I do not let it take people, even people who try to take me. So live. Go home. And think about what you were willing to do, in a fog where you thought you were unwatched, for a master who sent you to die in his place." They stared at him. They did not know what to do with him. Few ever did. Wen Tao stared longest of all. He had survived. He had thrown his sword aside and run on his feet and lived, when 2 of his fellows had not, and he had watched the whole thing. He had watched the furnace boy who moved like a war god, who hit a horror that ate power and made it bleed, who fed it a pill and unmade it with his bare hand. Wen Tao had built his whole life on a simple ladder. Talent at the top, the clanless at the bottom, and himself near the top where his master had told him he belonged. That ladder lay in pieces on the dead stone of the hollow. He sat in the wreck of it and could not speak. Tianyu came to stand over him, and Wen Tao cringed, certain that now, finally, the reckoning came. It did not come as he feared. "You are not a bad alchemist," Tianyu said quietly. "I told you that at the gate. You are genuinely gifted. And your master took that gift and pointed it at frightened children and taught you that cruelty was strength, because cruelty was easy and he had no interest in teaching you anything hard." He crouched, so they were level. "Today you met something cruelty cannot touch. You met the edge of the real world, Wen Tao. You met the dark that is coming for all of us, that does not care about your lineage or your rank or your master's grudges. And you learned, I hope, that the ladder you built your life on is a child's drawing. There is a real one. It is much higher and much colder, and your master never even knew it existed." He stood. "I am not going to kill you. Killing you would be doing Hao's work, spending a gifted young man on a stupid grudge. Go home. Tell your master what you saw in this hollow. All of it. The horror, and the boy who killed it, and the pill that did what his sword could not." His voice took a thin, cold edge. "And tell him this, from me. He sent his disciples to murder a child in a fog, and instead he woke a thing out of the end of the world and nearly killed the whole expedition. The next time he reaches for me, He had better understand what he is actually reaching toward. I am the least of the dangers he is playing with. He has no idea, and you have even less. He turned away. Now help your wounded. We are all leaving this hollow together, enemies or not, because the veil does not care, and neither, today, do I. It was not mercy that broke Wen Tao. He could have borne mercy, or cruelty, or a clean defeat. What broke him was being seen. He was told, accurately and without heat, exactly what his life had been and exactly how small it was, by someone who had just done the impossible and did not even seem to think it remarkable. He bowed his head, and something in the proud young man came quietly apart, and he did not have words, and so he simply went, shaking, to help drag his wounded fellows upright. Bai Yu watched it all with an expression Tian you could not quite read. When the survivors were busy, she came close and spoke low. They all saw, she said. How's people? They will tell him. By tomorrow, half of Qingyun will know that the furnace boy is also a fighter who killed a monster with his bare hands and a pill. Her cool eyes searched his. Your secret is out, junior brother. The thing you wanted to keep hidden until you had to. You had to. There is no putting it back. I know, Tian Yu said. He looked at the gray dust where the horror had stood, and at the husks of the dead, and the old cold weight settled over him. It could not be helped. A thing like that does not let you keep secrets. It only lets you choose what people see when it forces them out of you. He let out a slow breath. Better they learn I am dangerous, saving their lives, than learn it some other way. Let the city say the furnace boy can fight. It is true, and it will make the next wolf think twice. He turned to her, and the weight in his face deepened. But that is not the part that matters, Bai Yu. The fighting is not the secret that matters. This is. He gestured at the gray dust. You asked me, by the fire, if the darkness I spoke of was real, he said quietly. You said you believed me. You did not really. A man cannot believe it until he has seen it. He looked at the dust, and at the husks of the dead. Now you have seen it. That thing was not a beast. It was not a spirit. It was a piece of the dark, the thing that ate my world, the thing that is coming for this one. A seed of it. A scout. The smallest, youngest piece of it there is. His voice was very low, and it should not have been here by you. Not for 300 years. That is the secret that matters. Not that I can fight. That the dark is already here. Bai Yu had gone pale. Shen Ku, listening, had gone very still. 300 years, she repeated. You keep saying that number. You said it by the fire. You say it like a man counting down to something. I am. He met her eyes, and decided she had earned the rest of it, here, in a hollow full of proof. I told you a darkness came for my world. I did not tell you that I know, almost to the year, when it will come for this one. 300 years. That is what I came back knowing. That is the clock in my chest. He looked at the dust. And I came back believing I had all of it to prepare. That the dark would not reach a backwater world like this until the very end. That the seeds would drift in slowly, and I would have time. His jaw tightened. I was wrong. There was a seed on the frontier where I woke. It was buried in a dead mine, drinking quietly, sealed and small. I left it, because one sleeping seed 3 centuries early was a thing I could afford to ignore. He gestured at the dust. And now there is a second one. 1,000 li away. Awake. Grown. In a spirit realm the whole hall walks, through every year. He let that land. 2 seeds, Bai Yu. Far apart. One sleeping, one woken. That is not the slow drift I expected. That is seeding. The dark is not idle and far away. It is already here, planting, in the deep and forgotten places of this world, and it has been for longer than I knew. His voice dropped to almost nothing, which means I have less time than I thought, and the world has even less. The silver fog drifted through the hollow. The husks lay gray on the stone, and for a long moment the 3 of them stood in the proof of the thing Tian Yu had carried alone since the lane, and now did not carry quite alone, because 2 more people had seen the dark with their own eyes and could never unsee it. What do we do? Bai Yu said at last. It was not a question a senior sister asked a junior. It was the question one frightened soul asks another who seems to have a map. If it's true, if it's already here, and more is coming, what does anyone do against a thing that eats power itself? You do exactly what I just did, Tian Yu said. You stop fighting it with power. You fight it with the craft the whole world looks down on. You build alchemists, real ones, enough of them, with enough refined essence between them to choke the dark wherever it rises. He looked at her, and there was the ghost of the thing that had made him, once, the roof of a world. That is what I came back to do. Not to win contests. Not to shame how. Those are wrongs. The real work is this. To spend whatever years I have making this world able to do what no world has ever done. To be ready when the sky opens. He breathed out. I have been doing it quietly, one rung at a time, telling myself there was time. There is less than I thought. So I will climb faster. And I will need more help than a kitchen girl and a senior sister and a quiet swordsman. A faint, grim smile. But it starts here. It starts with the 2 of you knowing the truth and not being able to unknow it. Welcome to the war the rest of the world cannot see coming. It is a lonely one. It is a little less lonely with 3. They left the hollow carrying their dead. That was not the custom of the veil. The veil kept what it took, and disciples who died in the fog were left where they fell, because the living had their own survival to think of, and the dead were past helping. Tian Yu would not have it. He had them gather the husks of the fallen, The disciple who threw the fire lance, the two that desperate horror had drained, all of them, and bind them for carrying. And then, because he had promised, he led the survivors a little out of their way, to the stone where the year-dead boy sat waiting, and they carried his bones too. Howe's surviving disciples did the carrying without a word of complaint. Something had broken in them in that hollow, and what had grown in its place was a kind of dazed obedience to the only person who had seemed to understand what was happening. They had come to murder a clanless boy. They left carrying the dead at his quiet word, and asked him no questions. The journey out was long and grim. The turning fog did not care that they had survived a horror, and it lied to them the whole way, and only Shinku's compass and mosscraft kept them from joining the lost. Tian Yu walked half-spent, his wounds aching under the healing pill's slow work, and he let Bai Yu steady him when the path was rough, and he did not pretend he was not hurt, because pretending was a pride he had buried. They went slowly. They went together, his people and his enemies, roped on one cord through the deep veil, bound by a thing larger than any grudge. And as they walked, the deep veil gave up its last and worst secret to Tian Yu's sharper sense. The hollow had not been the only place. Now that the woken seed was gone and the cold note no longer drowned everything, he could feel the realm more clearly. And threaded through the veil's wild chi, faint and old and patient, were other notes. Small ones, sleeping ones, one seed, then another, then more. The cloud mist veil, this rich and ancient spirit realm the whole hall walked through every single year, had seeds of the dark sleeping all through its deep places, drinking slow, waiting. The woken one had simply been the one Hao's array drove them to. He did not tell the others. They had carried enough out of this fog. But the cold weight in his chest grew heavier with every step, because the picture was clarifying, and the picture was terrible. The dark was not coming. The dark was already planted across this world, in its forgotten and dangerous places, in numbers, sleeping. And one day, on the day his clock counted down to, all of it would wake at once. 300 years. He had thought it a long time. Walking out of the cloud mist veil, carrying the dead, feeling the sleeping seeds drink in the deep fog all around him, he understood at last that 300 years was no time at all, and that he had been moving far too slowly, telling himself stories about having room to grow. He would not tell himself those stories anymore. The veil had cured him of them. They came out of the mist a little before the gate would have closed, and the sight of them stopped the whole gathered expedition cold. The other groups were already assembling at the gate, laden with herbs, comparing hauls in the loud, relieved way of people who had survived a dangerous place. The noise died as Tian Yu's party emerged. They came out slowly, roped together, mud-caked and bloodied. A clanless boy at the front, wounded and gray with exhaustion but walking, and behind him a senior swordswoman, a big body cultivator. When Tao and 3 of Elder Hao's hand-picked disciples with the look of men who had seen the inside of a nightmare, and, carried between them all, the bound bodies of the dead, including one wrapped bundle that was plainly older than 3 days, plainly older than 3 years. The overseeing masters came forward fast. What happened in there? The senior master demanded. His eyes moved over the dead, over Hao's broken disciples, over the wounded clanless boy. You went in 10, between the lineages. You come out 7, with 3 corpses fresh and 1 ancient. Explain. For a moment, the court was silent. And then it was not Tian Yu who answered, but one of Hao's surviving disciples. He was a young man who had come into the veil to commit a murder and was coming out a different creature entirely, and who now looked at the masters with haunted eyes and told the truth, because the truth was too big to hold in. There was a thing in the deep veil, he said, and his voice shook. Not a beast. A hole in the world. It ate chi. It drained Sarong to a husk in 2 breaths when he threw a technique at it. It killed Wei and Lao the same way. He swallowed. Our cultivation was useless. Worse than useless. Every technique we threw only fed it, made it grow. We were going to die. All of us. There was nothing any of us could do. He turned and pointed at Tian Yu, and the master's eyes followed. Except him. He knew what it was. He told us to drop our power, fight with our bodies, and he went at the thing himself. He hit it, with no chi, and it bled. And then the young man's voice cracked with the impossibility of it. He fed it a pill. He drove a pill into its heart, and it could not eat the pill, and it died. He killed a thing that ate Foundation cultivators whole, in a chi condensation body, with pills and his bare hands. And then he made us carry out our dead, including a boy who was a stranger to us all, who died in that fog years ago. The gutter rat we came to. He stopped, paled further, and finished lamely. He saved our lives. All of us who are still breathing. That is what happened in there. The gate fell utterly silent. 100 disciples stared at the clanless boy. The master stared. The story was already too strange to be a lie. Such a horror, and a pill that killed it, could not be invented, and the husks and the haunted survivors were proof no boast could fake. And in the silence, Tian Yu felt the second great shift of his short life in this world settle over him. After the assessment, the city had thought him a furnace prodigy. Now, before the day was out, the whole hall would know something far stranger and far more dangerous. The clanless boy was a fighter who killed monsters, and he knew things about the deep places of the world that no master did. He had wanted to climb quietly. The world kept refusing to let him. It is true, Tianyu said, into the silence, because partial truth told plainly was better than wild rumor left to grow. There was a thing in the deep veil that should not have been there. It ate chi, so cultivation could not touch it. I have encountered its kind before, in my study. I knew it had to be fought with refined essence, not power, and so it was. And it is dead, and these are our dead, and I would like to lay them down now and tend the wounded, if the masters permit. He met the senior master's eyes. There is more to say about what that thing was, and what it means, and it should be said. But it should be said to the hall head, and the masters, in private, and not shouted across a gate. Some truths panic a crowd. This is one. Please, let us bring our dead home first. They brought the dead home, and Tianyu made sure they were brought home right. The husks of the 3 fallen disciples were given to their lineages for the rites. Tianyu went to each family himself, before the story could reach them twisted. He did not have to. A clanless boy owed 3 dead rivals nothing. He went anyway. He told each family the plain truth. Their son had died bravely in a place beyond all understanding. The thing that killed him was beyond any of them, and he had not suffered long. He did not tell them their sons had come to the Vale to commit a murder. That truth would do no good, and wound the grieving for nothing. Some kindnesses are silences. He had learned that, slowly, over 2 lives. One family wept and thanked him. One stared at him in stony silence, not knowing what to feel about the boy who had survived when their son had not. One, the mother of the youngest, the one who had thrown the fire lance, simply asked, "Did anyone try to save him?" And Tianyu told her the truth. Saving him had been beyond any hand there. The thing had taken her son in 2 breaths, and he was sorry. She nodded, and said nothing, and he left her with her grief, and carried the weight of it out with him, because the weight of the dead was a thing he had decided he would always carry now, even the dead who had come to kill him. The year-dead boy was harder and gentler. He was a stranger to all of them. He had gone into the Vale years ago and never come out, and his lineage had long since stopped hoping, and there was no name on the rags he wore. So Tianyu had the hall's records searched, and a clerk found him at last. He was a disciple of a minor lineage, lost 3 years gone, written off as taken by the Vale. His old teacher still lived, a quiet woman of no rank, who had never known where her student fell. Tianyu brought her the bones himself. She did not speak for a long time. She held the small wrapped bundle, and her hands shook, and finally she said, 3 years I did not know. I told myself he wandered off and made a life somewhere. I did not let myself know. She looked up at the clanless boy who had carried a stranger's bones out of a death realm for no reason, but that it was right. Why? Why would you do this? You did not know him. You had your own dead to carry, and your own wounds, and an enemy in the fog. Why carry mine? Because someone should have, years ago, Tianyu said quietly, and the world failed him. He sat against a stone in the dark for 3 years, and the Vale kept him, and the world forgot him. I could not give you back your student, but I could give you back the not knowing. That is a small thing. It was the only thing left to give. He bowed to her low. I am sorry it took 3 years and a stranger. The old teacher wept, then. It was not the sharp grief of fresh loss, but the deep, slow release of a wound finally allowed to close. And she bowed back to him, lower than her rank required, and that bow was witnessed, and it did more for the name of the clanless boy in the quiet corners of the hall than all the talk of monsters and pills. The proud talked of his power. The humble talked of the bones he carried home. Shinko found him that evening, after. The big quiet man had said almost nothing since the Vale. He found Tianyu alone, and stood a moment, and then said, in his few slow words, the most that mattered. 9 times into that Vale, he said. 9 times I left the dead where they fell. Everyone does. It is the rule. The living come first. He looked at his own broad hands. You broke the rule. You carried out 3 rivals, and a stranger 3 years gone, half spent, with killers at your back. I have served strong men. I served them because they were strong. He met Tianyu's eyes and bowed. It was a real bow, from a man who did not give them lightly. I would like to serve one because he is good. If you will have a slow blade who asks no questions, you have one. For as long as you climb, to wherever it goes. Tianyu looked at the steady, quiet man, and understood that he had just gained the 3rd pillar of the thing he was building, not a follower, but a freely given blade, and that the war the world did not know was coming had quietly grown from 2 to 4. I would be honored, Shinku, he said, and clasped the big man's arm, and meant it. And the story ran ahead of them into Qingyun like fire through dry grass. By the time they reached the hall, it was everywhere. The frontier miracle had killed a monster in the cloud mist veil, a thing that ate chi, that drained cultivators to husks, that no power could touch. He had killed it with pills in his bare hands. He had saved the survivors, even Elder Hao's own disciples, even the men sent to kill him. And there the story turned, and grew teeth, because the survivors had not only spoken of the horror, they had spoken of the mist array. That was the thread that began to strangle Hao. A mist array was no small thing. It was a rare, costly, deliberate working, and it did not appear in the cloud mist veil by accident. Someone had paid a great deal to place it, and tuned it to hurt a specific group deep into the realm's old heart. And the only people who had been hurted were Tianyu's party. And the only people positioned to spring such a trap were the faction whose disciples just happened to be waiting in the exact hollow the array drove them to. The arithmetic was not subtle. The whole hall did it within a day. Hao tried to murder the hall head's favorite in the Vale. He failed, and his array woke a horror that killed his own disciples and nearly killed the whole expedition. It was a catastrophe for Hao on every level at once. His trap had failed to kill its target. It had killed his own people instead. It had exposed his hand past any deniability. A missed array could be traced, and questions were already being asked about who had purchased one. And worst of all, it had handed Tianyu the one thing more powerful than the hall head's favor. It had made him a hero. The clanless boy had not merely survived Hao's malice. He had turned it into a monster-slaying legend, saved Hao's own disciples from Hao's own trap, and come home carrying the dead with more dignity than Hao had shown in 10 years of scheming. Hao, cornered, did the thing cornered wolves do. He prepared to fight. Tianyu felt the storm gathering even as he laid the dead to rest and let the hall's healers see to his wounds. The hall could not ignore 3 dead disciples and a traceable assassination array. An inquiry was inevitable, and an inquiry meant Hao would be called to answer, which meant Hao, with his faction and his decade of accumulated power and his back against the wall, would not go quietly. He would, Tianyu suspected, try to turn the inquiry around. He would paint the clanless boy as the danger, the one who consorted with monsters, who knew too much about a horror that no honest cultivator should understand. A man does not survive 40 years of hall politics without learning to make an accusation into a defense. He'll come at you in the inquiry. By you warned, lo, that evening, as the hall buzzed and the summons was drafted. Not with an array this time. With words, in front of the masters. He'll say the things everyone is half thinking already. How does a clanless child know how to fight a thing from beyond the stars? How does he have pills that kill what cultivation cannot? What is he, that the dark and the deep places hold no mystery for him? Her cool eyes were worried. You saved his disciples. It will not matter. He will use the very thing that makes you a hero to make you a fear. A boy who knows the dark too well is one step from a boy who serves it. That is the knife he will reach for. I know, Tianyu said. He did know. It was exactly the move he would make in Hao's place. And it was dangerous, because it had a grain of truth in it that no honest answer could fully scrub away. He did know the dark too well. He could not explain how without a story the world would never believe. He is not wrong that I am strange by you. He is only wrong about what kind of strange. He looked into the dark. The inquiry will not really be about 3 dead disciples, or even about Hao's array. It will be about a question the whole hall is afraid to ask out loud. What is the boy who knows how to kill the unkillable? And I am going to have to answer it, in front of the masters, the hall head, and a cornered wolf who wants me dead, without telling them the one true answer, which would see me burned as something worse than Hao ever was. Then what will you tell them? Why you asked? Tianyu was quiet a long moment. Enough of the truth to be useful, he said at last. And the rest? He thought of the seeds sleeping in the deep vale, drinking slow, all through a realm the hall walked every year. He thought of the clock in his chest, and how much less time it held than he had believed. The rest depends on whether the most powerful people in this city are wise enough to hear a warning, or foolish enough to shoot the one who brings it. I have seen both in my time. I have never been able to guess which a room will be until I am standing in it. He rose, and the weight of 2 lifetimes settled on his thin shoulders. Tomorrow I find out whether Qingyun is a city that can be warned. A great deal more than my own neck rides on the answer. Su Lan had been waiting at the courtyard gate since word first came that the expedition was back. She saw the bandages before she saw his face, and her own face went through 3 things very fast. Relief that he was walking, fear at how much of him was wrapped, and then a flash of pure fury that he had gone and gotten himself half killed exactly as she had dreaded. You promised, she said, marching up to him, her voice cracking. You promised you would come back. You did not say you would come back looking like this. She gripped his good arm hard, as if to be sure he was real. What happened to you in there? The whole hall is saying you fought a monster. They're saying it ate people. They're saying you killed it with a pill. Tell me they're exaggerating. Tell me my idiot brilliant. Tell me you did not actually fight a thing that eats cultivators. They are not exaggerating, Tianyu said gently. Su Lan's face crumpled, then hardened. She dragged him inside, sat him down, and began checking his bandages with the fierce competence of a girl who had spent a month learning everything the courtyard's healers would teach her, scolding him the entire time. And Tianyu let her, because being fussed over by someone who loved him was a thing he had gone 500 years without, and he had decided he would never again pretend he did not need it. When the worst of her fear had worked itself out through her hands, he told her. Not all of it, but the heart of it, quietly, because she of all people had earned the truth. He told her about the thing in the hollow. He told her what it was. He told her the part he had not even told by you plainly. The veil had been full of sleeping seeds, all through its deep places, and the dark was already planted across this world in numbers, and his 300 years was far less of a cushion than he had believed. Su Lan listened, and went pale, and did not flinch away. So it's real, she said softly, when he finished. The big quiet. The thing you stare at over your tea. It's not a story you carry. It's actually coming. She was quiet a moment, holding the size of it. This girl who had been a kitchen drudge a season ago. Then she lifted her chin, and there was something in it Tian you had not seen before. It was not the fierce loyalty of the lane, but something harder and more decided. Then I'm done being left at the gate. Sulan. No. Listen. She held his gaze. You left me behind because I was too weak for the veil. You were right. I know you were right. I would have been a husk on the floor of that hollow, and you would have died trying to save me. Her voice was steady. But I am never going to be too weak again. Not if I can help it. You taught me to cultivate. You showed me I was never nothing, only unbegun. Well, I am beginning. And I am going to climb as hard and as fast as my unbegun, no talent self can climb, every single day. Until the next time you walk towards something terrible, you do not have to choose between bringing me and protecting me. Until I am strong enough to stand in the hollow with you, instead of waiting at the gate. She pressed his hand. You are gathering people you refuse to lose. Why, you said it, and she was right. Fine. Then let me be a person you do not have to lose sleep over. Let me get strong enough to carry my own weight in your war. That is the only thing I will ever ask you for. Tianyu looked at the kitchen girl who had dragged him out of the mud, and who had just looked the end of the world in the face and answered it by deciding to get stronger. And he felt the cold thing in his chest do the warm, strange thing it only did around her, and by you and the old master, and this small, impossible home he had not meant to build. All right, he said. Then I will teach you properly. Everything I know, as fast as you can hold it. Not the slow, safe path of a hall disciple. The real one, the hard one. The path I would set a soldier I needed at my back. He almost smiled. Be warned. I am a demanding teacher. I have 500 years of standards and very little patience. Good, said Sulan fiercely. I have a season of being left at gates and a great deal of stubbornness. We'll get along. And that, Tianyu thought, was how a war truly began. Not with a battle, but with one ordinary person, and then another, deciding that the dark was real and that they would not simply wait for it. One at a time. It had to start somewhere. It might as well start in a shabby courtyard, with a kitchen girl who refused to be left behind. Elder Mu came to him late that night, before the inquiry, and the old master was not smiling now. You have made my lineage proud twice in a season, he said, settling onto a stool with a wince of old bones. First the assessment. Now this. A monster killed, my disciples' rivals saved by my disciples' hand, the whole city saying the name of Elder Mu's student with awe instead of pity. He shook his head. I should be the happiest old man in Qingyun. And instead I am frightened, because I have watched this hall eat its own for 40 years, and I know what tomorrow's inquiry truly is. A trap, Tianyu said. For me, not for Hao. For you, Mu agreed grimly. Oh, Hao will be called to answer for the array and the deaths. He cannot escape that entirely. But Hao has been swimming in these waters for 40 years, and a drowning man pulls down whoever is closest. He will not defend himself. He will accuse. He will stand up in front of the masters and ask the question the whole hall is whispering. And he will ask it, as if it were patriotism. The old man's eyes were sharp and worried. How does a clanless child know how to fight a thing from beyond the stars? How does he carry pills that kill what no cultivation can touch? What is he, that the dark holds no mystery for him? And here's the danger, my boy. There are masters on that panel who would rather believe the convenient lie than the frightening truth. It is easier to burn one strange child than to believe the sky is going to fall. How knows that? He will offer them the easy answer. He will say you are not the hero who killed the dark. He will say you are a thing of the dark that knows its ways because you serve it. And some of them will want to believe him because it lets them not believe you. It was exactly the reed Tianyu had made, spoken by a man who had survived 4 decades of it. He respected it. Then I will have to give them a truth they can hold, he said, without giving them the one that would damn me. A narrow path. A very narrow one. Mu reached into his sleeve and pressed something into Tianyu's hand, a small jade token, the deep gray of the hall masters, old and worn. My master's token. It marks the bearer as under the protection of my lineage, all the way back. It is not much. My lineage is not what it was. But in that room tomorrow, every small thing counts, and it says, to anyone who can read it, that to strike at you is to strike at a line older than Hao's whole faction. He closed Tianyu's fingers over it. I cannot fight your battle for you. I am too old and too weak, and the inquiry is past my reach. But I can stand behind you, where the panel can see me stand, and I can lend you my name, and I will. You gave an old man back his life's work. The least I can do is not let them burn you for it. Tianyu looked at the worn token, and at the frightened, loyal old man, and felt the warm thing turn in his chest again. Thank you, master, he said quietly, for more than the token. The inquiry convened the next morning, in the hall's great judgment court, and the whole of Cultivator Qingyun crowded in to watch. The master sat in a long gray row, with Grand Master Lu at the center, ancient and unreadable. The survivors of the veil stood as witnesses. Bai Yu, Shenku, the 3 of Hao's disciples whose lives Tianyu had saved, all of them grim. The families of the 3 dead disciples sat in the front, hollow-eyed. And Elder Hao sat in the place of the accused, broad and composed and not looking accused at all, with his faction arrayed behind him and a calm, patient confidence on his well-fed face that Tianyu did not like one bit. A cornered wolf that looked calm had a plan. Tianyu took his place, small and clanless among the gray, with Elder Mu's worn token in his hand, and Elder Mu himself standing visibly at his back. He felt the weight of the room settle. He felt the masters who were curious, and the ones who were afraid, and the handful, Hao's allies, who had already decided. He felt the whole question of the morning gathering in the air, the question Elder Mu had named, the one the city was afraid to ask aloud. Grandmaster Lu opened the inquiry with a flat recounting of the facts. 3 disciples dead in the cloud mist veil. A mist array recovered from the realm, traceable to a recent and very expensive purchase. A horror, by every witness's account, unlike anything in the hall's records. And a clanless first-year disciple who had, somehow, killed it. We are here, the old hall head said, to learn what happened, and why 3 of our own are dead, and what the thing in the veil was. Elder Hao, the array was yours, by the purchase records my people have traced. You will answer for it. He fixed the broad man with ancient eyes. Speak. Hao rose. He bowed, smooth and grave. And then he did exactly what Elder Mu had foreseen. Grandmaster, masters, honored families of the dead. His voice was warm, reasonable, grief-tinged, perfect. I will not insult this court by pretending the array was not purchased in my faction's name. It was. I will answer for that failure of oversight, and grieve my dead disciples, as is right. He let that land, the picture of a humble man owning a mistake. And then he turned, slowly, and pointed one thick finger across the court at the small clanless boy. But before this court weeps for monsters and arrays, it should ask the question every one of you has been afraid to ask. That child, a gutter-born stray, no clan, no lineage worth the name, who appeared in this hall a single season ago. His voice hardened, gathering the room's fear and aiming it. He makes pills no master can make. He fights like a war veteran in a child's body. And now, we are told, he alone of all the expedition recognized a horror out of the deep dark. He knew its nature, knew its weakness, carried in his pouch the very pills that could kill a thing no cultivation in the world can touch. Hao's eyes swept the masters, and his voice dropped to a grave, insinuating hush. I ask you, honored masters. I ask the families of my dead. How does a clanless child know the secrets of a darkness the rest of us have never seen? There is only one way a man knows a monster so well. He let the silence stretch, and then he said the word, soft and deadly. Because he is part of it. I did not wake that thing in the veil, masters. I believe he led us to it. And I believe this court must ask, before it crowns a gutter child a hero, what, exactly, have we led into the heart of the Qingyun Alchemy Hall? The court erupted, and every eye in it turned, at last, to Tianyu. The question that had hung over him since the lane finally asked aloud, in the worst possible room, by the most dangerous mouth in it. He rose to answer it. The court turned to Tianyu, the question hanging in the air like a blade, and 1,000 people waited to see whether the clanless boy would deny it, or break under it, or run. He did no such thing. He had been asked worse questions, in worse rooms, by worse men, in another life. He stood, small and calm among the gray, with Elder Mu's worn token in his hand, and met the master's eyes. Elder Hao asks how a clanless child knows the dark so well, Tianyu said. His quiet voice carried in the silence. It is a fair question. I will answer it honestly, in front of this whole court, and then I will ask the masters to weigh my answer against his. He turned, not to Hao, but to the panel of masters, and to Grandmaster Lu at its center. Yes, I know what the thing in the veil was. I knew it the moment I felt it. I knew it ate qi, and that cultivation would feed it, and that only refined essence could kill it. And so I killed it, and saved every soul Elder Hao's array drove into that hollow, including 3 of his own disciples. He let that sit. I know these things because I have spent my life studying them. The deep places, the old records, the things that ought not be, that hide in the forgotten corners of the world, that no comfortable cultivator ever bothers to learn because they are too busy with rank and face to look at the dark. His voice hardened, just slightly. Elder Hao calls that knowledge proof that I serve the dark. I call it the only reason anyone walked out of that veil alive. The masters may decide which of us is right. A murmur ran through the court. He admits it. Hao said quickly, pressing. He admits he knows the creature's nature, its weakness, how to kill it. Knowledge no honest cultivator possesses. Knowledge no comfortable cultivator possesses, Tianyu corrected, and now he did turn to Hao, and the flat calm in his eyes made the broad man check. There is a difference, Elder, and it is the whole of this inquiry, so let us be clear about it. You did not know what that thing was. These masters did not. In all the cloud mist veil, only I knew. And because the rest were blind, 3 young men are dead. He took a step. You want to make my knowledge a crime. But knowledge is not the crime here. Ignorance is the crime here. The crime is that a horror out of the deep dark can sleep in a realm this hall walks through every single year, and every master in this proud city has stayed too ignorant to recognize it. I am not the danger in this room, Elder Hao. The danger is that I am the only person in it who saw that thing coming. And you would rather burn me for knowing than ask yourselves why the rest of you did not. The murmur grew. Tianyu pressed, because a turning room had to be turned all the way. You ask what I am, he said, his voice rising to fill the court. I will tell you what I am. I am the person who walked into a death you all helped arrange, found a thing beyond all your understanding, and brought your children's bodies home instead of leaving them to rot in the fog as the veil's custom allows. I am the person standing here trying to tell this hall a truth it does not want to hear. An elder, how would rather you fear the messenger than hear the message. The message frightens him, and a frightened man would always rather have a monster he can burn than a truth he must face. He turned back to the masters. So burn me, if it comforts you. Or listen, those are the two doors. But understand which one you are choosing, and why, and who is asking you to choose the comfortable one. The court was not murmuring now. It was silent. And in that silence, the accusation How had aimed so carefully had begun, visibly, to curve back toward the man who threw it. Grandmaster Lu let the silence stretch. Then he spoke. The court will hear the witnesses, the old hall head said. Before it weighs the boy's nature, it will weigh the facts. Step forward. They stepped forward, and the facts buried How one stone at a time. Bai Yu spoke first. She was cool and precise and damning. She described the mist array, how the fog had herded them, against the wind, deep into the realm's old heart. She described the hollow where Hao's disciples had been waiting. She described the horror, and the husk it made of the boy who fought it with qi, and the pill that killed it. She did not embellish. She did not need to. The facts were terrible enough plain. Shinku spoke next. 9 words where one would do, every one of them weighed. The fog herded us. It does not herd. Someone drove it. He looked at Hao. His disciples were waiting in the exact place it drove us. That is not the veil. That is a trap. The boy sprang it and saved us all, his people and Hao's both. Then the survivors. Hao's own disciples. That was the blow that broke the room. The 3 young men Tian Yu had saved stood before the masters and told the truth, because the veil had burned the lies out of them. They had come to murder a clanless boy at their master's order. The array had driven them to a horror instead. Their fellows had died, and the boy they had been sent to kill had saved their lives and carried their dead home. One of them wept as he said it. Every one of them looked away from Hao's eyes. The hardest moment came not from the witnesses, but from the families. The dead disciples' kin sat in the front of the court, and they had come expecting grief, and instead they were handed something far more complicated. Their sons had not died nobly defending the hall. Their sons had gone into the veil to commit a murder at the order of the man in the place of the accused, and had died for it. And the boy they had gone to kill was the one who carried their bodies home. There is no clean way to grieve a thing like that. Tian Yu watched it land on them, and ached for them, because the worst cruelty Hao had done was not to the dead but to these. The parents who now had to hold a son who was both victim and would-be murderer in the same broken heart. The mother of the youngest rose. She was a small woman, plainly dressed, no cultivator. She looked at Hao, and then at Tian Yu, and her voice shook but did not break. My son went into that fog to kill a child, she said. The court went silent. I did not raise him to that. I raised him to be kind, and the hall and his master taught him otherwise, and I told myself it was only ambition, only the way of cultivators, only what one does to rise. Tears ran down her face, unwiped. And he died for it. And the child he went to kill brought his body home, and came to my door himself, and told me my son did not suffer, and did not tell me, until this room forced it out, that my boy had gone there to murder him. She turned to Tian Yu, and her grief and her shame and a terrible gratitude warred in her face. You could have left him in the fog. It would have been just. You did not. What? Because he was someone's son, Tian Yu said quietly, into the silent court. Because the dark does not care who is guilty and who is innocent. It eats them the same. And because the only difference between me and the thing that killed your boy is that I refuse to let people be spent and forgotten, even people who came to spend me. He inclined his head to her low. I am sorry the hall taught your son that cruelty was the way to rise. He is not the only one it taught. That is the rot elder Hao built, and your son is one of its victims as much as mine. I grieve him with you. The small woman looked at him a long moment. Then she did a thing the court never expected. She bowed to the clanless boy, a mother bowing to a child, and sat down, and wept, and the whole court felt the ground shift. Because the grieving mother of one of Hao's own dead had just chosen, in front of everyone, which of the two she believed. And one by one, the other families followed her, and the weight of their choice did more to finish Hao than any evidence. The masters examined the array. Lu's people had traced its purchase. An expensive, rare working, bought through a chain of intermediaries that led, when followed far enough, back to Hao's faction. It could not be fully denied. It could only be explained away. And there was no explaining away a thing that had herded exactly one group toward exactly the hollow where exactly Hao's disciples waited. The arithmetic was complete. The whole court had done it. Hao had tried to murder the hall head's favorite in a place no eye could reach. His trap had failed, killed his own disciples, woken a horror, and been exposed past any deniability. And his last gambit, to make the boy's knowledge into a crime, had just been turned, in front of everyone, into the very thing that proved the boy a hero, and Hao a fool who had nearly doomed an expedition out of spite. Hao sat in the place of the accused and felt his 40 years of careful power come apart around him in the space of a morning. And cornered men, stripped of every other move, reached for the last one. It happened fast. Hao surged to his feet, and the calm mask shattered, and the broad man's foundation realm aura erupted across the court as he flung out one hand toward the clanless boy who had unmade him. A killing strike, full force, the desperate lashing out of a powerful man who had decided that if he was finished, he would at least take the cause of it with him. It was a foundation cultivator's blow. Tianyu was not a foundation cultivator. By raw power, he could not have stopped it, and everyone in the court knew it, and a gasp went up because they were about to watch the hero die after all. He did not die. Two things happened at once, faster than most of the court could follow. The first was that Tianyu moved. He had been watching Hao the whole time, reading the man, as he read everyone, and he had seen the desperation building, and so when the killing blow came, he was already not where it aimed. He did not block it. He could not block it. He simply was not there, sliding aside with an economy of motion no chi condensation boy should possess, the warrior under the furnace boy showing itself one more time. The strike tore through the air where his head had been. It would have missed him with no help at all. The second thing was that someone helped. Grandmaster Lu did not rise from his seat. He did not shout. He lifted one finger, one old finger, almost lazily, and the full weight of the most powerful alchemist in Qin Yun came down on the court like a mountain settling. Hao's killing aura, his whole furious gambit, simply stopped, froze in the air. Hao stood locked mid-lunge, his hand outstretched, unable to move so much as a finger, held by a pressure so far above his own that the difference was not a gap, but a different order of being entirely. The court felt it and shrank back. This was why Lu was the hall head. This was the thing his quiet, old manner hid. Beside it, Hao's foundation power was a child's tantrum, and everyone in the room understood it in the same instant. You drew a killing strike, Lu said, and his voice was very quiet and very cold, and it filled the silent court completely. On a child, under my open protection, in my own court, in front of the masters of this hall. The old man's ancient eyes were terrible. I told you, Elder Hao, at the assessment, in front of everyone. I said I would take it very badly if anything happened to this boy. I said I forget nothing. The finger tilted, and Hao made a strangled sound as the pressure ground down harder. You heard me, and you reached for him anyway, in the one place on this world where I would see it done. I have met arrogant men in 200 years. I am not sure I have met a stupider one. He lowered the finger. Hao dropped, gasping, to his knees, his aura crushed flat, his power locked away by a working he could not even perceive let alone resist. It is decided, Grandmaster Lu said, and turned to the panel, and the masters did not dare disagree. The array was his. The deaths are his. The attempt on this boy's life. All of you just witnessed with your own eyes. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Elder Hao is stripped of his rank, his lineage, his halls, and his place in this hall. His resources are forfeit. His disciples are released from him. Those who wish to stay in the hall under honest masters may petition. Those who served his crimes will answer for them. He himself will be confined and judged under the hall's law, which is harsh, and which he has earned every stroke of. The old eyes swept the court. Let it be recorded. Let it be understood. The Qingyun Alchemy Hall does not murder children in the dark. Not while I draw breath. And that was the end of Elder Hao. 40 years of patient, vicious power, undone in a single morning. Not by a stronger man's fist, but by his own scheme turned back on him, by the truth spoken plainly, by the witnesses he had made and the boy he had underestimated, and the one law even he had been too arrogant to believe applied to him. He was led away in chains, his faction scattering from him like rats from a sinking hull, and the clanless boy he had tried to murder stood untouched at the center of the court, having won the deadliest fight of his young life, without throwing a single blow. But the inquiry was not over, and Tianyu knew it, and the part that remained was the part that truly mattered. The matter of Elder Hao is settled, Grandmaster Lu said, when the court had quieted. His ancient eyes found Tianyu again. But there is a larger question, boy, and you have been circling it all morning. You said there was more to tell, to the masters, in this room, not shouted across a gate. So, tell us, what was the thing in the cloud mist veil? This was the moment. Tianyu had been waiting for it, dreading it, hoping for it. The most powerful alchemists in the city, gathered and listening, the witnesses fresh, the proof undeniable. If he could not make them hear the warning here, he could not make them hear it anywhere. So he told them, plainly, carefully, in the terms they could hold. It was not a beast, he said. It was not a spirit, or a demon, or anything in your records. It was a piece of a darkness that comes from beyond the stars. A thing that eats chi, that drinks the life out of worlds and leaves them dead stone forever, where nothing can ever cultivate again. He let that land. What we killed in the veil was the smallest, youngest piece of it. A seed. And it was not the only one. The deep places of the cloud mist veil are full of them, sleeping, drinking slowly, waiting. His voice was steady and grave. I have studied the old and forbidden records for a long time, masters, longer than my years suggest, and I know what I felt in that fog. This is not a veil anomaly. This is the first sign of a tide. It is far off still, but it is coming, and it is already planting itself in the forgotten corners of our world, and when it arrives in force, no cultivation any of us possess will so much as scratch it. The only thing that killed that seed was a pill. Refined essence. The craft of this very hall. That is not a coincidence. It is the single most important fact any of you will ever hear. The dark eats power. It cannot eat what alchemy makes. We are, all of us in this room, the only weapon the world will have. He finished, and waited, and watched the room decide what kind of room it was. It decided, mostly, as comfortable rooms always decide. Grandmaster Lu listened gravely, and Tian Yu saw belief move in the ancient eyes. Lu was old enough, and had seen enough, to know the world held more than the records did. Elder Mu believed. He had believed since the courtyard. A few of the masters, the ones who had examined the husks and traced the array, looked shaken and thoughtful. And the witnesses, Bai Yu, Shen Ku, even Hao's freed disciples, they believed with the certainty of people who had stood in the hollow and felt the cold pull on their own chi. But most of the court did not want to believe, and so it did not. Tian Yu watched it happen, and it landed harder than any blow. He watched the comfortable masters reach, almost gratefully, for the easier story. A freak corruption, a one-off, a veil oddity, a beast twisted by the realm's strange chi. Tragic, dangerous, now dead. Nothing more. He watched them decide that the clanless boy was a remarkable talent with an overactive imagination, a hero of the veil who had let a single horror grow into a doomsday tale in his young mind. Some were kind about it, some were not. But the result was the same in nearly every face. A polite, firm, total refusal to believe that the sky could fall, because believing it would mean fear and action and the end of comfort, and the powerful had built their whole lives on comfort. It was not that they called him a liar. That would have been easier to fight. It was subtler and more hopeless than that. They debated him. A single corrupted beast, one master said, reasonable and grave. Strange, yes. But the veil is a wild realm. It twists what lives in it. One twisted creature is not a tide from beyond the stars. It drained a foundation-strength beast to a frame and wore it, said another, one of the few who had examined the husks, and there was real worry in his voice. I have never read of such a thing. The boy may be right that we should. The boy is a child of 12, a third cut in, who has had a hard week and read too many forbidden scrolls. Of course it frightened him. It frightened everyone. But we do not set hall policy on the nightmares of frightened children. 3 disciples are dead, the worried master pressed. 3 disciples are dead because Hao was a fool with an array, not because the heavens are falling, the third returned. Let us not turn one madman's crime and one wild beast into the end of the world. The hall will cleanse the deep veil. The matter ends there. To do more, to tell the disciples, the city, that a darkness from the stars is coming to eat us all, would cause a panic over a thing we have one boy's word for. That is not caution. That is folly. And there it was. The reasonable voice. The one that always won these rooms. Tian Yu watched the worried master fall silent, not convinced, but outmatched, because fear is hard to argue and comfort argues itself. He watched the masters reach, with visible relief, for the conclusion that let them go home and sleep. One beast. One madman. Now dealt with. Nothing more. He watched a roomful of the most powerful, learned people in the city look directly at the first proof of the end of their world and decide, politely and firmly, not to see it. He had seen this exact room before. Not this room, but its twin, 500 years ago, full of different faces saying the same reasonable words, right up until the sky opened and the reasonable words stopped matching forever. He had lived how this ended. Grandmaster Lu said nothing through all of it. The old hall head sat at the center of the panel and watched his masters talk themselves out of the truth, and his ancient face gave nothing away. But his eyes found Tian Yu's, once, across the court, and in them Tian Yu saw the one thing that kept the morning from being a total loss. Lu was not reaching for the comfortable story. Lu, alone among the masters, was afraid in exactly the right way. The hall would not be warned. But the hall head had heard. It would have to be enough. For now, one believer with real power was more than Tian Yu had walked into the room with. Bai Yu found him on the steps outside the judgment court. After, when the crowd had drained away, he was standing alone, looking out over the bright, busy city, the towers, the flying cultivators, the million souls going about their comfortable day, and there was something in the set of his thin shoulders she had not seen before. Not the calm, not the cold focus. Something heavier and more tired. You won, she said, coming to stand beside him. Completely. How is finished? The hall head took you as his own. By every measure, you won this morning. She studied his face. So why do you look like a man who lost? Because I did lose, Tian Yu said quietly. The part that mattered, I lost. He nodded out at the city. I beat Hao. That was always going to happen. Hao was a small thing. But I went into that room with one real chance to make the people who could actually matter believe what is coming. The hall head, the masters, the powers of this city. One chance to be heard while there was still time to act. His jaw tightened, and I watched them choose not to hear it. Politely, reasonably, with relief. I handed them the truth, and they handed it back, because it frightened them and the lie was more comfortable. He let out a slow breath. That is the loss, Bai Yu. Not Hao. Hao is nothing. The loss is that I now know, for certain, that this world cannot be warned. That I will have to build everything it needs in the dark, alone, against its own comfortable refusal to look up. I had hoped, a little, that this time would be different. That a room full of wise people, shown the proof, might listen. He shook his head. It was not different. It is never different. People do not believe in the fire until it is already burning their roof. Bai Yu was quiet a moment, looking out at the same city, seeing it now as he saw it, a field that did not know it was a field. You keep saying this time, she said softly. Like there was a last time you stood in a room like that, and watched it happen. There was. And they didn't listen then either. No. His voice was very low. They did not. And then the sky opened, and the reasonable men who would not be frightened were the first to be eaten, and they were very surprised, right at the end. He looked at her. I carry that by you. The memory of an entire world full of people who would not believe me until it was far too late to matter. So forgive me if winning a city inquiry does not feel like winning. I won every argument like that before. And the world died anyway, because being right is not the same as being believed, and I never learned how to make people believe in time. It was the most he had ever told her of the weight he carried, and she heard the loneliness in it. Not the loneliness of being alone, but the far worse loneliness of being the only one awake in a house full of sleepers. She did not try to fix it. There was no fixing it. Instead, she did the only thing that helped, which was to stand beside him in it, so that he was, at least, not the only one awake anymore. Then we won't waste our breath trying to wake the sleepers, she said. We'll just build the thing that saves them in their sleep, and let them thank us or not when they finally wake up. She bumped his shoulder with hers, a small, deliberate, human thing. You're not the only one awake now, you know. There are 5 of us. It's a small house of awake people. But it's not just you anymore. Stop standing on steps looking lonely. It doesn't suit a man who just conquered the Qingyan Alchemy Hall. A short, surprised breath of a laugh escaped him. She had a way of doing that, of cutting the weight down to a size a person could carry, and the heaviness in his shoulders eased, just slightly. Thank you, senior sister, he said. And he meant it for far more than the words. Anytime, junior brother, said by you. And there was warmth in it, and something underneath the warmth that neither of them named, and the 2 of them stood on the steps a while longer, 2 awake people in a sleeping city, before they went home to the others. A grim find, one senior master said, not unkindly, and his tone closed the matter for half the room. And bravely handled. The hall will send a sealed expedition to cleanse the deep veil of any other corruptions. But let us not frighten the disciples with tales of darknesses beyond the stars. One twisted beast does not make a tide. The boy has had a hard few days. We should let him rest, not encourage his nightmares. It was so reasonable. It was so calm. And it was the single most dangerous sentence spoken in that court all day, and Tian Yu was the only one who knew it. He did not argue. He had learned, in another life, that you cannot shout a comfortable man into fear, and that trying only makes you the boy who cried doom. So he bowed his head, and let them have their easier story, and filed the moment away with a cold and final clarity. This was the true shape of his war. He had known the dark would be hard to fight. He had not fully understood, until this court, that the dark was not even the hardest part. The hardest part was this. A comfortable world that would rather call him mad than believe him, that would reach for any story that let it keep its comfort, that would not arm against the tide until the tide was already breaking over its head, by which time it would be far too late. Exactly as it had been too late the first time. He could not warn the world. The world refused to be warned. So he would have to do the other thing. The slow, patient, lonely thing. He would build the weapon the world needed without the world's permission. One alchemist, one ally, one pill at a time. And he would have it ready when the comfortable men finally looked up, far too late, and screamed. Thank you, masters, Tian Yu said quietly. I have told you what I know. What you do with it is yours to decide. And he meant the surface of it as courtesy, and the depth of it as something else entirely. A private vow, made in a room that did not know it had just refused the only warning it would ever get in time. Grandmaster Lu sent for him that evening, alone. The old hall head received him in a quiet room high in the hall's central tower, with tea already poured and no servants present. He looked older here, without the weight of the court to hold up. Just a very old man in deep gold robes, watching a child across a low table with eyes that had seen 2 centuries. Sit, Lu said. Drink, and stop pretending, for 1 hour, that you are what you appear to be. I am too old for it, and you are too strange for it, and it is only the 2 of us here. Tian Yu sat. He drank. He considered the old man, and decided the truth, some of it, was the right coin here. You believe me, he said. More than you let the court see. I believe a great deal more than I let anyone see. It is how a man lives to 200. Lu turned his cup in his old hands. I have walked further than this city, boy. I have seen the edges of maps. I have read records the hall keeps locked away, the ones the comfortable masters pretend do not exist. There are old warnings in them. Margins. Silences. A scholar's note, here and there, about a hungering dark beyond the western stars, written by men who were laughed at. His ancient eyes were steady. I always wondered if the laughing men were the fools. After the cloud mist veil, I wonder no longer. You did not invent that thing. I have felt the shape of its kind in the old records my whole life, without a name for it. You gave it a name today. You are not mad. The court is comfortable. Those are not the same thing, though they looked alike in that room. Tian Yu let out a slow breath. It was the first time in 2 lives that a person of real power had simply believed him, and the relief of it was larger than he expected. Then you know what is coming, he said. And you know the court will not arm against it. Not until it is far too late. I know. Lu's face was grim. I am the hall head, and I cannot make 200 comfortable masters fear a thing they have not seen with their own eyes. I have tried, on smaller matters, for 60 years. A man cannot be frightened into wisdom. He can only be frightened into burning the one who frightens him. You saw that today. So did I. He set down his cup, which is why I will not try to make the hall believe you. It would only get you burned and waste the one truly useful thing that walked out of that veil, which is you. His eyes sharpened. So here is what I will do instead, boy, and it is worth more than any rank. I will give you my shadow, my personal patronage, openly, so no wolf dares touch you again. The freedom of my inner library, all of it, the locked records too. Materials, resources, standing, and the one thing rarer than all of those. I will leave you alone. No master breathing down your neck, no lineage spending your talent, no voice telling you what to refine or how to climb. You will answer to me, and I will ask almost nothing, and in exchange you will do the thing I am too old and too tied down to do. He leaned forward. You will build the weapon this world will need. Quietly, without the world's permission. And when the comfortable men finally look up and scream, there will be something ready that there was not before. That is the bargain. Will you take it? It was everything Tian Yu had hoped to claw toward over years, offered freely in an evening by an old man wise enough to be afraid. It was protection and resources and freedom and a patron who believed. The foundation of the whole long work, handed to him at the close of his first true climb. I will take it, Tian Yu said. Gladly, with one honesty in return, since you asked me to stop pretending. He met the ancient eyes. I am older than I look, Grandmaster. Much older. I have studied the dark not only in records, but closer than that. I cannot tell you the whole of it. You would not believe the whole of it, and it would do neither of us good. But I have stood where this world is going to stand, and I have seen how it ends if the world goes unprepared, and I came back meaning to make sure it ends differently. He inclined his head. You offered to leave me alone to build a weapon. I am telling you that is exactly what I crossed more than you can imagine to do. We want the same thing, you and I. I am only the one who has seen why. Lu studied him for a long, long moment. He did not ask the questions burning behind his ancient eyes. He was old enough to know which truths to leave sealed. I thought as much, he said at last quietly. Strange boy who fights like a war god and grieves like an old man and speaks of the end of the world as a thing he remembers. He rose and rested one light, ancient hand on Tian Yu's shoulder, and there was something almost like wonder in it, and something almost like grief. I do not know what you are, but I know the heavens do not send a thing like you into a backwater gutter for no reason. Build your weapon, boy. You have my shadow over you, for whatever years I have left. Use them well. I have a feeling they matter more than either of us will live to fully see. Tian Yu came back to the shabby courtyard that night a different person than the boy who had walked into the inquiry that morning, and the 4 people waiting for him were the reason it did not frighten him. They were all there. Sulan, who had paced the courtyard all day. Bai Yu, still in her witness's robes. Shen Ku, quiet in a corner. And Elder Mu, who had stood behind Tian Yu in that court when it cost him to, and now sat in his worn chair looking 10 years younger than he had a season ago. They turned as Tian Yu came through the gate, and they read his face, and the question was in all of them at once. How is finished, Tian Yu said. Stripped, broken, taken in chains. His faction is scattering. He will not trouble this courtyard again. He let them have the relief of that. Bai Yu's shoulders dropping, Su Lan's fierce grin, Shun Ku's slow nod, Elder Mu's quiet, profound exhale of a man whose 10-year siege had finally lifted. Then he gave them the rest. And the hall head has taken me as his personal charge. Openly. His shadow, his library, his resources. No wolf will dare touch us now. The courtyard erupted. Sulan hooped. Bai Yu laughed in pure disbelief. Even Shen Ku smiled. Elder Mu put his face in his hands a moment, and when he lowered them his old eyes were wet, because his lineage was not only saved now. It was risen, lifted higher than it had stood in 40 years, on the shoulders of a clanless boy he had taken in on a whim. Tian Yu let them have the joy. They had earned it. But when it settled, he told them the harder half, because they were his now, and they deserved the truth that the comfortable masters had refused. There is more, he said quietly, and the courtyard stilled. The thing in the veil. The masters chose not to believe what it really was. I told them. They reached for the easier story, because the true one frightened them. So understand, the 4 of you, what I am about to say, because you are the only ones who will. He looked at each of them. The dark is real. It is coming. The veil was the first of it. And there will be more, and one day, not soon, but surely, the sky over this whole world is going to open, and a thing that eats worlds is going to pour through. The most powerful men in Qingyun heard me say it today, and chose not to believe. That is the world we live in. A world that will not be warned. He let it land. So, I am not going to waste my life trying to warn it. I am going to do the other thing. I am going to build the weapon it needs without its permission. Alchemists, allies, refined essence, and answer. So that when the comfortable men finally look up and scream, there is something ready. The hall head has given me the shadow to do it under. He met their eyes, one by one. I cannot do it alone. I did everything alone, once, and a whole world died for it. So I am asking, plainly, in this courtyard, with no grand words. Stand with me, not as my servants. As the first of the ones who refuse to wait for the dark. It is a long war, and a lonely one, and most of the world will never even know it was fought. A faint, tired smile. But it will be a little less lonely with 5. For a moment, the courtyard was silent. Then Sulan stepped forward, the kitchen girl who had dragged a dying boy out of the mud, and put her hand out, palm down. I already decided this in a storehouse, she said. I'm in. To the end of it. Bai laid her hand over Su Lan's without hesitation. I gave 6 years to a dying lineage because it was right, the senior sister said. This is more right than anything I have ever been offered. I'm in. Shin Ku's huge hand came down over both. Set it in the veil. The quiet man rumbled. A blade for a good man. Still true. And Elder Mu, slowly, with the gravity of an old master who had waited his whole life for something worth the last of his years, laid his lined old hand atop the rest. I have nothing left to give but my name, my knowledge, and what time remains to me, he said. They are yours, disciple. All three. Heaven help the dark when it finally comes. It has no idea what is being built in a shabby courtyard while it sleeps. 5 hands. In a poor courtyard. In a comfortable city that did not believe. And that, Tianyu thought, looking at them, was how the only war that mattered truly began. Not with armies. Not with the powerful. With 5 people who had decided, against a whole world's comfortable disbelief, that the dark was real and that they would not simply wait for it. It had to start somewhere. It had started here. The weeks that followed were the richest of Tianyu's 2 lives, and he spent every hour of them climbing. With the Hall Head's shadow over him, the wolves were gone. With the Hall Head's resources behind him, the materials were no longer a constraint. With the freedom of the locked library, the knowledge of generations lay open. And with 5 people he trusted at his back, he was, for the first time since the last sky fell, not alone. He had everything the proud creature of his first life had refused. And he used all of it. His cultivation, which had crawled on the frontier and walked in the city, now ran. He had built his foundation so carefully, stone by patient stone, from the storehouse onward. A foundation laid that well held anything you put on it. With proper pills, proper materials, and a will that had once ruled a world, he climbed the last layers of chi condensation in a span that would have made a normal prodigy weep with envy, and then he reached the wall at the top of the realm. The wall of foundation establishment. He did not force it. He had forced a breakthrough once, in his first life, in pride and a hurry, and the man who taught him better was the broker whose torn core he had healed on a road. So he sat in seclusion in the courtyard, and he prepared the ground, and when the body was ready, truly ready, foundation deep and whole, he let the wall break of its own accord. Foundation establishment. The realm settled into him clean and solid, true power gathering where before there had been only the gathered chi of the lower realm. It was, by the measure of the sovereign he had been, still nothing. A child's rung, 3 whole realms beneath where Gu Yan stood, an ocean beneath the heavens. But Tianyu sat in the courtyard at the peak of his first true arc and felt the realm where Zhao Gang had been a terror and Liang Bo a king settle beneath him like a stair he had already climbed past. A season ago he had been dying in the mud of a frontier lane, rootless, nameless, a waste. Now he stood at foundation establishment, a recognized alchemist, the Hall Head's charge, with a war party at his back and a cause in his hands. The mighty had fallen all the way to the bottom, and the climb back had begun in earnest. The breakthrough itself had been a quiet thing, and Tianyu had made it quiet on purpose. He had sat in seclusion for 3 days in the courtyard, while the others kept watch and kept silent. He did not rush. He had learned, dying, exactly what rushing cost. So he spent the first day simply listening to the body, feeling the foundation he had built stone by stone since the storehouse, testing it for any flaw, any weakness, any place that might crack under the weight of a new realm. He found it sound. He had built it too well for that. The careful, humble, unglamorous work that the proud young genius of his first life had skipped now held like bedrock. On the second day, he gathered the power. Slow, patient, letting the chi of his peak chi condensation thicken and settle, not forcing it toward the wall, only letting it rise until it pressed against the barrier of its own accord. On the third day, the wall broke. It did not break with violence. It broke like ice giving way in spring. A long, deep, settling crack, and then the cold chi of the lower realm flowed through into something wider and clearer and stronger, and the body crossed the threshold between the gathered power of chi condensation and the true, established power of foundation. He felt his dantian deepen. He felt the chi turn richer, heavier, more his. He felt the small immortal seed of what he had been recognize the rung and settle onto it, patient, climbing. He opened his eyes in the courtyard at dawn, a foundation establishment cultivator, and the first thing he did was test it. He rose and crossed the courtyard and laid his hand on the old stone well and let a thread of his new power flow into it. And where a chi condensation thread would have done little, the foundation power sank deep, and he felt the whole shape of the stone, its faults and its grain, as a foundation cultivator's refined sense reaches into things. Then he set a furnace and made a pill, a 4th-grade pill, a thing that had cost him nearly everything to make for Gu Yan on the road, and that now flowed from his foundation cultivation clean and unstrained. The dual path had climbed with the realm. Stronger body, stronger furnace. Both, together, braided tighter than before. Elder Mu watched him work that morning, and the old master's eyes were bright. Foundation establishment, he said. In a season. From the gutter. With no spirit root worth the name, by the honest road, every rung earned. He shook his head slowly. I have taught prodigies, boy. Clan heirs with the finest roots and the richest pills and the best masters money could buy. And every one of them climbed dirtier than this. With shortcuts, with borrowed strength, with cracked foundations to pay for later. You climbed clean. He looked at his strange disciple with something past pride. You climb like a thing that means to reach the very top, and to still be standing when it gets there. I will not live to see where you finish. But I think it will be somewhere this hall has never imagined. Somewhere very high. Tianyu agreed quietly, capping the furnace. And somewhere very dark. Both. That is where the road goes. He looked at the pill in his palm. Clean, dense. The work of a foundation alchemist now, and still only the faintest shadow of what he would one day make again. But you are right, master. Clean this time. The whole way up. No shortcuts to pay for at the end. He had paid for the shortcuts once, with everything. He would not do it twice. That is the only way I know. Now, to climb a mountain you actually mean to survive. The dual path climbed with him. His alchemy was no longer a thing he hid. The city knew it now, and the hall recognized it. And under Elder Mu's name and Lu's shadow his rank rose fast and clean. He refined where before he had only gathered. He read the locked records, and the old buried knowledge of this age braided into the deeper knowledge of his own, until he could feel the shape of the whole craft again, as he had once felt the shape of a battlefield. War cultivation in one hand, the furnace in the other, braided. The dual height that, in 10,000 years, had stayed beyond every reach. He was a long way from the top of either yet, but he was, at last, climbing both, together, as he should have from the start. And he was not the only one climbing. He taught Sulan as he had promised. Hard, honest, the soldier's path, no coddling. She had no spirit root and middling talent and a season of being told she was nothing, and she climbed anyway, because he showed her the door and she walked through it every single day. The training was not gentle. He had warned her it would not be. He worked her till her hands shook and her meridians ached, because the dark would not be gentle, and a soldier coddled in training died first in the field. But he never once told her she was weak, or slow, or hopeless. Those were the words the clan and the kitchen and the testing stone had taught her to believe. He told her the truth instead. You are behind, because they stole your years. You are not less. You are late. And late can be made up, if you are willing to bleed for it. And she was willing. She had been willing since the storehouse. She reached the higher layers of body forging, and the work got harder, and she pushed on. And then, one gray morning, she hit the wall of chi condensation. The threshold between the mortal and the cultivator. The wall a no-talent kitchen girl was never, by any law the world believed, supposed to cross. She crossed it. Tianyu was there when it happened. He felt her foundation hold, felt the chi gather and turn and press against the wall, and he did not help her through. He made her do it herself, because a rung climbed for you is a rung you never truly own. She gritted her teeth, and pushed, and the wall broke, and a kitchen girl with no spirit root and no name became, by her own will and a season of refusing to quit, a true cultivator. She stared at her own hands afterward, the same as she had stared at them the night her first thread of chi answered, and then she burst into tears, and then she laughed, and then she did both at once. I'm a cultivator, she said dazed. A real one. Me. The kitchen girl. The clan tested me once and laughed, and never tested me again, and I crossed into chi condensation. With no root. They said it was impossible. She looked up at him, fierce through the tears. It wasn't impossible. It was just slow. You were right. I wasn't less. I was only late. You were only late, Tianyu agreed. And the warm thing turned in his chest, because her fierce, stubborn joy at each rung was a thing he found he treasured more than his own progress. Proof, written in a kitchen girl's climbing, that the whole logic of the world was wrong, that the thrown away were not nothing but only unbegun, and that a person the world had written off could rise as far as her will would carry her. It was the same proof his own climb was writing, and somehow it meant more in her than in himself. And you are going to keep being late, and keep catching up, until the day you stand in a hollow at my side instead of waiting at a gate. We have a great deal of road left, you and I. He almost smiled. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we begin chi condensation properly. I am still a demanding teacher, and you are still behind, and the dark is still coming. No time for more than one night of crying about being a cultivator. One night, Sulan agreed, scrubbing her eyes, grinning. Then back to bleeding for it. And she meant it, and Tianyu thought, watching her, that the war he was building had no better foundation stone than a kitchen girl who had decided that late was not the same as never. Bai trained beside them now too, her cool brilliance sharpened by a cause. And even Shun Ku took to refining basic pills under Elder Mu's eye, because a war against a thing only alchemy could kill needed every hand that could hold a furnace. The shabby courtyard had become a forge, not for swords, for the only weapon that mattered. It was, Tianyu thought, watching his strange small war party work late into the night, the best beginning he could have asked for, and it was nowhere near enough. He had reached foundation. The Voidkin 8 foundation cultivators whole. He had 5 people. The dark came in numberless millions. He had whatever years his clock held, and the clock held fewer than he had believed. The beginning was good. The mountain was still impossibly high, and he meant to climb every inch of it. It was in the locked library that the mountain grew higher still. Tian Yu spent his nights there. In the deep shelves the comfortable masters pretended did not exist, the records Liu had opened to him. He read for knowledge of the dark, and for knowledge of the craft, and, quietly, for any thread of the mystery he carried in his own name. He found a great deal of the first, nothing yet of the last. And then, deep in a shelf of dismissed and dust-furred reports, he found the thing that turned his careful hope cold. Dead zones. That was what the scattered accounts called them, when they called them anything. A village in the northern reaches, gone silent one winter, found cold and gray, the chi drained out of the very land, blamed on a curse. A minor sex mountain, 3 provinces east, where the spirit vein had died, for no reason anyone could name, abandoned a generation ago. A stretch of forest in the far south where the grass would not grow and the animals would not go. A drowned valley. A ruined town. A dozen of them. 2 dozen. Scattered across the whole continent. Across decades. Each one recorded by some local scholar. Each one dismissed as an isolated disaster. A curse, a blight, a spirit vein failing, bad luck. The scholars had all missed the connection. Why would they? They were 1,000 li apart, and years apart, and each had its own small, sad explanation. He read deeper into the night, and the deeper he read, the colder it got. There was a child's account, copied into a scholar's record decades ago. The only survivor of a hamlet in the northern reaches, a girl who had been away tending goats when it happened. She came home to find everyone gray and still and cold, the warmth gone out of them, the well dry, the spirit herbs in the garden turned to dust. She said the air had felt hungry. The scholar had written it down as the raving of a traumatized child, and added a note pitying her madness. Tian Yu read it and felt sick, because the girl had not been mad. The girl had described a dead zone exactly, in the only words a child had. The air felt hungry, and a learned man had pitted her for telling the truth. There was a sect's internal record, 3 provinces east, of the year their mountain spirit vein failed. They had blamed a rival sect's sabotage, gone to war over it, lost a generation of disciples to a feud, and the vein had never recovered, and the mountain was abandoned still. There had been no sabotage at all. A seed had woken under their mountain and drunk the vein dry, and they had killed each other over a crime that had never happened, while the real thief slept in the deep rock and moved on to the next. There was a port town in the south, where the records simply stopped 1 year, with a final tax ledger and then nothing, and a much later note that the place was ill-favored and best avoided, and travelers reported the grass would not grow there. On and on. A pattern written across a continent and a century, in the margins of records left unread, dismissed every single time, because each scar alone was small and sad and inexplicable, and they had never been laid side by side, except by a man who had walked 1,000 such scars at the end of another world, and knew their shape in his bones. And the dates. He kept coming back to the dates. The old accounts were rare, 1 in a decade, scattered. The recent ones came faster, closer together, more of them, each year, as if something were waking up across the whole world at once, accelerating, the slow drift of an age tipping over into a rising tide. Tian Yu connected them in a single night, and his blood ran cold, because he knew exactly what a dead zone was. He had walked 1,000 of them at the end of his first life. A dead zone was a world's small gray scar where a voidkin seed had woken, drunk its fill of a place, and left it ash. The frontier mine. The cloud mist veil. They were not rare anomalies. They were 2 of dozens, scattered across the whole continent, each one a seed that had grown enough to kill a patch of the world. And the dates told the worst of it. The seeding was not just real. It was accelerating. All across the world, in its forgotten corners, the dark was waking, more and more of it, year by year, and a whole continent of scholars and sects and masters had looked at the scars, and called them curses and bad luck, and looked away. He sat with the dusty reports a long time, and felt the true size of the thing settle on him at last. He had thought, even after the veil, in terms of one city. Build the weapon in Qingyun. Train alchemists in the hall. Be ready. But the dark was not coming to Qingyun. It was coming to everywhere, and it was already here, in dozens of places, in numbers, accelerating. And one shabby courtyard in one city, however gifted, could no more answer that than a single candle could answer the night. He could not save the world from one room. The disease was continental. The cure would have to be 2, which meant he could not stay. The understanding was quiet and total. Qingyun had been the first foothold. The place he found a master, a patron, allies, a name, a realm. It had given him everything he needed to begin. But beginning was not the work. The work was out there, across the whole continent, in the dead zones and the cities that did not believe, in the deep places where the seeds slept and woke. He would have to go to them. Gather alchemists wherever they could be found. Map the seeds. Build a resistance not in one hall but across a world, quietly, patiently, ahead of a tide that was rising faster than anyone but him could see. He told the circle the next morning. The dusty reports spread on the courtyard table. We have done what Qingyun can give us, he said. A master, a patron, a name, a start. But the dark is not only here. He laid out the dead zones, one report at a time, and watched their faces change as the pattern came clear. It is everywhere. Dozens of places, across the whole continent. and more every year. I cannot build what this world needs from one courtyard in one city. The threat is everywhere. So we will have to be two. He looked at them, his strange small war party, the kitchen girl, the senior sister, the quiet blade, the old master. Past this season, our road runs outward, into the wider world, to the dead zones, and the cities that will not listen, and the deep places where the seeds sleep. To find more alchemists, more allies, more people who can be made to refuse the dark before it wakes. It will be longer, and harder, and lonelier than anything I have asked of you yet. A faint, grim smile. But it is the only road that leads anywhere but ash. So, rest, and climb, and gather your strength. Because soon we leave Qingyun, and the real war, the long one, the one across the whole turning world, begins. That night, the last quiet one before the planning began in earnest, the five of them sat together in the courtyard. There was no grand ceremony to it. Sulan had cooked. She still cooked. She said it kept her honest. And they ate together under the strange eastern stars, the kitchen girl, and the senior sister, and the quiet blade, and the old master, and the boy who was older than all of them. They did not talk about the dark, or the dead zones, or the long road. They talked about small things. By you teaching Sulan a game, she kept losing. Shinku, drawn out one slow word at a time, telling a story about his 9th trip into the veil that ended with everyone laughing. Elder Mu falling asleep in his worn chair with a cup still in his hand. Small things. Ordinary things. The things a home is made of. And Tianyu sat among them and felt the warm, strange thing in his chest, and felt, under it, the old fear. Because he had things to lose again. That was the truth. He turned over while the others laughed. For 500 years he had climbed alone, owing nothing to anyone, loving nothing. And at the end he had lost a whole world, and grieved it as a stranger grieves a city. Vast, and abstract, and not quite his. He had sworn, dying, never to be that alone again. And he had kept the vow. He had gathered these four, and built this small home, and let himself love them. And love was a door the dark could come through. He knew that better than anyone. The Voidkin could not take his courage or his knowledge. But it could take them, and if it did, he was not sure, even now, that he would survive it a second time. The proud creature of his first life would have called that a weakness, and cut it out, and climbed on alone, safe and cold and doomed. Tianyu had learned better. He looked at the laughing, ordinary, precious people he had gathered, and he understood that the fear of losing them was not a weakness to cut away. It was the whole reason to fight. A man with nothing to lose does not truly fight the dark. He only runs from it, or feeds it, or climbs past it alone and lets the world burn behind him. A man with everything to lose, a home, a war party, a kitchen girl who refused to be left at a gate. That man has something the dark can never understand and never eat. A reason. He would not cut out the fear. He would carry it, and let it sharpen him, and spend his whole second life making sure that this time, the small warm home he had built was still standing when the sky finally went wrong. You've gone quiet again, Sulan observed, passing him a bowl. The big quiet. A good one. This time, Tianyu said, and took the bowl, and meant it. Just thinking about what we're fighting for. It helps to look at it now and then. He glanced around the firelit courtyard, at the four of them, at the home. It is easy to forget, in a war, what you are fighting for. I forgot it once. I will not forget it again. He raised the bowl, a small toast, to the strangest and most precious thing a fallen immortal had ever built. To the awake. May the house grow. To the awake. They answered, even sleepy Elder Mu, startled half awake. And the five of them sat in the warm courtyard a while longer, in the last quiet before the long road, and were, for one ordinary, irreplaceable evening, simply happy. And far to the east, on a dead frontier, a seed drank quietly in an old mine. And in the deep cloud mist veil, the sleeping seeds drank slow in the fog. And in 24 dead gray scars across the continent, the dark stirred in its forgotten corners, drinking, growing, waiting. And in all the bright world the comfortable failed to look up, except five, in a shabby courtyard, who had just decided to walk out and meet it. They left Qingyun in the gray before dawn, as Tianyu had left every place that ever mattered to him, quietly, and earlier than the world expected. The hard part had been the leaving itself, not the packing or the planning. The leaving of Elder Mu. The old master could not come. They had all known it without saying it. And then one night Mu had said it himself, plainly, in the flat tone he used for the things that cost him. I am 206, he had told Tianyu, and my bones ache on a warm day in a soft bed. I would be dead in a season on your road, and worse, I would slow you, and you cannot afford to be slowed. He had waved off the protests before they came. No, my place is here. Someone the hall head trusts must hold this foothold while you build the rest. Someone must keep the courtyard, and the library, and the door open for you to come home through. Let that be me. An old man is good for holding a door. It is most of what we are good for, at the end. And that had been that. So at the gate, in the gray dawn, the farewell was brief, because Tianyu had learned that long farewells only made the leaving harder, and Mu had learned it 2 centuries before him. You gave me back my life's work, the old master said, gripping Tianyu's arm. His eyes were wet, and he did not pretend otherwise. And now you go to do a thing larger than my whole life. I will not see the end of it. I have made my peace with that. His grip tightened. But I will hold the door, disciple. For as long as these old bones last. The courtyard will be here. The library will be open. And when the road breaks you, and it will, a road like yours always does, more than once, there will be a place to come back to, and an old man who is proud of you, and a pot of tea. That is what I can give. It is not nothing. It is, I think, the thing you needed most, and had the least of, in that other life you do not talk about. He let go. Now go, before I embarrass us both. And come home when you can. The tea will be waiting. Tian Yu bowed to him. Low, full, the bow of a disciple to a master, the bow he had refused every teacher in his first life, and given freely now. Thank you, master, he said. For the door, for the tea, for looking at a gutter child, and seeing something worth the trouble, when the rest of the world would not. He straightened. I will come home, as often as the road allows. And the work you helped begin, when it is done, when the dark is beaten, your name will be in it. Elder Mu, who held the door. I will see to that, whatever else I failed to do. And then there was nothing left to say, so they went. Tian Yu, and Su Lan with her new qi condensation cultivation and her old iron stubbornness, and Bai Yu cool and ready, and Shun Ku quiet and broad and certain, out the gray gate, into the wider world, leaving an old man standing alone at the door of a shabby courtyard, holding it open, watching them go until the dawn mist swallowed them. Grandmaster Lu's gifts went with them. Not gold, though there was some of that. The true gifts were 3. A jade token bearing the hall head's own seal, that opened doors and closed mouths across the eastern reaches. Letters of introduction to the hall's far branches and to old friends Lu still trusted. And a single quiet instruction, given the night before they left, that was worth more than any of it. Do not announce yourselves, the old hall head had said. You will pass through cities and sects and powers, and you will want, sometimes, to shout the warning you carry. Do not. You saw what shouting earned you in my court. The world will not be warned, and the shouting only paints a target. Move quietly, gather quietly, build quietly. Find the ones who already half believe. The survivors, the scholars they laughed at, the alchemists the world overlooks. Gather them to you one at a time. A thing built in the dark, ahead of the tide, has a chance. A thing shouted from the rooftops only gets burned before it can grow. His ancient eyes had been steady. You are not going out to warn the world, boy. The world cannot be warned. You are going out to quietly build the thing that saves it anyway. Remember the difference, and you may yet have time enough. Tian Yu remembered it. Walking the eastern road into the widening world, with 3 people he refused to lose at his side, and an old man's door held open behind him and a continent of sleeping dark ahead. He remembered the difference. It was, he thought, the whole shape of the war. Build quietly. Gather quietly. Be ready when the comfortable men finally screamed. He set his feet to the road and went to find the first dead zone. The world was bigger than Qingyun, and the road taught them how much bigger by the league. Su Lan had thought Qingyun the center of creation, the same as every soul in it did. The eastern reaches cured her of that fast. Beyond Qingyun's region lay other cities as great, and beyond those, others still. A vast patchwork of kingdoms and sects and clans and wild places, stitched together by trade roads and spirit rivers, ruled in pieces by powers that had never heard of Elder Mu's shabby courtyard and never would. To Tian Yu, it was a map redrawing itself. 300 years of change laid over the bones of a world he had once known. To Su Lan, it was simply enormous, and she stopped saying so out loud only because Bai Yu threatened to make her walk behind the others if she gawked at one more flying cultivator. Gu Yin met them 3 days out, as arranged, and the broker proved his worth within the hour. He did not travel with them the whole way, for a broker had business everywhere and loyalty to his own profit first, but he gave them what no token or letter could. Routes, contacts, and, most of all, knowledge of the places merchants did not go. You want the ill-favored places, he had said, when Tian Yu told him, carefully, a half-truth about studying rare corruptions for the hall head. I know everyone in the reaches. A broker has to. You do not send a caravan through a place where the spirit herbs turn to dust and the porters come back gray. He had spread a map and marked them, the same scars Tian Yu had found in Lu's library, and a few the library did not have. Avoided, shunned, cursed, the locals say. Background. I route around all of them and never once asked why. His clever eyes had sharpened. You are going to tell me why one day, boy? I can see it in your face, and I do not think I am going to enjoy the answer. You will not, Tian Yu had agreed. Route us to the nearest, quietly, and keep routing your caravans around the rest. The day you stop being able to route around them is the day the answer arrives, and I would rather you had years of warning. The nearest was a place the maps called the Canyon Vale, 3 weeks east. It was nothing like the living cloud mist vale, and the name was all it shared. 5 years ago, Guyen said, it had held a prosperous little mountain sect and the town that fed it. Then, in a single season, the spirit vein under the mountain had died. The sect's cultivation had withered. The herbs had failed. The people had drifted away or simply stopped, and the few who fled spoke of a cold that ate the warmth out of a man, and were not believed. Now it was a gray scar on the map, shunned, ill-favored, route-around ground. And a thriving trade town 2 valleys over had quietly grown rich on the roads that bent away from it. never once wondering what it was bending around. They felt it before they saw it. Tianyu felt it first and worst. The dead cold note, the draining silence, the wrongness he had learned to dread on a frontier mountain and again in a fog. But this time the others felt it too, even Sulan, because a dead zone 5 years grown was a far larger wound than a single sleeping seed. The land went quiet as they approached. The birds thinned, then vanished. The roadside grass paled from green to gray to brittle white. And the local guide Gu Yin had hired to bring them to the valley's edge stopped a full li short, white-faced, and would not go a step further for any coin. Bad ground, the man said, exactly as the broker had warned. The mountain that ate itself. Folk keep off it. The ones who go up don't come down, or they come down gray and wrong and dead within the year. He pressed the reins of the pack mule into Shun Ku's hands and backed away. I brought you to the edge. That was the bargain. I'll not go to the edge of the dead place and past it, not for the Hall head's own seal. Keep the coin. Keep the mule. Just don't make me go up there. Tianyu let him go. The man was wiser than the masters of Qingyun. He, at least, believed his own skin when it told him a thing was wrong. And then the four of them stood at the edge of the Tsangyan Vale and looked up the gray slope at the dead mountain. And Tianyu felt the full weight of a 5-year wound in the world press against his senses and understood that the cloud mist seed had been an infant beside this. That, he said quietly, is what a dead zone becomes when nothing stops it. 5 years. 1 seed, left to drink. He started up the gray slope. Stay close. Steel and bodies. No chi, the moment anything moves. And keep your eyes open, because we are almost certainly not the only thing that came to a place like this. Things are drawn to the dark. So are the people hunting it. And I would rather meet either before they meet us. That Tsangyan Vale was the worst thing any of them but Tianyu had ever seen. And even Tianyu felt the old grief sharpen as they climbed into it. The cloud mist hollow had been one woken seed in a living realm. This was 5 years of unchecked feeding, and it showed. The mountain was gray, not stone gray, but the gray of a thing drained of all life, the color of ash that has forgotten it was ever fire. Nothing grew, nothing moved. The spirit vein that had once fed a sect was gone, drunk dry, and the absence of it was a silence Tianyu's senses recoiled from, a hole where the world's chi should have flowed and did not. The sect had died on the mountain. Its halls still stood, gray and empty, the doors hanging open, and the town below the mountain had died with it. A whole town, streets and houses and a market square, all of it gray and still and abandoned. The husks of the slow to flee still curled where the cold had finally caught them, 5 years dead and not decayed. Because even rot needs life, and there was no life left here to rot. Sulan made a small sound and pressed close to Tianyu's side. Baiyu had gone white and silent. Even Shinku, who had walked the cloud mist veil 9 times, looked at the dead town with the expression of a man seeing the edge of something he had not believed was real. A whole town, Baiyu whispered. A whole sect. The veil hollow was terrible, but it was small. It was one thing in one place. This is Tianyu. This is a town. People lived here. Children. And 1 seed did this. 1. She looked at him, and the full scale of his warning landed on her at last, here, in the gray silence. Dozens of these, he said, across the whole continent. Getting faster. Now you see it, Tianyu said quietly. This is what the masters in Qingyun chose not to believe. This is what a curse and a failed spirit vein and bad ground actually look like, up close, with the bodies still in the doorways. He moved through the dead square, reading it, and his face was grim. The seed that did this is long gone. I can feel where it sat. There, under the sect hall, where the vein was richest. It drank the mountain dry, grew, and when there was nothing left to drink it moved on, like a locust leaving a stripped field. It is somewhere else now, in some other valley, drinking. This place is finished. There is nothing here to save and nothing here to fight. There is only the lesson. He looked at the husks in the doorways. And the lesson is that we are already too late for everyone who lived here, and for everyone in the next valley, and the one after, unless we move faster than I have been moving. That was when the voice came from the gray rooftops, sharp and hard, and entirely unfriendly. Far enough. They froze. A figure stood on the ridgeline of a dead house, silhouetted against the gray sky. Then it dropped, light and fast, to land in the square 10 paces off, a sword already in hand. A young woman, perhaps Bayu's age, perhaps a little older, in travel-worn dark leathers, her hair tied back rough for fighting, a long thin sword held with the easy certainty of someone who had used it a great deal. Her eyes were fierce and hard and rimmed with the exhaustion of someone who did not sleep well, and they swept the 4 of them with a hunter's cold appraisal. This is a dead place, she said. Decent people rout around it. Scavengers come to loot the dead, and I kill scavengers, so think carefully about your next words. The sword did not waver. Who are you, and what are you doing in the Tsangyan Vale? Tianyu did not reach for a weapon. He read her instead, as he read everyone. And what he read made him careful, and made him gentle, because the fierce hard woman with the steady sword was not a scavenger or a threat. She was something he recognized to the bone. We are not scavengers, he said quietly. We did not come to loot the dead. We came to understand what killed them. He let that sit. And you did not come to loot them either. You came for the same reason we did. You have been coming to places like this for a long time, haven't you? Something flickered behind the hard eyes. The sword did not lower, but it did not strike either. Everyone has a clever line, she said flatly. Scavengers most of all. They always have a reason that isn't looting. Her gaze raked them again, the alchemist's robes, the young cultivators, the boy who spoke too calmly. Tell me, then, clever boy, since you came to understand, what killed the Tsanyan Vale? Go on, say it. The local word is curse. The scholar's word is failed spirit vein. Pick one, and I'll know you're a fool or a liar like all the rest, and we can stop wasting each other's time. It was a test. Tianyu saw it for exactly what it was, and saw, under it, the thing she did not know she was doing. She was not asking what killed the Vale. She already knew. She had known for years. She was asking whether, for once, just once, she would meet someone who knew it too. So he gave her the truth. Plainly, she had never been given it plain before. It was not a curse, Tianyu said. It was not a failed vein. Those are the lies comfortable people tell, so they do not have to be afraid. He met her hard eyes and did not look away. A thing came to this valley. It eats chi. It drinks the life out of a place, down to the stone, and leaves it gray and dead forever. It sat under the sect hall, where the spirit vein was richest, and it drank for years, slow and patient, and the people died as the warmth went out of the world around them. It is not a curse. It is a creature, a seed of a darkness that comes from beyond the stars, that has done this to 1,000 worlds, and that is doing it now, here, in the forgotten corners of ours. The cold the survivors spoke of was real. The hunger in the air was real. And when it had drunk this place dry, it moved on to drink the next, and it is out there still, and the whole world calls it a lie. Every soul but the ones who have stood where you were standing and felt it for themselves. He paused. I am sorry. I think you have stood there. I think that is why you are here, with a sword, killing scavengers in a dead valley that everyone else has the sense to rout around. Because you know what it is, and the world has never once believed you. The sword's point dropped to the gray stone. The fierce hard woman stared at him, and the hardness cracked, not into softness, but into something rawer and older, the thing the hardness had been built to hold in. Her mouth opened, closed. When she finally spoke, her voice had lost its edge entirely, and what was underneath it was a loneliness so deep it stopped Su Lan's breath. 6 years, she said. 6 years I have hunted this thing, and I have told, I have tried to tell, masters, sects, magistrates, anyone who would listen. And every single one of them looked at me with that same soft, pitying face and decided I was a grief-mad girl who could not accept that her home died of bad luck. Her hand tightened white on the sword. My home. Did you say 1,000 worlds? I had one town. Wanshui. A small place, a happy one, a spirit vein and a hot spring, and 300 people who knew my name. I was away at a sword trial when the cold came. I came home to gray, to husks in the doorways, to my whole family sitting cold around a dinner that had gone to dust. Tears stood in her fierce eyes and did not fall, because she had clearly forbidden them to, years ago. And I told everyone what I came home to, and they pitied me, and called it a curse, and routed around it. So I picked up a sword and I went hunting the thing that did it, alone, for 6 years, learning what I could, killing the small horrors when I found them. And in 6 years, boy, in 6 years, you are the first living soul who has said it out loud, who has said it is real, who has said I am not mad. Her voice broke at last, just slightly. Who are you? How do you know? My name is Tianyu, he said gently. And I know because I have seen more of these dead places than you can imagine, and fought the things that make them, and lost, once, everything, to exactly this. You are not mad, Fengqing. He had not been told her name. He did not need to be. Her town's name and her grief had told him enough, and he would learn the rest. You are the opposite of mad. You are the only sane person in every room you have ever tried to warn. I know exactly what that loneliness feels like. I have carried it longer than you have been alive. He held out his hand, open, in the old gesture of a sealed pact. You have hunted this alone for 6 years because the world would not believe you. You do not have to hunt it alone anymore. There are 4 of us now who know the dark is real. There is room for 5. Fengqing stared at the open hand, as if it were a trap. 6 years alone had taught her that an open hand was usually a closed one waiting. She did not take it. But she did not walk away either, and she did not raise the sword again, and her fierce eyes went over the 4 of them once more, slower now, looking for the lie, and not finding the one she expected. You're too easy to believe, she said at last, suspicious. That's the trap, isn't it? 6 years I beg people to believe me, and they pity me, and then a stranger boy walks into a dead valley and believes me before I've finished talking. People don't do that. So either you're lying to use me, or... She stopped, and something shifted behind her eyes, because the simpler answer had finally arrived. Or you actually know. You weren't believing me to be kind. You already knew, before I said a word. You knew what killed Sanyan before you climbed the slope. I knew before we reached the valley. Tianyu agreed. I felt it from a li off. I have felt it many times. He lowered his hand, since she would not take it, and did not push. I am not lying to use you, Fengqing. I will not pretend I would not value what you know. 6 years hunting this thing in the field is worth more than any book, and I need exactly that. But I am not offering you a place because you are useful. I am offering it because you have carried alone, for 6 years, the loneliest thing there is, and I know what that costs, and that weight is meant to be shared. He met her eyes. Take the hand, or don't. Travel with us, or don't. Trust us, or don't. Not yet. You'd be a fool too, and you are not a fool. But know the offer is real, and it does not expire. The dark took your home, Fengqing. It took mine too. People like us should not have to fight it one at a time. Fengqing looked at him a long, long moment. She did not take the hand, but she sheathed the sword. I'll walk with you a while, she said warily. Watch you. See if you're what you say. The first time you treat me like the others did, or try to spin me, or turn out to be one more clever liar, I'm gone, and you'll never find me, and I'll go back to hunting alone. Her jaw set. But you knew. You actually knew. And in 6 years that's never once happened. Something raw moved under the hardness, quickly hidden. So, a while. We'll see. A while, Tianyu agreed. We'll see. It was, he thought, the exact bargain Bai Yu had offered him on his first day in a courtyard. We'll see. The wary truce of a careful person who has been hurt and will not be hurt cheaply. He had earned Bai Yu's trust slowly, with work, not words. He would earn Fengqing's the same way. The others took her in with varying grace. Sulan, warm as ever, simply walked up and introduced herself and offered a hard travel biscuit, which Fengqing accepted with deep suspicion and ate anyway. Shinku gave the fierce swordswoman a slow nod of professional respect, one fighter to another, and that was welcome enough. Bai Yu was cooler, for two sharp women take a careful measure of each other before they decide whether to be friends or rivals. But Tianyu saw the senior sister note Fengqing's grief and her loneliness, and softened by a fraction, because Bai Yu had been a disgraced stray once herself, and knew the look of someone the world had thrown away. And as they made a careful camp at the edge of the Dead Valley that night, well back from the gray, where the air was clean, Fengqing began, grudgingly, a sentence at a time, to give them the things 6 years had taught her. And it was worth more than Tianyu had dared hope. She had a map, not on paper, in her head, 6 years deep. She knew the dead zones of the eastern reaches better than any scholar, because she had walked to them, one after another, hunting, and she had learned their rhythm. The seeds did not strike at random. They favored rich spirit veins, like a thief drawn to a full purse. They drank slow at first, for years, then faster as they grew. And this was the thing that turned Tianyu cold. She had noticed, the same as he had in Lu's library, that there were more of them now than there had been when she started. 6 years ago, she said, low, staring into the fire. I could go a year between finding a fresh one. Now I find them faster than I can hunt them. Something is changing. More of them are waking. I don't know why, and it terrifies me, and I've never had anyone to say it to. She looked up at him. You said 1,000 worlds. You said it's a tide. Is that what's happening? Is it starting? It is beginning to. Tianyu said quietly, and did not soften it, because she had earned the truth. The slow age is ending. The rising one is starting. You felt it in the field before I confirmed it in a library. You were right, Fengqing. You were right about all of it, for 6 years, while the whole world called you mad. He looked at her across the fire. And now there are 5 of us who know. It is not enough, but it is 5 more than the world has, and it is a beginning, and beginnings are how every impossible thing that was ever done got started. Fengqing was quiet a moment. Then she said the thing that changed everything. There's one feeding right now. The fire popped. Everyone went still. Song Yin is dead, she said. Drunk dry. There's nothing left here to save, and nothing left here to fight. The seed that did this moved on years ago. I only came back to make sure. She drew a finger through the ash at the fire's edge, sketching a rough line. But 3 days north of here, there's a place called Shiyan. A real town. Living. Mountain town. Maybe 4,000 people. A small sect of mining cultivators who pull spirit ore out of the deep veins. I passed near it a month ago. Her jaw tightened. And I felt it. The cold. The thirst. Faint. Under the ground. In the deep veins where they mine. A seed. New. Just starting to drink. Tianyu's whole body went cold and sharp at once. It's still feeding. Now. While we sit here. Slow, Fengqing said. They always start slow. The town doesn't know. The miners think the deep veins are just running thin. Less, or, harder digging. Men coming up tired and gray. They blame bad luck. They don't know they're being eaten from underneath. Her eyes came up to his, and for the first time the hardness in them cracked all the way open. And what was under it was 6 years of the worst grief there is, the grief of arriving too late, over and over, to towns already dead. Every dead zone I've ever found, I found after the screaming stopped, after everyone was gray. I have never once gotten there before. Her voice dropped to almost nothing. I went to Shiyan a month ago. I felt the seed, and I left, because I was one woman, and a feeding seed is the most dangerous thing there is, and I told myself there was nothing one person could do. She stared into the fire. I've hated myself every day since. There are 4,000 people up there who don't know they're dying, and I walked away because I was alone. The silence around the fire was total. You are not alone now, Tianyu said quietly. Fengqing looked up at him. 6 years you have arrived after, he said. This time we arrived before. He was already on his feet, the cold burning in him now, clean and hard. It was the cold that had no fear in it, only purpose. He thought of the gray children of Tsangyan, the small shoes in the ash, the town that had died before anyone believed it could. He thought of his own home, drunk dry while he was a boy who could do nothing. And he thought, not this one. Not while I can stand. For 1,000 people who can still be saved. A seed still small enough to kill before it grows. Feng Qing, you did not walk away because you were a coward. You walked away because one person could not. That equation just changed. Tonight there are 5. He looked around the fire. Su Lan already rising. Shun Ku already checking his blade. Bai Yu already calculating routes. We break camp at first light. We go to Shiyan. And this time the dark does not get to finish its meal. Feng Qing stared at him. Then, slowly she stood. And for the first time since the Dead Valley, the fierce, lonely set of her shoulders eased a fraction, not into softness, but into something she had not felt in 6 years. It was the thing a hunter feels when she is finally not hunting alone. 3 days north, she said. I'll take point. I know the road. A breath. And boy, tea on you. If you mean it. If we really go. Her eyes were wet and fierce at once. Then I'm in. Not a while. Not we'll see. All of it. She wiped her face hard with the back of her hand, angry at her own tears. 6 years I wanted someone to say we go before. So, we go before. Damn you for making me hope. They went before. The road north out of the Dead Valley was hard, and Tianyu used every hour of it. He had learned long ago that travel time was training time, and a war party that did not grow stronger between fights was a war party that would lose the next one. So as they walked, he taught. He drilled the formation he had designed. Shun Ku and Feng Qing forward as the 2 blades, himself center as the pivot and the alchemist, Su Lan close behind him as the healer who must never be reached, Bai Yu and the array flags as the outer wall. He made them run it until it was instinct. He made them run it tired, and at night, and woken suddenly from sleep, because that was when the dark would come and instinct was the only thing that held when thinking failed. And he pushed his own cultivation hard, because a feeding seed was no Tsungyin ghost echo. It would be the strongest voidkin he had faced since the day his home died. He sat each night after the others slept, and he ran the deep breathing, and he felt his foundation, solid now, broad as a courtyard, the early cracks all sealed, and he reached for the next thing. Golden core. He could feel it now, like a man at the foot of a cliff who senses the top is there even when he cannot see it. Foundation establishment built the ground. Golden core was the seed of the immortal planted in that ground, the first true step from mortal cultivator towards something that did not die. He was not there yet. The body of this life was strong now, fed and trained and full, but forming a core was not a thing to rush, and rushing it was how cultivators crippled themselves forever. But he could feel it, close, and he fed it every night, patient, the old immortal's discipline in a young man's veins. And he made pills. Every night, at the small folding furnace Grandmaster Liu had gifted him, he refined what the road provided. Common roadside herbs that any other alchemist would have thrown away, made potent by a pill sovereign's hands. Healing pills for Sulan's pouch. Chi recovery pills for the fighters. And, carefully, in secret, the first experiments toward the thing he most needed and did not yet have. A pill that could hurt the dark. Spirit medicine healed the living. It did nothing to the Voidkin, because the Voidkin were not alive in any way medicine understood. But Tianyu had a pill sovereign's memory, and in that memory were 500 years of formulas, and somewhere in them, he was sure of it, was a path to a medicine that did to the dark what the dark did to the world. A pill of pure, condensed life. A thing so full of living essence that to a creature of hunger, it would be not food but poison. A swallow of the sun. He did not have it yet. The formula in his memory was incomplete, a pill sovereign's late life project left unfinished when the stone took him. But he worked at it every night on the road north, and the work felt, more than anything had since he woke in this small body, like the reason he had been sent back. This is why, he thought, grinding a root to paste by firelight while his sleeping war party breathed around him and the cold thing waited 3 days north. Not to win, not to rule, to finish the one medicine the dark cannot drink. To put in the world's hands the weapon I died one step short of making. He worked until his hands ached, and he slept little, and on the 3rd day they came over a high ridge and saw Shiyan below them. A real town, smoke from 4,000 hearths, children's voices carrying thin and clear up the mountain air. Alive, for now. Shiyan was a town built on hunger of a different kind. The good kind, the human kind, the hunger that builds instead of eats. It clung to the side of the mountain in steps, house above house, each roof the floor of someone's view. At the bottom ran the mine heads, dark mouths in the rock where the spirit or came up. At the top sat the small sect that owned them. The Iron Vein sect, Bai Yu murmured, reading the banners, a minor mining cultivator house, maybe 200 disciples, respectable and poor and proud. In between lived 4,000 ordinary people who had never heard the word Voidkin and never needed to. And under all of it, in the deep veins where the richest or lay, something cold was drinking. Tianyu felt it the moment they crested the ridge. Faint, patient, far down. The same wrongness he had felt at Sangyan, but younger. A thing that had only begun, that had eaten only the edges, that had years of slow feeding ahead before the screaming would start. To anyone without his particular curse of perception, there was nothing here at all. Just a thriving mountain town and a faint, unremarkable thinning of the ore. That was the whole horror of it. By the time Shiyin could feel what was killing it, Shiyin would already beat Sangyin. How do you want to do this? Feng Qing asked quietly, beside him. There was a new weight in how she asked it. She had spent 6 years alone with that question. Last time I tried to warn a town, they ran me out the gate and threw stones. A wild woman with a sword screaming about monsters in the ground. They thought I was mad or a swindler working some angle. Her mouth twisted. How do 4 of you do better? We do not warn them, Tianyu said. Feng Qing blinked. You learn the hard way what I learned in a library, he said, watching the town breathe its peaceful smoke. People cannot believe in the dark until it is too late to believe in anything. Warning Shiyin would cost us days, earn us stones, and change nothing. The seed would keep drinking while we argued. So we do not argue. He looked at her. We go down as what we appear to be. A small party of traveling cultivators, an alchemist and his guards, seeking spirit ore and a quiet place to refine. The Iron Vein sect sells ore and rents furnace space to wandering alchemists. It is ordinary. It is welcome. It asks no hard questions. And it puts us, legitimately, paying coin, exactly where we need to be. Which is where, said Shinku. Down the mine, said Tianyu. Into the deep veins. To the seed. Where we kill it quietly, before it grows, and leave. And Shiyin never knows how close it came, and goes on living. And that is the whole of the reward. He started down the ridge path, toward the town. We do not need their belief, Feng Qing. We do not need their thanks. We need their mind. The rest we do in the dark, unwatched, and then we walk away, and 4,000 people wake up tomorrow alive and never know our names. That is the work. It does not come with a parade. Feng Qing stared at his back as he walked down. 6 years she had wanted to save a town and been refused the chance. And here was a boy telling her the way to save one was to ask for nothing, claim nothing, and vanish. You're a strange person, Tianyu, she said, following. I have been told, he said, by older people than you. The Iron Vein sect took them in exactly as Tianyu had predicted, with the brisk, transactional warmth of poor proud people who are glad of a paying guest and too busy to wonder much about him. The disciple at the gate was a broad young man named Tai Gang, with ore dust permanently in the creases of his hands and an honest, tired face. He brightened considerably when Tianyu introduced the party as a traveling alchemist and his guards seeking ore in furnace space, and brightened further when Tianyu paid the furnace rent for a full month up front, in good spirit stones, without haggling. An alchemist, Tai Gang said, leading them up the stepped streets. We don't get many. Pillfolk like the big sects, the rich veins. Not much glamour in a mining town. He said it without bitterness, just fact. You picked a poor month, though, Master Alchemist. Veins are running thin. Whole deep galleries gone quiet. Used to pull greenheart or by the cartload. Now the men come up with half a basket and twice the tiredness. He shook his head. Old-timers say a vein's just a vein. It gives till it doesn't. But I've worked these mines since I was 8, and I've never seen good or go gray so fast. It's like the mountains, just tired. Tianyu kept his face easy and his voice light. Tired how? Cold, mostly, Tai Gang said, and did not notice the alchemist go very still. The deep galleries always been warm. Spirit veins run warm. Every miner knows that. It's how you know you're near good ore. But this last year the deep's gone cold. And the lamps burn dim down there now. No reason to it. And, he laughed, a little embarrassed. Men don't like to say it. But the men have all gone off the deep gallery now. You go down there, and you feel watched. Hungry watched. Couple of the young ones won't take the deep shift at all now. Bad dreams, they say. Dreams of being thirsty and never able to drink. He shook himself and grinned. Miner's nonsense. Don't mind us. Here, this is the guest furnace house. Yours for the month. I'll have water and coal sent up. He left them there, friendly and doomed, and entirely unaware. For a long moment, the party stood silent. Cold, Sulan said softly. Dim lamps. Men coming up gray and tired. Dreams of thirst. She had gone pale. It's textbook. It's exactly what you said the early stage looks like. It's worse than I hoped, Tianyu said quietly, setting down his pack. A year of cold already. The lamp's dimming means it is pulling not just from the veins now, but from the fire, from light itself. It has grown past the first stage. It is not a seed anymore. He looked at the dark mouth of the deep gallery, far below, where honest men were at this moment digging toward the thing that would eat them. It is a sprout. Bigger than anything I have killed in this life. Bigger than the thing that haunted Sangyin. He was quiet a beat. And those young miners with the thirst dreams, it has already touched them. It is already reaching up out of the deep, a little, at night, tasting the town in their sleep. His jaw set. We do not have a month. We have days. Maybe less. Every shift those men dig, they dig closer to it. And the first time a pick breaks into the chamber where it sits. He did not finish. He did not have to. Then we go down tonight, said Feng Qing. Tonight we look, Tianyu corrected. We go down once, quietly, as far as we can without being seen, and we measure it. How big, how deep, how awake. I will not take this party blind against the strongest voidkin any of us has faced. Sangyin taught me what arriving unprepared costs. He began, methodically, to unpack the furnace, the herbs, the folding alchemy kit, because before they went down, he had medicine to make, and the medicine might be the whole difference. Tonight we see it. Then I cook through what's left of the night. And tomorrow, in the dark, with everything I can give us in our blood and our pouches, we go down and we kill it. He looked up at them, the cold burning clean and steady in him. Rest now while you can. Eat. Sleep if you're able. Because tomorrow, 4,000 people are going to live or die in a tunnel, and they will never know it happened. But before he rested, Tianyu walked the town. He told the others it was to buy herbs, and that was true. An alchemist who did not visit the market would be the odd thing people remembered, and he meant to be forgotten. But it was not the whole truth. The whole truth was that he had learned, over 2 lifetimes, a hard and necessary thing. A man who was about to risk his life for strangers should look at the strangers first, not to frighten himself, to fix it, to make the thing he was fighting for real enough to carry down into the dark, where fear would tell him to turn back, and only something real would answer it. So he walked Shiyin in the long gold afternoon, and he looked. He saw a town that did not know it was dying, and was therefore perfectly, ordinarily alive. He saw a woman scolding a goat off a vegetable stall and laughing while she did it. He saw 2 old men playing a board game on a barrel, arguing the same argument they had clearly argued for 40 years. He saw a line of small children chanting a counting rhyme as they jumped a turning rope, their faces fierce with the enormous seriousness of the game. He saw a young miner come up off the day's shift gray and tired. Too tired, the wrong tired, the tired Thai gang had named. And he saw the man's wife meet him at the door of a small house with a baby on her hip and a bowl of hot soup, and saw the tiredness go out of the man's face for a moment when he took the baby, and Tianyu had to stop walking for a breath. That was the thing, right there. That was what the dark below was reaching for. Not ore, not stone. That. The man's tiredness lifting when he held his child. The thread of warmth between 2 ordinary people in a doorway at the end of a hard day. The dark did not want their bodies. It wanted that, the small living warmth that made the bodies worth having, and it would drink it slow, and the man would only know, at the very end, as a dream of being thirsty and never able to drink. Sulan had come with him. She stood beside him watching the miner and his wife and child, and she said, very quietly, "You do this every time, don't you? Before a fight, you go and you look at them." "Every time," Tianyu said. "Why? It only makes it hurt more if we lose." "That is exactly why," he said. "If we lose, it should hurt. It should hurt more than I can stand. Because the day it stops hurting, the day they become a number, for 1,000 strangers, a job, is the day I have become a little like the thing in the mine. It eats them without ever seeing their faces. I will not fight it by becoming it." He watched the baby grab a fistful of its father's gray dusted hair and pull, and watched the man laugh. "So I look. I make it cost me, and then I carry the cost down the hole. It is heavier than any sword, and it is the only thing strong enough to make a person walk toward a hollow instead of a way." He turned from the doorway at last. "Come, buy me 3 gene of common heart's blood grass and argue loudly about the price." So the herb seller remembers a stingy alchemist and nothing else. Feng Qing found them in the market. She had not wanted to come down into the living town at all. Tianyu had seen it, the flinch when he suggested it. And now he understood why. She walked through Shiyin like a woman walking through a memory. Her eyes went to the children at their skipping rope and stayed there too long, and her hand kept drifting to her sword hilt and finding nothing to do and falling away. Lan Shui had a rope game like that, she said at last, low, not really to him. "The children. Same rhyme, almost. Different last line." She watched them jump. "I keep thinking, these ones don't know me. They jump their rope, and they don't know there's a woman watching who has seen exactly how this ends, who has walked through the after of it, who has counted the gray children in the ash of a town that played this same game a month before." Her jaw worked. 6 years I couldn't come into towns like this. Couldn't stand it. The living ones were worse than the dead ones. Because in the dead ones it was already over, and in the living ones. She stopped. "In the living ones it still might not be." Tianyu finished gently. "In the living ones I had to choose," Feng Qing said, and her fierce voice cracked right down the middle. "Whether to stay and try and probably die for nothing, or walk away and live and hate myself. And I always walked away. 6 years. I always walked away." She looked at him, eyes wet and furious. "You don't get to make this easy for me by saying we go before. Do you understand? You've made it so this time I stay. And if we go down that hole tomorrow and it kills us and Shiyin dies anyway with us dead in the rubble, then I finally stayed, and it still didn't matter, and that's the thing I've been most afraid of for 6 years. That staying wouldn't even help." Tianyu was quiet a moment. Around them the ordinary town went on, gold and loud and alive. "It might not help," he said. He would not lie to her. He never would. "We might go down and lose. That is real, and you are right to be afraid of it, and I will not insult you by pretending the fear is foolish." He met her eyes. "But here is what I know that you do not. Yet, because you have only ever fought it alone. Alone, staying was almost certainly dying for nothing. One sword against a hollow is not courage, it is just a slower walking away. That is why your instinct to leave was correct, Feng Qing, every single time, and you should stop hating the woman who made it. She was right. One person could not." He nodded at the market, the goat woman, the old men at their game, the baby in the doorway. But I am not a lone sword. I am a pill sovereign's memory in a cultivator's body, with a healer and 3 blades, and an array master, and a medicine cooking tonight the like of which this age has never seen. The math that made walking away correct for 6 years, that math just changed. Not to certain. Nothing is certain against the dark, but changed enough that staying is no longer just a slower way to die. It is, for the first time, a real chance. He let that sit. You are not being asked to throw your life away for a feeling, as the lonely woman always refused to. You are being asked to spend it on a plan, with people who will spend theirs beside you. That is a different thing. That is the thing you have wanted for 6 years and never had. Feng Qing looked at the skipping children for a long, long moment. Buy your grass, she said roughly, turning away so he would not see her face. And let me carry it. I want my hands full of something that isn't a sword for one afternoon. A breath. Before we go down and find out if the math really changed. They bought the grass. Feng Qing carried it. And the town of Shiyan went on around them, gold and ordinary and entirely unaware, for 1,000 people living the last safe afternoon they would never know they'd had, while 5 strangers in their market quietly memorized their faces and went home to a furnace to get ready to die for them in the dark. They went down at the dead hour, when the night shift was thin and the day shift slept. Getting into the mine was easy. A paying alchemist had every right to inspect the veins he meant to buy from, and a coin pressed into a sleepy gateguard's hand bought a quiet word that the master wished to see the deep gallery by night, when the spirit or glowed truest. The guard waved them through and thought nothing of it. Coin and a good story opened more doors than any blade. Tianyu took only 2 down with him. Feng Qing, because she had felt these things in the field longer than anyone alive, and Shinku, because if the recon went wrong, Shunku was the blade most likely to get them back out. Sulan and Baiyu stayed up top with the furnace and the array flags, ready to seal the mine mouth and hold a line if the worst happened. The upper galleries were ordinary. Warm rock, the good clean smell of stone and lamp oil, the green glow of spirit were still thick in the walls. Honest mine. Tianyu let himself, for a moment, simply feel the wrongness's distance. How far down it sat, how much living rock still lay between it and the town. A buffer, a grace, time, measured in tunnel. Then they went past the marker where the deep gallery began, and the grace ran out. The cold came first. Not the clean cold of stone. The other cold, the thirsty cold, the cold that was not an absence of heat but a presence that ate heat. Shinku's breath began to smoke. The lamps dimmed, one after another as they passed, not going out but leaning toward dark, as if something below were sipping the flame. Feng Qing's hand found her sword hilt and stayed there, and Tianyu saw her face had gone to the flat, terrible calm of a person walking back into the worst memory of her life. This is it, she breathed. This is exactly it. This is what Lan Shui felt like the night before. Her voice did not shake, which was worse than if it had. 6 years, and it still smells the same. Stay behind me, Tianyu said softly. Both of you. We look. We do not touch. We do not speak loudly. It is feeding and half asleep, and a feeding thing wakes slowly, but it wakes. He moved forward, sinking his perception down and down ahead of them, mapping the dark with the sense no instrument could give. Walk where I walk. When I stop, you stop. If I say go, you go and you do not look back, and you do not wait for me. That last one, said Shunku evenly, is not happening. Walk where I walk, Tianyu repeated, and led them down into the cold. It got worse with every turn. The green glow of the ore faded to gray, then to nothing. Dead stone, drunk dry, the veins here already eaten hollow. The good mine smell gave way to the smell Tianyu would have known in his sleep, the smell of his dead home. Dust and cold, and the strange burnt empty nothing smell of a place where the living essence had been pulled clean out of the world. The walls here did not glow. They absorbed. A lamp held to them seemed to dim, as if the rock itself were thirsty. And then they came to the edge of the chamber, and Tianyu put out his hand, and all 3 of them stopped. Below them, where the deep gallery opened into a great natural cavern the miners had not yet broken into, close, so close. A few days digging away, the thing sat in the dark and drank. Tianyu had felt many voidkin in this young life. Ghost echoes, seedlings, the lingering cold of Tsangyan. This was beyond them all. It had no shape a person could hold. The eye refused it. Where it sat, the dark was thicker, a knot of absolute hunger the size of a house, slowly turning, slowly pulsing, sending fine cold roots out through the stone in every direction, into the veins, up toward the town, into the dreams of sleeping miners far above. It was not alive. It was the opposite of alive, organized and patient and growing. And it was aware like a deep sleeping thing is aware, not awake, but listening, even in its feeding, for the one thing it feared, which was a living essence strong enough to be either a feast or a threat. And Tianyu, standing at the edge of its chamber, was the brightest living essence to come within its reach in 100 years. He felt the moment it noticed him. It was not a glance. It had no eyes. It was a turning, a vast slow attention swinging toward the warmth at the cavern's edge, a deep cold interest, as a sleeping man might turn toward the smell of food without waking. The roots in the walls nearest them quivered. The cold deepened sharply, and from the great turning knot in the dark below came something that was not a sound, that reached past their ears entirely, that all three of them felt in the marrow of their bones like a word spoken in a language older than language. Warm. Out, Tian Yu breathed. Now, slowly. Do not run. Walk. They went back up through the cold, and behind them the great thing turned slowly back to its feeding, satisfied for now that the warmth was small and far and not yet worth waking fully for. And that was the only reason they climbed back into the night air alive, because it had decided, in its vast patient hunger, to eat them later. On the surface, under the clean stars, the three of them stood breathing hard in the cold mountain night. That, said Shin Ku, who had faced 100 living enemies without blinking, and whose hands were not quite steady now, is not a sprout. No, Tian Yu agreed quietly. He was the calmest of the three, and the most afraid, because he alone fully understood what they had just stood above. It is a hollow, a grown one, the stage past the sprout, when a feeding seed has drunk enough to become self-aware, to hunt on purpose, to reach into dreams. He looked at the dark mind mouth. I have killed seeds and sprouts in this life. I have never, in this body, in this new and half-grown strength, killed a hollow. A breath. The last time I killed one of those, I was a pill sovereign at the height of my power, and it still nearly took my arm. Feng Qing turned to him slowly. And now I am a foundation establishment cultivator in a 14-year-old's body, Tian Yu said, with the flat honesty he gave only to her, because she had earned it. With 3 fighters, 1 healer, a bag of pills, and 1 night to get ready. He looked up at the stars. It outweighs us. It outranks us. By every measure on every chart, we should not be able to win this. But, said Sulan softly, who had come down to meet them, reading his face. But it does not know what I know, Tian Yu said. And the cold in him turned, slowly, into something that was almost a smile. It thinks like a thing that has always won. It has never met a hunter who came before. And there is a medicine I have been trying to finish for a very long time. He turned toward the furnace house, and the night that was left, and the work. Tonight, I cook. And tomorrow we find out if 500 years of a pill sovereign's memory is worth more than a house-sized mouthful of the dark. He cooked through the whole of the night. The others slept in shifts, because he ordered them to, because a tired fighter was a dead fighter, and he needed all 4 of them sharp when the dark hour came. But Tian Yu did not sleep at all. He sat at the small folding furnace Grandmaster Liu had given him, and he worked with the focus of a man who had done this for 500 years and knew exactly how little of that mattered if his hands shook now. He made the ordinary medicine first, because the ordinary medicine would keep them alive. Sheer recovery pills, enough that every fighter could empty their meridians twice and refill them. Healing pills, the good ones, dense and fast, packed into Sulan's pouch until it's drained. A clarity pill each, against the dread the hollow's nearness pressed into the mind. This was a pill sovereign's idea of basic field kit, and any one of these pills would have sold in Qingyun for more than the Iron Vein sect earned in a month, and he made them by the dozen and thought nothing of it. Then, when the basics were done and the night was half gone, he cleared the furnace, cleaned his hands, breathed himself empty, and reached for the thing he had been chasing across the whole road north. The pill that could hurt the dark. He laid out what he had. Heart's blood grass, for living essence. Sunroot, dug at noon, for stored light. The dried petals of a day lily, which closes at dusk and so, the old text said, holds a little of the day inside it against the night. A scale of green heart, or, the living warm, or of this very mountain, for the bones of the thing. And 1 drop. Only 1. He had only ever had 1, of his own blood, which was not the blood of this small body but carried, threaded invisibly through it, the essence signature of a pill sovereign and an immortal, the brightest single living thing for 100 li. The principle was simple to say and almost impossible to do. The Voidkin ate living essence. So make a pill that was nothing but living essence. Pure, condensed, concentrated past any natural limit. A drop of distilled life so dense that to a creature of pure hunger it would not be a meal but a detonation. Feed the fire something too bright to swallow. Make the dark choke on the sun. He had designed this pill in the last years of his old life. He had never finished it. The stone had come for him 1 step short. Now, in a borrowed furnace in a doomed mountain town, with a hollow turning in its sleep beneath his feet, and 4 people asleep who trusted him to be ready by dawn, Tian Yu finished it. Or almost. He felt the moment it came together. The 5 ingredients folded into one another under his will, the living essences binding, the light condensing, the whole turning in the furnace from 5 things into 1 thing, smaller and brighter, until what hung in the heart of the flame was a single pill the size of a pea that glowed not with firelight, but with its own light. A fierce, clean, white gold light, the color of noon, the color of the thing the dark could not abide. And then, at the very last fold, where his old design had always failed, it failed again. The light would not hold. A pill is a vessel. It must contain its own power, locked, until it is swallowed and released on purpose. But this much condensed life strained against any vessel he could build. It wanted to burn now, to release now, to spend itself in 1 blinding instant rather than wait. In his old life this was exactly where the formula had defeated him, and he understood at last, hands steady in the flame, why. The final binding agent his design called for was not any herb. It was a catalyst he had never named because he had never had it. Something to teach the light patience. Something that knew how to hold immense power quietly, locked, until the chosen moment. He almost laughed, there in the dark, because he knew now exactly what the missing ingredient was. It was a golden core. The thing he could feel forming in himself and had not yet formed. The seed of the immortal, whose entire nature was to hold vast power locked and patient inside a mortal frame. That was the binding agent. A pinch of the essence of a formed core, folded into the pill, would teach the trapped son to wait. He did not have it. He was one realm short. The same step short the stone had killed him at, the universe's grim joke told twice. So he did the only thing left. He held the light by hand. He could not build a vessel strong enough, so he became the vessel. He poured his own will around the straining pill and held it closed by main force, like a man holding a door against a flood, and into that held space he sealed it, knowing what it cost. The pill cooled. The white gold light dimmed to a banked ember, locked, not by the pill's own nature, but by a thread of Tian Yu's living will wound through it, a thread that would hold exactly as long as he lived and was conscious to hold it, and not a moment longer. He opened his hand. On his palm sat one pill, pea-small, glowing faintly like a coal of trapped daylight. One. Only one. The ingredients for a second did not exist within 3 days' travel. And it was not finished, not truly. A finished pill could be carried, stored, given to any hand. This one was bound to him. His will was the lock. He could carry it. He could throw it. He could feed it to the dark. But the instant it left the reach of his living will, if he fell, if he was knocked senseless, if the thread broke, the lock would fail, and all that trapped son would release at once, wherever it happened to be, in a blast that would not care at all whether it was inside the hollow or inside his own hand. He looked at the small fierce light on his palm for a long time. One shot. He murmured to the empty furnace house, while his people slept and the dark turned below. Bound to my own life. And if I drop it, or fall, or fail to put it down the right throat, it goes off in the wrong place, and takes whoever is standing there. He closed his hand around it gently. 500 years of memory. And the best I can make is a single sunrise I have to carry in my own fist into the dark. He thought it would have to be enough. He had walked into worse with less. He did not sleep. He sat with the trapped sun in his closed hand and held its lock steady, and watched the small window pale toward dawn, and made his plan for taking a war party down a hole to kill a thing 3 realms and 100 years above them all. And then, an hour before the dawn he had counted on, the mountain screamed. It came up through the rock as a sound and a not sound at once. A deep grinding crack from far below, stone giving way, and under it that other thing, the marrow deep cold word that was not heard with ears, rolled up out of the deep gallery and washed over the whole sleeping town. Hungry. Tian Yu was on his feet before the echo died, the trapped sun blazing in his fist. His 4 people came awake and up and armed in the space of 3 breaths, the drilled instinct of the road snapping them into formation in the dark furnace house before any of them was fully awake. It woke, Feng Qing said, hoarse, sword already out. Tian Yu, it woke. That's not feeding. I know that sound. That's... They broke into the chamber, Tian Yu said, cold and certain, already moving for the door. He understood it all at once, the whole disaster, in the space between heartbeats. The night shift. They dug too deep, too fast. A pick went through into the cavern. They woke it early. Or something colder. Or it tasted me yesterday, decided the warmth at its edge was worth waking for after all, and reached up to feed on purpose. Either way, he threw open the door onto the night-dark town, where down below the mine mouth had begun, faintly, to breathe out cold, and the first thin screams were rising from the lower streets, from the houses nearest the deep, where sleeping people had begun, all at once, to dream of being unable to ever drink again. It is not a slow seed anymore. It is awake, and hungry, and reaching up into the town. We do not have until dawn. We do not have an hour. Down the mountain, a mine bell began to ring, frantic and broken, the deep shift alarm, rung by some miner who had seen, before the cold took him, the dark come pouring up out of the broken cavern wall. Lamps were going dark all across the lower town, street by street, climbing toward them. Sulan's voice was very small. Tian Yu. The town. It's reaching the town. The people. I know. One pill. Bound to his life. One shot. Into a hollow now awake and aware and already feeding on 4,000 sleeping souls, with no time to prepare, no time to choose the ground, no time for anything but to go down into the dark right now. Outranked and outweighed and 1 realm short. And put his single trapped sunrise down the throat of the oldest hunger in the world before it drank the whole mountain dry. He looked at his war party. 5 faces in the failing dark. Everyone he had. Everyone Shurian had. And Shurian would never know it. Formation on me, Tian Yu said, and his voice did not shake at all. We go down. Now. And with the mine bell screaming and the cold climbing the streets and 4,000 strangers beginning to dream of thirst, the 5 of them ran down the mountain into the dark, toward the broken cavern, and the waking hollow, and the one shot that had to land. Behind them, the first house at the bottom of the town went silent. Ahead of them, in the deep, something vast and cold and finally, fully awake, turned all its hunger toward the 5 small warm things running down its throat, and was glad. The mine mouth breathed cold on them like an open grave. They reached it at a dead run, 5 of them down the dark mountain streets, past doors that had gone silent and doors where people stood in their nightclothes staring at nothing with the slack faces of the half-drunk. Tianyu did not stop for them. He could not. There would be time to wake the lightly touched after, if there was an after, and no time at all if the thing below finished what it had started. At the mine mouth, a single miner sat in the dirt, shaking. It was Tai Gang. He had a lantern that would not stay lit and a face the color of ash, and when he saw them he grabbed at Tianyu's sleeve with a strength that had nothing to do with his body. It came up, he said. Master Alchemist, it came up. Bao's crew broke the deep wall. There was, or behind it, Greenheart, a whole face of it, and then the cold, and then. His teeth chattered. They're still down there. 6 men. Bao's crew. They're still down there, and the dark is eating them, and I ran, I left them. You ran so someone would be alive to tell us where. Tianyu said, hard and clear, and gripped the man's shoulder once. That was not cowardice. That was the only useful thing anyone has done tonight. Now do one more. Stay here. Wake the gate guards. Get every soul you can up to the high town, away from the deep, and keep them there. Can you do that? Tai Gang stared at him. Then, slowly, something steadied in his ruined face. It was the thing a drowning man feels when a hand closes on his. Yes, master. The high town. Go. Tianyu was already turning to the mine mouth. Sulan. Here. She was at his shoulder, pale but level, her healer's pouch open and her hands already moving through it by feel. 6 miners down there, maybe alive. People up here, lightly drunk, can be saved if we are fast. You are the only one who can do both. He looked at her. You do not come down to the cavern. You hold the upper gallery. Any miner who can still walk, you send up. Any who can't, you stabilize and you mark and you leave. Yes, leave. And you do not, under any circumstance, follow us into the deep. Do you understand me? The deep is where the Chi Eater is. If you bring your light down there, you are not a healer. You are a meal. Sulan's jaw tightened. She had spent her whole new life learning not to be the one left at the gate. And here he was, putting her at a gate again, and they both knew it was right. I hold the upper gallery, she said. I send up who I can. I don't follow you down. Her eyes were wet and furious and steady all at once. And you come back up through it. You hear me, Tianyu. You do not make me stand at a gate and wait for a thing that doesn't come back. You come back. I will always come back for you, Tianyu said. It was the same thing he had told by you in the veil. He found, saying it to Sulan now, that it was no less true, and that the trouble in his own chest at how true it was would have to wait for an after. Then he turned to the dark, and the 4 who would go into it with him. Formation, he said. Shenku and Fengqing forward as the blades. I am center. By you, the flags and the wall. You seal behind us as we go, so it cannot circle up past us to the town or to Sulan. No chi. Not a threat of it. Keep your cores shut down there, no matter how bad it gets, because the instant you reach for power you feed it, and it grows. We fight as mortals. We fight with steel and powder and the things in my pouch. And we win the only way a smaller thing ever beats a bigger one. He looked at each of them in the failing lantern light. Not with more strength. With a better idea. I have one. Stay alive long enough for me to use it. And the idea, said Shinku, drawing his blade, is the little glowing pill you've been guarding like your own heart all night. The idea is the pill, Tianyu agreed. There is one. There will only ever be one. I have to put it where it lives. Not in its body. It has no body, but in its center, the knot where the hunger is densest. Close range. I have to be close. He did not tell them the rest. He did not tell them that the pill was locked by his own living will, and that if he fell before he placed it, it would let go all its trapped sun right there in the middle of them. There was no use in it. They could not change it, and the knowing would only slow their hands. Get me to its center. That is the whole of the plan. Everything else is just staying alive on the way there. Fengqing looked at him for one long moment. 6 years, she had wanted to go down into the dark with someone at her back instead of alone. Now the moment was here, and it was worse than she had imagined, and she would not have traded it for anything in the world. Then let's go kill the thing that's been eating my life for 6 years, she said, before it eats one more town. She started down into the cold. Stay where I can't hear you, boy. All of you. The dark down there lies. It'll make you hear voices. Don't answer them. They went down into the mountain, and the dark closed over them, and the long fight for Shiyan began. The upper galleries had been ordinary that afternoon. Warm rock, green glow, the clean smell of stone. They were not ordinary now. The cold had climbed. It met them 100 steps down, where there had been warmth before, and it deepened with every level they descended. The green glow of the ore was guttering out as they passed, vein by vein, like lamps being pinched. The hollow was awake now, and awake it did not sip. It pulled, hard and wide, and the whole mountain was paying. They found the first miners at the second deep junction. There were 4 of them, men of the night shift who had been close enough to the break to be touched, but far enough to run. They had not run far. They sat against the tunnel wall in a row, slack, their lanterns dead beside them, and they were not asleep and they were not awake. Their eyes were open. Their lips moved. and every one of them was whispering the same thing, over and over, in the flat, dreaming voice of a man saying the only words left in him. So thirsty, can't drink, can't. Sulan made a small sound in her throat. Then she was on her knees among them, fast and sure, her hands going to throats and chests, her voice dropping into the low, steady tone Tianyu had heard her use on the dying. Touched, not taken, she said quickly, reading them. It pulled at them, but it didn't fix on them. They're being drained slow, through the dream. If I break the dream and get them up and away from the cold. She was already pressing a clarity pill past the first man's whispering lips, already chafing his hands. Go. This is mine. This is exactly mine. Go down and kill the thing that's doing it, and every man down here gets his dream back the second you do. By you, Tianyu said. I'll set the wall here. The senior sister was already planting array flags at the junction, her fingers flying through the old patterns. Not to fight the dark, no array could fight the dark, but to mark a line, to hold a clean edge the cold could be driven back behind once the source was dead. This is the gate. Sulan holds it. Nothing gets up past this flag. Not a miner wandering deeper, not the cold creeping up. Go. She did not look up from her work. Then she did, once, fast at Tianyu. Come back through my gate, little brother. I built it for you to come back through. I will. He left half his heart at that junction, the healer and the senior sister, the light he was descending to protect, and took the two blades and went down past the marker where the deep gallery began, into the part of the mine that was no longer a mine. It got worse with every turn, exactly as it had on the recon, and then past where the recon had stopped it got worse than that. The walls here were not gray now. They were black, not the black of shadow but the black of stone with every living thing pulled out of it. Stone turned to ash that had kept its shape. A lantern held to it died. Shinku held his out, watched the flame shrink to a blue bead and gutter, and put it away without a word. They went on by the faint sick light that came up from below, because the cavern ahead was not dark. It glowed. It glowed the wrong color, a deep cold blue-black like the bottom of a winter lake, the light of a thing that ate light and gave back only the cold ghost of it. And the voices began. They came up out of the glow, soft, and they were not sound, and Feng Qing had warned them, but the warning did not help much, because the voices did not come from the air. They came from inside, from the soft places, from memory. Tianyu heard, very clearly, in a voice he had not heard in 500 years, one of the 6 sovereigns who had died beside him at the end of his first life, a friend, gone to ash with all the rest, say warmly, you came back. Brother, you finally came back to us. Lay it down now. You're so tired. Lay it all down and come and rest. It was a good lie. It was built from the truest grief he had. He felt it pull at the deepest, most exhausted root of him, the part that had been holding lines for 500 years and was so very tired of holding them. It's lying, he said aloud, flat, for the others as much as himself. It's reading our dead and wearing their voices. Whatever it says to you in a voice you love, it is the dark, and the dark wants you to stop walking. So walk. Name the lie and walk through it. He set his jaw and put one foot past the friend's warm voice, and then the next, and the voice rose and broke against his back like water against a stone. I buried you with my own hands, old friend. You are not down here. Only the thing that ate you is. Shinku walked with his face like iron and his lips white, and whatever he was hearing he did not say, and he did not stop. Feng Qing walked at the front with her sword bare and her eyes fixed and tears running freely down her hard face, and once she said, very low, to the dark, no, you're not my brother. My brother died at Lanshui and you ate him, and kept walking, giving no other sign. They came to the lip of the cavern, and they looked down, and they saw it. The hollow filled the deep dark like a second mountain turned inside out. On the recon it had been a knot the size of a house, sleeping. It was not sleeping now, and it was not the size of a house now. Awake and feeding hard, it had swelled, a vast slow-turning mass of folded dark, veined through with that cold blue-black glow, filling the broken cavern from the orifice the miners had cracked to the black stone roof. Fine cold roots poured out of it in every direction, up through the walls toward the town, and where they ran the stone went black. The hunger came off it in a pressure that made the teeth ache and the eyes water, and the oldest animal part of the brain screamed to run. And in the near edge of it, half folded into the dark, were the miners. Bao's crew. 6 men who had broken through a wall expecting ore. 3 were already gone, gray husks, dry, the living essence pulled clean out of them, held in the dark like flies in amber. But 3 were still alive. Tian, you could feel it, the last guttering warmth of them, being drawn out slow, suspended in the folds of the thing, dreaming of thirst while it drank them. Alive. For another minute, maybe 2. 3 still living, Tianyu breathed. In the near folds. We get them out as we go in. His hand closed around the small fierce weight of the bound pill in his pocket, the one swallow of the sun, the whole of the plan. Across the cavern, the great mass of the hollow turned, slowly, and the cold interest of it swung toward the 3 small warm things at the cavern's lip, and from the heart of it came the marrow word. Almost lazy now, almost pleased. More? It's glad we came. Feng Qing said grimly, raising her sword. It thinks we're seconds. Then let's give it indigestion, said Tianyu. and they went down into the cavern to fight a thing that had no business being killed by anything as small as them. The hollow struck first. It did not lunge. It had no body to lunge with. It simply reached. A dozen cold roots tore up out of the black stone floor at once, fast as whips, faster than any I should follow, stabbing for the 3 warm bodies that had dared come down its throat. This was the moment Tianyu had drilled them for on the road. Run and run until it lived in the muscle and not the mind. And it held. Shinka moved like the steady mountain he was. He did not try to be fast. He was already where the root would be, blade up, and he sheared 2 of them out of the air with one flat, economical stroke. They did not bleed. They fell in pieces, and the pieces hissed and went to gray dust on the stone, and where they had touched his blade the steel frosted white. He did not reach for his chi. He fought with 60 years of body cultivation in his arms and not a thread of spirit, exactly as ordered, and he held the right flank like a closed door. Feng Qing was the opposite and the equal. 6 years hunting these things alone had made her a single terrible instrument for one purpose. She did not block. She killed. Her sword was everywhere the roots were, and she read them before they came. She knew this enemy in her bones, knew the little gather of cold before a strike, and she met each one at the root mouth where it was weakest and took it off clean. She fought with a fury 6 years deep and a grief under it deeper still, and the cold dust of dead voidkin roots fell around her like gray snow. The miners. Tianyu was already moving between his 2 blades, into the gap they held open, straight for the near folds where the 3 living men hung suspended in the dark. Hold the flanks. Hold them. Do not follow me in, just hold the lane. He reached the first folded miner, a young man barely older than Tai Gang, gray-faced, dreaming, the cold roots threaded into him, drinking him slow. Tianyu could not cut a man free of the dark with a blade, but he was not carrying only a blade. He drove his hand into his pouch and came out with a fistful of the powder he had ground last night, heart's blood grass and sunroot, the same living essences as the great pill, but loose, unfocused, cheap. To the man it was nothing. To the dark roots threaded through the man, it was a fistful of fire. Tianyu crushed it against the place where the roots entered the miner's chest and willed it alight with a thread of his own focus. And the powder flared white gold, a small ugly cousin of the sun pill, a torch instead of a bomb, and the cold roots threading the miner recoiled, hissing, jerking back from the burst of concentrated life like worms from salt. The miner dropped free into Tianyu's arms, breathing, dreaming, alive. It works, Tianyu breathed, half to himself, fierce, a thing proven now in the worst place. The dual path. Refined life as a weapon. The whole thesis of 2 lifetimes, working in his hand in the dark. It works. He hauled the miner back across the lane and shoved him toward the gallery mouth. Up. Crawl if you have to. Up, toward the flag. The woman there will take you. The man crawled, weeping, suddenly awake. 1. Tianyu went back in for the second. The hollow had learned by the second. It did not like the white gold fire. It pulled its roots back from the loose powder, but it learned fast, faster than a beast, and it changed its mind about these small warm things at its edge. They were not seconds. They were a threat. And the whole vast turning mass of it shifted its attention from feeding to fighting. And the pressure in the cavern doubled, and the voices rose to a wail, and 100 roots came up out of the floor at once instead of a dozen. It's woken all the way up. Feng Qing shouted over the din, her blade a blur. This is it. This is what killed Lan Shui. Tianyu, whatever you're going to do, it has to be now. It won't get slower, only worse. She was right. He knew she was right. He got the second miner free in a burst of white gold and a snarl of recoiling roots, and threw him toward the gate. And he did not have time to feel anything about it, because the cavern had become a single roaring storm of cold, and the 2 blades at his flanks were being driven slowly back toward him by the sheer weight of it. 2 miners out. 1 left, deeper in, almost gone. And beyond him, the center, the dense bright dark not at the hollow's heart where the hunger lived, where the one pill had to go. Tianyu looked at the storm of roots between him and that center and worked out his odds of crossing it. They were bad. To reach the center, he had to cross the thickest part of the thing. The powder torches would buy him steps, not a road. The blades could not come with him. They were barely holding the lane as it was, and if they advanced the lane collapsed, and the cold poured up past them to Bayou and Su Lan and the town. He had to cross alone, through the heart of a feeding hollow, on foot, with 1 pill that would kill him and everyone near him if he fell before he placed it. Hold the lane, he said, and his voice did not shake. Whatever happens to me in there, you hold the lane and you do not follow. If I fall, he met Feng Qing's eyes, and then Shinku's, and he gave them the truth at last, because now they needed it. If I fall in there, you run. All of you. You grab Su Lan and Bayou and you run up and out, and you do not look back. Because if I go down, the pill goes off. And you do not want to be in this mountain when it does. Shinku's blade never stopped moving. That's a coward's order, he said evenly. And you know it. And I'm going to pretend a brave man didn't give it. Go to your part, alchemist. We'll hold the door. We are very good at holding doors. A 2-handed stroke took 3 roots at once. Go. Tianyu went. He went into the heart of the hollow alone. A 14-year-old body with a dead immortal's will, 1 fist full of trapped sunrise, walking into the thing that had eaten his entire first life. And this time, he meant to be the one who walked back out. The heart of the hollow was not a place a living thing was meant to go. Inside the folds, the cold was not cold anymore. It was past cold, into a deep nothing feeling, the sensation of a hand left too long in snow that has stopped hurting and started lying. Every step cost. The dark did not just reach for his body now. It reached for the warmth in him, the bright, dense, living essence that was the brightest thing it had tasted in 100 years, and it wanted that more than it had ever wanted a whole town of dreaming miners. He was the feast it had been waiting for, and he was walking straight into its mouth. He burned powder as he went. Each fistful of crushed sunroot and heart's blood flared white gold, and bought him 3 or 4 steps of recoiling roots, a little tunnel of seared back dark, and then it guttered and the dark closed in again, and he had to burn the next. He had ground enough last night for perhaps a dozen torches. He was spending them fast. He counted them in the back of his mind the whole way, the cold professional part of him that never stopped counting even when the rest screamed. 9, 8, 7. He reached the 3rd miner on his 5th torch. He was too late. The man hung in the deep folds, and the last warmth was already gone out of him, pulled clean while Tianyu crossed the cavern step by burning step. A gray husk, dry, dreaming nothing now. Tianyu had been 3 breaths too slow. 3 breaths and a cavern's width and a body too small to move faster. And a man who had wanted only to bring up a face of green heart or for his town was dead in the dark. And there had not been a thing in 2 lifetimes of power that Tianyu could have done to cross the room faster. He did not stop. He could not. He took one breath of pure grief, the kind he had taught himself to take and keep walking through, and he marked the place in his mind. I will carry your bones out too. I carry all of them out. That is the one promise I always keep. And he pushed deeper, toward the center, toward the bright dark knot of pure hunger that was the only thing in the cavern worth killing. 6, 5. 4 torches left. The closer he got to the center, the worse it became, because the center was where the hollow was, the dense bright core of its hunger, and it knew now exactly what he was and exactly what he carried. It threw everything at him. The roots came not in dozens now, but in a wall, a closing fist of cold from every side at once, and 4 torches were not enough road for the distance left, and he knew it with the cold counting part of his mind even as he burned the 3rd to last. 3. He was 20 steps from the center. 2. He was 12 steps from the center, and the last torch was in his hand, and after it there was only the pill, and the pill was not for lighting a path. The pill was the one shot, the thing that had to reach the center hole, and if he burned it as a torch to get there it was wasted, and the whole town died. 1. He burned the last torch and ran the seared tunnel it opened and made 8 more steps before it guttered, and then he was 4 steps from the center with no fire left, and the wall of cold closed on him from every side at once. A root got through. It was fast past seeing, and it took him across the chest like a swung iron bar. No point, no cut, just a cold, tremendous blow that lifted his small body off the black stone and threw him down hard at the very foot of the center. The breath smashed out of him, the world gone white then gray at the edges. His head cracked the stone. The cavern tilted. Sound went far away, and the deep, patient, marrow voice of the thing, very close now, very pleased, folded over him like a closing hand. Warm, so warm. Lay it down. You are so tired. You have been tired for 500 years. Lay it down and rest, and I will keep you warm forever, and you will never have to hold the line again. And it was right. That was the unbearable thing. Every word of it was true. He was tired. He had been holding lines since before this world's mountains were young, and he had died holding one, and he had come back and started holding them again before his new body could even walk, and somewhere very deep in him a voice that was his own and not the hollow's said, quietly, you could stop. You could just stop. You have earned stopping. His vision grayed further. His grip on the world loosened, and the thread of living will that held the pill locked, the thread that was the only thing keeping a swallow of the sun from going off in his fist, loosened with it. The pill began to glow. In his slack hand, for steps from the heart of the dark, the small fierce weight of it woke and brightened, the trapped sun straining against a lock that was failing because the will that made the lock was failing, because he was 4 breaths from unconsciousness and the lock would not outlive his grip on being awake. White gold light leaked between his fingers. The hollow, sensing it, flinched the whole vast mass of itself back from his hand even as it crooned at him to sleep, afraid, at the last, of the very thing it had knocked out of his reach. If he passed out, the pill let go. Here, at the foot of the center, but not in it. It would tear a hole in the mountain and kill the 3 at the gate and the town above and do nothing at all to the dense armored core of the hollow, which would simply flinch back, weather the blast at its edge, and go on drinking Shiryin for another 100 years. He had 1 breath of clarity left, maybe 2, and in that breath, flat on his back in the heart of the thing that ate his world, with the sun coming apart in his hand and a loving voice telling him to rest, Tianyu understood the last piece of the formula. The pill needed a golden core to hold its light. He had known that since the furnace. He had thought it a curse, the one ingredient he could not have, the cruel 1-step short echo of the death that took him. He had been looking at it wrong. He had been thinking of a golden core as a thing, a pinch of essence to grind into a pill, an object he lacked. It was not an object. It never had been. A golden core was not a stone a cultivator owned. It was a state of being. It was the moment a mortal frame learned to hold immense power locked and patient and whole inside itself, neither spending it nor letting it go, holding it on purpose, forever, by will made permanent. And what was he doing? Right now, flat on his back at the foot of the dark. He was holding a sun locked inside a frame too small for it, refusing to spend it, refusing to let it go, holding it by nothing but a will that would not break. He had been doing that his whole existence. 500 years of holding lines. A whole first life of carrying more than any one being should, and never laying it down, and dying still holding it. And a second life that began with a murdered boy and a vow and had not set the weight down for one single day since. The voice in the dark was right that he was tired. It was wrong about what the tiredness was. The tiredness was not weakness. The tiredness was the weight of a thing held patient and unspent for longer than mountains last. And that holding, that exact refusal to lay it down, was not the thing standing between him and a golden core. It was the golden core. He had been forming one his entire life and never once stopped to let it finish. No, Tion, you said, to the loving voice, to the friend's stolen warmth, to 500 years of being tired. His own voice, in the dark, very quiet. I am not going to rest. I have never once gotten to rest, and I am not going to start in your mouth. His failing hand tightened on the leaking pill, and his failing will, instead of letting go, did the thing it had always done, the only thing it knew how to do, the thing that had defined him across 2 lives, and would define him across however many more this took. It held the line. One more time. On purpose. Forever. And the seed of the immortal, which he had carried unformed and unfinished since the day the stone killed a boy and woke a sovereign, which he had been too busy to sit and complete. Always one more crisis, one more town, one more line, finished forming in the space of a single refusal. It did not feel like an explosion. The genuine ones never do. Deep in his center, below the heart, in the place the old breathing diagrams call the lower field, something vast and patient and quiet closed, a fist of pure condensed power folding shut around itself and holding, as he had just chosen to hold, as he had always held. Warmth flooded back up through the cold, numbed body in a slow golden tide. The gray at the edges of his sight pulled back. The whiteness cleared. And where there had been only a tired will straining against the dark, there was now a structure, a core, a thing made to hold immense power locked and patient, as easily as breathing, with no strain at all. Golden core. The whole cavern seemed to flinch. And the pill in his hand, the leaking, failing, half-detonating sun, went, all at once, steady. He did not have to strain to hold its lock anymore. He had become, in his own center, the exact thing the formula had always called for. He was a vessel that holds a sun patient and unspent. The new core reached out a thread of its own quiet structure and wounded through the pill, and the failing lock made of desperate will became a true lock made of formed core, solid and controlled, and entirely his. The white gold light pulled back inside the pill and banked there, fierce and waiting, no longer leaking, no longer his life held by his fingers, his to carry, his to throw, his to release at the exact instant he chose. The pill was finished, truly finished, at last, as it had never been in the furnace. The thing he had died one step short of making, completed in the one place in the universe it could be completed, in the heart of the dark, by becoming the missing ingredient himself. Tianyu got up. He should not have been able to. A breath ago he had been 4 breaths from death with a cracked skull and a smashed chest. But a fresh golden core floods a body like a sunrise floods a valley, and his old immortal's spirit knew exactly how to ride that tide. And he came up off the black stone with the cold sloughing off him, and golden light in the cracks of his ruined body, and a finished sun burning steady in his fist. The loving voice in the dark changed. The warmth went out of it. For the first time since his first life ended, Tianyu heard the thing the voidkin feels when its food stands up holding a weapon it cannot eat. He heard the dark, at last, afraid. What are you? It said, in a voice with no croon left in it. I am the line you do not get to cross, said Tianyu, and took the 4 last steps to the center. The dark fought him for every one of those 4 steps, and now it fought like a thing that had finally understood it could die. It abandoned the town. Tianyu felt the cold roots pull out of the walls all at once, felt the pressure lift off the gallery above whereby you held her gate, felt the whole vast attention of the hollow drag inward and down and onto him. Because he was no longer prey, he was the end of it, and it threw the entire weight of its hunger at the small golden figure walking into its heart. The roots came as a solid closing sphere. There was no gap. There was no lane. There was only the dark, and the 4 steps, and the sun in his fist. But Tianyu was not holding the pill closed by failing will anymore. He had a core now, and a golden core cultivator, even a brand new one, even in a 14-year-old's broken body, is not immortal with a torch. For the first time in this whole long descent, he let himself reach. Not for raw chi to feed the dark, no, never that, but for the structure of the new core, the formed and patient power, and he wrapped it around himself as a shell of golden light, a single skin of pure ordered life that the dark could not drink because it was sealed. The same reason the pill essence had always worked, scaled up now to cover a whole man. The closing sphere of roots hit that golden skin and recoiled, hissing, smoking, dying where they touched it. He walked through the wall of the dark inside a thin shell of his own held light, and it could not get in, and he took the 4 steps, and he reached the center. The core of the hollow was right there. A dense, slow-turning knot of absolute hunger, bright dark, the size of a man, the oldest and most concentrated thing in the cavern. It was the actual self of the thing, if it had a self, the place where 100 years of drinking had folded down into one unbearable point of want. Tianyu drew back his fist with the finished sun in it. This is for Lan Shui, he said, and Sangyan, and my own world, and every world your kind has drunk, and every one you will never get to. His arm came forward. Choke on the light. He drove the pill into the center of the dark, and he released the lock. For one instant, nothing. The white gold pill sat buried in the bright dark knot of the hunger, a single seed of pure concentrated life pushed into the densest point of pure concentrated want. And the want, by its nature, by the only thing it knew how to do, drank it. It could not help itself. It was hunger. A thing of pure hunger cannot refuse a thing of pure life pressed into its very mouth. It pulled the sun in, and the sun came apart inside it. There was no flinching back from it this time. There was no weathering the blast at the edge. The pill detonated not at the hollow's surface but in the deepest center of it, inside the knot, inside the mouth, where all the dark was densest, and there was nowhere to recoil to. 100 years of drunk-down living essence, all the stolen warmth of Lan Shui and Sanyan and a dozen dead towns, met a swallow of pure unstealable sun, and the dark could not eat it, and so the dark burst. White gold light tore through the hollow from the inside out. It went up the cold roots like fire up oil-soaked rope, racing out along every thread the thing had ever sunk into the world, and everywhere it ran the dark came apart into gray ash, and then into nothing. The vast folded mass lit from within. A black mountain turned suddenly to a paper lantern with a star inside it, every fold and vein blazing white gold, and then simply gone. The marrow voice rose into something that was not a word and not a scream, and was, for one terrible instant, almost a sound of relief, as if some small drowned part of the thing, some echo of all the people it had eaten, was finally let go. And then it was over, and the cavern was dark, truly dark, ordinary dark, clean dark, and silent, and cold only with the honest cold of deep stone, and Tianyu stood alone in the center of it with an empty hand, and golden light fading slowly in the cracks of his ruined body. The hollow was dead. He stood there a moment in the clean dark, breathing, alive, and he listened to the mountain be only a mountain again, and far above him, faint, he heard a sound he had not dared hope to hear. He heard the town of Shiyan, drunk no longer, beginning to wake up, and the 4,000 souls up there had no idea why their terrible dream of thirst had suddenly, between one breath and the next, let them go. He climbed back up out of the deep alone. Fengqing met him at the foot of the deep gallery. She had held the lane to the last. He could see it on her, the cold burn frost crusting her sleeves, the dead gray dust of 100 severed roots caking her from boots to shoulder, the tremor in her sword arm that comes after a body has spent everything it has. She had felt the detonation. She had felt the cold pull out of the walls and the pressure lift and the dark simply stop, all at once, as it had never once stopped in 6 years. And she stood there at the foot of the gallery staring at the small golden cracked boy walking up out of a dark that was finally, truly empty, and her hard face came apart. She did not say anything at first. She crossed the space between them and she gripped his shoulders with both shaking hands, hard, as if to be sure he was solid, as if to be sure any of it was real. And then 6 years came out of her all at once. It's dead, she said. Her voice was wrecked. It's Tianyu, it's dead. I felt it die, the whole thing, not driven off, not survived, dead. In 6 years I have never, not once, I have only ever run, or buried, or watched, and tonight She stopped. Her eyes were streaming, and she did not seem to know it. We got there before. We stayed. And it mattered. For 1,000 people up there are going to wake up tomorrow and have breakfast and yell at their goats, and they will never know. And they get to never know because we stayed, and that's. Her voice finally broke clean through. That's all I wanted. For 6 years. For staying to matter. And you gave it to me in one night. You gave it to yourself, Tianyu said quietly. You found it. You came back into a dead valley you had every reason to leave. You walked into a living town that you couldn't stand the sight of, because of what staying cost you. And then you went down a hole into the exact thing that took your home, and your brother, and you held a lane in the dark so a stranger boy could reach its heart. He put his battered hand over one of hers. I made a pill, Fengqing. You made the 4 steps I crossed to use it possible. We did this. All 5 of us. That is the entire point of 5. Fengqing laughed, a wet broken sound, and let go of him, and scrubbed her face furiously with a dust-gray sleeve, and was herself again, more or less. Don't make speeches. You're terrible at them and good at them at the same time, and it's unbearable. She sniffed hard. Come on. The others. Your healer's been a wreck since the mountain shook. Shinku was there too, leaning on a tunnel prop, blade still in hand, looking like a man who had held a door against a flood for an hour and one, which was exactly what he was. He looked Tianyu up and down, took in the faded golden light still in the cracks of him, the changed weight of him, the thing any cultivator could feel. Golden core, Shinku said. Not a question. Down there. In the middle of that. He shook his head slowly. Most people find a quiet mountain and a year of peace. You found the inside of a voidkin and 4 breaths. A rare, dry, real smile. I have served some strange masters, alchemist. Every one of them broke through to a new realm in peace and quiet. You did it as a combat tactic. It wasn't a tactic, Tian, you said honestly. It was the only thing left. I will tell you all of it later. Right now. He was already moving up the gallery, toward the gate, toward the flag, toward the light he had gone down into the dark to protect. Right now I have a promise to keep to a healer. Bayu's gate had held. She had planted her flags and held a clean edge at the junction the whole long fight, and behind that edge Su Lan had worked, and between the two of them they had done the thing that does not make songs and matters more than songs. The 4 lightly drunk miners from the junction were awake, pale, shaking, weeping, but awake and warm in themselves, the thirst dream broken, sitting up against the clean wall on the right side of Bayu's flag. And the 2 miners Tian you had torn free of the near folds were there too, alive, wrapped in cloaks, alive. 6 men who would have been 6 gray husks by morning. 6 men who would go home. Su Lan came off her knees the instant she saw him. She did not grip his shoulders like Feng Qing. She stopped a single step away, and she looked at him, the ruin of him, the blood, the cracked golden light, the changed core, the aliveness of him, and her whole body sagged with a relief so total it looked almost like grief. Her hands came up and pressed flat against his chest, over the place the root had smashed, feeling the breath go in and out of him, making sure. You came back up through my gate, she said. Her voice was very small and very fierce. You said you would. You. She pressed harder, as if to push the fact of him into her own hands. I felt the mountain shake, and I thought. I stood at this flag, and I had 6 men to save, and I made myself save them because you told me to, and the whole time I thought I was standing at a gate waiting for a thing that doesn't come back. Her eyes flooded. Don't ever. I will hold any gate you give me, but you come back through it. Every time. You hear me? Every time, Tian, you said. I will always come back for you. And he looked at her, at the fierce small healer who had dragged a murdered boy out of a kitchen in another life and never once stopped choosing him, and the trouble in his chest that he had no name for and no time for moved again, harder this time, and he set it aside again, because there were still the dead to carry out. But he saw, and he was not a complete fool about people, only most of the way there. That Bayu had watched him say every time to Su Lan with the same still face she'd worn when he said it to her in the veil. And that Feng Qing had watched Bayu watch. And he understood, dimly, with a kind of distant alarm that he filed under problems for an after that may never come, that the war party he had built out of people he refused to lose a second time was becoming, quietly, something more complicated than a war party, and that he had no idea at all what to do about it. Later, he muttered to himself. All of it. Later. What? Said Su Lan. Nothing. He straightened, and put the commander back on, because there was one more hard thing, and he would not make any of them do it without him. There are dead down there. Bao's crew. 3 husks in the near folds, and one more deeper in that I reached too late. His jaw tightened on that one. 3 breaths. A cavern's width. A body too small. We carry them all out. Every one. We do not leave a single soul in that dark, not even the ones past saving. Their families get bones to bury and a grave to kneel at. That is the one promise I always keep. He looked at them, his bloodied, frost-burned, victorious circle. We came down here to save Shiyan. We did. Now we do the other half of the work, the half that earns no thanks. We bring the dead home. And they did. It was slow, grim, reverent work, and Tian you would not let anyone hurry it. They wrapped each gray husk with care, as if the man inside could still be hurt by rough handling. Because Tian you believe that how you treat the dead is how you keep yourself from becoming the thing that made them. He carried the deepest one himself. The miner he had reached 3 breaths too late, all the long climb up out of the dark, and he did not let anyone take the weight from him, because the weight was his to carry and he meant to feel it. They laid the 4 of Bao's crew out at the mine mouth in the gray light of the dawn that had finally come, in a clean row, covered, and the town came down to claim them. By then the high town was awake and full of fear and wild rumor, and Tai Gang had done his work well. He had pulled hundreds of souls up away from the deep in the night, and he had a story already half-formed, because frightened people build stories to stand on. Bad air, the story said. A deep gallery breached a pocket of bad air and foul vapors, and good men died of it in the dark, and the cold and the bad dreams that ran through the lower town were the foul air rising, and it had passed now, and the deep gallery would be sealed forever, and the town would mourn its 4 lost miners and go on. It was not true. It was a great deal kinder than the truth, and a great deal safer, and Tian you let it stand. He had thought, climbing up with a dead man in his arms, that he would want to tell them, that these 4,000 people deserved to know how close they had come, and who had gone down into the dark for them, and what was really out there in the deep places of their world. He had thought he would want the truth told and the dead honored as what they truly were, the first fallen of a war the world did not know it was in. But Grandmaster Lu's quiet instruction came back to him, the parting words on the Qingyun road. Build quietly. Do not warn. The world cannot believe the dark until it is too late to believe anything. And a man who runs ahead of the tide shouting is not a prophet to them. He is a madman, or a fraud, or a thing to be stoned. Feng Qing had learned that same lesson with stones thrown at her back, in town after town, for 6 years. So when the headman of Shiyan and the gray-bearded elder of the Little Iron Vein sect came to him, having gathered, from the miners he'd saved and from Tai Gang's babbling, that the strange young alchemist and his guards had done something down there in the night, and asked him, half afraid, what had truly happened, Tian Yu looked the old sect elder in the eye and told a careful, merciful lie. Bad air, he said. We were below buying, or when the deep wall broke. We got out who we could. We were too late for 4 good men, and I am sorrier than I can say. He let that be true, because it was. Seal the deep gallery. Do not dig it again. The old veins are played out, and the deep is not safe. And your town is better fed by the upper galleries and a long life than by the deep or in an early grave. That is the whole of my advice, and you may have it for free. The old elder studied him a long moment with eyes that were not entirely fooled. Old men who have run hard mining towns for 40 years know the difference between bad air and something worse, and know, too, when a thing is being kept from them for their own good by someone who means them well. He did not push. He only bowed, lower than a sect elder ever needs to bow to a wandering alchemist, and said, quietly, whatever it was, Master Alchemist, whatever you and yours did in the dark last night, this town will seal the deep, as you say, and it will not ask again. A breath. Thank you, for the 4 we lost, and, I think, for a great many more than 4. And that was as close to thanks as the work would ever come, and it was enough, and it had to be. They stayed 2 more days. Not for thanks. To be sure, Tian Yu walked the lower town twice a day with his alchemist's senses wide open, feeling for any last cold root, any seed fragment, any echo the detonation had missed. There was nothing left. The hollow had been a single-grown thing, and it was wholly dead, and the mountain was only a mountain. The lightly drunk woke fully and remembered nothing but bad dreams. The 2 miners he'd pulled from the folds mended under Su Lan's hands. One of them was the gray-tired man from the doorway. Tian Yu did not know it at first. There was no reason he should. One gray miner looks much like another, and he had seen the man only once, from across the street, holding a baby in the gold afternoon. But on the first morning after, when the saved miners were well enough to sit up, a woman came running up the stepped streets to the guest furnace house with a baby on her hip and her face wild with weeping. And she fell on the man in the cot and held him and shook and could not stop. And the baby grabbed a fistful of its father's hair and pulled, and the man laughed through his own tears, and Tian Yu, watching from the doorway, unnoticed, felt the whole long terrible night come down to a single point and land. It was them, the doorway family, the thread of warmth he had stood in the street and let break his stride, the exact small living thing the dark had been reaching for, that he had carried down the hole in his chest heavier than any sword. The man had been the second one. The second miner Tian Yu had torn free of the near folds with a fistful of burning powder, 3 breaths before the dark fixed on him for good. 3 breaths the other way, and the baby pulling its father's hair would have had no father, and the wife would have had a gray husk to bury, and a town would have called it bad air. 3 breaths. The same 3 breaths he had been too slow by, for the man he could not reach. The math of the dark was always 3 breaths. Sometimes you were on the right side of them. Sometimes you were not. The only thing you controlled was whether you were there at all to make the crossing. And tonight, because 6 of them had been there instead of 1, this man had landed on the living side of 3 breaths, and was at this moment having his hair pulled by a baby who would never know how close the world had come to taking its father. Tian Yu watched for a moment longer. He did not go in. He did not need thanks, and the family did not need a strange boy in their reunion, and the whole point of the quiet kind of saving was that the saved never know to look for you. He only watched the man hold his child, as he had watched him hold the child 2 days before in the gold afternoon. Except that 2 days ago it had been an ordinary moment in a doomed town, and now it was the same moment in a town that got to keep on living, and nothing about it looked different at all, and that sameness was the entire reward, and it was enough to make a 500-year-old soul's throat close. That's why we look at them first, he said softly, repeating his own rule back to himself, so that when we pull them out of the dark, we know exactly what we pulled out. Then he turned away and let the family have their morning, and went to make more pills for the road. The children went back to their skipping rope, and Feng Qing watched them do it, and this time her hand did not drift to her sword, and her face was not the face of a woman walking through a memory of how it ends. It was just the face of a tired woman watching children play in a town that got to keep them. This is the price, isn't it? She said to Tian Yu on the second evening, the 2 of them standing at the high edge of the town, watching the lamps come on below, warm and gold and ordinary, every single one of them lit. We save them, and we lie to them, and we leave, and they never know our names. No songs, no statues, for 1,000 people who will tell their grandchildren about the year the deep gallery, filled with bad air. She shook her head slowly. 6 years I thought I wanted to be believed. Stood in town squares screaming to be believed. And it turns out the whole job, the real job, is to not be believed. To do the thing in the dark and let them keep their nice safe story about bad air. That is the price, Tian Yu agreed quietly. The world does not get to thank you for the disaster that did not happen. It cannot. It does not know the disaster was ever there. He watched the lit lamps below. When I was a sovereign, in my first life, I had the songs, the statues. Worlds knew my name and praised it. And in the end, all of that praise did not save a single soul, because by the time the world believed in the dark was already at the gate, and there was nothing left to do but die well in front of an audience. He was quiet a moment. I think I trust this more. The quiet kind. The kind with no audience. The lamps stay lit and the town never knows why, and that is the whole reward. I think that might be the only kind of saving that was ever actually real. Fengqing looked at him sideways. You're a very strange 14-year-old. So people keep telling me, said Tianyu, and almost smiled. He found the thing that changed everything on the last sweep, the morning they were to leave. He had gone back down into the dead cavern alone, over Su Lan's loud objection and Bai Yu's quieter one, because a careful man checks the corpse of his enemy, and because the alchemist in him would not rest until he understood what he had killed. The cavern was clean now, honest dark, honest cold, the black ash stone already beginning, faintly, to take back a thread of warmth now that the thing pulling at it was gone. He walked to the center, to the place where the knot of hunger had been, where he had driven in the pill and loosed the sun. There was something there. The detonation had burned away the hollow entirely. Every fold, every root, gone to nothing. But at the very center, at the deepest point, where the densest knot of the thing had been, something small had survived the blast of pure life because it was not, itself, alive. A shard, a fragment of something hard and black and cold, the length of his finger, half buried in the melted stone where the heart of the hollow had sat. Tianyu crouched and picked it up, and the moment it touched his palm, he went very still. It was not natural. He had seen voidkin seeds before, in the north mine of his frontier home, in the deep cloud mist veil. They were ugly, organic, formless things, like frozen tumors, like something a sick world coughed up. This was not that. This was worked. It was smooth where a seed was rough, geometric where a seed was formless, and across one face of it, fine and deliberate and unmistakable, ran a mark, a sigil, a line of cold angular script in no language of this world, cut into the black shard by something with a purpose and a hand. A made thing, a marked thing, a placed thing. Tianyu knelt in the dark with the cold shard in his palm, and felt the whole shape of the war. He thought he understood tilt and rearrange itself into something far worse. He had believed, and everyone who knew anything believed, even Lu's secret library believed, that the voidkin were a tide, a mindless flood from the dark between galaxies, advancing world by world, with seeds drifting ahead of it like spray ahead of a wave. Random, natural, terrible, but blind. And the dead zones were where stray seeds had drifted down and taken root, ahead of the main wave, by chance. This shard said no. This shard said the seed that killed Shiyan's deep veins had not drifted here by chance. It had been sown, carried here, and placed, deep in the richest vein, and marked, tagged, like a farmer marking what he has planted so he can find it again. Someone, or something, with a mind and a purpose and a hand to cut script with, was moving through the worlds ahead of the tide, finding the richest places and planting the dark in them on purpose, to ripen, to grow, to drink whole towns down to ash in the slow centuries before the main wave ever arrived. The tide was not 300 years away. The tide was 300 years away, but its gardeners were already here. Now, in his own time, walking the worlds, sowing the dark, marking their crop. That's why they're accelerating. He whispered to the dark, and his breath smoked. Fengqing's field knowledge and Lu's library dates clicked together in his mind into one cold picture. The dead zones aren't appearing faster because the tide is closer. They're appearing faster because the gardeners are sowing faster. Something is planting these. On a schedule. Getting ready. His hand closed slowly around the marked shard. The dark isn't just coming. The dark is being prepared for. Someone is setting the table 300 years before the feast. It was so much worse than a tide. A tide was blind. A tide you could only run from or endure. But a gardener had a mind. A gardener made choices, had patterns, had a place it worked from, had a purpose you could learn and a hand you could, in theory, cut off. A gardener could be hunted. For the first time since he had woken in a murdered boy's body, Tianyu held in his hand not just proof of the dark, but proof of an enemy, a thing with intent, operating in his own century, that he could find, and understand, and one day stop. And then the shard, in his closed fist, in the dead cavern, in the deep dark, pulsed. It was faint. It was cold. It was a single slow throb of something not alive, like a heartbeat in a stone, and it did not come from the shard's own dead matter, because the shard was dead. It came from something the shard was still connected to. The mark was not just a label. It was a thread, a line running off into somewhere far away, to whatever hand had cut it. And now that the hollow it anchored was dead, that thread had gone taut, and something on the far end of it had noticed the death, like a spider feeling one strand of the web go still. And down that taut cold thread, for one instant, from somewhere unimaginably far across the dark between the stars, Tianyu felt a vast attention turned toward Shiyan. It was not a glance. It was not a word. It was the cold, patient, enormous interest of something so far beyond the hollow he had just killed that the comparison was obscene. It was a mind the size of the space between worlds, turning, slowly, to look at the small bright place where one of its planted seeds had just died in a blaze of a light it had not felt in this corner of the cosmos for a very, very long time. The light of refined life. The one thing its kind could not eat. A thing that should not exist on a backwater frontier world 300 years early. Something killed my seed, the attention seemed to say, without words, without anything Tian Yu's ears could hold. Something down there has the light. The old weapon. The thing we burned out of the myriad heavens. A cold, slow, dreadful focusing. Where? Tian Yu dropped the shard and crushed it under his heel, and the thread snapped, and the attention lost its grip and slid away into the dark, but not, he knew, before it had marked the direction. Not before it had felt, however dimly, that on a small frontier world called Kangwu, in a mining town called Shiyan, the light had come back. He stood alone in the cold dark, breathing hard, the crushed shard in gray fragments under his boot. He had won. He had killed the hollow, saved the town, formed his golden core, and proven the weapon that could fight the dark. It was a greater victory than he had any right to expect. And in winning it loudly, in loosing a sun in the deep where 100 years of darkness had ruled, he had done the one thing 500 years of war had taught him never to do. He had let the enemy see him. He told them everything on the road out of Shiyan, because they had earned it, and because secrets were await, he would not ask them to carry blind. He told them about the shard, the worked, marked, placed shard, and what it meant. That the dark was not a blind tide, but a sown crop. That gardeners were already walking the worlds in their own time. That the dead zones formed a pattern, and a pattern had a center, and a center could be found. Feng Qing went white and then fierce, because 6 years of her field map suddenly meant something new. Not a record of where the dark had drifted, but a record of where it had been planted, and she had, without knowing it, been mapping the gardener's garden the whole time. I have the locations, she said, low and electric. Every dead zone I ever found. Dates, near as I could get them. If they were sown, if there's a pattern, it's in my head. It's been in my head for 6 years, and I didn't know what I was looking at. She gripped her sword hilt, but not in grief now. In hunger. We can find them. The pattern. Where it points. We can, Tian Yu agreed. And we will. Carefully. Slowly. As we do everything. He did not tell them the rest at first. But Bai Yu, who missed nothing, was watching his face. There's more, she said. You've got the look. The one you get when you're deciding whether to frighten us. So he told them the rest. The pulse. The thread. The vast cold attention that had turned, for one instant, toward Shiyan, and felt the light come back, and gone looking for the direction. The road went quiet for a while after that. So it knows, Shunku said at last, evenly. Not where. But that something down here has the light. And it's looking. It is looking, Tian Yu confirmed. It does not know it was a clanless boy on a frontier world. It does not know my name, or this town, or even, I think, exactly which world. The thread snapped before it could fix the point. But it felt the direction, and it felt the light, and a thing that patient does not forget a direction. He looked at the road ahead, winding down out of the mountains toward the wide world and all its sown and ripening dark. We have time. Not much, but some. The advantage we had, that the enemy did not know the weapon against it still existed anywhere in this age. That advantage is spent. I spent it to save 4,000 people, and I would spend it again, and it is still gone. He set his jaw. From here on, we are not just building quietly. We are building quietly while being hunted. The gardeners know the light is back. They will come looking for the gardener who can make it. And we have to find their pattern, and their center, and a way to fight what's coming, before they find us first. It should have been a despairing thought. Outmatched, outnumbered, hunted across the worlds by a mind the size of the dark between stars, with a war party of 5 and an old man holding a door in a faraway city. But Tian Yu found, walking down out of the mountains with his strange fierce circle around him, and a finished sun pill formula in his memory, and a golden core newly bright in his center, that he did not despair at all. Because for the first time in 2 lifetimes, he was not waiting for the dark to come to him. He was not standing on a last line, holding, hoping. He had an enemy he could find, a pattern he could read, a weapon that worked, and 5 people who had walked into a hollow at his back and walked out again. Let it look, he said quietly, to the road, to the dark, to the vast patient thing somewhere out across the stars that had felt the light come back. Let it come looking. It has been a long time since anything in the dark had a reason to be afraid. It is going to remember what that feels like. He started down the mountain road into the wide and waiting world. Feng Qing, walk with me. Tell me every dead zone you ever found, and every date, from the very first. We have a pattern to read, and a garden to burn, and we are going to start today. Far away, across the dark between the worlds, something old and patient and hungry held very still, and listened, and began, slowly, certainly, to turn its enormous attention toward a small bright world it did not yet have a name for. The hunt for the gardeners had begun, and the gardeners had begun to hunt back. They read the garden by lamplight, in a rented room over a noodle shop, 3 nights out from Shiyan. It took them all night, and it changed the shape of the war again. and by the gray end of it Tianyu understood that he had been even more wrong than the marked shard had first told him. Feng Qing had the data. 6 years of it, carried in her head with the awful precision of a person who had nothing else to hold on to. Every dead zone she had ever found. Where it was. How big. How old. As near as she could read the world scar. She had never written it down. Writing it down made it real. But it was all there, behind her hard eyes. And now Tianyu made her give it up, place by place. And Bai Yu wrote each one onto a great sheet of rice paper in her small neat hand. A dot for each dead place. A number beside it for the age. They worked through the dark hours. Feng Qing speaking low, Bai Yu's brush scratching, Su Lan keeping the tea hot, Shun Ke sharpening a blade that did not need it because his hands needed something to do while the picture grew. And a picture did grow. For the first hours it looked like nothing. Just dots. A scatter of dead places across the eastern reaches of the world. Here and there, no order to them. Exactly what you would expect of a blind tide flinging spray ahead of itself. Tianyu felt his certainty waver. Perhaps the shard was a fluke. Perhaps this one seed had been marked and the rest truly were random. And he had built a whole new fear out of a single strange stone. Then Bai Yu added the dates. She did it cleverly. She did not just write the ages, she drew them, a small dark for the oldest scars and a brighter mark for the newer ones. So the age of each dead zone showed at a glance as a shade from black to white. And when the last date was placed, and they pulled the lamp back and looked at the whole sheet at once, the picture came up out of the dots like a face coming up out of deep water, and the room went very quiet. It was a spiral, not a perfect one. Nature does not draw perfect spirals, and neither, it seemed, did the gardeners. But the shape was unmistakable once the dates gave it a direction. The oldest dead zone sat far out at the rim, scattered wide. The newer ones curved inward, tighter and tighter, each ring of them younger than the last, each closer to a single point. And the very newest, the freshest scars, the ones only a year or two old, clustered close around an empty place near the center of the sheet, where Feng Qing had never once found a dead zone at all. They're not spreading outward, Tianyu said softly. His finger hovered over the empty center. Everyone thinks the dark spreads outward, from the rim toward us, like a stain getting wider. That's the tide. That's what the books say. He moved his finger inward along the curve of brightening dots, oldest to newest, rim to center. But the sewing doesn't go outward. It goes in. They started wide and old, at the rim, years ago. And every year since, they've planted closer to this one spot. Tighter. Faster. He tapped the empty center. They're not seeding the world at random. They're seeding it in a circle, closing in, around this. Whatever is here. Nothing's there, Feng Qing said, leaning in, frowning. That's the strange part. I've crossed that whole central region. More than once. It's not a dead zone. It's the opposite. It's rich, lush, spirit veins thick as a man's arm. Some of the best cultivation land in the eastern reaches. There's a great city there. People fight to live there. She shook her head. Why would they sow a closing circle around the richest, most alive place in the whole region, and leave the place itself untouched? Tianyu looked at the empty center for a long, cold moment. Because you do not eat the best field first, he said. You save it. You ring it. You plant all around it, and let those plantings ripen and drink the lands around it dry, so that when the time comes, the richest field in the region is also the most surrounded. Cut off, encircled, with every road out already gone to ash. He sat back slowly. They are not sowing a region. They are laying a siege. A 300-year siege, drawn so slow and so wide that no living soul will see it close. And the city in the center, the rich, lucky, thriving city that everyone fights to live in, is the prize at the heart of it. The fattest field. The one they are saving for last. He looked up at his circle, at four faces gone pale in the lamplight. What is the city? He asked. The one at the center. What is its name? Feng Qing told him. Lingzhou, she said. Lingzhou City. The jewel of the East. 1,000,000 souls and 40 sects and the richest spirit land for 1,000 li. Her voice had gone quiet and grim. They call it the safest city in the world. Nothing bad has happened there in 300 years. 300 years, Tianyu repeated softly. The exact age of the oldest scar at the rim. The exact length of the siege. No, nothing bad has happened there in 300 years. Because the gardeners have been very careful not to spook the thing they are saving for the feast. He stood and crossed to the window and looked east through the dark toward a city he had never seen. A bright lucky jewel of a place sitting fat and unknowing at the dead center of a slow-closing trap 3 centuries in the drawing. That is where we go, he said. Lingzhou, the center of the garden. The one place in the whole pattern the gardeners have left untouched, which means it is the one place they care about most. He turned back to them. And somewhere in it, or near it, is the hand that has been drawing this circle for 300 years. The center of the spiral. The gardener's own door. His jaw set. We are going to walk into the safest city in the world, and we are going to find the thing that is quietly killing it. And we are going to be the first people in 3 centuries to ruin the dark's perfect, patient plan. The safest city in the world, Su Lan said faintly, where the whole city will believe not a word of it. No, Tianyu agreed. They won't. They never do. He almost smiled, that not quite smile. Which is exactly why it has worked for 300 years. and exactly why it is going to stop working now. It took them 11 days on the road to reach Lingzhou, and every one of those days the world got richer. Tianyu felt it in the ground. He had spent 2 lives reading the living essence of the world through his feet and his lungs, and as they traveled inward along the curve of the spiral he had drawn, the world grew steadily, lavishly more alive. The spirit veins ran thicker. The grass grew greener and the beasts grew fatter, and the qi in the very air grew so rich that Su Lan, climbing now toward the peak of qi condensation, found her cultivation speeding without effort, drinking the fat air like a starved plant drinks rain. It should have been a joy. It was, instead, the most frightening thing he had felt since the marked shard, because he knew now what the richness meant. They were walking into the center of the field the gardeners had saved. The lushness was not luck. It was bait, in a sense. Or not bait, exactly, but the fattest portion of the meal, kept fat on purpose, ringed and guarded and ripening for 300 years. Every fat beast and thick vein and lazy, well-fed cultivator they passed was a thing the dark was raising for slaughter, and the whole design turned on their staying ignorant of it. It's like walking into a pen. Why, you murmured once, on the 7th day, watching a fat merchant caravan roll past, the guards soft and laughing, the horses gleaming. A beautiful pen, wide green fields and high warm walls and all the food you could want. And the animals in it have been so well fed for so long that they've forgotten there's such a thing as a butcher. She was quiet a moment. I grew up in a place a little like this. A great house. Soft and rich. We thought we were safe because we'd been comfortable a long time. Her jaw tightened on some old wound she rarely showed. Comfortable a long time is not the same as safe. It just feels the same, right up until the morning it doesn't. And then, on the 11th day, they came over a long green rise and saw Lingzhou, and even Tianyu, who had walked the streets of the great cities of the myriad heavens in his first life, stopped for a moment to take it in. Qingyun City had been a metropolis of 1,000,000, and it had seemed to the frontier boy like the center of the world. Lingzhou made Qingyun look like a market town. It filled a whole rich valley and climbed the hills on every side of it. Walls within walls, white and gold, ring upon ring, each ring a city in itself. Towers of the 40 sects rose like a forest of jeweled spears, each crowned with the floating formation lights and drifting sky platforms of a major power. Sky bridges arced between the towers, thick with traffic. Flying boats and crane mounts and gilded sky barges moved over it all in lazy, gleaming rivers. The qi over the city was so dense it shimmered, a faint golden haze hanging over the whole valley like the breath of something vast and content. 1,000,000 souls, Feng Qing had said. It looked like 5. It looked like the richest, safest, most alive place that had ever existed. It looked, Tianyu thought, exactly like a thing that was being saved for last. Heavens, Shunku said quietly, which from him was an oration. 300 years, Tianyu murmured, looking down at all that gold and life and ease. 300 years of careful, patient gardeners ringing this valley with the dark, drawing the circle tighter every year, drinking the lands around it dry one quiet town at a time. And down there, 1,000,000 people who have never once been afraid, who believe in their bones that nothing bad can happen here, because nothing bad has happened here in living memory or their grandparents' memory either. He shook his head slowly. It is the most defended city in the world. 40 sections. Walls within walls. And it is the most helpless place I have ever seen, because every soul in it is certain it cannot be touched. The gardeners did not just leave it untouched. They taught it, over 3 centuries, to be unafraid. That is the real wall they built. Not around it. Inside it. In the mind. So how do we fight that? Feng Qing asked. We can't exactly walk into the jewel of the East and announce the whole city's been a voidkin larder for 300 years. They'll have us in a madhouse by sundown. Or a grave. We don't announce anything, Tianyu said. We go in quietly, as exactly what we appear to be. A young alchemist of rising skill, come to the great city to make his name, with his guards and his companions. That story opens every door in a place like this, because it is the most ordinary ambition in the world and the city is built to welcome it. He started down the rise toward the Golden Valley. And while the young alchemist makes his name in the daylight, in the dark we find the center of the spiral, the gardener's door. We learn how the siege is drawn and who draws it. And we do not strike one single blow until we understand the whole shape of it. Because a trap 300 years in the making is not a thing you spring by accident and survive. He glanced back at them. We have a contact here as it happens. Gu Yin said his trading house keeps its largest eastern branch in Lingzhou. A jade token and a quiet word. And we will have a roof, a furnace, and a man who knows which of the 40 sects is rotten. He almost smiled. Every great rich city has a rot in it somewhere. In a place the dark has been gardening for 3 centuries, I expect the rot will not be hard to find. It will only be hard to believe. They went down into Lingzhou, the jewel of the East, the safest city in the world, the prize at the heart of the garden. 5 small warm things walking in through the golden white gates that 1,000,000 people believed could never fall. And somewhere in that bright certain city, something that wore a man's face turned, slowly, toward the east gate, and smiled, because it had been waiting 11 days for the light to come to it. Guyan's eastern branch was a tall, discreet trading house in the third ring, and Guyan himself was there. And the sight of Tianyu in his doorway made the pill broker go briefly, comically pale before he hustled them all inside and barred the door. "You," Guyan said, pouring tea with hands that were not quite steady, looking older and richer and more tired than he had on the Qingyun road. "I should have known. I felt something go strange in the east 11 days ago. A cold, then a wrongness lifting, like a held breath let go. And I thought, no, that is nothing. That is an old man's nerves. And then I thought, the only person I have ever met who makes the world feel like that is a certain alchemist I helped onto a road. And surely he is far away and safely someone else's problem." He set the pot down. "And here you are, in Lingzhou, walking into the one city in the world where I most hoped never to have to explain you." He looked at Tianyu with something between exasperation and real fear. "What did you do in the East? Tell me true, because the whole quiet world of people who notice things has been humming for 11 days, and I do not like the songs they're humming." So Tianyu told him, "Not all of it. Not the sovereign, not the same name, not the golden core formed in the heart of a hollow. But enough. The dead zone, the seed that was not a seed, the marked shard, the spiral on the rice paper, the siege 300 years in the drawing, and the empty rich center of it where they now sat drinking tea." Guyan listened, and the color drained out of him by degrees, and by the end he was not exasperated anymore. He was afraid in the bone-deep way of a man who has just been told that the floor he has stood on his whole life is a lid. "I have lived in this city 40 years, he said quietly. "I came here because it was safe. Everyone comes here because it is safe. It is the one thing Lingzhou is." He stared into his tea. "And you are telling me the safety is the trap? That the reason nothing bad ever happens here is that something has spent 300 years making very sure nothing scares the cattle?" He laughed, a thin sick sound. "Heavens help me. I believe you. That is the worst part. 6 years ago, I would have thrown you out for a swindler. But I have a cured core in my chest because you read a truth hidden from every other eye, and I have learned, expensively, that when this particular boy tells you the floor is a lid, you should look down." He set the tea aside. "Ask me what you came to ask. I am a coward and a merchant, but my house has ears in every ring of this city, and they are yours." "The rot," Tianyu said. "Every city has one. In a place the dark has gardened this long, there will be a hand inside the walls. A person, or persons, who do the gardener's quiet work in the human world. Marking sites, smoothing the way, making sure the cattle stay calm. I need to know where the wrongness is. Not the loud crime, the quiet wrongness. The thing everyone has decided not to look at." Guyan was quiet for a long moment. And then, slowly, he told them about the stillness. "There's a movement," he said, choosing words carefully, as if they might bite. "A teaching, maybe 10 years old, but it's grown fast in the last 3. They call it the stillness, or the quiet path. Very gentle, very reasonable. They preach that striving is suffering, that the endless climb of cultivation, more power, higher realms, always reaching, is a sickness of the spirit, that the wise soul learns to be still, to stop wanting, to let go of the hunger to rise, and simply rest." He rubbed his face. "It sounds like wisdom. Half the soft, rich sons of the great families have taken it up. There are stillness halls in every ring now. People go in restless and come out peaceful. Deeply, strangely peaceful. They stop competing. Stop climbing. Stop, in some cases, cultivating it all. Their families call it a blessing. A wild son gone calm. A grasping daughter grown gentle." His voice dropped. "But I have known 3 men who took the deep teaching, the inner circle, and all 3 of them, within a year, simply faded. Not died. Faded. Got quieter and grayer and emptier, until one morning they sat down in a stillness hall and did not get up, and the healer said their qi had simply gone still, and no healer could say why, and everyone agreed it was very peaceful, and the whole city, every soul of it, stayed unfrightened." The room had gone cold. Tianyu set down his cup very carefully. "They are not curing the hunger to rise," he said softly. "They are teaching a city full of cultivators to stop guarding their own light, to open the door and let go of the thing inside them that the dark wants to drink, to call the draining peace and thank the hand that does it." He looked up, and his face had gone to the cold flat place it went before the worst things. "It is the most elegant thing I have ever heard of. The gardeners are not just ringing the city from outside. They have a hand inside the walls, teaching the fattest cattle in the field to walk willingly to the trough, smiling, calling it wisdom. 300 years of making the city unafraid. And now, in the last stretch, a teaching that makes them lay down their own defense and thank it for the privilege." He breathed out slowly. "Who leads it? The stillness. Who is the teacher at the center?" "That's the thing," Guyan said. "It has many teachers, many halls. But they all speak of one man. The one who brought the deep teaching to Lingzhou. Elegant fellow. Charming. Welcome in the finest houses. The great families adore him. He's calmed half their wayward heirs." He met Tianyu's eyes. "They call him the Harbinger. His name is Wei Shang. And he sent a card to this house yesterday morning, Tianyu, before you arrived, inviting me and any distinguished guests I might be hosting from the east to take tea with him." Guyan's hands were shaking again. "He knew you were coming. He knew before you were through the gate. He has been waiting for you. You are not going." Feng Qing said flatly, the moment they were alone in the rooms Gu Yin had given them. Tell me you are not going to walk into the lair of the thing that's been hunting us, alone, because it sent you a polite card. I am going, Tianyu said. And not alone. And not because it was polite. He was already at the window, looking out over the bright, impossible city, thinking. Feng Qing. He sent the card before we arrived. He knew we were coming. That tells me he has eyes I cannot yet see, and reach I do not yet understand, and that hiding from him in this city is not an option that exists. He has found us. That is already true. The only choice left is whether I meet him on a footing of my choosing, with my eyes open, in a public tea house where even a thing like him must keep up appearances, or whether I wait, blind, for him to come at me in the dark on a night of his choosing. He turned. When you cannot avoid the tiger, you do not let it stalk you. You walk up to it in the daylight and let it see that you are not afraid. It learns more from your fear than from anything you say. So I will give it nothing to learn. And if it just kills you at the tea table? Why, you asked quietly. Then it was always going to, and at least I will have seen it first. He softened. But it will not. Not yet. He is curious. The card proves it. He has felt the light come back into a world his masters thought they had scoured clean, and he does not yet know what I am. And a patient hunter does not kill the one thing in 300 years that has surprised him before he has understood it. He wants to look at me. He wants to know what I am and what I know and whether I can be turned, or used, or simply needs to be removed. Tianyu's mouth thinned, which is convenient, because I want exactly the same things from him. So they went to tea with the Harbinger. The stillness hall in the second ring was nothing like Tianyu had pictured. He had expected something grim, a cult's lair, the obvious wrongness of a bad place. It was the opposite. It was beautiful. A serene garden behind a high white wall, raked sand and still ponds and the soft sound of water, and people moving through it slowly with calm, untroubled faces, the most peaceful place he had set foot in since he woke in this life. Every instinct he had screamed that the peace was the danger. The garden felt like the inside of the hollow's voice. Lay it down, you're so tired, come and rest. It was that voice made into a place you could walk through. Wei Shang received them in a pavilion over the largest pond, and proved, infuriatingly, to be exactly what the rumors had promised. He was perhaps 40, or looked it, with a calm, handsome face and kind eyes and an unhurried grace to every movement. He poured the tea himself, beautifully, and his smile when Tianyu entered was warm and genuine and reached his eyes, and there was nothing about him a person could point to and say there, that is the rot. He felt, to Tianyu's spirit sense, serene. A deep, still, cultivated calm, with a great quiet strength folded under it, nascent soul at the least, perhaps beyond. He felt like a lake on a windless day. He felt like the most restful man in the world. And under that, so faint that only a pill sovereign who had stood in the heart of a hollow could have caught it, Tianyu felt the cold. It was buried very deep, wrapped in 100 layers of serenity, almost gone. But it was there. The same thirsty cold he had felt in the deep gallery under Shiyan. The same nothing that eats. It lived in Wei Shang like a worm in fruit that still looks whole. It was at the very center, patient, and the serene, beautiful man was the fruit, and he did not know, or had decided very long ago not to know, what was eating him from the middle out. Ah, said Wei Shang warmly, as Tianyu sat. There it is. You felt it. Most do not. Even the great masters of the 40 sects sit where you are sitting and feel only a peaceful man pouring tea. His smile deepened, delighted, without a trace of threat. But you felt the cold at the center, didn't you? I saw it cross your face. He set a cup before Tianyu with both hands, an elegant courtesy. How wonderful. It has been such a very long time since anyone interesting came to tea. Welcome to Lingzhou, little light. I have so been looking forward to meeting you. Tianyu did not touch the tea. You know what I am. I know that you are, Wei Shang corrected gently. Not what? You are the light that woke in the east 11 days ago and burned one of the old gardens to nothing. You are the thing my masters have not felt in this region for 300 years and did not expect ever to feel again. The refined light, the living fire that the dark cannot drink. The old weapon. He sipped his tea, unhurried, serene. They are very interested in you. Very. You have no idea how interested. You burned out a seed it took 90 years to ripen, and you did it with a single point of light, and you have, I think, no notion at all of how rare and how precious and how dangerous a thing that makes you. He smiled. But what you are, a boy of 14 on a frontier world, who carries a craft that died with the sovereigns. That, I confess, I do not yet understand. Hence the tea. I do so prefer tea to the alternatives. And the alternatives, Tianyu said, are what your stillness does to the men who take the deep teaching. The ones who fade. The ones who sit down one morning and do not get up. Something flickered across Wei Shang's serene face. Not guilt. Nothing so useful as guilt, but a kind of patient sorrow, the look of a wise man hearing a child misunderstand a kindness. You say it as an accusation, he said softly. You think I drain them, trick them, murder them with a smile, and call it peace. He set down his cup. Let me tell you what I actually do, little light, since you have come so far to find out. I give them rest. He gestured out at the serene garden, the calm, slow people, the still ponds. Look at them. Truly look. Do you know what those men were before they came to me? They were suffering. Everyone. Climbing. Always climbing. Clawing up the endless ladder of cultivation. One more realm. One more pill. One more rival crushed. One more century of grasping and fear and never, ever enough. That is your world, little light. That is the world you fight to protect. An endless screaming ladder where every soul claws over every other soul forever and calls the clawing life. His voice was gentle, reasonable, terribly kind. I teach them they can stop. That the ladder is a lie. That they can set down the unbearable weight of wanting and simply be still and at peace at last. And yes, at the very end, for the few who go deepest, that stillness becomes complete. They let go of everything, even the light in them, even the breath, and they go into the dark. He spread his hands. And the dark is not cruel, whatever your kind believes. The dark is rest. It is the end of the screaming. It is the one mercy this grasping universe has ever offered, to stop, finally, and never have to want anything again. I do not murder them, little light. I free them. And they thank me. Every one. With their last quiet breath, they thank me. The pavilion was silent, but for the soft sound of water. And Tianyu understood, sitting there, that this was the most dangerous thing he had ever faced, more dangerous than the hollow, more dangerous than any sword. Because Wei Shang was not lying. He believed it. Every word. He was not a man pretending to be at peace to lure others. He was a man who had genuinely, completely surrendered to the dark's oldest argument and found it true, and now offered it to others as the kindest gift he had, and meant it. You are very tired, Tianyu said quietly. Wei Shang blinked. That is the whole of it, isn't it? Tianyu went on, and his voice was not hard now. It was almost gentle, because he had heard this exact argument before, in a deep gallery under a dying town, in the stolen voice of a friend. Not the others. You were climbing the ladder once, and you were so tired, tired in the bone, tired in the soul. And something in the dark found you at the worst moment and whispered the one thing you most needed to hear. You can stop. You can lay it down. You don't have to hold the line anymore. He watched the serene face very carefully. And you laid it down. And the relief was so enormous, so total, that you have spent every year since trying to give that same relief to everyone you meet. Because if it is a mercy, if it is wisdom, if everyone would only see it too, then it was not a surrender. Then you did not fail. Then you simply understood, first. For just a moment, one moment, the serenity on Wei Shang's face cracked, and underneath it Tianyu saw the thing the calm was built to cover. Not peace. Exhaustion. A grief so old and so deep that a man had hollowed out his own soul rather than keep carrying it. I have felt exactly what you felt, Tianyu said. 11 days ago, in the dark under Shiyan, with a thing in my hand that could have killed me, a voice told me I was tired, and that I had been holding lines for longer than mountains last, and that I could lay it all down and rest, and never have to hold anything again. He held Wei Shang's eyes. And it was true, Wei Shang. That is the thing the world never warns you about. The dark does not lie. I was tired. I am tired. I have been tired for 500 years. He leaned forward. And I told it no. Not because it was lying. Because being tired is not a reason to stop. It is the most ordinary reason in the world. And it is not enough. Because on the other side of my tiredness there are 4,000 people in a mining town who got to keep their children. I would rather be tired forever and have them than be at peace and have them be ash. He sat back. You laid your line down. And you call it wisdom, and you teach a city to lay theirs down too. I pick mine back up. You think exhaustion is a truth. I think it is just exhaustion. And I am not going to surrender a universe because I would like, very much, to rest. Wei Shang stared at him. And then, slowly, the serenity flowed back over his face like water closing over a dropped stone. But it was thinner now. Tianyu had seen under it, and they both knew it. You really are something new, Wei Shang murmured. 300 years, and they send me a boy who argues theology with the dark and wins the first round. He laughed softly, and it was almost real. Oh, they're going to want you very badly now. Not dead. Not at first. They will want to understand you. And then, when they cannot turn you. The kind eyes did not change, which was the most frightening thing of all. They will want you very, very dead, little light. Because a tired thing that refuses to lie down is the one thing in all the dark's long patient history that has ever actually frightened it. Then Wei Shang did the thing that turned the whole pleasant afternoon to ice. He turned, unhurried, and looked out over the serene garden. And he raised one hand in a small, gentle gesture. And one of the calm, slow people walking the raked sand, an old man with a peaceful, empty face, stopped walking. He stood very still. And then, softly, with no sound and no struggle and no fear at all, the old man sat down on the white sand and folded his hands, and the faint light of his cultivation, the warmth of a living soul, simply went out, like a lamp pinched between two fingers, and he did not get up. It had taken Wei Shang one small motion of one hand. He had not even glanced at the man the whole time. He had watched Tianyu's face instead. He was ready. Wei Shang said serenely, into the silence. Deep in the teaching. It was a kindness. He wanted it. He had asked. It was only a matter of when. I merely chose the when. He lowered his hand. I show you this not to threaten you, little light. I would not insult you with a threat. I show you so that you understand what you are truly sitting across from. His kind eyes returned to Tianyu, and the serenity in them was bottomless and entirely sincere. I can still a soul across a garden with a thought. I have done the dark's gentle work in this city for longer than you have been alive, in this life or your last. And there are a great many of me, in a great many cities, and I am not even an important one. I am a gardener's hand, not the gardener. You have not yet met a single thing that frightens me. You have met the smiling man who pours the tea. Tianyu looked at the old man dead on the white sand, and the cold fury in him went very quiet and very deep. But he kept his face still. He would give this thing nothing to learn. Why tell me any of it, he said evenly. You show me the rot. Named yourself. Confirmed the siege. Handed me, over a cup of tea, half of what I came to this city to learn. A patient hunter does not do that. So why? For the first time, Wei Shang's smile became something almost like respect. Because all of it is useless to you, he said simply. You could shout every word of this from the highest tower of the 40 sects, and do you know what would happen? Nothing. They would not believe you. They cannot believe you. I have spent 300 years making certain of it, I and the hands before me. The city is not defended by walls, little light. It is defended by certainty. And you cannot lay siege to certainty with mere truth. I know. The truth has walked into this garden before, in other voices. I poured it tea, and it left, and nothing changed at all. He refilled Tianyu's untouched cup, a last courtesy. So I tell you everything, freely, because your knowing is harmless, and watching you learn how harmless it is will be the most interesting thing to happen to me in 100 years. Go on. Try to warn them. Try to save them. I will be here, pouring tea, when you understand at last that a man who can see the trap and a city that will not is the loneliest thing there is. His voice dropped, gentle and final. And when you are tired enough of being the only one who sees, and you will be, little light, you will be so tired, the garden will still be here. And so will the tea. And so will the rest you have earned 1,000 times over and keep, so stubbornly, refusing yourself. Tianyu stood. There is an event coming, he said. It was not a question. He had felt it under everything Wei Shang said, a man savoring a thing not yet arrived, like a guest breathing in the smell of a feast still on the fire. Something the stillness has been waiting for. Something this whole 300-year garden has been ripening the city toward. You are not telling me all this only because my knowing is harmless. You are telling me because you are certain it is already too late to matter. Because the harvest is coming, and soon, and there is nothing one tired light can do to stop it. He watched the serene face, and saw, in the faint deepening of that smile, that he had read it true. What is it? What is coming? Wei Shang only smiled, and sipped his tea, and said it with the warm anticipation of a man describing his own wedding. Why, the brightest gathering the city has seen in a generation. So many lovely young lights, all coming together in one place, all at once, all reaching as high as they can reach. It would be such a waste, don't you think, to let so much light go on burning unspent. His kind eyes shone. Do enjoy the convocation, little light. I expect you will want to enter it. Your kind always does. He inclined his head, dismissing them with perfect courtesy. Until we take tea again. They did not speak until they were 3 streets away from the stillness hall, well clear of its serene white wall, back among the loud, ordinary life of the second ring, the hawkers and the crowds, and the warm reek of a living city, which had never in his 2 lives smelled so good to Tianyu as it did right then. Feng Qing broke first. I want to go back, she said, low and shaking, her hand white on her sword hilt. I want to go back and put my blade through that smiling. He killed a man. In front of us. To make a point. Folded his hands and pinched out a soul like a candle and called it a kindness. And the worst part. Her voice cracked. The worst part is I have spent 6 years burying towns full of people who died screaming, and that old man on the sand looked more peaceful than anyone I have ever saved. And I hated it. I hated how peaceful he looked. Because some tired, broken part of me, after 6 years, looked at that, and for half a breath thought. She stopped herself hard. Thought it looked restful. Tianyu finished quietly. Yes, that is the weapon, Feng Qing. Not a lie. A true thing, aimed at the most tired part of you. It worked on Wei Shang. It is built to work on exactly the people who fight the hardest, because they are the most tired, and so the offer of rest cuts them deepest. He put a steadying hand briefly on her shoulder. Which is why we do not go back today, and we do not fight him with a blade, and we most of all do not fight him while we are angry and shaken and exactly as tired as his teaching is built to catch. We go back to Guyan's. We sit, we think, and we beat him the only way a thing like that is ever beaten. Slowly and cleverly, and together, where the tiredness is shared and no shoulder carries it alone. Back in the rooms over the trading house, they laid it all out, and the shape of the thing was very bad. So we know the rot now. Why you said, marking it on the same rice paper that held the spiral, her neat brush adding the stillness. Wei Shang, the fated men, the old man on the sand. A teaching that hollows a city from inside. A hand who can kill with a thought and who is, by his own word, not even an important piece. A siege 300 years drawn, with this city as the prize. And a coming event, this convocation, that he means to use as the harvest. She set down the brush. That is 4 impossible problems, little brother, and we have been in this city for half a day. Three of them are one problem, Tianyu said. He was at the window again, where he did his hardest thinking, looking east over the bright, doomed jewel of a city. The teaching, the hand, the siege. They all run back to one place. The center of the spiral. The gardener's door. Wei Shang is a hand, and a hand has an arm, and an arm has a body, and somewhere in or under or near this city is the thing the hand answers to. The actual center of the 300-year work. Find that. And we are not fighting 40 stillness halls and 1,000 fated men one at a time. We are cutting the root they all grow from. He turned. That is the real war. Find the center. Cut the root. Everything else is noise meant to keep us busy until the harvest. And the convocation? Shinku asked. He all but dared you to enter it. That smells like a hook with a worm on it. It is a hook with a worm on it, Tianyu agreed. And I am going to take it anyway, with my eyes open, because the worm is also exactly the thing I need. He came back to the table. Think about what the convocation is, for us. It is the one event that gathers the whole bright top of the region into this city. Every rising young talent, every great sect's best, every master come to scout them. For a clanless alchemist with no name and no standing in Lingzhou, there is no other door that opens that whole world at once. If I am going to find the center of this city's rod, I need to be inside its halls of power, welcomed, watched, taken seriously, not a wandering stranger the gates turn away. The convocation is how a stray becomes a name in a single season. He tapped the table. So I enter it. I rise through it. I make the name that opens the doors I need to walk through to find the center. And while I do that in the daylight, where Wei Shang expects me and is content to watch me be harmless, in the dark, all of us, we hunt the root. His jaw set. He thinks letting me enter the convocation is him watching a tired light burn itself out on a stage. I am going to use his own stage to find the thing that ends him. That's a great deal of rising to do, Su Lan said quietly, in not very much time. And there it was. The part Tianyu had already done the cold arithmetic on, and did not love. Yes, he said. To enter the convocation at the level that opens real doors, to be taken seriously by the powers of a city like this, not patted on the head as a clever frontier boy, I will need to be more than a golden core alchemist with a quiet reputation. I will need a standing the great families cannot dismiss. He was honest, because he was always honest with them. Which means I have a great deal of climbing to do, fast, in both paths at once, the cultivation and the craft, and I am going to have to do it without burning so bright that I tell Wei Shang and his masters exactly how much of a threat I really am. Rise enough to open the doors. Not so much that they decide to stop watching and start killing. He almost smiled. Threading that needle is going to be the hard part. Harder than the tea. There was a silence while that settled. And then the other thing in the room surfaced. The thing the whole circle had left unnamed, that had been quietly tightening for 2 arcs now, and that Tianyu, for all his 500 years, remained almost magnificently unable to see. It was Su Lan who came to him, after the planning broke up, while the others found their corners for the night. She came and stood close, and looked up at him, and her face was full of a fear that had nothing to do with sieges or harvests. He offered you rest, she said softly. The smiling man. He offered you the one thing he thought you wanted. And you said no, and I was so proud of you I could barely breathe. But Tianyu. Her hand found his sleeve. You are tired. I watch you. You sit up every night holding lines the rest of us can't even see. You carry the dead out yourself, so the rest of us are spared the weight. You said no to him today, but I am afraid of the day you are tired enough to say maybe. So I need you to know this. Her voice dropped, fierce and small. You are not the only one holding it. You don't have to be the only one who never gets to rest. When you are that tired, you come to me, you hear? Not to a garden. To me. I will hold the line with you. I have been trying to tell you that since the kitchen, you impossible person. Tianyu looked down at her, at the fierce small healer who had dragged a murdered boy out of the dark in 2 lifetimes worth of ways, and felt the trouble in his chest that he had no name for rise up, so strong it nearly undid him. And, being who he was, being a man who had mastered every art but this one, he did the thing he always did with it. Thank you, Su Lan. He said gently, and meant it with his whole heart, and entirely failed to understand what she had actually said to him. Across the room, Baiyu closed her eyes briefly, as if pained. Feng Qing made a soft, disbelieving sound and muttered something that might have been 500 years old into her tea. And Su Lan looked up at the boy she loved, who had just said thank you to a confession of the heart, as if she had passed him the salt, and let out a long breath that was half a laugh and half despair. Yeah, she said softly to herself. That's about what I expected. We'll work on it. She squeezed his sleeve once, and let go, and went to find her own corner, leaving Tianyu standing by the window, faintly puzzled, certain he had missed something, entirely unable to say what. He filed it, as he filed all such things, under later, and turned back to the dark window, and the bright doomed city, and the war. Gu Yin brought the convocation to them in the morning, and with it the last cold piece of the shape. The grand convocation of the East, he said, spreading a gilded public notice on the table, his voice grim. I should have thought of it myself the moment you said event. It is the great gathering of the Eastern reaches. Every rising talent under 25, every major sect's best young blood, every master come to scout the next generation. Cultivators and alchemists both, tested side by side, ranked before the whole assembled power of the region. To place well at the convocation is to be made. A clanless stray who takes a high rank walks out with sect offers, patrons, a name that opens any door in the east. He looked up. It is exactly the door you said you needed, Tianyu. That is the worm on the hook. It is also entirely real. How often is it held? Tianyu asked. That, said Gu Yan, is the part that turned my stomach when I went and checked the dates this morning. He tapped the gilded notice. Once a generation, roughly every 30 years. Lingzhou has hosted it since the city was founded. He met Tianyu's eyes. And this year's is special. They are calling it the Tricentennial Convocation, the grandest in the city's history. Because this year, Tianyu, Lingzhou celebrates 300 years since its founding. His voice dropped. 300 years. The same 300 years as your spiral. The same 300 years of the siege. The whole garden has been drawn to ripen to this. The biggest, brightest gathering the East has ever assembled. In the prize city at the dead center of the trap, on the exact anniversary the dark has been counting down to since the first seed went into the ground at the rim. The room was very quiet. Tianyu sat down slowly and let the full design assemble itself in his mind. It was the most patient and most terrible thing he had ever seen. 300 years ago, something had looked at a rich green valley and a young city and seen not a place to drink, but a place to grow. It had not fallen on Lingzhou. It had planted a seed at the far rim, and another, and begun to draw a circle. Slow, so slow, slower than any human lifetime, a siege measured in centuries. It had drunk the lands around the valley dry, one quiet town at a time, each death a curse or bad air, never a pattern anyone living long enough to see. It had taught the city, generation by fattened generation, that it was safe, that it was special, that nothing bad could ever happen here. And it had timed the whole 300-year work to close on a single night, the Tricentennial, when the city's own pride would gather every bright young light in the East into one place, willingly, joyfully, to be harvested all at once. The convocation was not a thing the dark would interrupt. The convocation was the harvest. The city had been raising the crop and scheduling its own reaping for 3 centuries and calling it a festival. It's the most beautiful thing I have ever hated, Tianyu said quietly. They did not conquer this city. They convinced it to grow the feast, set the table, gather the guests, and ring the dinner bell, all by itself, with pride, on a date of the dark's choosing. He looked at the gilded notice with its joyful gold script. And every soul in Lingzhou thinks the Tricentennial is the proudest night in the city's history. They are not wrong that it is the most important. They are only wrong about whose. How long? Feng Qing asked. How long until it? 40 days, said Gu Yan. The notice opened registration this week. The trials run through the season and close on the Tricentennial night itself. 40 days. Tianyu turned it over. 40 days to rise far enough to matter, to find the center of the spiral, to understand a 300-year trap well enough to break it, against a teaching that could not be argued with in a city that would not be warned, and a hand, who killed with a thought and was not even important. 40 days, with a war party of 5 and an old man holding a door in a faraway city. It should have been hopeless. By every measure on every chart it was hopeless. But Tianyu had stopped, somewhere under Shiyan, believing in charts. Then we have 40 days, he said, and stood, and the cold clean purpose was back in him, steady as a formed core. It is enough. It has to be, so it is. We register me today. Let Wei Shang watch his harmless little light climb onto the stage. We begin the climbing tonight. And we start, very quietly, to map the inside of the city as Feng Qing once mapped the dead zones. Every stillness hall, every faded man, every road that runs toward the empty center of the spiral. 40 days from now, on the proudest night in Lingzhou's history, the dark expects to reap 300 years of patient gardening in a single hour. His eyes were hard and bright. We are going to be standing in the middle of that harvest. And we are going to turn it into the night the garden finally bit back. He went to register that same afternoon, because a thing put off is a thing that announces you are afraid of it, and he meant to give Wei Shang nothing. The convocation grounds were a city within the city, a whole walled district in the first ring, ancient and gold, given over once a generation to the great gathering and kept as a quiet park between times. Now it was waking. Banners of the 40 sects hung from every wall, each a different blaze of color and sigil. Sky platforms drifted overhead bearing the crests of the great families. And the young talents of the East were arriving in a bright, endless river. Sect disciples in matched robes, family heirs with their retinues, lone sword cultivators with hungry eyes, alchemists with their furnace cases and their guild marks, every one of them under 25 and burning with the particular fierce light of the young and gifted and certain of their own futures. Tianyu walked into that river of light and felt the cold under his ribs because he could see it now in a way they could not see in themselves. So many bright young lights, so much warmth, gathered willingly into one walled place on the dark zone schedule. He walked through the most hopeful crowd in the East and saw a field of grain 3 days from the scythe, every stalk of it unaware. And here and there in the crowd, he marked them without turning his head, were the serene ones. Young cultivators with the deep calm of the stillness already on them. moving slower than the rest, smiling gently, untroubled by the fierce ambition that lit everyone around them. The favored crop, the ones already half given. The rest looked at them twice only to envy their composure. The registration pavilion was a grand thing of white jade and gold, and the official behind the table was a soft, important-looking man with a sec badge and a long ledger and the particular bored contempt of a minor functionary who has spent all morning turning away nobodies. He looked at Tianyu, 14, plain-robed, clanless, with a healer girl and a few guards and no retinue, no sect, no banner. And his lip curled before Tianyu had said a word. Family, the official said, not looking up. No family. Sect. No sect. Patron house, then. Sponsor. Someone of standing who vouches for your entry. The official's voice was already dismissing him. The convocation is not a village fair, boy. We do not admit every frontier child who has heard there are prizes. You require standing to enter. Standing you plainly do not have. Run along. It was, Tianyu reflected, almost restful how exactly the same this was in every city in 2 lifetimes. The soft man at the gate, certain that worth and standing were the same thing, certain that he could read a person's whole future from their robes. He had knelt to a man like this in Qingyun and made it work for him. He was beyond kneeling now, and he had 40 days, and he did not need this man's goodwill, only his ledger. I am an alchemist, Tianyu said mildly. The convocation admits unaffiliated alchemists by examination. It is in your own charter. The open trial. Any alchemist who can pass the refining test before a recognized judge enters on merit, sect or no sect. He set a small, plain jade case on the table. I would like to take the open trial. Now, if there is a judge free, I will not take much of anyone's afternoon. The official's face soured further. The open trial is a formality for the rare prodigy, not a back door for. Then it costs you nothing to let me fail it, Tianyu said, still mild. Unless you are afraid I won't. A few of the young talents nearby had begun to drift over, drawn by the small friction, scenting the afternoon's first entertainment, a clanless frontier boy about to be humiliated at the registration table. And one of them, a tall, elegant young man of perhaps 20 in the deep blue and silver of a great house, with a beautiful cold face and the unconscious ease of someone who had never once in his life been turned away from anything, laughed softly. Let him try, Registrar, the young man said, amused. The open trial needs a judge of standing to oversee it, and I happen to be bored. I'll oversee. It will be a diversion. He looked Tianyu over with the lazy interest a cat gives a beetle. I am Lu Chinching, of the Lu. You will not have heard of me, coming from wherever you come from. But everyone here has, and they will tell you, if you ask, that I am going to win this convocation, and that I have been the finest young alchemist in the East since I was your age. His smile was practiced and faintly kind, which was worse than cruelty. Refine something for me, little frontier alchemist. If it is even passable, I will vouch for your entry myself, and you can spend the next 40 days being beaten in the proper rounds instead of at the gate. If it is not, he spread elegant hands, then at least you tried, which is more than most of your kind dare. It was a trap dressed as a kindness, and the watching crowd grinned, because they knew the script. The golden prodigy, generously giving the gutter boy a moment in the sun before he embarrassed himself. They had all seen it before. They settled in to enjoy it. Tianyu looked at Lu Chinching for a moment, and weighed the needle he had to thread. Rise enough to open the door, not so much that the wrong eyes marked exactly what he was. Lu Chinching was, he could feel, genuinely gifted. A true talent, late golden core in cultivation, and an alchemist of real and rare skill for his age, the best this generation of the East had produced. By any honest measure he was a prodigy. By Tianyu's measure, he was a clever child who had never once been truly tested. Thank you, Tianyu said. A judge of standing is all I needed. And he opened his plain jade case, and took out a single common pill furnace, the small folding kind, and a handful of the cheapest spirit herbs from the public stalls outside. Nothing rare, nothing that would mark him as carrying a frontier treasury, just the ordinary green stuff any apprentice could buy. I will keep it simple. A clear spirit pill. First grade. The first pill every alchemist learns. He glanced up. Master Lu may set any standard he likes for what counts as passing. The crowd murmured. The clear spirit pill was an apprentice's exercise, the most basic thing an alchemist could make. To offer it at the convocation gate was either humility or stupidity. Lu Chinching's smile widened, certain now it was stupidity. The first pill every alchemist learns, he agreed, delighted. Very well. To pass, little alchemist, make me a clear spirit pill of the first rank, a clean one, no flaws, the kind a master would accept. Do that with public stall weeds and a folding furnace, and I will vouch for you and applaud you and buy you tea. He leaned in, lowering his voice to a kindly murmur meant for the crowd to overhear. I won't even hold you to perfection. A first-rank clear spirit pill is all I ask. Little is expected of a frontier boy. No, Tianyu agreed quietly. They never do. And he lit the furnace. What followed was very quiet, and very fast, and the crowd's grin faded by slow degrees into something else. Because Tianyu did not make a first-rank clear spirit pill. He made the apprentice's pill, yes. The humblest formula there was, the one Lu Chinching had named, made from public weeds in a folding furnace, exactly as agreed. But a formula is a floor, not a ceiling, and what a pill sovereign does with an apprentice's formula is not what an apprentice does with it. His hands moved with an economy that made the watching alchemist slowly go still. No wasted motion, no hesitation, every herb entering the flame at the precise breath of its perfection, the fire itself bending to him in a way fire was not supposed to bend for so simple a brew. He coaxed from those cheap green weeds a purity they had no right to hold. He folded and refined and condensed, and the cheap formula climbed under his hands, past first rank, past where a clear spirit pill could go, past where it was supposed to be able to go at all. And the pill that formed and cooled in his palm and that he set, gently, on the white jade table, was not an apprentice's pill. It glowed, faintly, cleanly, with the soft true light of a pill refined past every flaw to a perfection the formula itself was not built to reach. A clear spirit pill of a grade that should not exist, made from weeds, in front of 40 witnesses, by a 14-year-old who had not broken a sweat. The pavilion had gone completely silent. Lu Qinxing was not smiling anymore. He picked up the pill with fingers that were, very slightly, not quite steady, and he turned it in the light, and his beautiful cold face worked through disbelief and denial, and the dawning, sickening recognition of a true prodigy looking at something he himself could not have done, could not come close to doing, with materials he would have thrown in the gutter. This is... Lu Qinxing's voice had lost all its lazy ease. This isn't possible. With these materials, this grade of refinement is... He looked up at Tianyu, and for the first time the elegant certainty cracked, and under it was something that was half fear and half a terrible hunger to understand. Who taught you? What school? What lineage does refining like this? I have studied under 3 grandmasters, and I have never seen. You set the standard at a passing first-rank pill, Tianyu said quietly, and closed the jade case. I believe I have passed. He inclined his head, courteous, giving nothing. I will hold you to the tea another time, Master Lu. You have a convocation to prepare for. So it seems, do I? He turned to the soft official, who was staring at him now with his mouth slightly open and all his contempt gone. My name, for your ledger. Tianyu. No family. No sect. Entered by open trial, overseen and vouched by Master Lu Qinxing of the Lu, as he was generous enough to offer. A faint, cool courtesy. Be sure to write that he vouched. I would not want there to be any question that I belong here. He walked out of the pavilion through a silence that broke, behind him, into a sudden roaring tide of talk. Did you see, with public weeds, who is he? No family, no sect. Lu Qinxing's own face, who is he? It was the exact tide of talk he had wanted, the name made in a single afternoon, the door pried open. Enough rise to be taken seriously. A clanless prodigy worth watching. A worm on the hook, climbing onto the stage, exactly as Wei Shang expected. Every one of them had missed the golden core he kept folded and silent. Everyone had missed the sovereign under the boy. They had seen a frontier prodigy with freakish refining skill, which was remarkable, and rare, and entirely human, and exactly as much as he wanted them to see. It was, he reflected, walking back out into the bright doomed city, the most careful pill he had made in his whole life. Not the one in the jade case. The one that was his own reputation, refined to precisely the grade that opened the door, and not a flaw of brilliance higher. Threading the needle, he murmured to himself. Step 1. Behind him, in the pavilion he had left, a serene young cultivator with the deep calm of the stillness on him watched the clanless prodigy go, and turned, unhurried, and walked toward the first ring to carry word to a smiling man who poured tea. That night, alone at the dark window while the others slept, Tianyu felt it. He had been waiting for it, in a sense, since the cavern under Shiyan, since he had crushed the marked shard and felt, for one instant, a vast cold attention turn toward a small bright world and go looking for the direction. He had hoped it would take longer. It had not. Far off, he felt the attention settle. Not in the city, not yet, but turned toward it now, fixed on it, like a slow eye finding at last the thing it has been hunting. The enormous, patient, cold regard from across the dark between the worlds that he had felt for one heartbeat over the corpse of the hollow. It had found the direction. It had followed it. And now it had arrived at the end of it. And the end of it was Lingzhou, and the cold, vast eye of it had settled over the bright, doomed jewel of a city like a hand closing slowly around a lamp. It was not Wei Shang. Wei Shang was a hand. This was the thing the hand answered to, or one of them. And it was coming, drawn by the light that should not exist, and the harvest 3 centuries ripe, and it meant to be at the tricentennial in person. Something killed my seed, the cold attention seemed to say again, across all that dark, patient and certain and almost gentle. Something down there has the light. I will come to the harvest myself, and I will collect the bright young lights, and the city that grew them, and the small stubborn fire that refuses to go out. All of it, together, on the proudest night they have. How fitting, how very fitting, little light, that you ran all the way to the center of my garden to make your stand. Tianyu stood at the window a long time. Feeling the dark turn its full weight toward the city he had 40 days to save. He was not afraid. He had stopped being afraid of the dark a long time ago, in a deep gallery, when he learned it could be made to choke on the light. But he understood, standing there, that the war he had walked into was no longer the quiet kind. Shiyan had been a town saved in the dark, unseen. This would be the opposite of that. This would be a stand in the brightest place in the world, on the loudest night of its history, against the very center of the dark, with everything watching. 40 days, he murmured to the cold thing turning toward his city. Come to your harvest, then. I will be the one thing in it you did not plant. He turned from the window at last, to the small warm room where his stubborn, sharp, impossible circle slept. And we will see, you and I, whose patience runs deeper. You have had 300 years. He had 2 lifetimes, a golden core, a sun the dark could not drink, and 5 people who would walk into any dark at his back. And he had 40 days to turn the proudest night in Lingzhou's history into the night the last sovereign came back to the war. 40 days is no time at all to save a city, and it is a very long time to climb, and Tian Yu spent every hour of it doing both. He had done this before. In his first life, in the long wars, he had learned that the gap between 2 fights is not rest, it is the forge, and the cultivator who treats it as rest dies in the next fight to the one who treated it as a forge. So he did not waste a single morning of the 40 days. He built a rhythm, hard and exact, and he held the whole war party to it, and the city's bright doomed countdown became, for 6 small people in a trading house in the 3rd ring, a season of relentless becoming. The days went to the daylight war. The convocation. He had to rise through its rounds, visibly, humanly, at a pace the great city would believe. And so each day, he went to the convocation grounds and fought his way up the ladder of trials one rung at a time. And each evening he came back having climbed a little higher in the eyes of Lingzhou and not an inch higher in anyone's understanding of what he truly was. It was the hardest performance of 2 lifetimes. The winning was easy. The danger lay in winning too well. The hard part was winning small, like a gifted human boy and not like a pill sovereign. Leaving, in every contest, just enough room that the watching masters thought remarkable talent and never once thought that is not possible for a mortal. He had to be a prodigy and never a miracle, and he walked that blade's edge every single day. The knights went to the dark war, the hunt. When the convocation grounds emptied, the war party went out into the rings of the city, quiet as shadows, and did to Lingzhou what Feng Qing had spent 6 years doing to the wilderness. They mapped it. Every stillness hall, every fated man Gu Yan's ledger ears could name, every road, every procession, every quiet death the city had agreed not to see. Bai drew it all onto a great sheet, the same neat hand that had drawn the spiral, and night by night a second pattern began to surface inside the first. The shape of the rod inside the walls, how the stillness flowed through the city, and the place all its quiet rivers seemed, very slowly, to run toward. And in the cracks between the 2 wars, in the dead hours before dawn, Tian Yu climbed his own ladder. He pushed his cultivation harder than he had let himself since he woke in this small body. He had a golden core now, fresh and bright, and above it the next great step waited. Nascent Soul, the realm where a cultivator's spirit grows its own deathless seed, where the soul itself becomes a thing that can stand outside the body and act. It was the realm he would need on the harvest night. He could feel it, as he had felt the core under Shiyan, close and possible, and not yet his. He fed it every night. He did not rush it. Rushing the soul is how cultivators lose it. But he did not coddle it either, and under the relentless rhythm of the 40 days he felt it begin, slowly, to ripen. And he made pills. So many pills. He turned a corner of Gu Yan's warehouse into a furnace room and worked it half of every night. And what he made there was the real arsenal of the coming war. Not the convocation's pretty contest pills, but the weapons. More of the loose sun powder, the cheap torch fire that burned the dark's roots. Healing pills by the score for Sulan's pouch. Chi pills, clarity pills, the soldier's kit. And, slow and careful and secret, the great work above all the others. More of the sun. The anti-dark pill, the swallow of light, the one weapon that had killed a hollow. He had made one before, in desperation, bound to his own life. Now, with a formed golden core to lock it, he could make them properly, stable, storable, a true weapon a hand could carry. He made them one at a time, each one costing him days of rare materials Gu Yan moved heaven and earth to find, and he hoarded them like a miser hoards gold, because he did not know how many the harvest night would need, and he suspected the answer was more than I will have. Su Lan climbed beside him, fierce and tireless, and crossed at last into the peak of chi condensation with her eyes on foundation. Shen Ku drilled the formation until it was bone deep. Bai Yu sharpened her arrays into weapons, and Feng Qing, who had hunted the dark alone for 6 years and now did it with 5 at her back, grew daily into something she had never been allowed to be before. Not a lone mad survivor, but the field marshal of a war, her terrible knowledge finally given a place to land. 40 days, 2 wars and a ladder. Tian Yu walked into the season certain of almost nothing, except that he would waste not a day of it. And the very first thing the season taught him was that the daylight war and the dark war were not 2 wars at all. They were one. And the place they met had a name, and the name was Luqinqing. The convocation's alchemy ladder ran in rounds, and Tian Yu climbed it like a man climbing a stair he had built himself. The early rounds were simple tests of skill. Refine this pill, Salvage that ruined batch. Identify a poison by scent alone. Judge the grade of a stranger's work. Tianyu passed each one cleanly, a little below his true ceiling, always leaving a flaw or two where a real prodigy's flaws would sit, so that the judges nodded and wrote exceptional, unaffiliated, and never wrote impossible. He rose. By the end of the first 10 days he was among the named contenders, the clanless frontier boy the whole grounds had a story about, exactly as high and as visible as he wanted to be. The genre of the thing demanded, of course, that someone try to put him back in his place. Someone always did. His name was Pan Rue, and he was the proud first disciple of a respectable middle sect, 18 years old, a real talent with a real future, and entirely unable to stomach the story of a sectless frontier stray being spoken of in the same breath as the great names. On the 11th day, in the open court where the named contenders refined before a watching crowd, Pan Rue found his moment. He stepped out when the day's pairings were called and pointed at Tianyu and raised his voice so the whole court could hear. I challenged the frontier boy to a direct refining. Pan Rue called, cold and clear. Same materials, same furnace time, same judges. Let us see whether the famous weed pill was skill or a lucky accident. He smiled thinly to the watching crowd, playing them, certain of his ground. Unless the clanless prodigy is afraid to refine beside a real sect's disciple, where there is no gutter trick to hide behind. The crowd stirred and grinned. They love this. A challenge, a humiliation in the offing, the upstart about to be measured against a proper disciple and found wanting. 100 young talents leaned in, and the masters at the judges' table set down their tea. Tianyu, who had been challenged to refining duels by far worse than Pan Rue across 2 lifetimes, inclined his head. Of course, he said mildly. Master Pan sets the terms. I would only ask one thing in fairness. He gestured to the materials table. That Master Pan choose the pill. Whatever he likes. Whatever he refines best. I would not want it said I picked an easy ground. A faint, courteous coolness colored his voice. Beat me at the pill you are proudest of. Then there will be no question at all. The court murmured. A bold thing, to let your challenger pick the contest's ground. Pan Rue's eyes narrowed, suspicious of the generosity, but pride did the rest, as pride always did. The verdant marrow pill, he said. 3rd grade. My sect's signature. 2 hours. It was a clever choice. The verdant marrow was a hard 3rd grade pill with a famously narrow window. Let the fire run 3 breaths long, and the marrow essence curdled, and the whole batch was waste. Pan Rue had made it 1,000 times. A stranger making it cold, with no practice, would almost certainly curdle it. He had picked a ground where his 1,000 repetitions beat raw talent. It was, Tianyu thought, genuinely well chosen. It was the choice of a real alchemist, not a fool. He respected it. And then he beat it. They lit their furnaces side by side, and the court went quiet, and the 2 hours began. Pan Rue worked with the smooth, practiced confidence of 1,000 verdant marrows, and he worked well. Tianyu, watching from the edge of his attention, marked it. Clean hands, good instincts, a true disciple's discipline. On any ordinary day Pan Rue would have made a fine 3rd grade pill and been rightly proud. This was not an ordinary day, because the boy at the next furnace had refined verdant marrow pills when Pan Rue's sect was 3 generations unfounded. Tianyu did not rush. He matched Pan Rue's pace exactly, breath for breath, so that to the watching crowd it looked like an even race. 2 alchemists, neck and neck, the upstart keeping up with the disciple, which was already more than anyone had expected. He gave them that story for an hour and a half. He let Pan Rue feel ahead, feel safe, feel the wind coming. And then, in the last half hour, where the verdant marrow's narrow window opened and the curdling danger came, Tianyu simply did the thing Pan Rue could not. He held the fire 3 breaths past the safe point. The whole court saw it. Saw the frontier boy push his flame past where every disciple was taught to pull back, past the curdling line, into the place the pill was not supposed to survive. A gasp went around the watchers. Pan Rue, at the next furnace, actually faltered, his eyes going wide. He's curdled it, someone breathed, certain. He held too long. He's ruined the whole. He had not curdled it. He had known, as only a pill sovereign could know, that the curdling line was not where the books drew it. 3 breaths past it lay a second, secret window, a sliver of fire where the marrow essence did not curdle but transcended, folding into a purity the safe method could never reach. The books said pull back because the books were written by men who had never dared not to. Tianyu dared. The fire held. The marrow essence climbed past 3rd grade, past where a verdant marrow could go, and the pill that cooled in his palm glowed with the soft clean light of a thing refined a full grade beyond its own ceiling. He set it on the judge's table beside Pan Rue's pill. Pan Rue's was good, a clean, proper, 3rd grade verdant marrow, the honest best of a real disciple. Beside Tianyu's it looked like a candle beside the moon. The court erupted. The judges leaned over the 2 pills, and one old master picked up Tianyu's and turned it in the light, and went very still, and the murmur ran through the watchers like wind through grass. A grade beyond, on Pan Rue's own pill, on Pan Rue's own ground. He let him choose and beat him anyway. Who is he? Who is the frontier boy? It was the exact tide of talk he wanted, and he let it rise, the name climbing 1 more rung. Pan Rue stood staring at the two pills, his face white, his 1,000 repetitions turned to ash in 2 hours. He was not a bad young man, only a proud one, who had picked the fairest fight he knew and lost it completely. Tianyu took the ruined-faced disciple by surprise. He picked up his own moonbright pill and pressed it into Pan Rue's hand. Your method was clean, Tianyu said quietly, for Pan Rue alone, under the roar. Your hands are good. You lost nothing today except a thing you never really had, which is the certainty that practice is the same as mastery. Keep the pill. Study where the fire went past the line. Next year, you will be a better alchemist than your sect knows how to teach. Not because I beat you, but because I showed you there is a window past the one they drew. He stepped back. Thank you for the contest. You chose well. Better than you know. And he walked away, leaving a humiliated rival holding a moonbright gift and an entire court roaring his name. Lu Qinxing climbed the same ladder one rung above him, and could not stop looking down. The Lu prodigy had not been able to let it go. The weeds, the perfect pill, the thing he could not have done. He sought Tianyu out after every round. At first it was to needle him, the elegant condescension of a young master reminding a stray of his place. But the needling kept running aground on Tianyu's calm, and underneath the arrogance, Tianyu saw, was a thing he had not expected and could not help but respect. Lu Qinxing genuinely, hopelessly loved the craft. Not the winning, not the glory, though he wanted those too. The craft itself, the fire, the folding, the moment a pill came true. He loved it as Tianyu loved it, and a man who loves the craft cannot stay angry at someone who is better at it. He can only, eventually, start asking how. The third fold, Lu Qinxing said one evening, having abandoned all pretense of looking down, sitting across from Tianyu at the edge of the emptying grounds with the desperate focus of a true student. In the salvage round, you reversed the third and fourth folds. Everyone reverses nothing. The order is the order. It's been the order for 1,000 years. But you reversed them and the spoiled essence unspoiled. I watched it happen, and I have been awake 2 nights, and I cannot work out why it didn't shatter the pill. He dragged a hand through his perfect hair, undone by it. Teach me. I'll pay any price. I'll owe you anything. I have to know. And Tianyu, who had knelt to learn the alchemist's craft in his first life too late, who knew exactly the hunger in the young man's eyes because it was the hunger that had doomed his first life when he refused to feel it, found that he could not despise Lu Qinxing at all. He taught him the fold. Plainly, freely, no price. And watched the arrogant prodigy's face open like a child's at a gift, and thought, here is a good thing the dark would very much like to eat. Because Lu Qinxing was exactly the crop the harvest was for. Young, bright, gifted past the common run. A light burning as hard as a light could burn. And his great family, the Lu, one of the 40 sects, was, Guyan's ledger ears had confirmed it, deep, deep in the stillness. Half the Lu elders had taken the teaching. The Lu had a private stillness shrine in their own compound. And the serene calm that the great families so admired had crept, vine by quiet vine, all through the house that had raised the brightest young alchemist in the East. Tianyu learned about Lu Wanner on the 15th day. He learned about her because Lu Qinxing, who talked of nothing but alchemy, broke his own pattern one evening and talked, haltingly, about his sister. My sister would have loved that fold, he said, out of nowhere, turning a cooling pill in his fingers and not really looking at it. Wanner, younger than me, better than me, honestly, when she was small. The most natural hands I ever saw on a child. She could feel a fire's mood at 6 years old. His voice had a strange flatness in it. She doesn't refine anymore, though. Hasn't in over a year. She found the quiet path. He said it as the city said it, with reflexive approval, but his eyes did not match his voice. It's been good for her, everyone says. She used to be so much. So fierce, so hungry, always reaching, never satisfied. She burned like a furnace with the door off. Our mother used to say, she'll burn herself up. And now she's calm, peaceful. She sits in the shrine and she's content. Finally, and the whole family says it's a blessing, that the stillness gave her the peace her own gift never could. He turned the pill over again. So why do I hate it? He said, very quietly, to the pill, not to Tianyu. Everyone says it's a blessing. She smiles all the time now. And every time I visit she's a little quieter than the last, a little grayer, a little further away, and last month she didn't finish her own sentences, just let them trail off, smiling, like the end didn't matter. And everyone says how peaceful, how serene, isn't it wonderful? And I want to scream. He looked up, and there was something lost in the gifted young face. Is that wrong of me? To look at my sister finally at peace, and want to shake her until she's angry again? What kind of brother misses his sister's suffering? Tianyu was very still. He had been hunting the center of the spiral for 15 nights. He had been mapping the rivers of the stillness, looking for where they ran. And here, across a cooling furnace, the daylight war had just handed him the dark war, gift-wrapped. A brother who already, in his bones, knew, and had no word for the knowing, and was being told by his whole world that the wrongness he felt was a blessing he was too small to understand. It isn't wrong, Tianyu said quietly. It is the most right thing you have said since I met you. Lu Qinxing looked up. You miss her suffering, Tianyu said, because her suffering was her. The fierceness, the hunger, the furnace with the door off. That was not a sickness, Lu Qinxing. That was your sister, alive, and burning, and reaching, as the living reach. And something has been very gently teaching her to put the fire out and call the cold peace. He held the young man's eyes. You do not miss her suffering. You miss her. And you are right to. Because every month there is a little less of her in that serene, smiling, contented girl in the shrine, and everyone you love is applauding the disappearance and calling it a gift. The grounds had gone dark around them. Lu Qinqing stared at him, and his face had gone white, because Tian Yu had said out loud the thing he had not let himself think in a year, the thing his whole world had told him was ungrateful and small and wrong. Who are you? Lu Qinqing whispered. It was not the question about the weeds or the fold, this time. It was a deeper one. You walk in from nowhere, you refine like no hand alive, and now you sit there and tell me the thing I've been afraid to think about my own sister, as if you already knew. His hands had begun to shake. You knew. Before I said her name. You knew what I was going to say about the stillness. Didn't you? His voice dropped. What is it? What's really happening to my sister? You know. I can see that you know. Tell me, please. And Tian Yu looked at the rival who had become, without either of them deciding it, something else, and made a choice that would shape the whole harvest to come. He decided to tell him the truth. Not all of it. Not the sovereign. Not the same name. Not the spiral or the inbound dark. But the part Lu Qinqing needed. The part that was his sister's. The part a brother had earned by being the only one in his whole family who still felt the wrongness and had not yet been taught to call it peace. The stillness is not a teaching, Tian Yu said quietly. It is a draining. It does not bring peace. It teaches a cultivator to lower the guard on their own living essence, to open the door inside themselves and let something drink it, slowly, year by year, until there is nothing left but a calm, smiling shell that one day sits down and does not get up. He held the young man's eyes through the horror dawning in them. Your sister is not finding peace, Lu Qinqing. She is being eaten, gently, with her own consent, which was tricked out of her by people she trusted, who were tricked in their turn, all the way up a chain that runs back to something that is not human at all. The grayness you see, the trailing off sentences, the little less of her each month. That is not serenity. That is a soul going out like a lamp running dry. His voice grew gentle. You knew. You have known for a year. Your whole self has been screaming it, and your whole world has been telling you to be grateful. I am only the first person to say out loud the thing you already knew. Your sister is dying, and everyone who loves her is helping. Lu Qinqing did not speak for a long time. When he did, his voice was not the prodigy's anymore. It was small and very young. If I went to my father with this, he said. If I said one word of it, he'd have me before the family healers by morning, asking what madness had taken his son. Because he's in it. The shrine in our compound. He goes every day now. He's so calm lately. So peaceful. The word came out like something rotten. It's not just Warner, is it? It's my whole house. My father. My uncles. They're all. He could not finish it. Going out, Tian Yu said softly. One lamp at a time. Yes. And they will never believe me. Lu Qinqing laughed, a cracked and awful sound. I could shout it in the Lu Hall, and they would pity me and pour me tea and gently, kindly, lead me toward the shrine to find some peace about my distress. He stopped dead, looked up. That's how it spreads, isn't it? You go to them frightened and grieving, and they offer you the cure for the grief. The more you see the truth, the more distress you're in, and the more distress you're in, the more they say, poor thing, come and be still. It's a trap that uses your own struggling to pull you under. Now you understand it, Tian Yu said, and there was grim respect in it. That is exactly the engine. The clearer you see, the madder you look, and the madder you look, the harder they push the cure, and the cure is the thing itself. It is the most perfect trap I have ever seen, and I have seen a great many. You cannot fight it with the truth, because the truth makes you look like exactly the person the trap is designed to swallow. He leaned forward. Which is why you are going to do the opposite, Lu Qinqing. You are going to go home, and you are going to be calm, untroubled. A good, grateful son who has made his peace with his sister's blessing. You are going to stop screaming, even on the inside, where they can somehow always tell. And you are going to become my eyes inside the one place in this city I most need eyes and cannot reach. A great family's private stillness shrine. Lu Qinqing stared at him. You want me to spy on my own father? I want you to save your sister, Tian Yu said. And your father. And your house. And I am telling you that the only road to it runs through you pretending, convincingly, to be exactly the calm, grateful son the dark wants you to be, while you learn, quietly, everything about that shrine. Who runs it? When the deep teachings happen. Where the calm comes from. Because a private family shrine that drains the brightest house in the city does not run itself. There is a thread from it to the center of all this. And you, Lu Qinqing, are the one person in the world who can walk into that shrine every day and not be questioned. He held out his hand, as he had once held it out to Feng Qing in a dead valley. I cannot promise you we will save them. I can promise you that you are not mad, that you were right all along, and that you are not alone with it anymore. There are 6 of us who know. There is room for 7. Lu Qinqing looked at the offered hand. At the elegant, arrogant, golden prodigy who had condescended to vouch for a frontier stray 15 days ago, and who now sat across a dead furnace having just been told his whole family was being eaten alive, and he was the only one who could see it. He took the hand. Teach me the sun powder too, he said hoarsely, gripping it hard. Whatever you use on them. If my sister is being drained, then I am not walking into that shrine every day with nothing but a calm face. Teach me to make something that fights it. I'm the best young alchemist in the East. His jaw set, and for the first time the arrogance was not a flaw, but a weapon. Let me be of some use. Yes, Tianyu said, and felt the war shift one more inch toward winnable. Yes, that I can do. Lu Qinxing changed everything. He was, it turned out, every bit the prodigy he claimed. And now that the hunger to win had become a hunger to save, he turned the full force of that gift on the work. Tianyu taught him to make the loose sun powder, and Lu Qinxing, with a great family's resources and a guildsman's access to rare materials, could make it in quantity Tianyu's secret furnace never could. Within days the war party's arsenal of dark fire had tripled, and within a week, Lu Qinxing's quiet eyes inside the Lu Shrine had begun to send back the thing Tianyu had hunted for 15 nights and could not find from outside. The shape of the rivers, where the stillness ran. Every shrine sends it somewhere, Lu Qinxing reported, low and tense. In the back of Guyan's warehouse, the war party gathered close around by Yu's great map. The calm, well, whatever they take. It doesn't just vanish. I sat in the deep teaching, pretending, and I felt it. The essence the adepts let go of, it doesn't disperse. It flows, down and inward. Every shrine in the city is a little stream, and the streams all run the same way. He took Bai Yu's brush with a steady hand and drew, on the map, the direction he had felt. Toward the first ring, toward the old center, toward the oldest thing in Lingzhou. Bai Yu's brush had already begun, beside his, to extend the lines of every mapped stillness hall. And as Lu Qinxing's felt direction joined the 15 nights of patient mapping, the rivers all bent the same way, and pointed, all of them, at a single place at the dead heart of the first ring. Tianyu looked at where they met, and the cold settled into him. And he understood that the spiral on the wilderness map and the rivers on the city map had been pointing at the same thing all along. What is there, he said quietly, at the center of the first ring? The oldest place in the city. What is it? It was Gu Yan who answered, and his voice had gone to a whisper. The founding shrine, he said. The first temple. The very first stone laid in Lingzhou, 300 years ago, when the city was founded. It's a holy place, sealed, ancient, the heart of every tricentennial rite. The whole festival circles it. On the final night, the tricentennial night, the entire convocation processes to the founding shrine for the great blessing. He looked up, gray-faced. Every bright young light in the east, gathered, brought in procession, to the one spot in the city that 300 years of draining has been pouring its stolen essence into. His hands shook. It's not a shrine, is it? It never was. It's the center of the spiral. It's the gardener's door, and the city has been worshipping at it for 300 years. Tianyu went to see it for himself, because he trusted no map and no report against his own senses, and because a commander who has not looked at the ground does not deserve the soldiers who will die on it. He could not get close. The founding shrine sat at the dead center of the first ring, in a great ancient plaza, behind walls and wards, and the quiet reverent guard of the city's oldest sect. It was barred to all but the festival priests until the tricentennial. But he did not need to get close. He walked the edge of the plaza in the dusk, a plain young alchemist taking in the famous holy heart of the city like any other convocation hopeful, and he opened the sense that 2 lifetimes had honed, and he reached out toward the ancient shrine, and he felt it. And it was so much worse than he had let himself fear. The Shurian Hollow had been a thing the size of a house, 90 years ripe, and it had nearly killed all of them. What sat under the founding shrine was not a hollow. It was the root of hollows. 300 years of stolen essence had been flowing here. Every drained town in the spiral, every fated man in every stillness hall, every soul gone quietly out across 3 centuries, all of it down and inward, pooling, concentrating, growing, under the holiest stone in the city. It was vast beyond the hollow as the sea is vast beyond a cup. It was old and deep and patient and only half awake, and it filled the whole hollow heart of the city's oldest place, and the reverent plaza and the ancient shrine and the festival rites were the beautiful lid that 300 years had built over the top of it so that the city would never look down. And it was not finished growing. He could feel that too, the worst of it. It was waiting. It had drunk for 3 centuries, and it was nearly full, nearly ripe, nearly ready, and it waited now for one last thing. The harvest. The tricentennial. The night the city's own pride would bring every bright young light in the east in joyful procession to the lid of its grave, and the great rite would open the door the festival had always secretly been, and 300 years of patient gardening would close in a single hour, and the thing under the shrine would drink the future of the entire east in one swallow, and wake all the way up, full at last, into whatever it had been growing all this time to become. Tianyu stood at the edge of the reverent plaza in the dusk, among the strolling hopeful crowds, and looked at the beautiful ancient shrine that was a lid on a grave the size of a city, and felt, for the first time since he had woken in this life, the cold edge of something close to despair. Because he could not fight that. Not yet. Not at Golden Core, not with 5 companions and a warehouse of pills, not with anything he had. The Shurian Hollow had cost him a golden core formed in desperation and nearly his life. This was 1,000 Shurian Hollows poured into one ancient well, with the Dark's own gardener coming in person to attend its waking. If the harvest opened that door with him standing where he stood now, the only thing his sun pills would buy was a slightly brighter death. He let the despair come, and looked at it, and named it, as he had taught Lu Qinxing to name the wrongness, as he named everything, because a thing named is a thing you can fight, and a thing unnamed is a thing that fights you. I am not strong enough. Not yet. That is the truth, and I will not pretend it away. And then, having named it, he set it down, and began to think about how to win anyway. Because this was what he was, under the sovereign and the boy and the 500 years, this one stubborn thing. It is not ready, he murmured to himself, watching the shrine. That is the crack. It is nearly full, nearly ripe, but it is not awake yet, and it is not finished, and it needs the harvest to complete it. Which means the harvest is not its moment of greatest strength. It is its moment of greatest need. The one night in 300 years it must open the door and reach. And a thing that is reaching is a thing that is, for one moment, exposed. The cold despair turned, slowly, into the cold, clean purpose he trusted. I cannot kill it while it sleeps full behind 3 centuries of walls. But on the harvest night, it will open its own door to feed. And a mouth that is open to swallow is a mouth you can put a sun into. It was thin. It was the thinnest plan of 2 lifetimes. To let the most dangerous night come, to stand in the middle of the harvest, to wait for the dark to open its own grave. And then, in the one exposed moment, to do to the root of the whole garden what he had done to a single hollow under Shurian. But thin was not the same as hopeless. And he had 40 days, 25 now, to make thin into possible, to climb to Nascent Soul, to make enough suns, to find a way to turn the harvest's own procession from the dark's delivery into the dark's undoing. To do, on the loudest night in the brightest city, with everything watching, the impossible thing he had done quietly in the dark under a mining town. 25 days, he said softly to the shrine, to the sleeping vastness under it, to the gardener turning toward the city from across the stars. You have been growing for 300 years, and you have to open your door to finish. I only have to be ready for the moment you do. He turned from the plaza, back toward the furnace and the war. I have killed your kind with a single point of light before. I am going to do it again. I am only going to need a great deal more light. He went back to Guyan's that night, and pushed his cultivation until dawn, reaching for Nascent Soul with everything he had, because the whole thin plan balanced on one fact. The boy who stood in the harvest had to be far more than a boy by the time it came. And 3 rings away, in a serene white garden, a smiling man who poured tea felt the brush of a golden core straining upward in the dark, and tilted his head, and began, gently, patiently, to wonder whether his harmless little light was climbing rather faster than a harmless thing should. Before he could plan anything, Tianyu needed the worst kind of knowing. He had to see a completion. He had to watch the stillness do its deepest work, with his own eyes, so that when the day came to break it, he would know exactly what he was breaking. So on one of the hunt's long nights, he and Feng Qing and Baiyu slipped into a stillness hall in the outer rings, where Guyan's ears had learned a deep teaching was to be held. The easy part was getting in. The horror was what that ease meant. The stillness halls had no guards. Why would they? Nothing in the world wanted to break into a place of peace. The wards were soft, meant to keep agitation out, not intruders, and Baiyu read and passed them in moments. The 3 of them came in through a side garden and up into the shadowed gallery above the main hall, and looked down, and Tianyu made himself watch. Below, in a great calm room lit by soft gray lamps, perhaps 30 adepts knelt and still rose, eyes closed, faces serene. At the head of the room, a deep teacher sat. Not Wei Shang, a lesser one, a calm woman in pale robes with the same bottomless serenity and the same buried cold. She was not speaking. She did not need to. She simply held the room in her stillness, and Tianyu, with his senses open, could see what no ordinary eye could see. The thin gray threads of living essence rising off the kneeling adepts, drawn up and out of them as gently as steam off tea, gathering, flowing toward the teacher, and through her, and down, down and inward, into the floor, into the deep, toward the heart of the city. The adepts felt nothing but peace. They were being drunk, and it felt like rest, and their faces in the gray light were beautiful and content. Heavens, Baiyu breathed, almost soundless. They're smiling. Every one of them. They're smiling while it. Don't, Tianyu murmured. Don't let it reach you. Watch with your mind, not your heart, or the hall will feel your heart, and turn to look. For that was the trap of the place, he understood now, seeing it work. The stillness sensed agitation, sensed struggle, like a still pond sensing a dropped stone. A person who came in afraid, or grieving, or angry, sent ripples through the calm. And the calm turned toward the ripples, gently, lovingly, and began to smooth them, to soothe, to still. The hall did not fight intruders. It welcomed them, and reached for the very distress that brought them, and began, kindly, to drink it. To hide in a stillness hall, you had to be genuinely, deeply calm. You had to give it nothing to soothe, which was very nearly impossible, watching what Tianyu was watching. Because in the front row, a young man was completing. Tianyu saw it begin. saw one of the kneeling adepts, a man of perhaps 20, sink past the others, his gray thread thickening, his serene face growing slack, his fire guttering toward its last. The deep teacher turned her gentle attention to him fully, like a mother bending to a child falling asleep, and she helped him down, drawing the last of him up and out in a long, slow ribbon of gray light. And the young man's smile never wavered as the fire at the bottom of him, the self, the ember, the part Tian Yu had found still alive in Wanner, shrank, and dimmed, and went, very gently, out. And then he simply sat there, breathing, smiling, with nothing behind his eyes at all, a calm and lovely shell that would be found at perfect peace in the morning and mourned as blessed. Tian Yu had watched towns die. He had carried husks out of the dark under Shiyan. And somehow this was worse. This quiet room, these smiling faces, this gentle motherly murder set to the sound of soft water, a soul put out like a lamp by a kind woman while it thanked her. The fury rose in him so hard and so fast that for one instant he forgot himself. And the deep teacher's serene head began to turn. He felt at the moment his control slipped, felt his own grief and rage send a ripple across the still pond of the hall, felt the calm woman below sense it, that single note of struggle in a room of perfect peace, and begin, gently, to turn her attention up toward the shadowed gallery to find the distressed soul that so plainly needed soothing. Beside him, Feng Qing went rigid, her hand flying to her sword. Bai Yu's breath stopped. There was no time to run. A turn of that gentle attention, a single reaching thread, and the hall would know they were there. So Tian Yu did the hardest thing the place could ask of him. He did not run, and he did not fight, and he did not let Feng Qing draw. He stilled himself. He took the fury and the grief, all of it, the dead young man, the smiling girl in the afternoon light, 500 years of carrying, and he folded it down, fast and complete, into the deep cold quiet at the center of his formed core, the place that had held a sun locked under Shiyan, and he made himself, for 10 endless breaths, genuinely, bottomlessly calm. Not faking calm. The hall would feel a fake. He reached for the true thing, the real stillness that lived under all his striving, the part of even him that was, yes, tired, and would like to rest, and he let that part sit quiet and unstruggling on the surface where the hall could feel it and find nothing to soothe. The deep teacher's attention brushed across the gallery, across 3 intruders made still, and found only peace. A little knot of calm in the dark. Nothing struggling, nothing to reach for. Her serene head turned, slowly, back to her dying flock, satisfied. They got back out through the side garden, into the clean, ordinary night, and the 3 of them kept silent until they were 3 streets clear. You went still, Feng Qing said at last, shaking, and there was something almost like fear in how she looked at him. Right at the end, I felt you do it. You took all of it, and I know how much of it there is in you. I've seen it, and you just folded it away and went calm as that monster downstairs. For 10 breaths you felt exactly like them. She swallowed. How? How do you do that and come back? The man on the sand didn't come back. Wei Shang didn't come back. How do you go that still and not just stay? Because I only visit, Tian Yu said quietly, and there was a great weariness in it, and a great steadiness under the weariness. Wei Shang went still and built a house there. The adepts go still and never leave. I went still for 10 breaths because the hall could only catch me if I struggled, and then I picked it all back up again. The fury, the grief, the weight. He looked at her, and at Bai Yu, in the dark street. That is the whole secret of beating the stillness, and now I have felt it from the inside, so I know it is true. You cannot fight it with struggle. Struggle is the food it reaches for. You beat it by being able to be still, truly still, and then choosing to pick the weight back up anyway. The adepts can't pick it back up. They were taught that setting it down was the goal. They forgot there was a difference between resting and surrendering. His jaw set. I'm going to build a pill that helps a soul remember how. The memory of picking the weight back up, bottled. I had to come here, and go still, and feel it from the inside, to be certain such a thing could even be made. He turned for Gu Yan's, for the furnace, for the long nights of work ahead. Now I am certain it can. That is worth a great deal. Wei Shang moved on the 19th day, and he moved, as he did everything, gently. Lu Qinxin came to the warehouse at a dead run, in the gray before dawn, and the calm, grateful sun he had been so carefully performing for a week was gone, scoured off. Nothing under it now but raw terror. They've called her, he gasped, gripping Tian Yu's arms. Wanner. The deep teachers came to the house last night, all smiles, and they told my father it was a great honor, that she's been chosen for the great stillness. The completion. They said she's ready. Ahead of all the others. They said. His voice broke. They said she'll find her perfect peace at a special rite. In 3 days. 3 days, and the whole family is celebrating. My father wept with pride. They're treating it like a wedding. He shook Tian Yu. Beyond manners, beyond everything. 3 days, and they finish her. They take the last of her, and she sits down smiling, and she doesn't get up, and everyone I love will thank them for it. You have to, there has to be. Tian Yu. Tian Yu held the breaking young man steady, and his mind had already gone cold and fast, because he understood, in the space of 3 heartbeats, exactly what this was. It was not a coincidence. Wanner had been fading slowly for a year, and now, on the 19th day, The very day after Wei Shang had felt a golden core climbing too fast in the dark, she was suddenly chosen, suddenly accelerated, suddenly to be completed in 3 days. Exactly long enough for the news to reach Tianyu, and not a day longer. It's a trap, Tianyu said quietly. Lu Qinxing, listen to me. Your sister's danger is real. She will die in 3 days if nothing is done. That part is not a lie. But the timing is a message. Wei Shang felt me climbing last night. He has begun to wonder if I am as harmless as he hoped. And so he has reached out and picked, of everything in this city, the one lever most certain to move me. A bright, innocent girl, 3 days from a gentle murder, and a friend who would do anything to save her. He met the young man's eyes. He is not killing your sister, Lu Qinxing. He is using her to ask me a question. He wants to see what the harmless little light will risk. Whether I will break cover to save one girl. How strong I really am, and how soft. Water is the bait. I am the catch he is fishing for. The proof of it arrived an hour later. A card, cream and gold, in an elegant hand, delivered to Gu Yan's trading house by a serene young messenger who bowed and smiled and left without a word. Tianyu read it standing in the gray dawn light, and the whole war party read it over his shoulder, and the temperature of the room dropped. To the gifted young alchemist of the East, it read, You will have heard the joyful news. Sweet Wanner of the Lu has been chosen for the great stillness. She completes her path in 3 days at the family shrine, and finds at last the peace her fierce little soul could never give itself. Her brother grieves, I think, though he hides it so beautifully now. Such a shame. So much light, so much promise, gone gentle into rest, while it could still have burned so bright. Of course, they tell me you are clever with pills, that you can make from weeds what masters cannot make from treasures. I wonder, idle thought, whether so clever a young man might fancy he could make a pill that called a fading soul back from the quiet. Pull the fire back into a lamp gone nearly out. It would be a marvelous thing, if it could be done. I do not believe it can. The stillness does not give back what it has taken. But youth is so hopeful, and you do seem the hopeful sort. Do come to the completion, little light. Bring your gifts. Try, if you like, to save her. I should so love to see what you are when you stop pretending. And if you cannot save her, well, then you will have learned what I have always known. That the dark gives rest, and the rest cannot be undone, and all your stubborn little fires go out in the end. Either way, I shall have my answer. Until we take tea again. W.S. The room was silent. He's telling you it's a trap, Feng Qing said at last, flatly. He's telling you, in the card, that he said it to flush you out. And he's still certain you'll walk into it anyway. Her jaw worked. Because he knows you can't let a girl die to keep your cover. He's read you. The smiling bastard has read you exactly. Yes, Tianyu said quietly. He has. So we don't go. Why you said, though her voice already knew the answer. We hold. We keep your cover. We keep building. We save the whole city in 18 days instead of breaking everything in 3 to save one girl who. She stopped, because she could not finish it, because she was not a person who could finish it either, and she hated that as much as he did. Who is a person? Tianyu finished gently. Whole, and bright, and 17 years old, and exactly as worth saving as the 4,000 in Shuryan and the million in this city. Yes. He set the card down. By you. You are right that it is a trap. You are right that going springs it. You are right that it is tactically the worst possible thing I could do. It tells Wei Shang what I am, 18 days before I need him to keep underestimating me, and it risks the whole Harvest Night plan on a single rescue I am not strong enough to be sure of. He looked around at them. Every word of that is true, and I am going anyway. He said it as he said the most certain things, quietly, with no heat. Because Wei Shang is right about me, and I am not ashamed of it. The day I let a girl die in 3 days to protect a plan for the night in 18, the day I start spending real people to buy tactical advantage, is the day I have become a thing that weighs souls on a scale, and a thing that weighs souls on a scale is exactly what we are fighting. The dark spends people. That is its whole nature. I will not beat it by learning to do the same. He met each of their eyes. He thinks he has found my weakness. That I cannot abandon one girl to win a war. He is right that I cannot. He is wrong that it is a weakness. It is the only reason any of this is worth winning. So yes, I am going to walk into his trap with my eyes open, in 3 days, and try to do the thing his card swears is impossible. A cold, small smile. Pull a fire back into a lamp that's nearly out. Undo what the stillness has taken. Save Lu Wanner in front of the smiling man who staked her life to see me bleed. And if you can't, Shinko asked quietly. He's not wrong that you don't have the strength to be sure. You said it yourself, at the shrine. Not yet. Then I have 3 days to change not yet into now. Tianyu said. He turned toward the furnace room, toward the cultivation he had been pushing till dawn, toward the impossible deadline that had just gone from 18 days to 3. 3 days to make a pill that calls a soul back from the quiet, which I have never made, and am not certain can be made, and am going to make anyway. 3 days to climb high enough that walking into a nascent soul trap does not simply kill me. 3 days. He stopped at the door and looked back at Lu Qinxing, at the friend whose sister's life was now the stake on the table. Go home. Be calm. Be the grateful son for 3 more days. Give me everything about that shrine and that rite. Where she'll be, who'll be there, how the completion is done. We are going to your sister's gentle murder, Lu Qinxing. and we are going to ruin it. But before he could make a pill to call a soul back from the quiet, he had to understand the quiet. And that meant he had to see it, up close, in a living person, with his own 2 lifetimes of sight. The card said the thing could not be undone. Tianyu would not take the card's word, or his own fear's word, or anyone's word. He would look. So on the first of the 3 days, Lu Qingxing smuggled him into the Lu compound to see Wanner. It was not hard. A great house in festival season is full of comings and goings, and a young alchemist friend of the heir, come to pay respects to the family's blessed daughter before her great rite, was the most natural visitor in the world. The Lu welcomed him with serene smiles. The serene smiles were everywhere now. Tianyu saw, walking the rich halls. The elders calm, the servants calm, the whole great house wrapped in the soft gray peace the city called a blessing. He walked through it with his senses wide and his face gentle, and felt, under every smile, the faint familiar cold, the slow draining, a whole bright family going quietly out one lamp at a time. They had given Wanner a beautiful room that opened on a garden, and she sat in it by the window in the afternoon light. The worst thing Tianyu had seen in this whole life. Not because she looked like a corpse. That was the horror of it. She looked lovely. 17, fine-boned, with her brother's clever face, dressed in soft pale silk, a half-finished embroidery in her lap, her hands folded, her face turned to the garden with a small, sweet, untroubled smile. She looked like everything the city promised. And to Tianyu's sight she was a lamp with almost no oil left, a fire banked down to one last ember. A girl so thoroughly taught to let go of herself that there was almost no self left to find. Wanner, Lu Qingxing said softly, kneeling by her chair. I brought a friend. He wanted to meet you. He's an alchemist too. The best I've ever seen. His voice was so carefully, heartbreakingly calm. Do you remember when you used to refine? You were better than me. Do you remember? Wanner turned her sweet smile to her brother, and to Tianyu, slow and gentle and a little vague, as if surfacing from deep warm water. That sounds nice, she said. Her voice was soft and far away. I don't think I remember, but it sounds nice. She looked back to the garden, the small smile never changing. Everything is nice now. I used to worry so much. Did you know that? I used to want so many things, all the time, and it was so tiring, wanting and wanting. A slow, content breath. Now I don't want anything at all. It's so restful. You should try it, brother. You always look so tired. Lu Qingxing's face did not break, because he had learned not to let it. But Tianyu saw what the holding cost him. Tianyu knelt too, on her other side, and took the girl's folded hands gently, and looked, truly looked, with the full depth of a pill sovereign's sight, down into the dying ember of a soul. And he understood the draining at last, from the inside, and his heart sank and rose in the same breath. It sank because the card had not lied about how much was gone. A year of the stillness had pulled the living essence out of Lu Wanner thread by thread, and what it took did not come back on its own. That was true, exactly as true as the smiling man had said. If they simply pulled her from the shrine and waited, she would not recover. The taken essence was gone, drunk, downstream, pooling under a founding shrine with 3 centuries of other stolen light. You could not refill a lamp from oil that had already burned. But it rose, his heart, because of the ember. There was still an ember. The draining was gentle and slow, and it worked by teaching the soul to let go. And a soul taught to let go has not been killed. It has been convinced. Deep under the sweet vague peace, at the very bottom of the banked fire, Tianyu found the thing the stillness had not taken because it could not take it, only persuade into sleep. The self, Wanner, the fierce hungry reaching girl who burned like a furnace with the door off. She was not gone. She was asleep and starving and one breath from going out, but she was there, a single ember at the bottom of a cold grate, waiting for someone to give her a reason to want again. And that was a thing alchemy could touch. He could not refill the oil, but he could feed the ember. He could not give back the stolen year, but he could make a pill that was the opposite of the stillness, a pill that was pure wanting, pure living reach, the bottled opposite of letting go, and put it to that last sleeping ember, and remind a starving soul all at once, with overwhelming force, what it had felt like to burn. Not to undo the draining, to wake the drained, to reach down to the one ember the dark had only put to sleep, and set it roaring back to life before the cold could finish it. It was the inverse of the sun pill. The sun pill was concentrated life as a weapon, to kill the dark. This would be concentrated life as a call, to wake a soul the dark had lulled. He had the principle. He had, in his pill sovereign's memory, the bones of the formula. He had never made it, and he had 3 days, and it would be the hardest pill of 2 lifetimes. But it was possible. Wei Shan had been wrong. The stillness could be undone, not by refilling what it stole, but by waking what it had only put to sleep. And the smiling man, who had surrendered his own ember so completely that he no longer believed an ember could survive, did not know it. I can wake her, Tianyu said quietly, to Lu Qingxing, over the bowed sweet head of the fading girl. Not heal her, not give back what's been taken, not yet, but wake her, pull the ember back to a flame. She is still in there, Lu Qingxing, right at the bottom, starving and asleep, but there. Your sister is not gone. He stood, and the cold, clean purpose was afire in him now, fed by fury and by the small, sweet, doomed smile of a 17-year-old in the afternoon light. 3 days. I am going to make a pill the like of which this age has never seen, that calls a sleeping soul back from the quiet. And then we are going to walk into your family's shrine, in front of the smiling man, and I am going to wake your sister up in the middle of her own gentle murder. His eyes were hard and bright, and Wei Shang is going to learn, as the Hollow learned, that the one thing the dark never understands is that a fire is not out just because it has been talked into lying down. He went into the furnace room that night and shut the door, and the light burned behind it all that day and all that night and did not go out. The callback pill nearly broke him. He had made hard pills before. He had made the sun pill in the heart of a hollow. But the sun pill was, for all its power, a simple idea. Concentrate life until it was poisoned to the dark. This was the opposite of simple. He was not trying to make a weapon. He was trying to bottle a feeling, the precise, particular thing a soul does when it remembers, all at once, why it wanted to burn. The memory of picking the weight back up. You cannot grind that on a scale or fold it into a flame by rote. It is not a substance. It is a choice, and he was trying to make a choice into a pill. The first day's work failed. He made a pill of pure living essence, bright, strong, full of reach, and when he tested its principle against a guttered candle flame he kept for the purpose, it did the wrong thing entirely. It overwhelmed. It poured so much raw wanting into the little flame that the flame did not wake. It flared and died, burned out by a gift too violent to survive. He understood the lesson at once and hated it. You cannot wake a starving ember by throwing the sun at it. Too much life kills the nearly dead as surely as too little. The pill had to be a call, not a flood. A small, exact, irresistible reminder, tuned to the one sleeping ember, gentle enough not to burn it out and fierce enough to wake it. The second day he chased that tuning, and failed, and failed, and failed. He ground the formula finer. He folded in the daylily again, the flower that holds a little of the day against the night, for memory, for the holding of warmth through dark. He folded in heart's blood grass for the reach, but less, far less, a whisper of it. He folded in, after long thought, a single shaving of the green heart or from Shurian that he had carried since the hollow. Because it was warm living stone from a place that had been saved, and he had a pill sovereign's instinct that a pill meant to remind a soul that fighting was worth it should carry, in its bones, a thing that had been worth fighting for. The others might have called that superstition. Tian Yu had made pills for 500 years, and he knew that intent was an ingredient, and that the best medicine carried the maker's reason folded invisibly into it. And on the third day, in the last gray hours before the great stillness, it came true. The pill that cooled in his palm was small and warm and the soft gold of an afternoon, not the fierce white gold of the sun pill, but something gentler, kinder, the color of light through a window onto a girl doing embroidery. He tested it on the guttered candle. He touched the pill's warmth to the dying ember of the flame, gently, a call and not a flood, and the little flame, which had been one breath from out, remembered itself, and caught, and stood up, and burned, small and steady and alive. It worked. He had made it. A pill to wake the drained. The thing the smiling man swore could not exist. He came out of the furnace room on the morning of the great stillness gray-faced and hollow-eyed and triumphant, with one small warm gold pill in a jade case, and a hard truth he had to tell them. It is made, he said, to the war party gathered tense and waiting. It will wake her. I am as sure of that as I am of anything. He set the case on the table. But I have to be honest about the rest, because you are walking into this with me and you have earned the truth. He looked around at them, and at Lu Qinxing, who had not slept in 3 days either. I did not make the realm. I pushed for Nascent Soul every hour the furnace let me, and I am close, closer than I have ever been. I can feel it sitting right there, one breath away. But it has not come. You cannot schedule the soul. It opens when it opens. His jaw set. So, I am walking into a Nascent Soul trap, in front of a Nascent Soul hand of the dark who built it for exactly me, as a golden core cultivator with 1 pill and 5 friends. Wei Shang is stronger than I am. That is simply true. If this comes down to raw power between him and me, I lose. A cold, small smile. So we are not going to let it come down to raw power. We are going to do what we always do. We are going to be cleverer and faster and more willing, and we are going to get one girl awake and out before the smiling man understands that waking her was ever possible. In and out. The pill, the girl, the door. We do not fight Wei Shang today. We rob him, in front of his own face, and we are 3 streets gone before he stops smiling. He picked up the jade case. Everyone clear on their part. They had drilled it for a day. Lu Qinxing's intelligence on the shrine made flesh, every entrance, every face, every step of the completion right, the formation built around one objective. Get Tian Yu to want her, buy him the breath he needed to wake her, and get everyone out alive before a Nascent Soul monster decided the game was over. Then we go to a girl's gentle murder. Tian Yu said quietly, and slid the warm gold pill into his robe, over his heart, and we ruin it. The Lu family shrine stood at the heart of the great compound, white and ancient and beautiful, and by the time they reached it the rite had already begun. Soft gray light, soft slow music. The whole great family gathered in serene rows, proud and calm and glad. come to watch their blessed daughter find her perfect peace. And at the front, on a low dais wrapped in pale silk, sat Lu Wanner, sweet-faced and smiling and 1 hour from going out, with the deep teachers around her and the gray threads already beginning to rise. And in the place of honor beside the dais, pouring tea for the head of the Lu family with his own elegant hands, serene and kind and entirely unsurprised, sat Wei Shang. He looked up as Tian Yu entered, the clanless young alchemist come as a respectful friend of the heir, and his smile deepened with a warm and dreadful delight. And across the calm and crowded shrine, without a word, he raised his teacup a half-inch in a small private toast. You came, little light, of course you came, and gestured, graciously, generously, to an empty cushion near the front, the best seat in the house. Exactly where he wanted his catch to sit while he watched it try, and fail, to do the impossible. Tian Yu walked toward the cushion, and the door of the trap closed softly behind all 6 of them, and the warm gold pill burned over his heart, and the gray threads rose off a smiling girl, and the smiling man poured another cup of tea and waited, with 300 years of patience, to finally see what his harmless little light truly was. The gray threads rose off Lu Wanner like smoke off a snuffed wick, and Tian Yu sat on the best cushion in the house and made himself, for the length of a murder, do nothing at all. It was the hardest thing the right could have asked of him, and Wei Shang had arranged it on purpose. The smiling man had seated his catch in the place of honor, close to the dais, close to the fading girl, close enough that Tian Yu could see every gray thread of Wanner's soul drawn up and out and away, could see her sweet vague smile, could see her brother kneeling in the family rows with his calm mask welded over a face that was screaming. Close enough to watch, far enough that to move, to lunge, to do anything, would be to announce himself to a nascent soul hand of the dark who sat 10 feet away pouring tea and waiting for exactly that. So Tian Yu did the thing he had practiced in a stillness hall 3 nights before. He went still. He folded the fury down. The grief, the rage, the unbearable patience of sitting through a child's gentle killing. All of it, down into the deep cold quiet at the center of his core, until what sat on the surface where Wei Shang could feel, it was a young man of genuine, bottomless calm. He gave the watching hall nothing to soothe, and the watching monster nothing to catch. He sat in the place of honor at a murder and felt, to every sense in the room, exactly as serene as the serene crowd around him. And inside the stillness, where it lay hidden from every sense, he made his plan move. He did not need to lunge. That was the thing the trap had not accounted for, because Wei Shang thought in terms of power, and Tian Yu had stopped thinking in terms of power under a mining town. He did not need to cross the room and seize the girl. He needed one thing to reach Wanner, one small warm gold pill, and a pill did not need its maker to carry it the last few feet. It needed only to get into her. And a pill sovereign who had spent 2 lifetimes learning the 1,000 ways a medicine enters a body knew that the mouth was only the most obvious one, and far from the fastest, and not at all the one a watching enemy would guard. The gray threads rose. Wanner's smile softened toward its last. The deep teachers leaned in. Wei Shang lifted his cup, and Tian Yu, sitting perfectly still with his hands folded and his face serene, reached out with the one part of him that left no ripple. His refined, disciplined, sovereign spirit sense, the same sense that had felt a hollow from a li away and found the ember at the bottom of a dying girl. He took the warm gold pill from over his heart, not with his hands, but with a thread of will as fine and silent as the gray threads themselves, and he moved it. Not fast. Fast made ripples. He moved it slow and low, beneath the calm of the room, a single mode of warm gold light drifting unseen along the floor, under the music, under the gray, while he sat 10 feet away and looked at nothing and felt like peace itself. It was the most delicate working of this whole young life. To carry a pill across a room by will alone, through the senses of a nascent soul enemy, without one tremor of urgency to give it away. He poured his entire 2 lifetimes of control into it. The pill drifted. The threads rose. Wanner faded. And the warm gold mote reached the dais, and touched the hem of a fading girl's pale silk, and rose, unseen, and pressed itself against the still warm skin over Lu Wanner's heart. And Tian Yu, from 10 feet away, sitting serene with his hands folded, released the lock and called it home. Wake up, he told the ember at the bottom of her. Not with words. With the pill. With a swallow of pure, gentle, irresistible wanting, a call tuned to one sleeping fire. You are not finished. You are not at peace. You are asleep and starving, and there is a whole life you have not finished wanting yet. Wanner, fierce girl, furnace with the door off. Wake up. For one heartbeat, nothing. Then Lu Wanner's banked and dying ember, the stillness had only lulled, only convinced, only talked into lying down, remembered, all at once, in a flood of warm gold, exactly what it had felt like to burn. And she came roaring back. It was not gentle. Waking never is, when you have been asleep at the bottom of your own grave. Lu Wanner's eyes flew open, and the sweet, vague peace was gone, scoured away in an instant. And what blazed up in its place was the girl her brother had grieved for a year, fierce, furious, alive, a furnace with the door flung wide. The gray threads rising off her did not just stop. They reversed. The living essence the right had been drawing out of her snapped back inward all at once. The callback pill's gold light flaring through her like sunrise through a paper screen, and the deep teachers around the dais flinched back as a year of careful work came undone in a single blazing breath. Warner drew in a huge, ragged, living gasp, the first real breath she had taken in a year, and she looked around the shrine with wild, clear, awake eyes, and she saw it. All of it. The right, the gray, the threads. Her own family kneeling in serene rows watching her die and calling it a blessing. And a year of fog tore off her mind in one terrible instant of clarity, and Lou Warner did the most disruptive thing that had happened in a stillness right in 300 years. She screamed, "What is this? What are you doing to me?" She scrambled off the dais, away from the deep teachers, her clarity a wildfire. They were eating me. I could feel it. I can feel where it's been for a year. Mother? Mother, why are you just sitting there? They were. Her voice cracked into raw horror as she read the calm faces of everyone she loved. Why won't anyone move? Why is everyone so calm? They were killing me, and you all just watched and smiled. And the certainty cracked. Tian, you felt it happen across the whole shrine. The thing Wei Xiong had sworn could not be besieged, the 300-year wall built not of stone but of certainty, of a city's bone-deep faith that the stillness was a blessing and the calm was wisdom, and nothing here could ever be wrong. It cracked. Because a blessed daughter does not claw off a dais screaming that she was being eaten. Because peace does not look like a girl gasping her first real breath in a year. The serene Liu family stirred and frowned, and a low, uncertain murmur ran through the rows, and mothers looked at the wild, living terror on their daughter's face and felt, for the first time in 300 years, a cold thread of doubt. That is not peace. Whatever that is not what they promised us peace would look like. One waking girl, one scream, and the smooth gray certainty of 3 centuries showed, for just a moment, its first hairline crack. And Wei Xiong stopped smiling. It was the most important thing in the room. The serene, bottomless, sincere calm that nothing had touched, not the tea, not the philosophy, not the killing of the old man on the sand, went, all at once, still in a different way. The kindness drained out of his handsome face and left something underneath it that Tian Yu had felt under Shiyin, but never seen where a human face. The cold. The actual cold. The thing at the bottom of the fruit, looking out through a man's eyes at the one thing in 300 years that had reached into its garden and pulled a ripe soul back off the vine. That is not possible, Wei Xiong said. His voice was very quiet, and for the first time, not gentle at all. The stillness does not give back. What is taken is taken. I have watched 1,000 souls complete, and never has one come back. His pale eyes came up and found Tian Yu, still seated, still serene, hands still folded, the only calm thing in a shrine dissolving into chaos. And the cold behind his face understood, slowly, what it was looking at. You did that, sitting there, without moving, without a sound. Something that was almost wonder, and entirely hatred, crept into the cold. You woke her from 10 feet away while I watched, and I did not feel it. What are you, little light? You are not a golden core alchemist. A golden core alchemist cannot do what you just did. What are you? Tian Yu unfolded his hands and stood, in the middle of the cracking certainty, and the screaming girl, and the murmuring family, and the cold thing wearing a smiling man. And for the first time since he had entered the shrine, he let a little, just a little, of what he was showing in his eyes. I am the one thing your masters forgot to plant, he said quietly. Now, Lu Chenxing. And across the shrine, the heir of the Lu, who had knelt for an hour with a welded mask over a screaming heart, waiting for exactly this word, moved. It all came apart at once, as these things do. Lu Chenxing crossed the shrine in 3 strides and swept his wild, gasping sister up off the floor and away from the deep teachers. And the moment he moved, the war party moved with him, the drilled formation snapping into being out of 6 people who had been sitting like calm strangers a breath before. Shen Ku and Feng Qin came up as the blades, putting their bodies between the deep teachers and the Lu siblings. Bai Yu's hands flashed, and a quick hard array flare brought a wall of confusion at the shrine's edge. Su Lan was already at Wanner's side, catching the shaking girl, pressing a clarity pill past her lips, her healers calm a fixed point in the chaos. The serene right dissolved into shouting and scrambling, and the rising panic of a great family whose blessed daughter was being carried screaming the truth out the door. And Wei Xiong stood, and the temperature of the shrine dropped 20 degrees, and the cold came off him in a wave that made the lamps gutter and the nearest Lu elders sway. And every instinct Tian Yu had screamed that the thing about to happen was the end of all of them. Because Wei Xiong could kill them. That was the simple truth at the bottom of it. He was Nascent Soul, and Tian Yu was one breath short of it, and the rest of the party were golden core and below. And if the smiling man chose to spend his full power here and now, the war party died in this shrine, and Wanner with them. And there was nothing Tian Yu's pills or wit or speed could do to stop a being 3 realms and 100 years above him in a straight contest of strength. So Tian Yu did not give him a contest of strength. He gave him some. Don't, Tian Yu said. He did not raise his voice. He let it cut clean through the chaos, pitched for one listener, and he stepped into the open where Wei Xiong could see him fully, putting himself between the monster and the door his friends were carrying Wanner toward. Think, Wei Xiong. You are about to make a very expensive mistake, and you are too old and too patient to make it. So think. The cold paused, the pale eyes fixed on him, furious and listening. You can kill us, Tianyu said, fast and low and certain. Yes, you are stronger. In a straight fight you win, and we all die here, and you know it and I know it. So we can skip that part. But look around you before you spend the power it would take. He did not gesture. He did not need to. 40 members of the great Lu family. The heir, elders, servants at every door. A whole house, watching. And they have just seen their blessed daughter wake up screaming that she was being eaten. The crack is already in the wall. Wei Shang, you felt it crack same as I did. Now, what happens to your 300-year garden if, on top of that, the gentle smiling teacher of peace suddenly unveils a nascent soul monster's full power and slaughters 6 people and a daughter of the house in the middle of a holy shrine? Wei Shang went very still. The masquerade ends, Tianyu answered for him, soft and relentless. That is what happens. The whole secret of the stillness is that it is gentle, invisible, a blessing. The cattle walk to the trough because they cannot see the butcher. The instant you show them the butcher, the instant one shrine full of the city's finest family watches the quiet path murder children with a monster's hand, the certainty does not crack, Wei Shang. It shatters. The word runs through 40 sects by morning. The crop spooks. Every fattened soul you have spent 3 centuries teaching to lie down sits up, afraid. 18 days before the harvest you cannot move. He held the cold pale eyes. You staked one girl to flesh out one light. Fine. You found me. But the price of killing me, here, in front of all these witnesses, is the entire 300-year siege. Is one waking girl worth that? Is I worth that? A beat. And when your masters come to the harvest and find the garden panicked and the secret out and 3 centuries of patience blown, because you could not bear to let one catch swim away, what, exactly, do you imagine they will do to the hand that cost them the feast? The shrine had gone quiet around them, the war party frozen at the door with wonder, everyone watching the smiling man who was no longer smiling way as some he did not like. It was the longest moment of Tianyu's young life. Because he had no second card, the leverage was the whole of it. If Wei Shang's hatred ran deeper than his 300 years of patience, if the cold thing chose the kill over the garden, they were all dead, and there was nothing else in his hand. But Wei Shang had not survived 300 years by letting his hatred by what his patience would not. Slowly, terribly, the cold pulled back. The lamps steadied. The killing weight lifted off the room. And the serene, dreadful calm flowed back over his face, thinner than ever now, but back, and he inclined his head a single bitter inch, conceding the sum. Take her, Wei Shang said softly. Take your one girl, little light. You have read the board correctly, which is more than anyone has done across from me in a very long time. And it has cost me a ripe soul and a crack in my wall, and I find I almost respect it. The cold smiled, and the smile was worse than any screaming. But understand what you have actually bought. You have not won. You have delayed. You bought one girl's life with the only coin that works on me, the garden, and that coin spends once. The next time we meet, little light, there will be no 40 witnesses, no masquerade to protect, no 300-year siege I must keep gentle to save. The next time will be the tricentennial. And on that night my masters come in person, and the gentleness ends, and the only thing standing in the harvest will be one stubborn boy who is one breath short of nascent soul. He lifted his teacup again, from the dais, and sipped, serene. Climb that last breath, if you can, in your 18 days. You will need it, and it will not be enough. Now go, carry your one little ember out the door, and tell yourself it was a victory, and on the longest night of the year I will show you what 300 years of patience does to a fire that would not lie down. Tianyu held the cold pale gaze one moment longer. Then he turned, unhurried, giving the monster nothing, and walked to the door where his friends waited with a saved girl in their arms. It was a victory, he said, without looking back. Her name is Lu Wanner. She is going to refine again. And in 300 years, you have never once had to give one back. He stepped through the door into the clean night. Climb your own last breath, Wei Shang. You are going to need it more than I do. And the war party of 6 carried Lu Wanner out of her own gentle murder, through a great house dissolving into doubt and fear, and the first cracks of a terrible waking truth, and vanished into the dark streets of the Jewel of the East, leaving behind a smiling man who was not smiling, a family that would never again be quite so certain, and the first real wound the stillness had taken in 300 years. Lu Wanner wept for most of the first night, the best sound Tianyu had heard in a long time. She wept because she was awake, because a year of fog had torn off her mind all at once and left her facing, raw and clear, everything that had been done to her and everything she had nearly become. She wept in fury and in grief and in terror, and she clung to her brother and shook, and she was loud about all of it, and it meant the ember had caught and the furnace was burning again, door flung wide. She'll mend, Su Lan said quietly, watching the brother and sister at the warehouse fire. The body's still drained. The year of it doesn't come back overnight. She'll be weak a long while. But the her of her is back. The pill did what you said. It woke her. She looked at Tianyu with something careful in her eyes. You woke a soul the dark had taken, Tianyu. From 10 feet away, without moving, in front of a monster. I've stopped being surprised by you. But I want you to notice what you just did, because I don't think you have. You never do. She held his gaze. You didn't just save a girl. You proved the stillness can be undone. That's never existed before. That changes everything. And it did. Tian, you had known it walking out of the shrine, and the war party knew it now, gathered close in the small hours. The rescue had been a personal mission, one girl, one friend's sister, but the weapon it proved was the largest thing to come out of the whole 40 days. Until tonight, Tian, you said slowly, working it out aloud as the idea took its full and terrible shape. The dark held one advantage I could not see a way past. It does not just kill. It takes. A hollow drinks a town, and the town is gone. Ash, husks, nothing to save. The stillness drains a soul, and the soul is spent. Everything the dark touches, it keeps. You cannot win back what it has eaten. He stared into the fire. Except now we can. Tonight I reached into a soul the dark had nearly finished taking, and I called it back. Not by refilling what was stolen, but by waking the ember it could only lull. And that means the dark's great patient harvest is built on a lie it does not know is a lie. It thinks a lulled soul is a kept soul. It is not. A lulled soul is only asleep. And anything asleep can be woken. The fire popped. Feng Qing's eyes had gone very bright. Tianyu, she said slowly. The tricentennial. The harvest. Every drained soul in the city. Every fattened light. The whole 300-year crop, gathered in one place, on one night, lulled and waiting for the door to open and drink them all at once. Her voice dropped. If one pill can wake one ember, then a sun could wake them all. Tianyu finished softly, and the whole shape of the harvest night turned over in his mind and showed him its other face. Not a sun pill to kill the dark. A sun of waking, the callback pill made vast, released at the heart of the harvest, into the whole gathered crop at once. Wei Shang's masters think they are coming to a feast of 100,000 lulled souls who will lie quiet while the door opens and drinks them. His eyes burned. What if, the moment the door opens, the whole feast wakes up? 100,000 fierce living souls remembering all at once what it felt like to burn, not lying quiet for the harvest, but blazing up in the dark's own open mouth. The dark would not be reaping a harvest. It would be swallowing a sun the size of a city. The warehouse was silent. It was, all of them understood, the first plan anyone had ever drawn that could win the tricentennial outright. Not survive it, not delay it, but win it, and turn the dark's 300-year masterpiece into the worst night of its long life. It was also, Tianyu knew, very nearly impossible. A callback pill that could wake one sleeping ember had taken him 3 days and nearly broken him. One that could wake 100,000, all at once, released into the open door of the root of all hollows. That was a working beyond anything he had made in 2 lifetimes, and he had 18 days, and he was still one breath short of the realm he would need even to attempt it. But it was a road, a thin one, and Tianyu had learned, under a mining town, that thin was not the same as hopeless. That is the plan then, he said quietly. Everything from here points at it. I climb to Nascent Soul. I build the great waking, a sun to wake the harvest. And on the tricentennial, when the dark opens its door to drink the future of the East, we are going to feed it a city full of fire instead. He looked around the circle, at the saved girl and her brother, the healer, the blades, the array master. 18 days. Let's get to work. And then, 2 days later, the city took the first thing away from him. It came as a proclamation, posted in every ring, sealed by the joint authority of the great sects and the Convocation Council and the magistrates of Lingzhou, and reading it, Tianyu understood at last, fully, the thing Wei Shang had tried to tell him over tea. You cannot lay siege to certainty with the truth. The proclamation did not mention the stillness. It did not mention a draining, or a fading girl, or a monster in a shrine. It told a different story, a clean and reasonable story. The story a frightened city needed to be true. A clanless frontier alchemist named Tianyu, of unknown origin, had during a sacred family rite violently assaulted the holy stillness, deranged the blessed daughter of the noble Lu with some foreign drug, abducted her in her confusion, and fled. He was named a dangerous madman and a defiler of the sacred. A price was set on him. He was expelled from the convocation, his name struck from its rolls. And every loyal soul of Lingzhou was urged to deliver the frontier criminal to the magistrates, that the poor deluded Lu daughter might be returned to the peace he had so cruelly stolen from her. The war party read it in grim silence in the back of Guyan's warehouse. They reversed it. Why, you said at last, very quietly. Perfectly. Everything we did, they took it and turned it inside out. You woke her, so you drugged her. You saved her, so you abducted her. You cracked the certainty, so the certainty named you a madman, which is exactly the cure the trap prescribes for anyone who sees too clearly. She set the proclamation down as if it were unclean. It's the engine you described to Lu Qinxing. The clearer you see, the madder you look. They've just run the whole city through it at once. The stillness goes to the top, Tianyu said. He was not surprised, only cold. I should have assumed it. 300 years of gardening does not leave the magistrates and the great sects untouched. The men who wrote this are not all knowing servants of the dark. Most of them are simply calm, simply certain. simply doing what a serene and reasonable city does when something frightening happens. They reach for the explanation that lets them stay calm. The dark does not need to control the council. It only needs the council to prefer peace to truth. And a comfortable city always will. He looked at the price on his own head. Wei Shang could not kill me in the shrine without breaking his masquerade. So he did not break his masquerade. He used it. He let the city's own certainty do what his power could not. He made me a criminal, and now the whole jewel of the East will hunt the only person trying to save it, and call it justice, and feel good about it. It was, Tianyu thought, almost elegant enough to admire, if it had not been aimed at his throat. The practical cost was severe. His name was struck from the convocation, which meant the daylight door he had spent 40 days prying open, the legitimate path that would have carried him in honor to the founding shrine on the tricentennial night, was slammed shut. He could not walk to the harvest as a celebrated contender now. He would have to reach it as a hunted man, through a city that wanted his head. The war party went fully underground, scattering their movements, leaning hard on Gu Yan's quiet network and his ears in every ring. Wanner could not go home. Lu Qinxing, to keep his use as an inside man, had to perform grief and outrage in public. He stood in the Lu Hall and decried the frontier madman who had stolen his sister, while in secret he smuggled her medicine and carried Tianyu intelligence, a double game that aged the young prodigy a year and 2 days. And yet, in the cracks of the clean, reasonable story, the truth Tianyu had set loose did not quite die. Because 40 members of the Lu had seen it. Seen a blessed daughter wake screaming that she was being eaten. Seen the gray threads. Seen something that no story about foreign drugs entirely covered. The proclamation soothed most of them, because people want to be soothed, but not all, and not completely. Gu Yan's ears began to bring back small things. A Lu aunt who had stopped attending the shrine. A young disciple who had been at the rite, and now could not sleep. A servant who quietly asked a healer, in confidence, whether it was truly impossible for the stillness to harm someone. Tiny cracks, spreading slow and silent under the smooth gray certainty, in the private hearts of people who had seen a thing their city's story did not quite explain. It's not enough, Tianyu admitted to the circle. A handful of frightened doubters is not an army, and it will not stop the harvest. But it is something. 8 days ago this city's certainty had no cracks at all. Now it has a few, in the right hearts, and a crack, once it starts, does not heal on its own. It waits for pressure. His jaw set. On the tricentennial, we are going to apply a great deal of pressure. And when we do, I would rather the wall already have cracks in it. He turned back, toward the furnace and the work. Let them hunt me. Let them post their price. A hunted man can still walk into a shrine on the longest night of the year. He simply has to be cleverer about the door. And being clever about doors, he almost smiled, is a thing I have had 2 lifetimes to practice. But the proclamation had taught him something colder than its inconvenience, and he carried it back to the furnace and did not say it aloud. It had taught him how alone he truly was. Wei Shang had been right about that, too, over the tea. A man who can see the trap and a city that will not is the loneliest thing there is. Tianyu was now, officially, by the sealed word of the whole jewel of the East, the villain of his own rescue, hunted by the very people he was bleeding to save, who would deliver him to his death and weep with relief while they did it. He let that loneliness come, and named it, and set it down, and lit the furnace. And then, the next night, the loneliness cracked a little, because the first of the doubters came and found him. It was Pan Rue. Gu Yan's ears brought the word first. The proud middle sect disciple, the one Tianyu had beaten at the verdant marrow and then handed a moonbright pill and a lesson, had been asking quiet, careful questions all over the convocation grounds, questions that did not match the official story. And then, through a chain of trusted go-betweens that Gu Yan built with great care, Pan Rue sent word that he wished to meet the frontier criminal, alone, at a place of Tianyu's choosing. Feng Qin called it a trap. It might have been. Tianyu went anyway, because he had learned that the only way to find out who is real is to give them a chance to be. It was not a trap. Pan Rue came alone, grim and frightened and certain, and the first thing he said was the thing that mattered. I don't believe it, he said, before any greeting. The proclamation. Any of it. A dangerous madman who drugs girls and defile the sacred. He shook his head hard. I refined beside you. I challenged you on my own proudest ground, and you let me choose it, and you beat me, and then you gave me the pill and told me how to be better. A man does not do that, and then drug a child for sport. The story is wrong. I have known it was wrong since I read it, and I have spent 4 days unable to sleep because everyone around me believes it, and I can't. His jaw worked. So I am asking you, plainly, what is really happening in this city? Because I think you know, and I think it is the thing that has been quietly eating my sex elders for 2 years, and I am tired of being the only one who sees it and being told I am imagining things. And Tianyu, looking at the proud, honest young man who had refused the comfortable lie, understood that this was the pressure beginning to tell. For every 100 souls the proclamation soothed, there was one it could not, one who had seen too much truth to swallow the story, and those ones were the cracks in the wall, and they were beginning, of their own accord, to come looking for him. So he told Pan Rue the truth, the same careful truth he had given Lu Qinxing. The stillness, the draining, the harvest, the door under the founding shrine. And Pan Rue, who had come already more than half knowing, did not flinch from it. He went pale, and still, and then resolved. The resolve of a man who has finally been told that the wrongness he could not name was real. My sect's elders are deep in it, he said quietly. 3 of them have that gray calm. I have watched it spread for 2 years and been told it was wisdom. He looked up. Tell me what I can do. I am only a middle sect disciple. I am not strong, but I am still a registered convocation contender, which you no longer are. And that means on the tricentennial night, I walk in the great procession to the founding shrine, by right, with the rest of the contenders, and no magistrate stops me at the door. His eyes were hard and bright. You are hunted. You cannot walk to the shrine as yourself, but a procession of 1,000 contenders, each with attendants and furnace-bearers and servants, a procession that I am part of, by right. He let it hang. I can get you through the door, frontier alchemist. I can walk the hunted madman straight into the heart of the harvest, in plain sight, as my own furnace-bearer. They will be looking for a criminal sneaking through the shadows. They will not look twice at a contender's quiet servant carrying his master's pill case. The war party was silent. It was the door. The exact door Tian Yu had been turning over for days. How to reach a shrine he was banned from, in a city that hunted him, on a night of 1,000 eyes. Solved, freely, by a proud young man who had refused to stop believing what he had seen with his own eyes. Why? Tian Yu asked quietly. You have a future, Pan Rue. A real one. Place well at the tricentennial, and your whole life opens. Help a hunted criminal into the shrine, and, if we are caught, you lose all of it. Your name, your sect, perhaps your head. Why would you spend that on me? Pan Rue was quiet a moment. Then he reached into his robe and took out a pill, the moonbright verdant marrow, the one Tian Yu had pressed into his hand at the contest, kept all this time. Because you let me choose the ground, he said simply, and beat me fair, and then taught me how to be better instead of grinding my face in it. In my whole life at my sect, climbing, competing, that has never once happened. Everyone there spins everyone. And the one stranger who didn't spin me is the one the whole city now wants me to believe is a monster. He closed his hand around the pill. I would rather be wrong with you than right with them. Tell me where to be. I'll get you through the door. And so the cracks in the wall sent Tian Yu his second great family-adjacent ally, and his road into the harvest. And the loneliness the proclamation had built around him proved, like all the dark certainties, to be a little thinner than it looked. He had 18 days, now 16, and a son the size of a city to learn how to make, and, at last, a door to carry it through. The city nearly took him on the 11th day, and it taught him exactly how thin the road had become. The great waking pill needed materials no warehouse kept. Rare living essences, sun-touched herbs, a particular heart of dawn moss that grew only in the high gardens of the second ring. Guyan could move much through his quiet network, but some things had to be touched by the alchemist's own hand, judged for ripeness by the only senses that could judge them. And so Tian Yu had to go out, hooded, into a city that wanted his head. He was good at it. 2 lifetimes of moving unseen. But the proclamation had set a price high enough to make 1,000 ordinary people into hunters, and a hunted man in a watchful city is always one unlucky glance from disaster. And on the 11th day the glance came. A patrol of the city guard, augmented by sect cultivators sharp enough to feel a golden core, turned a corner into the herb market exactly as Tian Yu was judging a bundle of dawn moss at a stall, and one of the sect cultivators, young, keen, unlucky for everyone, looked twice at the hooded buyer, and frowned, and felt the carefully banked power the hood could not entirely hide, and his hand went to his sword, and his mouth opened to call the alarm. Tian Yu had perhaps one breath before the whole market became a trap. He did not run. Running confirms. He did not fight. Fighting reveals. A hunted alchemist cutting down city guards in a public market would put the real power he was hiding on display before 40 witnesses, exactly the thing he most needed not to do, the same logic that had stayed Wei Shang's hand in the shrine. He had to vanish without either, in one breath, in a crowded market, from a cultivator who had already half seen him. So he used the crowd, and a pill, and the truth of how people see. He flicked, low and unseen, a single common smoke pill, not a weapon, a cheap alchemist trick, a thing that made a sudden harmless billow of gray-scented smoke, into the brazier of the dumpling stall beside him, and as it caught and burst into a great startling cloud, he was already moving, not away from the guards but sideways, into the surge of the startled crowd, shedding the hood as he went so that the man the cultivator had half seen, a hooded lone figure, simply ceased to exist, replaced by one more bareheaded marketgoer fleeing a kitchen fire with everyone else. By the time the smoke cleared and the guards fought through the panicking crowd to the stall, there was no hooded buyer anywhere. Only a knocked-over brazier and 100 ordinary frightened people and a young sect cultivator who could no longer quite say what he had seen, or whether he had seen anything at all. Tian Yu was 3 streets gone, walking slow and bareheaded and unremarkable, his heart steady, the dawn moss safe in his sleeve. But it had been close. One breath close. And it taught him the cost of the proclamation in a way the posted price had not. He could no longer move freely in his own war. Every supply run was now a roll of the dice. Every face in every crowd was a potential hunter. The city he was bleeding to save had become, for him, a slowly closing trap of its own, and the irony of fighting to wake a city that would gladly deliver him to his death sat in him, cold and constant, through all the days that were left. You should not go out again, why you said that night, tending the scrape where he'd caught a wall in the crush. It's not worth it. One unlucky glance, and the whole plan dies with you in a market over a handful of moss. The pill needs the moss, Tianyu said, and the moss needs my hand. No other hand can judge it. He let her work. But you are right that the dice are turning against me. So we changed the game. From here, I do not go out for anything that can possibly be brought to me. Guyan's people carry. Pan Rui carries. Lu Chinching carries. I stay at the furnace, and I make myself a thing the city cannot find, and I spend every hour that I am not hunted on the only two things that matter, the sun and the breath. He looked at the materials laid out, the great waking pill taking shape. 11 days nearly cost us everything for a bundle of moss. The next 11, I do not leave this room. The harvest is coming to me whether I walk the city or not. Let it come. I will be here, at the furnace, making the thing that meets it. And he did not go out again. He stayed at the furnace, hunted and hidden, and built his city-sized sun, and reached every night for a realm he could not close his hand on, while a patient cold weight drew nearer overhead and a golden city counted down, all unknowing, to the proudest and last night of its long-charmed life. The great waking pill came slowly, and it came at a cost, and the cost taught him exactly how the harvest night would have to go. He built it up from the callback pill like a man building a bonfire from a candle, the same principle, scaled past anything sane. The callback had been a gentle call tuned to one sleeping ember. The great waking would have to be a call vast enough to reach 100,000 embers at once, every drained and lulled soul in the gathered harvest, and wake them all in a single blaze. He worked it night after night, folding in more, condensing further, building a pill that held, instead of a single sunrise, a whole city's worth. And he hit, again, the wall he had half expected. He could build the pill. What he could not build was a vessel strong enough to release it. A working that vast, loosed all at once, was not a thing a pill could simply contain and let go. It needed a channel, a conductor, something to pour through that could survive carrying a city's worth of waking and aim it true. The first sun pill had taught him this same lesson in miniature, in the heart of the hollow. Too much power strains any vessel, and the only thing that had locked it then was his own formed golden core, his own well-made structure. But the great waking was 100 times the sun pill. A golden core could not channel it. It would need a nascent soul, a spirit grown strong enough to stand outside the body and pour vast power through itself without being consumed, which he did not have, and could not seem to reach. He pushed for it every night, harder than he had pushed for anything, and every night the last breath of the realm sat just beyond his fingers and would not come. He understood the shape of the failure, even if he could not fix it. Golden Core had been a realm of holding, locking power patient and unspent inside himself, and he had formed it by doing the thing he had always done, refusing to lay the line down. But Nascent Soul was a different nature entirely. It was the realm where the soul learned to step outside the body, to extend past the self, to act beyond its own walls. It was a realm not of holding but of reaching, and Tianyu, who had spent 2 lifetimes building higher and tighter walls around the people and the power he refused to lose, found that the one thing he did not know how to do was open them. You hold everything. Why you said to him, on one of those failing nights, finding him gray and spent at the cold furnace. She did not often seek him out alone. Of the 3, Bai Yu was the careful one, the slow one, the disgraced daughter who had learned long ago not to spend her heart cheaply. She sat down across from him now with the deliberate calm she did everything in, and she looked at him with the sharp, clear eyes that had worked out he had lived before, back in a courtyard in Qingyan a lifetime ago. I have been watching you fail to break through for 10 nights, she said, and I think I know why, because it is the same thing you do with us. She held his gaze. You hold everything, Tianyu. You hold your power, your grief, your secrets, your dead, your 500 years. You hold it all locked inside, alone, because you decided long ago that holding is what keeps the people you love safe. You carry the husks out yourself. You walk into the dark alone. You sit at a murder and feel nothing where we can see it. You hold the line by holding yourself. Sealed, contained, never spilling, never reaching. Her voice softened, which from by you was a rare and costly thing. And now the next realm asks you to do the one thing you have never once done. To reach out. To let your soul past your own walls. To stop holding everything alone. She was quiet a moment. You cannot reach a realm of reaching while you are still trying to do it, as you do everything else. Sealed. Alone. By yourself. Tianyu looked at her for a long moment, and found he had nothing to say, because she was almost certainly right, and he did not know how to fix a thing that was woven into the deepest grain of what he was. I don't know how to be anything but the one who holds, he admitted quietly. It was, perhaps, the most honest thing he had said to anyone in this life. I tried, once, in my first life, to lean on others, to trust the line to other hands. And the dark came, and the other hands failed, and everyone I leaned on died, and the universe ended while I was looking the other way. So I learned. I hold it myself. I do not lean, because when I leaned, everything I loved turned to ash. He stared into the dead furnace. You were telling me to reach out. The last time I reached out, I lost everything. How do I unlearn the lesson that taught me to survive? Bai Yu was silent. Then she reached across the cold furnace and put her hand over his, deliberately, carefully, the careful woman choosing to spend something she did not spend lightly. Maybe you don't unlearn it alone, she said. Maybe that's the entire point. Maybe the reason you can't reach the realm of reaching by yourself is that it is not a thing you are supposed to do by yourself. Her hand was warm on his. You have 5 people, Tianyu. 6, with Wanner. We did not follow you because you hold everything alone. We followed you because, for all your holding, you keep reaching back for us. You came back through Sulan's gate. You came back for me in the Vale. You walked into a trap for a girl you'd met once. You already know how to reach. You only think you don't, because you have spent 2 lifetimes terrified of what it cost the last time. She squeezed his hand once and let go, and stood, and the moment closed as carefully as she had opened it. Stop trying to climb the last breath alone. That's all. When the night comes, let us in. Reach. We will be there. That is rather the whole reason we exist. A pause at the edge of the firelight. And Tianyu, when this is over. The harvest. The dark. All of it. You and I are going to have a conversation you keep filing under later. The faintest dry edge. I am a patient woman, but not infinitely. Climb your realm. Save the city. And then, for once, stop holding, and let someone hold you. She left him there, with a warm place on the back of his hand and a great deal to think about, and a wall he still could not break, and the cold certainty that Bai Yu had named the key and he still did not know how to turn it. And every night, under all of it, the thing drew nearer. He felt it like a man feeling a storm coming in his old wounds. The vast cold attention, fixed on Lingzhou now, growing closer and heavier with each night toward the tricentennial. And as it neared, he began to feel its shape, and the shape was familiar, and the familiarity was the worst dread of all. Because Tianyu had felt this kind of thing before. Not a hollow, not a hand like Wei Shang. Something higher up the Dark's long order. A true gardener, one of the patient intelligences that walked ahead of the tide and tended the worlds it meant to eat. He had faced their kind in his first life, in the long defense of the myriad heavens. He had killed 2 of them, at the height of his power as a sovereign, and it had cost him a great deal both times. And one was coming to Lingzhou now, to oversee the harvest of 300 years in person, while he stood 1 breath short of Nascent Soul with a son he could not yet release. Of course it's one of those, he murmured to the dark, almost amused, the grim amusement of a man whose situation has become so impossible it loops back around to funny. Why would it be anything I could handle? He looked east, toward the founding shrine, toward the longest night drawing down. A gardener, coming in person, for a fire it does not believe can still exist. His jaw set. Then let it come. Let it bring 300 years of patience to the one city where I have spent 40 days teaching a fire to wake. We will find out together whether your kind ever learned anything since the last 2 I put down. He did not feel as certain as he sounded. But he had learned, long ago, that certainty was a thing you performed until it became a thing you had, and that a commander who let his soldiers see the size of the dread would lose them before the dark ever arrived. So he performed it, and he lit the furnace, and he reached, every night, for a realm of reaching, and could not quite close his hand. The great waking pill was finished on the last night before the tricentennial, the most beautiful and most dangerous thing Tianyu had ever made. It did not look like much. A single pill, larger than most, the warm, deep gold of late afternoon light, sitting in its jade case with a soft glow that seemed to come from very far inside it. But Tianyu had poured into it everything 2 lifetimes had taught him. A city's worth of waking, folded down into one small sun. Every drained ember in Lingzhou, 100,000 sleeping fires, and inside this pill the call to wake them all at once. It was finished, and it had the same flaw the first sun pill had, the same flaw he had not been able to solve, written larger and deadlier. It could not release itself. A working this vast needed a living channel to pour through, a soul strong enough to carry a city's waking and survive it and aim it true, and the only soul that could do that was a nascent soul, which he did not have. He told them the truth, on that last night, because they were walking into it with him and they had earned it. The pill is made, he said. It will wake the harvest. Every drained soul in the city, all at once, if it is released at the heart of the gathering when the door opens. That part is done, and it will work. He set the jade case on the table between them all, the whole circle, Sulan and Bai Yu and Shun Ku and Feng Qing, Lu Qinxing and the mending Wanner, Gu Yin gray and frightened at the edge. But I cannot release it as I am. It needs a nascent soul to channel, and I am still 1 breath short. I have tried for 16 nights, and the breath will not come. He was honest, flatly, as he was always honest with them. So I am going to walk into the harvest with a finished weapon I cannot yet fire, and I am going to bet, on the longest night, in the worst place, against a gardener of the dark, that the last breath comes when I need it. As the golden core came under Shurian. In the moment, at the edge, when there is no other choice left. He looked around at them. It is a terrible plan. It rests its whole weight on a breakthrough I cannot promise. If I am wrong, if the breath does not come when the door opens, then I will be standing in the heart of the harvest holding a sun I cannot light, and the dark will reap the east, and we will have lost everything. He did not soften it. I will not lie to you about the odds. But I have no better plan, and the night comes whether we are ready or not. And I would rather stand in the harvest with a sun I might be able to light than anywhere else with nothing. So that is what we are going to do. It was Warner, of all of them, who spoke first. Warner, awake and still weak, the ember he had called back now burning fierce and clear in her clever face. You'll get the breath, she said simply. I know you will. Do you want to know how I know? She held his eyes, this girl he had pulled back from the quiet. Because you reached into me. From 10 feet away, without moving, you reached past every wall I had and woke me up. I felt it. That wasn't a man who can't reach, Tianyu. That was the strongest reaching I have ever felt in my life. Her jaw set, fierce as her brother's, fiercer. Bayu's right about you. You think you only know how to hold. But you woke me. You came back through Sulan's gate. You walked into my murder for a girl you'd met once. You reach all the time. You just do it for other people and never for yourself. She leaned forward. So on the night, don't reach for the realm. Reach for us. You've never once failed to reach for us. The realm will follow. The room was quiet. Bayu was looking at Tianyu with something that was almost a smile, because the girl had said, plainer and surer, the thing she had tried to say at the cold furnace. And Tianyu, who had been told the same truth twice now by two of the women he could not let himself understand, felt something in the deep grain of him shift, just slightly. Not break, not yet, but loosen, the first give in a wall 2 lifetimes old. We'll see, he said quietly, which was what he always said to the things he most hoped were true. On the night, we'll see. He closed the jade case. Positions. Let's walk through it one last time. Tomorrow the city has a festival, and the dark has a harvest, and we have one sun and one breath we don't yet own, and we are going to find out, all of us together, whether 40 days is enough to undo 300 years. So they walked it through, one last time, the plan they had built and drilled and prayed over. Pan Rue would carry Tianyu through the door, the hunted alchemist disguised as a contender's furnace bearer, in plain sight, in the great procession to the founding shrine. Lu Qinxing would be there too, in his own right as the Lu heir, performing public grief, watching for Wei Shang and the city's powers. Once inside, they would wait. Wait for the harvest to begin, for the right to open the door, for the dark to expose its own mouth, because the great waking sun could only be loosed in that one moment, when the door was open and the whole gathered crop lay bare to the call. Too early, and the door stayed shut, and the sun was wasted. Too late, and the harvest closed, and 100,000 souls were already drunk. One moment, one throw. Su Lan would hold their line of retreat with Shun Ku and Feng Qing and Bai Yu, a hard knot of the war party near the shrine's edge, ready to cover the escape of a city's worth of suddenly waking, suddenly terrified people, because 100,000 souls snapping awake in the dark, in the open mouth of a gardener, would be chaos beyond reckoning, and someone had to be the calm point that the waking could flee toward. Guyan would have bolt holes ready in every ring. Warner, still too weak to fight, would stay safe and far, over her own loud objection, with one of the great waking pill's spare components and instructions she prayed she would never need to use. And Tianyu would stand at the heart of it with a sun he could not yet light, and reach for a breath he did not yet own, and bet everything on the moment. It's thin, Feng Qing said, when they had walked it through. It's the thinnest plan we've ever run. Half of it rests on a breakthrough you can't promise. It is thin, Tianyu agreed. And it is the best one there is, and the night comes regardless. So it is the plan. He looked around the circle one last time. Rest. All of you. Whatever you need to do before a night like this, do it tonight. Tomorrow there will be no time. They scattered to their corners, to their own quiet preparations, to the particular things people do on the eve of a thing they might not survive. And Su Lan found him, later, at the window where he did his hardest thinking, looking east toward the shrine and the gathering dark. She did not lecture him about reaching, as Bai Yu had, or fiercely promise him the breath, as Warner had. She just came and stood beside him, and looked east with him, and after a while she slipped her hand into his, simply, as she had 100 times in 2 different lives, and held it. I'm not going to tell you it'll be all right, she said quietly. You'd know I was lying, and you hate that. So I'll tell you the true thing instead. She leaned her head against his shoulder, watching the dark. Whatever happens tomorrow, however it goes, I have been beside you since a kitchen in a place that doesn't exist anymore, through 2 lives and a death and the end of a world and the start of a new one. And there is nowhere else I have ever wanted to be, or will. So when you're standing in the middle of that harvest tomorrow, reaching for a breath you don't have, and the whole dark is bearing down, and you feel as alone as you have spent 2 lifetimes making yourself, I want you to remember that you are not. I'll be right there, at the line, holding the place you come back to. Her hand tightened in his. You always come back through my gate, Tianyu. Tomorrow's just one more. Come back through it. That's all I want. Everything else, the city, the dark, the breath, figure it out. But come back through my gate. Tianyu looked down at the fierce small healer who had chosen him across 2 lifetimes, and the wall in him gave another fraction, and for once he did not file the trouble in his chest under later. For once he let himself feel it, fully, standing at a window on the eve of the longest night. The enormous, terrifying, unmasterable thing he felt for the people who had reached back for a man who only knew how to hold. He still did not have a word for it. But he stopped, for one moment, pretending he did not feel it. I'll come back through your gate, he said quietly. And then, because she had given him the true thing, he gave her one back, the truest he had. Sulan, I do not know how to say the thing you keep saying to me. I have mastered every art there is and not that one, and I am sorry, and I do not think I will learn it in a night. He held her hand against the dark. But I know that you are the place I come back to. In 2 lifetimes, you have always been the place I come back to. If that is not the thing you mean, it is the closest I have, and it is true, and I am done pretending I don't know even that much. Sulan was very still. Then she laughed, soft and wet, and did not look up, because her eyes had filled. That's the closest you've ever come, she said. 500 years, and that's the closest. I'll take it. She squeezed his hand. We'll work on the rest. After. When you've come back through my gate. And they stood there together at the window, the boy who only knew how to hold, and the girl who had always been his way home, watching the dark gather over a doomed and golden city, until the longest night came down. The tricentennial dawned bright and golden and joyful, the proudest day in the history of the Jewel of the East, and the whole city poured into the streets to celebrate its own slow death. Tianyu watched it from the shadows of a rooftop, hunted, his face hidden, and the dramatic irony of it sat in his chest like a stone. 1,000,000 people in their finest silks, banners and music and dancing in every ring. The bright young lights of the whole East, every convocation talent, every great family's pride, gathered and gleaming, the fattest, brightest crop the dark had ever raised. Children on their father's shoulders, lovers in the crowds, old people weeping with pride at the grandest tricentennial of all. They had no inkling, any of them. Every joyful soul in that golden city was walking, singing, toward the founding shrine and the open door and the harvest of 3 centuries, and they thought it was the happiest day of their lives, and in a sense it was the last. And as the sun sank toward the longest night of the year, Tianyu felt the gardener arrive. It did not come with thunder. The dark never did. It came as a deepening, a vast cold weight settling over the golden city from above and beyond, the enormous patient attention he had felt drawing nearer for 16 nights, arriving at last, in full, directly overhead. The festival did not falter. The music played on. The 1,000,000 happy souls felt nothing but a faint evening chill and pulled their fine silks closer and laughed. But Tianyu, on his rooftop, felt the whole sky fill with the cold regard of a thing that had crossed the dark between worlds to attend a feast it had been 300 years in laying, and he knew, with absolute certainty, that the longest night had begun, and the harvest with it. Below, in the streets, the great procession formed. The tricentennial rite, every convocation light, every great family, the whole bright crop of the East, gathering to process in joyful ceremony to the founding shrine at the dead center of the first ring, to the holy stone, to the lid of the grave, to the door that was about to open and drink them all. The harvest was delivering itself, exactly as designed, exactly on schedule. 300 years, closing tonight. Tianyu rose from the shadows, and drew his hood, and slid the great waking pill into his robe over his heart, beside the sun pills, and looked down at the golden doomed procession winding toward the shrine, and at the cold weight filling the sky, and at the longest night coming down. Eyes open. Positions. We move with the procession. His voice was steady, and under it the dread and the love, and the unbroken wall, and the one breath he did not yet own. He reached, without quite meaning to, for the warm, fierce presences of the 5 who stood ready in the dark around him, and felt them reach back, and felt the wall give one more fraction. The dark has waited 300 years for tonight. Let's go and disappoint it. And the war party of the last sovereign moved down into the golden city, hidden in a joyful procession of the doomed, toward the founding shrine, and the opening door, and the gardener overhead. 6 small fires, 1 hunted boy 1 breath short of the realm he needed, and a sun the size of a city he could not yet light, walking together into the longest night and the harvest of 300 years. The tricentennial had begun. The door was about to open, and the dark was about to discover what grows in a garden when you forget to pull one stubborn weed. The harvest of 300 years began with music. That was the thing Tianyu would remember after. It began so beautifully. The great procession wound through the first ring in the blue dusk of the longest night, 10,000 strong, the bright young lights of the whole East in their finest silks, and there was music, and there were lanterns, and there was joy. The founding shrine rose ahead of them at the dead center of the city, white and ancient and garlanded, its great plaza filled with a sea of upturned, happy faces. 1,000,000 souls had come to watch the proudest rite of the proudest night in 300 years. They sang as they came. They did not know they were the meal. Tianyu walked among them, hooded, hidden, a furnace-bearer carrying his master's pill case 3 steps behind Pan Rue. And over his heart, in its jade case, the great waking sun lay warm and waiting and unlightable, and he could not fire it, and the door had not yet opened, and above the singing city the cold weight of the gardener hung like a held breath. He felt it all with his senses wide. The crowd's warmth, the bright young lights gathering, the deep, vast, patient cold under the shrine, the root of 300 years, stirring now, waking, beginning at last to reach. And above it all, descending slowly through the dark toward the plaza, the gardener. It was enormous, ancient, certain, come in person to oversee a feast it had been 3 centuries in laying. It did not have a shape yet. It was still mostly in the dark between, only its attention reaching down. But Tian Yu could feel it gathering itself to manifest, drawn by the harvest and the light, and he knew that when it finished arriving, it would be the most dangerous thing he had faced in either of his lives. Steady, murmured Pan Rue, barely moving his lips, as they passed through the shrine's great gate under the eyes of the city guard. The proud disciple was performing the calm of a contender at the proudest moment of his life, and only Tian Yu could feel how fast his heart was going. We're in. Not a head turned. You were right. A contender's servant is invisible. A breath. Where do you need to be? The center, Tian Yu said softly. Close to the shrine itself. Close to the door. When it opens, I will have only moments, and I cannot waste them crossing a crowd. He kept his eyes down, his power folded small, a nothing, a servant. Get me as close to the front as a furnace-bearer can stand without being questioned. And then, Pan Rue, when it begins, when you see the dark come up, you run. You and Lu Chenxing both. You have done your part, and it was everything, and I will not have your deaths on this night. Get clear. Get to Sulan's line. Whatever happens at the center is mine. Pan Rue's jaw tightened, but he had learned, in 16 days, not to argue with that particular tone. He worked them forward through the press, master and servant, toward the front of the great plaza, toward the white shrine and the garlanded dais and the ancient stone that was the lid of the world's most patient grave. And on that dais, serene in pale robes, welcomed and beloved, the master of ceremonies for the proudest rite of the tricentennial, stood Wei Shang. Of course it was Wei Shang. Tian Yu had known it would be. The smiling man stood at the heart of the harvest he had tended for a human lifetime, and he raised his hands to the singing city, and his voice carried out over the million joyful souls, warm, kind, reasonable, the voice that had taught a city to lay itself down, and he welcomed them, all of them, to the great blessing. He spoke of letting go of the endless striving and finding, together, on this holy night, the deep stillness their grasping souls had always longed for. And the million faces gazed up at him, rapt and trusting and glad, and behind his serene and lovely words the door beneath the shrine began, slowly, to open. Tian Yu reached the front of the crowd, and set down his master's furnace case, and knelt as a servant kneels, and put his hand over the warm jade case above his heart, and waited for the worst moment of the longest night, the moment the dark opened its mouth, with a sun he could not light and a breath he did not own and a city full of singing people about to die. Reach, Baiyu had said. Reach for us. Come back through my gate, Sulan had said. He could not have said how, but the door was opening, and he was out of time to learn. Kneeling at the front of the harvest, with the cold coming up and the gardener coming down, and everything he loved arranged around him in the dark, Tian Yu closed his eyes, and stopped, for the first time in 2 lifetimes, trying to hold it all alone, and began to reach. The door opened, and the harvest began, worse than anything he had imagined. It did not look like horror. That was the cruelty of it, the same cruelty as the smiling man and the serene hall. It looked like a blessing. Wei Shang raised his hands, and the ancient stone of the founding shrine shone with a soft and holy light, and a great gentle peace rolled out over the plaza, the deepest stillness any of them had ever felt, and the million singing souls sighed, together, and closed their eyes, and let go. And the gray threads rose. Tian Yu saw it with his open senses, and it nearly broke him. 100,000 bright young lights. Every convocation talent, every great family's pride, every joyful upturned face in that singing sea, and from every one of them the living essence began to rise, drawn up and out, gently, sweetly, the whole gathered crop of the east giving itself willingly to the holy peace. The dark beneath the shrine drank it. The door was open and the root of 300 years pulled, and the gray threads flowed down into it by the 100,000, and the singing faltered into sighs of deep contentment as a city began, all at once, to be drained. And above the plaza, the gardener finished arriving. It came into the world like ink spreading into water, a vast spreading darkness folding down out of the night sky over the shrine, enormous, slow, certain, blotting the stars. It had no shape Tian Yu's eyes could hold, only a sense of immense and ancient and patient intelligence, a mind the size of the space between worlds, settling over its 300-year garden to oversee the reaping in person. Where its attention fell, the cold deepened and the gray threads ran faster. It had waited 3 centuries for this, and it began, with the unhurried satisfaction of a thing that has never once been denied, to feed. This was the moment, the one moment. The door open, the dark exposed, the whole harvest laid bare. Now, or never again. Tian Yu took the great waking sun from over his heart, and held it up, and tried to light it. And he could not. He reached for the power to fire it, and his golden core, bright and strong and sealed, was not enough, exactly as he had known it would not be. The great waking sun needed a soul that could stand outside itself, extend past its own walls, pour a city's worth of waking through a living channel, and survive it. It needed Nascent Soul. And Tianyu, kneeling at the front of the harvest with the sun in his hands and 100,000 souls draining away around him, reached for that last breath with everything 2 lifetimes had taught him. He reached as he had always reached, the only way he knew, alone, sealed, holding. And the breath would not come, because he was trying to climb a realm of reaching by holding harder, and a wall built over 2 lifetimes does not fall, because you push on it from the inside. The gray threads rose. The dark drank. The gardener fed. And the sun sat dark and unlit in the hands of the one person in the world who could save the city, and could not, because he did not know how to stop being alone. Reach, why you had said, not for the realm, for us. And kneeling there, at the end of everything, with the holding finally, completely failing him, Tianyu let go of the wall. He stopped reaching for the breath. He stopped reaching for power, for the realm, for the thing he needed. And instead, broken open at last by the simple fact that holding alone had run out of road, he reached for them. He reached for Su Lan, holding the retreat line at the plaza's edge, the fierce small healer who had been his way home through 2 lives and a death. I am here, I am reaching, hold the place I come back to. And across the draining crowd, he felt her feel it, and reach back, her whole bright stubborn soul turning toward him like a lamp in a window. He reached for Baiyu, the careful woman who had named the key, who had told him to let someone hold him, and felt her sharp clear soul answer, fierce and sure. Finally, you impossible man, finally. He reached for Feng Qing, who had hunted the dark alone for 6 years, and then chosen never to be alone again. He reached for Shun Ku, the steady mountain, the freely given blade. He reached for Lu Qinxing, who had walked into his own family's shrine for him, and for Pan Rue, who would rather be wrong with him than right with the world. And, far away and safe and fierce, he reached for Lu Wanner, the ember he had called back from the quiet, burning now with all her might toward the man who had woken her. He reached for all of them. He stopped being the lone fire on the last line. He let his soul, for the first time in 500 years, extend past its own walls, out and out, into the warm, fierce, reaching presences of the people who had reached back for a man who only knew how to hold. And that was Nascent Soul. It did not feel like power. It felt like a door he had kept locked for 2 lifetimes finally opening. The soul that had been sealed and holding and alone since before this world's mountains were young learned, in one breaking open moment, how to reach, how to step outside itself, how to extend past the self, how to be one fire among many instead of the last fire alone. The wall came down, the realm opened, and Tianyu's soul, no longer sealed, poured out of him and through the bonds he had spent 2 arcs refusing to admit he had, and met his people, and was met, and became, all at once, 6 reaching souls in one, something far larger than one lone holding fire had ever been. Nascent Soul. He opened his eyes, and the great waking sun, in his hands, woke. It caught from his newly opened soul like tinder from a struck spark, and the warm, deep gold of it flared up between his fingers, no longer unlightable, no longer too vast to channel, because he was no longer a sealed vessel trying to hold it alone. He was an open soul extended through 6 others and out toward 100,000 more, the largest channel a living thing could be, a conductor not of one fire but of many. Wei Shang, on the dais, felt the realm break open at the front of his crowd, and turned, and the serenity drained from his face, and for the first time in 300 years the smiling man looked truly, deeply afraid. No, Wei Shang breathed. You were 1 breath short. You were 1 breath. I was holding it alone, Tianyu said, and rose to his feet at the front of the harvest, a nascent soul now, a city's worth of waking blazing gold in his open hands. That was the breath. I just learned how to stop. He drew the sun back. You taught a city to lie down, Wei Shang. Let me show you what happens when one of them remembers how to stand. And he threw the great waking sun into the open mouth of the dark. It went into the open door beneath the shrine, into the very center of the root of 300 years, into the densest dark in the city. And Tianyu, his soul extended wide and open through all his reaching bonds, did not just release it. He aimed it. He poured himself through the throw, his newly open nascent soul becoming the channel the sun needed. And he sent the waking not down into the dark to be swallowed, but up along every one of the 100,000 gray threads the harvest had opened, back into every draining soul in the plaza at once. The dark had made the threads to drink through. Tianyu turned them into the thing the waking traveled home on. For 1 heartbeat, the great waking sun hung in the open mouth of the root, a single point of warm gold light in an ocean of 300-year dark. Then it came apart, and the city woke up. It was not like the sun pill under Shiyan. That had been a weapon, a killing light, a sun to make the dark choke. This was a call. It was the callback pill made vast, the gentle, irresistible reminder of how it feels to burn, scaled from 1 sleeping ember to 100,000. And it raced up every gray thread at once, into every draining soul in the plaza, and it did to all of them what 1 small warm pill had done to Lu Wanner in the middle of her own murder. It woke them. 100,000 bright young lights, lulled and sighing and 1 breath from gone, remembered all at once, in a single blazing instant, exactly what it had felt like to want, to reach, to burn, to be fiercely and furiously alive. And the gray threads rising off them did not just stop. They reversed, all of them. All at once, 100,000 souls snapping back into themselves, the stolen essence slamming home. The whole gathered harvest of the East flaring up from banked gray to roaring gold between one breath and the next. The plaza erupted into light. It was, Tianyu thought, standing at the front of it with his soul open and his people blazing in his reaching and a city catching fire all around him. The most beautiful thing he had seen in either of his lives. A sunrise the size of a city. 100,000 souls waking together in the dark, fierce and alive and suddenly, violently aware, every one of them snapping out of the sweet gray peace into clear and furious wakefulness. The singing was gone. In its place rose a vast confused roar, 100,000 people coming awake at once to find gray threads tearing out of their own chests and a darkness folding over the sky, and a wrongness they had been lulled past for 300 years suddenly, undeniably real. And the dark, which had come to drink a feast of 100,000 lulled and willing souls, found its mouth suddenly full of 100,000 furious awake ones. And worse, far worse, full of the refined waking light it could not swallow, pouring back up its own feeding threads, into the root, into the 300-year pool of stolen essence under the shrine. The root of all the hollows convulsed. Tianyu felt it through his open soul. He felt the vast dark thing under the shrine. 3 centuries of patient gathered hunger. Take the great waking sun straight into its center and be unable to do the one thing it knew how to do. It could not drink the light. The light was sealed, refined, alive, and the dark could only ever consume the dead. Instead of swallowing it, the root choked on it, and the waking poured through the pool, and 300 years of stolen essence, every drained soul of every dead town in the spiral, every faded ember the stillness had ever taken, all of it, pooled and waiting in the dark, woke and remembered and tore free. The founding shrine cracked from within. Light, warm, gold, furious, the woken light of 3 centuries of the stolen, blazed up out of the open door, out of the cracking stone, out of the convulsing root, and the dark beneath the city screamed, the first sound of pain it had made in 300 years, a marrow-deep wail that every soul in the plaza felt in their bones. And above it all, the gardener, the vast ancient intelligence folding down out of the sky to oversee its perfect feast, went, for the first time in its long and patient existence, still with something it had never expected to feel. Surprise. Its 300-year harvest, the masterpiece of its patience, the feast it had crossed the dark between worlds to attend, was coming apart. Awake. 100,000 furious lights and 300 years of woken stolen souls, all blazing at once, all pouring the one thing it could not eat back up into its own root, in the middle of its own open mouth. The dark had come to Lingzhou to swallow a sun the size of a city. Tianyu had made very sure it got exactly that. The great waking light did not ask permission about whom it woke. It poured up every thread and through every drained soul in reach, and it did not stop at the 100,000 in the plaza, and it did not stop at the 3 centuries of stolen embers in the root. It reached, in its vast, indiscriminate mercy, the one soul in all of Lingzhou who had been drained longest and deepest of all. It reached the man who had surrendered his own fire 300 years ago and spent every year since teaching others to surrender theirs. It reached Wei Shang. Tianyu felt it happen, through his open soul. He felt the waking light find the deep, deep place where the Harbinger's own ember had been buried so long ago that even he had forgotten it was there. The smiling man had told himself, for 3 centuries, that there was nothing left to wake, that the dark gave rest, and the rest could not be undone, and his own surrender had been a wisdom and not a wound. He had believed it so completely that he had made it the gospel of a city. He had been wrong. There had been an ember, even in him. There always is. And the great waking light found it, and woke it, and for the first time in 300 years, Wei Shang remembered what he was. He made a sound. It was not the serene sigh of the stillness. It was a raw, terrible, human sound, torn out of a throat that had not made an honest sound in 3 centuries, and Tianyu watched the serenity tear off the Harbinger's face like a mask ripped away. And underneath it, at last, was the man, awake, clear, and seeing, all at once, with 300 years of fog burned off in a single golden instant, exactly what he had done. Oh, Wei Shang whispered. He stood on the dais, his hands open, staring at them as if they belonged to a stranger, and his awakened eyes filled with a horror so vast it had no bottom. Oh no, no, what did I do? He looked out over the plaza, over the 100,000 souls he had gathered to be drunk, over the cracking shrine, and the screaming dark and 3 centuries of his own gentle, smiling, patient murder, and he saw it whole, and it was more than a waking soul could bear. I told them it was peace. I held their hands while I helped them down. I called it a kindness. 300 years. 300 years of. His voice broke entirely. There was an ember. The whole time. In all of them. In me. It could be woken. It could always be woken. And I told the whole world it couldn't, because if it could, then I hadn't found wisdom. I'd just surrendered, and taught a city to surrender with me, and and called the dark a mercy because I could not bear to have been only afraid. Tianyu, at the front of the burning plaza, met the awakened eyes of his enemy, and felt no triumph at all. Only the old, deep grief of one tired soul looking at another. Yes, he said quietly. He did not soften it, but he did not sharpen it either. That is what you did. And now you are awake, and you can see it. And that is the worst thing that has ever happened to you. To stand here clear-eyed in the middle of 300 years of it. I know. I am sorry. Being awake is so much harder than being still. That is the whole reason the dark wins so often. He held the broken gaze. But you are awake now, Wei Shang. For however long you have. And a man who is awake gets to choose, one more time, what he does with the fire he just got back. Above them, the gardener, wounded, enraged, its feast detonating, began to gather its vast attention to strike, to salvage what it could, to crush the source of the catastrophe before the whole 300-year garden was lost. And Tianyu felt it turn its full and terrible focus, at last, onto him, the light-bearer, the small open soul at the front of the harvest who had ruined everything. And he knew, with cold certainty, that a fresh nascent soul could not survive the direct strike of a gardener, and that there was nothing in his open hands to stop it. And Wei Shang, awake for the first time in 300 years, looked at the dark thing gathering itself to kill the boy who had given him back his fire, and made his choice. Then I choose to stand, the harbinger said. And the man who had spent 3 centuries teaching a city to lie down through himself, his whole awakened soul, every scrap of the nascent soul power the dark had fed him across 300 years of service, between the gardener and Tianyu. Go! Wei Shang roared, and it was not a serene sound. It was a living one, fierce and furious and free. I gathered this harvest. Let me be the one who breaks it. Wake them all, little light. I'll buy you the breath. And he met the gardener's gathering strike head-on, alone, as he had taught 10,000 souls never to do. Not lying down, not letting go, not surrendering, but standing, a single awakened fire thrown against the dark, picking up at the last instant the one weight he had laid down 300 years before. It could not save him. He was one soul against a gardener, and he knew it, and he did it anyway, because the doing was the whole point. It bought Tianyu the moment he needed. Wei Shang's awakened soul met the gardener's strike, and for one heartbeat the dark thing's vast attention snagged on the unexpected resistance. A single fierce free fire where it had expected only more lulled gray. And that snag, that flicker of surprise, that one stolen heartbeat, was the gift the harbinger gave with his death. Tianyu did not waste it. He could not kill the gardener. He knew that with total clarity, even now, even as a fresh nascent soul with a city of fire at his back. He had killed 2 of these things in his first life, and it had taken everything a full sovereign had, and cost him more than he could afford both times. He was not a sovereign now. He was a boy of 14 1 hour into nascent soul. Against a gardener, head-on, he was nothing. So he did not go head-on. He did the thing he had done to every enemy bigger than himself across 2 lifetimes. He refused to fight the enemy was strong in, and made it fight the one he was strong in. The gardener was strong in the dark. Tianyu had a city full of light. He threw his open soul wide, wider than he had ever dared, wide as the whole Woken Plaza, and he reached, not for power of his own, but for all of theirs. 100,000 souls newly blazing awake. 300 years of stolen embers, freed and burning, pouring up out of the cracked root. His own circle, his reaching 6, their fierce bright souls turned toward him like lamps. Every fire the dark had gathered to eat, every light it had spent 3 centuries lulling. Tianyu reached through his open nascent soul and gathered it, as the gardener had meant to gather it, except that where the dark gathered to drink, Tianyu gathered to give. And he took all that refined, living, unswallowable light, a whole city's worth of it, and he poured it, through himself, as a single channel, straight up into the dark thing in the sky. The gardener had come to drink Lingzhou. Tianyu made Lingzhou drink it. The woken light of 100,000 souls and 300 years of the freed dead roared up out of the plaza, up through the one open nascent soul at its heart, and into the vast folded dark of the gardener. And the gardener, which fed on living essence, which had crossed the space between worlds to feed, found itself flooded with the one form of life it could not consume, refined and sealed and alive, forced into its own dark center as it had meant to force the harvest into the root. It could not drink it. It could only burn on it. And the dark thing in the sky, the ancient patient intelligence that had never once in its long existence been the thing that was eaten, screamed for the second time that night. And this time the scream was not pain alone. This time there was fear in it. You know what this is, Tianyu said. And though his voice was only a boy's voice in a burning plaza, his open soul carried the words straight into the vast cold mind above, where it could not pretend not to hear. You felt it 11 days ago, under a mining town, and you came all this way to find out if it was real. It is real. The light. The old weapon. The thing your kind burned out of the myriad heavens and told yourselves was gone forever. He poured more of the city's woken fire up into the dark, and the gardener writhed. It is not gone. It came back. I brought it back. And you should look at me, now, while you still can. Look, and remember, and tell the others. because you are the first of your kind in this age to learn what I am going to spend this whole life teaching the dark. And he let it see him. Through his open soul, for one moment, he let the gardener look past the boy of 14, past the nascent soul, down to the thing underneath. The 500 years, the 7 sovereigns, the last stand at the end of the myriad heavens, the fallen immortal who had died, holding the final line, and come back to hold it again. He let the dark see the last sovereign. The gardener recoiled. Tianyu felt the recognition tear through it. He felt the vast ancient mind realize, all at once, what had ruined its 300-year garden, what was pouring a city of unswallowable light into its center, what small open soul on a backwater frontier world carried the memory and the will and the craft of one of the 7 who had cost the dark more than any other foe in the long devouring of the heavens. It had thought him a light, a weapon, a clever frontier alchemist. It had not thought him that. You, the gardener said, into his open soul, and its vast cold certainty had cracks in it now, as the city's certainty had cracked, as all certainties crack when the truth finally arrives. The sovereign, the one who would not fall. We burned you. We burned all 7. We watched the heavens go dark. You watched 6 of us fall, Tianyu said. The 7th, you missed. I went somewhere you do not look. I went small, and far, and forward, into a backwater you had written off as a future meal. He drew the city's light up tighter, and the gardener convulsed around it, burning, unable to drink, unable to stay. And now I am here, 300 years before your tide, in the center of your own garden, with the old weapon in my hands and a city full of fire at my back. And your great patient harvest is ash, and your hand is dead and free, and you are bleeding light you cannot swallow in front of a million people who will never, ever be still again. His eyes blazed. You came to reap the east. Go home and tell the dark what you found instead. Tell them a sovereign came back. Tell them the light is in the world again. Tell them the gardens are not safe anymore. He poured the last of the city's woken fire up into the writhing dark. And then come back, if you dare, and find out what I learned to do with the next 300 years. The gardener fled. It could do nothing else. Its harvest was lost. Its hand was dead. It was flooded with a city's worth of light it could not eat and could only burn upon. And it had learned the one thing that could make a 300-year patient intelligence abandon a feast in an instant. The cost of staying was greater than the prize of finishing. A backwater world, 3 centuries early, was not worth dying on, not even for a harvest this rich, not when the thing defending it carried a sovereign's soul and a weapon the dark had thought extinct. So the vast folded darkness tore itself up out of the sky over Lingzhou, wounded and screaming and afraid, and withdrew, back and back, into the dark between the worlds, fleeing the light it had crossed the void to drink. But not without a parting word. As it went, Tianyu felt the cold attention fix on him one last time, and brand him, not with power, but with knowing, as he had branded it. We see you now, sovereign, the dark said, withdrawing, vast and certain even in flight. You had once. You will not hide again. The whole dark will know your name by the next turning. You have not won a war tonight. You have only told the tide exactly where to find you. A cold, final, promising wait. We are patient. We have always been patient. And now we are coming for you, specifically, across 300 years, and there are a great many more of us than there are of you. And then it was gone, fled into the dark, and the weight lifted off the sky, and the stars came back out over Lingzhou. And the city, for the first time in 300 years, was fully, furiously, terribly awake. The plaza was chaos, and the chaos was the most beautiful thing Tianyu had ever stood in. 100,000 people, woken all at once from a 300-year sleep they had not known they were sleeping, stood in the cracked and smoking plaza of the founding shrine, and they were not calm, and they would never be calm again. They wept. They shouted. They clutched at each other and at their own chests where the gray threads had been. They stared at the broken shrine and the fading dark and the boy at the center of it all, and they did not understand what had happened. Not yet. Not the half of it. But they felt it, every one of them, in the marrow. They had been one breath from something unspeakable, and that they had been pulled back, and that the gentle peace they had trusted for 300 years had been a hand at their throats all along. The certainty was not cracked now. It was gone, shattered, in a single night, in front of a million witnesses who had felt the truth tear through their own bodies. Wei Xiong had told Tianyu that you could not lay siege to certainty with the truth, that a city's faith was a wall no argument could breach. He had been right. Arguments could not breach it. But 100,000 souls feeling the draining reverse in their own chests, all at once, on the proudest night of their lives, that was not an argument. That was a thing you could not unfeel. The wall had not been besieged. It had been woken. Tianyu stood at the center of it, spent past anything, his new nascent soul stretched thin and aching, his open heart raw with the reaching he could not yet close again, and did not want to. And one by one, through the roaring woken crowd, his people found him. Sulan reached him first. Of course she did. She came through the chaos like she had come through a kitchen and a courtyard and 2 lifetimes, and she did not slow down, and she hit him at a run and wrapped her arms around him and held on, as if to keep him from being pulled back into the fading dark by main force. You came back through my gate, she said into his shoulder, fierce and wet and shaking. You reached. I felt you reach. For me, you finally. And then you came back through. You impossible, impossible. She could not finish. She did not need to. I reached. Tian Yu agreed quietly, holding her, and found that his own voice was not entirely steady. You were right. All of you. I could not climb it alone. I never could. I just needed the dark to take away every other option before I would admit it. He looked over her head at the rest of them, gathering through the crowd. Bai Yu, her sharp eyes bright, and, for once, openly wet. Feng Qing, who had hunted alone for 6 years and now stood in a woken city she had helped save. Shen Ku, steady as a mountain and grinning like a boy. Lu Qinxing with a weeping, fierce, awake Wanner under his arm, the ember he had refused to let go of, fully alight now. Pan Rue, who had bet his future on a hunted stranger and won a city. His reaching 6, 7, with Wanner. His, I needed all of you. That was the whole secret. 500 years, and the thing I never learned was that the line was never meant to be held alone. For a moment, in the center of the roaring city they had saved, the war party of the last sovereign simply stood together and breathed and was alive. And then Tian Yu gently freed himself and crossed the cracked plaza to the foot of the dais, to the one who had not survived the night, and knelt. Wei Shang lay where he had fallen, where his single awakened soul had thrown itself between a gardener and a boy and bought, with his death, the moment that saved a city. The serenity was gone from his face for good. What was left in death was just a man, tired and old beyond counting, and at the very end, free. He had laid his line down 300 years ago and spent 3 centuries teaching a city to lay theirs down with him. And in the last hour of it, given his fire back for one final moment, he had picked the weight up again and stood and died as himself. You were the worst thing I have faced in this life, Tian Yu said quietly to the dead man. And you were right about almost everything. And at the very end, when it could not save you, when it could only cost you, you chose to stand. He reached out and closed the awakened, sightless eyes. That is the whole of it, Wei Shang. That is the only thing that was ever being asked of any of us. Not to win, not to be unafraid, only to pick the weight back up, one more time, even at the end, even when it cannot save you. He bowed his head over the fallen harbinger, his enemy, his mirror, the other answer to the same exhaustion. You did. At the last, you did. Rest now. You finally get to. You earned it standing up. And he carried Wei Shang's body out of the plaza himself, as he carried all his dead, even the enemies, even the ones who had nearly cost him everything. Because how you treat the dead is how you keep from becoming the thing that makes them. And because a man who chose to stand at the end had earned to be carried by someone who understood exactly what that choice had cost. The reckoning came with the dawn, unlike any Tian you had known in 2 lifetimes, because for once the world did not refuse to believe him. It could not. 1,000,000 people had felt it. There was no proclamation in the world that could unfeel 100,000 souls snapping awake with gray threads tearing out of their chests. No story clean enough to cover a founding shrine cracked open and bleeding 300 years of stolen light. No comfortable lie that could survive a whole city waking at once to find that its proudest blessing had been its quietest murder. The certainty was gone, and into the place where it had been rushed the thing the dark had spent 3 centuries making sure never came. Belief. By the time the sun rose over the smoking plaza, the truth was already running through Lingzhou faster than any proclamation ever had, not as an argument, but as a thing 1,000,000 people had lived in their own bodies. The stillness hall stood empty by midday. Their gentle teachers fled or exposed or, in a few cases, woken and broken like Wei Shang, kneeling in the streets and weeping at what they had done. The great families gathered their drained sons and daughters, the ones the great waking had reached, the ones now awake and weak and fierce and alive, and did not call it a blessing anymore. The magistrates who had sealed the proclamation against the frontier madman found themselves, by noon, in a city that had watched the frontier madman pour his own soul out to save it, and quietly, urgently, let the matter of his arrest become a thing that had never quite been ordered. They came to find him, of course. The powers of the city always do, once the danger is past and the credit is loose in the air. The great sect heads, the magistrates, the masters of the Lingzhou Alchemy Hall, the same hall that had struck his name from its rolls 18 days before, came to the modest trading house where the war party had gone to ground. They did not come to arrest him. They came not knowing what to call him, which was the truest measure of what had changed. You were entered in our convocation as a clanless frontier alchemist, said the eldest of the hall masters, an old woman with sharp eyes who had overseen the trial that expelled him, and who now stood in Gu Yan's plain front room, not quite able to meet his gaze. We struck your name. We named you a madman and a criminal. She was not a woman accustomed to what she did next, which was to bow low, the bow of a master to a superior, the bow the whole proud hall had refused him 18 days ago. I have made pills for 60 years. I watched what you did at the shrine, with my own eyes, with my own senses open. I felt the working. A pill that woke 100,000 souls at once. A refinement that should not be possible for any living alchemist, scaled to a size that should not be possible at all. She straightened, and her sharp old eyes were wet and furious and humbled all at once. I do not know who taught you, or where, or how a boy of 14 carries a craft that died with legends. I have stopped needing to know. I came here to say one thing, on behalf of the Lingzhou Alchemy Hall. There is no rank in our records high enough to name what you are. We called you clanless. We called you a madman. We were wrong on every count, and the whole city felt how wrong, and I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. She bowed again. Whatever you are, Master Alchemist, and I think it is a thing the word master is too small for. Lingzhou owes you its life, and the hall owes you an apology it can never fully pay, and you have, from this day, the recognition of every alchemist in the East, freely given, and our deepest shame that you had to save us first to earn it. It was, Tian Yu reflected, the thing he had crossed 2 lifetimes toward. The recognition his first life pride had refused to bow for, the standing in the craft he had died wishing he had earned. And it had come, in the end, exactly as everything true came. Not from the bow, but from the work. Not from being believed, but from doing the thing in the dark and letting a city feel the proof in its own bones. I did not do it for the hall's recognition, he said quietly. I did it because 4,000 people in a mining town, and 100,000 here, and a great many more across a world that does not know it is under siege, deserve to wake up tomorrow. He inclined his head to the old master, courteous, giving the bow back as respect rather than triumph. But I will take the recognition, because I am going to need it, not for pride, for use. He looked around at the gathered powers of the city, the sect heads, the magistrates, the masters, and he saw, on every face, the one thing he had despaired of ever putting there. Belief. Real, bone-deep, unfeelable belief. Because the thing that came for this city last night was not the end of anything. It was a scout, a gardener, one hand of a tide that is still 300 years out and coming, and that now knows my name, and yours, and exactly where to find the one city in the world that woke up. His voice went quiet and hard. You believe me now? All of you. You felt it. So I am going to ask you to do the hardest thing a comfortable city has ever done. To stay awake. To remember this night when the years pass and the fear fades, and it would be so much easier to call it a strange disaster and go back to sleep. The dark is patient. It is counting on you forgetting. I am asking you not to. And the powers of Lingzhou, who had spent 300 years certain and one night woken, looked at the boy who had saved them, and, for now, at least, while the gray threads were still fresh in their memory, believed. The hardest reckoning was not the cities. It was the Liu families. Tian Yu saw it on the second day. He went with Liu Qinxing to the great compound, quietly, to see how Wanner fared. And he watched a family wake up to what it had done. Liu Wanner's parents had wept with pride at her blessing, 18 days before. They had sat in serene rows and watched the gray threads rise off their own daughter and called it a gift. Now they were awake. The great waking had reached them too, and they had to live, the rest of their lives, with the clear memory of what they had celebrated. The father could not speak at first. He was a proud man, the head of a great house, and he knelt on the floor of his own hall in front of his daughter and could not make a sound. His hands shook. His face had aged 10 years and 2 days. I held the feast, he finally said. His voice was wrecked. Wanner, I planned it. I invited the teachers into our home. I was proud. I told everyone how peaceful you had become. I watched you fade for a year, and I called it a blessing, and He broke. I would have watched you die. I almost did. My own child. And I would have wept with joy while you. Father. Wanner knelt in front of him. She was still weak, still pale, the ember in her still small. But it was fierce. Stop. Look at me. She took his shaking hands. You did not know? The whole house was blind to it. That was the whole trick of it. It was built so that loving me looked exactly like killing me, and you could not tell the difference, because you were never meant to. Her jaw was set, fierce as her brother's. You do not get to drown in this. I will not allow it. Because if you spend the rest of your life on your knees grieving what you almost did, then the thing that did this to us wins anyway. It just takes you slowly instead of fast. Her grip tightened. Get up. Be awake. Be angry. Help the others who are still gray. That is what you do with this. Not kneel. Stand. And Tian Yu, watching from the doorway, thought, there it is. The ember he had called back from the quiet, 8 days ago, with a small warm pill. It had not just woken. It had become a fire that could wake others. The drain girl was now the one teaching a broken family how to stand. That was the whole of what he fought for, right there, in a single hall. Not the city saved. That. One person pulled back from the dark, becoming a light for the next. He left them to it. A family did not need a stranger in that room. He walked out into the woken compound, and the work that comes after. They stayed in Lingzhou 9 more days, and Tian Yu spent them doing the work that comes after the work, the part with no glory and no songs. He taught the city's healers what he could of waking the drained. So the great waking's sudden miracle could become a slow, careful craft, because 100,000 souls had woken at once, but they had woken weak, their stolen essence years in the regrowing, and they would need tending for a long time. He left the Lingzhou Alchemy Hall the callback formula, freely, so they could wake the last faded ones the great sun had not reached. He sat, more than once, with people who had lost someone to a completion before that night, people whose blessed dead had gone out smiling in the years before he came, and he did not lie to them, and he did not soften it. And he let them grieve the truth instead of the comfortable story, because grief over a true thing is cleaner than peace over a false one. And he buried Wei Shang, quietly, under a young tree in a corner of the very garden where the Harbinger had once stilled an old man with a gesture to make a point. The city never understood why its savior would honor the monster who had nearly killed it. Tianyu did not explain. He knew. A man who picks the weight back up at the very end, when it can only cost him, has earned a tree and a quiet grave from the one person who understands exactly how heavy that weight is. And he sent word home. It was a long letter, and he wrote it carefully, because the two who would read it had earned the truth more than anyone. It went west, by Guyan's fastest courier, to Qingyan City, to Elder Mu, holding the door of a courtyard, and to Grandmaster Lu, the lone believer who had told a frontier boy to build quietly and not warn. In it, Tianyu told them everything. The dead zones, the spiral, the siege of 300 years, Lingzhou, the stillness, Weishang, the harvest, and the great waking sun, and the breakthrough that came only when he stopped reaching alone. He told them he was Nascent Soul now. He told them the gardener had come, and fled, and learned his name. He told them the dark knew he was back. And he told them the thing that mattered most, the thing the whole night had proved. The dark can be undone, he wrote. Not just fought. Undone. What it takes is only asleep, and anything asleep can be woken. We are not holding a doomed line, Master Lu. We are fighting a war we can win, slowly, city by city, garden by garden, ember by ember. I have proof now. 100,000 of them, awake in Lingzhou. Speak it, yet only to those ready to believe. But know it yourself, and rest a little easier for it. The light came back. It works. And there are more of us every season. The reply came on the 8th day, short, in Lu's spidery hand. I told you to build quietly, the old hall head had written. I did not expect you to wake a city of 1,000,000 on the loudest night of the year. You have a strange idea of quiet, boy. And then, under it, in a different and heavier stroke, came the real message. Elder Mu wept when I read him your letter. He says to tell you the courtyard is still here, and the door is still open, and an old man can hold it a good while yet. Come home when the road lets you. Bring your strange household. There is much to plan, now that we know the war can be won. And last, smaller, as if the old man had hesitated before adding it, came this. You asked once why a frontier orphan carried the sovereign's own name. I have spent 40 days in the deep library looking. I have found something. Not an answer. A thread. Come home, Tianyu. I think someone has been waiting a very long time for you to come back, and I do not think it was the dark. Tianyu read that last line a great many times, alone, by candlelight. He did not know what it meant, but it was the first thread, in 2 lifetimes, that the mystery of his own name had ever offered him. And it was waiting in Qingyun, with an old master and an open door at the end of the road home. It would keep. For now there was a city to finish tending, and a household to gather, and a war to plan. But he folded Lu's letter and put it over his heart, beside the empty jade case where a son had been, and he felt the road ahead change shape one more time, from a war without end into a war with a direction, and a question at the heart of it that was, at long last, his to chase. On the 9th night, the war party gathered on the roof of Guyan's trading house, under stars that no cold weight blotted anymore, and for a little while they were simply 7 tired people who had saved a city and lived. Lu Wanner was there, fierce and pale and mending, refining a small clumsy practice pill over a folding furnace with hands that remembered, slowly, what they had been good at, the ember he had called back from the quiet, burning again, learning to be a fire. Her brother watched her with a look that no longer had any grief in it at all. Pan Rue, whose name the whole hall now knew as the contender who had smuggled in the city's savior, had thrown away a future and gained a better one, and looked younger than he had in weeks. Shen Ke sharpened a blade that did not need it. Guyan, who had spent the whole arc terrified, sat among them with the particular peace of a coward who has discovered, late, that he was braver than he thought. And Bai Yu came and sat beside Tianyu, at the edge of the roof, a little apart from the others, and looked at him with her sharp clear eyes, and said, well, the harvest is broken. The city is saved. The dark is run off. A pause, very dry. I believe that was the list of things you said had to happen before a certain conversation you keep filing under later. Tianyu, who had spent the 9 days feeling his newly opened soul refuse to close back up as it always had, feeling, for the first time in 500 years, the warmth of the people around him without a wall between him and it, found that for once he did not reach for later. It was, he admitted. And, said Bai Yu. And I still do not know how to do this, Tianyu said honestly. He looked out over the woken city, its lamps gold and ordinary and lit, every one of them lit. I have a new soul that does not know how to close back up, and a chest full of a thing I have no word for, and 3 women I cannot let myself fully understand, because the last time I let myself love anything, the universe ended while I was looking at it. He was quiet a moment. Bai Yu, I am not whole. I am 2 lifetimes of holding, cracked open 8 days ago, and I do not know yet what grows in the crack. I cannot promise you the conversation you want. Not yet. Maybe not for a long time. He turned to her, and there was something open in his face that had never been there before. But I can promise you that I am no longer pretending the crack is not there. That is new. That is 8 days old. It is the most I have changed in 500 years. And it happened because you, and Su Lan, and a girl I woke from the dead, would not let me keep holding everything alone. He almost smiled. So, later. But a real later this time, with a thing on the other side of it. Not the later I used to mean, which was never. I am done meaning never. That is the whole of what I can give you tonight. I hope it is enough to be going on with. Bai looked at him for a long moment. And then she smiled. The rare, real, costly smile of a careful woman who has decided something is worth waiting for. It is enough to be going on with, she said. A real later, freely admitted, from a man who used to mean never. She leaned back on her hands, satisfied. I am a patient woman, Tianyu. And you are, it turns out, worth being patient about. We will get to the rest. After the next city, and the one after that, and however many gardens you mean to burn. A dry glance toward the others, toward Su Lan refilling the tea, and Fengqing pretending not to watch them, and Wan'er pretending not to watch Fengqing pretend. Though I will say, you have collected rather a complicated household, for a man who claims not to understand love. You might give some thought, before this is over, to the fact that you are not the only one who has been quietly filing things under later. And she let that sit, with great satisfaction, and said no more. Tianyu, who genuinely did not understand what she meant, filed it gently, and for the first time with a small private dread that he might actually have to understand it someday, under later. Across the roof, Fengqing caught Su Lan's eye, and the two of them shared the long-suffering look of women who have watched a 500-year-old genius fail, once again, to see the thing directly in front of his face. And Su Lan mouthed, "We'll work on it," and Fengqing snorted into her tea. Later that night, when the others slept, Tianyu sat alone at the roof's edge with the one thing the victory had not answered, and turned it over in the dark. The gardener had known him. The sovereign, it had said, recoiling. The one who would not fall. We burned all 7. We watched the heavens go dark. It had known the last sovereign on sight, known the soul, known the old enemy from the long devouring of the myriad heavens. Of all the things in this life that frightened Tianyu, the gardener's recognition had frightened him least, because it had only confirmed what he already knew himself to be. But it had not known the name. That was the thing that sat cold in him under the stars. The gardener had known the soul, and not the name. It had called him the sovereign, the title, never Tianyu. And why would it? In his first life, he had worn 100 titles, and the name beneath them had stayed a secret to almost everyone. Tianyu, the plain name under all the legend. The name he had carried before he was a sovereign, before he was anything, the name of a soul. And it was also, exactly, impossibly, the name of a nameless orphan boy on a backwater frontier world 300 years and a universe away. A servant child of the Zhao clan, born to nothing, talented in nothing, beaten and killed by a stone, who had been called Tianyu by people who had never heard of the myriad heavens and could not have known they were naming a child after the mightiest dead immortal in the cosmos. There was no path by which a frontier family could have known that name. There was no chance in it. He did not believe in chance. Why does a nameless orphan on a backwater star carry the last sovereign's own forgotten name? He had asked it the night he woke in this small, murdered body, and he was no closer to the answer now, a nascent soul and a city's savior, than he had been as a dying boy in the dust. But it sat heavier now, because the gardener had not made the name. The dark had not planted it. Whatever had reached across 300 years in a dead universe to put the last sovereign's own name on a frontier orphan, to make sure that when the 7th sovereign was hurled back through death, he would land in a body that already, impossibly, carried his name, was something else. Something that had wanted him here. Something that had arranged the one chance the dark had missed. Someone sent me back on purpose, he murmured to the stars, as he had murmured it once before, in another life's last breath. Someone who knew. Someone who put my own name on a dying boy 300 years early, in the exact path of the tide, so that the 7th sovereign would have a door to come back through. He did not know whether the thought was a comfort or a deeper dread. Who? Who reaches across the end of a universe to plan a name? And why me? And what do they want me to do that the dark must never see coming? The stars did not answer. They never did. But the question had a different weight now than it had carried as a dying boy's last confusion, because Tianyu was no longer a servant child with a borrowed soul and no power to do anything about anything. He was a nascent soul, a recognized master, the breaker of a 300-year garden, with a war party at his back and a craft the dark could not eat and a whole life ahead to climb. The mystery of his own name was no longer a thing that merely happened to him. It was a thing he could, in time, hunt, as he had hunted the spiral, as he had hunted the gardener, as he would hunt every dark and quiet thing this long second life set in his path. Later, he told the stars, and this time the word did not mean never. It meant I am coming for that answer too. They left Lingzhou at dawn, the war party of the last sovereign, and the road ran outward again, into a world that was so much larger and so much darker than it had been 40 days ago, and that knew his name now, and would never quite be safe again. Tianyu rode at the front of his strange, fierce, growing household, and took the measure of the war he had truly walked into. It had changed shape under him in a single night. For 40 days he had been a hidden thing, a quiet builder, working in the dark, the one advantage being that the enemy did not know the old weapon still existed anywhere in the world. That advantage was spent now, spent gloriously, spent to save 100,000 souls and break a 300-year garden. The dark knew him. The whole tide, by the next turning, would know that a sovereign had come back and the light was loose in the world again. He was the hunted thing now, marked, named, coming for, across 3 patient centuries. He found, to his own faint surprise, that he was not afraid of it. Because the other thing had changed too, and it was the larger change. For 500 years he had held the line alone, the lone fire, the last sovereign, the sealed soul holding everything by himself because the one time he leaned, the universe ended. He had come back into this life still holding alone, still sealed, still certain that the only safe way to love a thing was to refuse to. And 8 days ago, at the front of a harvest, with a sun he could not light, he had finally been broken open, not by the dark, but by the people who would not let him keep holding alone. He had reached. The wall had come down. And he had learned, 500 years too late, and exactly in time, the one thing the dark could never understand and never counter and never, ever do. That a fire is so much harder to put out when it is not burning alone. The dark was patient. It had 300 years and a numberless tide and a cosmos deep certainty that everything, in the end, lies down. It had set the table of the East 3 centuries in advance and rung the dinner bell, so very sure of itself. And one stubborn weed it forgot to pull had burned its garden to the ground. Woken a city it had spent 300 years lulling, run off a gardener it thought it owned, and ridden out the far gate at dawn with 6 fires at his back and a whole world of gardens left to burn. Where to? Sulan asked, riding up beside him, into the wide, bright morning and the long war ahead. Tion you looked east and west and out at all of it, the woken city behind, the dark tide ahead, the 300 years and the numberless gardens and the answer to his own name waiting somewhere in the deep of it all. And for the first time in 2 lifetimes, the lone fire who had only ever known how to hold the last line alone smiled, fully, at a horizon full of war, because he was not going to face 1 inch of it by himself ever again. Everywhere the dark thinks it has already won, he said, and rode forward into the morning. We have a great many gardens to burn, and 300 years to get strong enough to burn the last one. Let's begin. The harvest of Lingzhou was broken. The last sovereign had come back to the war, and the dark, for the first time in a very long age, had learned to be afraid.